better than everyone is that there's really no second place. I think when you look at certain things that stand out in industries or just in time, when there's no contemporary, when there's literally no rival, when there's no one that you can even think of as the second place, that's when you know you've done something truly remarkable. Because as great as Ray Allen and Reggie Miller are, I mean, Steph's in a class all his own.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, and he's going to set this record. And, like, when you think about who's going to break it or who's going to try to surpass him in the future, it's like the only name that pops up is Trae Young. And Trae Young nearly isn't the great shooter that Steph Curry is because it's efficiency.
Yeah.
Efficiency. But guys are going to get up shots, man, because the game has changed. Steph Curry has helped change the game. But all these guys trying to shoot threes, like I'm looking at Alec Burks last night trying to shoot threes. It's terrible. What was he, 1 for 9 last night? That's the problem with the NBA right now is all these other guys are trying to shoot threes and trying to bomb like Steph Curry. There's only Steph Curry. There's only one Steph Curry. He's one of one. He's one of one in the way that he does it, off the dribble, off screens, relocations, transition.
The way that the record was broken, which I thought was poetic, is he sets a down screen for Wiggins to get the ball down at the block, and it was an inside-out play.
And what about Wiggins saying, or Draymond saying, Wiggins never passes out of that set. He usually goes up for the little hook shot, but Wiggins is like, look, I saw a history moment there. You know what? I could be part of history. Let me drop this dime to Stephen Curry, and he let it go. It was pure. And to do it at Madison Square Garden, look, that gym, look, I know you've never been there. But it's something about the Garden. It's something we grew up watching it. We hear about it. There hasn't.
I think
they haven't
of
done
Peter
a lot of
Vesey.
winning.
I think of just the whole NBA music on Sunday morning.
NBA on NBC, the pregame show, and the blimp coverage of Madison Square Garden in the middle of this in the city right there in Manhattan.
Reggie Miller doing the choke sign.
The choke sign to Spike Lee. You got Ali Frazier won.
Greg Anthony looking like he's stumbling over.
Reggie Miller scored 8 points in 14 seconds.
Allen Houston going ice cold in the finals.
I mean, John Starks, too. I mean, well, that wasn't at the Garden. That was in Houston. But Madison Square Garden is the world's most famous arena. There's been a lot of iconic moments there, whether it's boxing, whether it's basketball, college hoops. Ray Allen won a Big East championship there over Georgetown, hitting a crazy shot over Allen Iverson there at Madison Square Garden. So to do it at the Garden to a team that wanted to draft Steph Curry. Think about that. Minnesota took 2 point guards ahead of Stephen Curry. You look at that draft in 2009, Hasheem Thabeet going number 2 overall, right? Tyreek Evans going up to Sacramento number 4 overall, who actually won Rookie of the Year. I was actually mad that he went 4 because I was like, man, the Warriors can get Tyreek Evans. That's the pick right there. That's the pick. But they followed to Stephen Curry. And look what he's done to this franchise. This moribund, with the jersey you're wearing right now. That, to me, that jersey that you're wearing, that Warriors jersey, represents what was all wrong about the Golden State Warriors. Loserville. Decrepit. I mean, they were compared, it was the Clippers and the Warriors as two of the most decrepit franchises, not only the NBA, but in all of sports. Steph Curry helped make this franchise one of the most valuable franchises in the world.
And you hit on something early on, and it's about him being an overall great basketball player in general. I think when you think of certain things, right, like a niche, right, the three-point shooting you would think is a niche, then why doesn't Kyle Korver have the record? Why doesn't, Chuck Person, who you and I always reference?
Doug McDermott.
Yeah, somebody who's all they do is catch and shoot from the outside. You have to be so well-rounded to be able to get a number like this and to log as many minutes as he had and to earn the opportunities to chuck the ball up this many times. And it's not just the three-point attempts. It's the layups. It's the ability to set up for others. I mean, the guy just plays a beautiful brand of basketball in many ways. And to see his excitement after he hit it, I said, wow. We were talking so much leading up to it about how much it was weighing on everyone. If that, like him screaming the way he did, flexing and yet letting out that yell, if that didn't tell you that this was bottled up inside this dude and he couldn't wait to get this thing over with, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it was definitely weighing on him. And yeah, Ray Allen played for UConn. He won the Big East championship, though, at the Garden. Big East tournament is always at Madison Square Garden. Georgetown, Syracuse, St. John's, UConn, Pitt. I mean, you had a who's who of great teams. Villanova. Heck, Ray Allen lost the Big East championship to Villanova and Kerry Kittles one year. They were loaded. I love that tournament. But looking at Curry, And look at Joe Lacob's face there. Joe Lacob in the building. Nicole looked like she's about to cry. There was real tears.
And the Warriors did it right. And I have to give the Knicks a lot of credit because I thought the Knicks did it right in terms of their appreciation for the moment. I'm not sure, as an opposing fan base, and I went to the game, and I get it, there's big things that happen. Like, for example, Greg Maddux won 350 games against the San Francisco Giants. Did they stop everything when it was all said and done and he won it and put the big graphic on the board and everybody cheering it? I think it takes a lot of class to be able to do that. And the celebration of basketball in general was pretty special.
Well, one thing about New York City is they appreciate their basketball. Absolutely. They appreciate greatness. Why they go crazy when Kobe Bryant scored 61 there. When Michael Jordan dropped the double nickel at the Garden wearing number 45. Why do you think they stood up and cheered? New York City appreciates greatness. They appreciate history. And, behind the scenes there at NBC Sports Bay Area yesterday, we were trying to get Spike Lee on, and Mullen was able to get in touch with him on the phone. Spike was on the phone, and Spike said, look, man, he's the biggest New York Knicks fan we know. Spike Lee's there every game courtside. Biggest New York fan we know. And Spike's like, look, man, we're just here to celebrate history. This is historic. He's like, Jesus Shuttlesworth is in the building. Reggie Miller's in the building. Tracy Morgan's sitting 5 seats down from him. You got a who's who at the Garden. Greatness is everywhere. We just want to appreciate the moment and celebrate a historic moment in NBA history. So to see Steph Curry, really just exhaust all his emotions there after hitting that record-breaking three-pointer last night, you could tell it was weighing on him. You could tell as he got near the end, and it was like, oh, man, I'm about to do this. How am I going to do it? You start thinking about it all day long because that commercial by Under Armour yesterday said it all. Him learning how to play basketball as a kid because of his father, Dale. Playing on the mini hoop, playing in middle school as a scrawny kid, having to fix his shot because his shot was so janky. Even though the shot was pure, he still was bringing it down from his hips, from his waist. I mean, it was everything right there. So he let it all out there with the emotions. And I wasn't surprised that he did because I think it was a record that he wanted to be like, hey, I'm the greatest shooter of all time. However, the Trailblazers of Ray Allen, Reggie Miller,
of course,
Larry Bird, Chris Mullin, his father, Dale Curry. I mean, it was everything right there. That moment was everything.
Well, I think people are going to look at him and his father, and they're not wrong. Just as a coach and being in the gym as much as I am, and you see the hard work, and then I see who's picking up a lot of these kids, whether it's mom, dad, whoever. We know Dell played in the NBA. Who do you think was schlepping him back and forth to practice? It was mom's probably, And so to see him embrace his mother after, on the sideline when he got taken out of the game and they were just hugging, and that was really cool. And all I kept thinking about was, man, how many different, trips back and forth to different games, practices, workouts. Did mom schlep him around to? Did dad? Did his brother? I'm like, the dedication from the family, because we always look at just the athlete.
Right.
I always look at the bigger picture. Think of what the family has invested into their life to get him to this point. And in a league filled with the best of the best of the best athletes, this dude stands taller than them all. It's an incredible, what I think is it's an incredible metaphor for hard work and dedication, because when you just look at raw talent, he does not have the most raw talent.
No.
But the honing of the craft, that's the part that's special.
Darrell Wright, who will join us at 8 o'clock today. We got a great guest list. Charles Oakley's going to join us in 11 minutes. Charles Oakley. Let's try not to get beat up.
I'm going to ask Oak a very fun question.
Let's try not to get beat up, okay?
Him versus Draymond on the court. Let's
try not to get beat up by Oakley, okay? Larry Riley, 7:30, the guy who drafted him. Darrell Wright, 8 o'clock. I'm looking at all the people congratulating Stephen Curry all across the world. Soccer players, Tom Brady,
LeBron.
Well,
no,
hold on. Let's move on.
You got to give LeBron.
LeBron does that.
He celebrated Steph. You got to give it to him. He
celebrated Steph. LeBron, whatever.
Okay.
Looking at all these people celebrate him from all over the sports world. And Barry Bonds, the joy Barry Bonds had on his Instagram. Yeah, Steph. Yeah, and he's posted before, I'm here to watch history. There's something about greatness that gravitates towards other greatness. It's greatness that gravitates towards greatness, and great players recognizing greatness. Real recognizing real. I think the admiration that people have for Steph Curry kind of lets us know what type of human being he is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people ask me, is Steph Curry really like that? You know, I'm sure they ask you too. Is Steph Curry really like that?
And I say I don't know him.
Well, you don't know him. However, you got to meet him at media day.
Yeah, he's a great dude.
Walked over, talk off like it was nothing, right?
Yes.
That's who Steph Curry is, man. He remembers everybody. He's like, after the Phoenix game, when they lost to Phoenix, I found out that they were in Alameda the next day, him and Aisha, giving out food. Nobody even knew about it.
Yeah.
It's just what he does. This is who he is. So the person that he is, I think that's why a lot of people have so much joy for him breaking this record.
You know, it's interesting because I was thinking about how much, again, I know you roll your eyes when I bring up LeBron, but LeBron's had an uphill battle in terms of like, there are certain segments of people. Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time. It's cemented in my brain. I'm not coming off that stance, right? And that's what LeBron's kind of had to go up against because they keep comparing him to Michael Jordan.
Right.
I think the fact, number one, Michael Jordan's not involved in this conversation at all when it comes to the Steph Curry thing. It's just unique. It's very different.
Yeah.
And I keep thinking back to like when Joe Montana was coming up, Terry Bradshaw hated him on Fox in the late, early 90s.
CBS.
Oh my
Fox.
God, he couldn't stand it. He could not believe that Joe Montana had as many Super Bowls as him.
Right.
And I think one of the things that kind of pisses me off about Joe Montana is he doesn't seem to embrace the current players that well. Whereas contrastly, I look at Steve Young, and Steve Young's constantly embracing the modern era. I found it special that not only does Reggie Miller get geeked out over Steph Curry, Ray Allen seemed genuinely happy last night.
There was no hating.
But that to me was so different because so many times, I'm telling you, in basketball, we always go, our era was better than the current era. You hear that a lot from people.
Yep.
And I thought it was refreshing on one night. Not only did the away arena just completely embrace it, all of the former players and all of his contemporaries around the league, and then all of these other athletes in other sports, everyone was united in giving celebration to Steph Curry. It just, I found it to be quite rare. Because even when Tom Brady's breaking records, Bonte, there's a few people holding, well, he's not Joe. Look at the era
I don't know who's
it in.
doing that right now. That's just ignorance. That's just pure ignorance.
But doesn't that happen?
I don't know.
Like Mike Trout's breaking records. Well, he's not Ken Griffey.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff, and I don't pay attention to people.
It was refreshing that last night was just all about celebrating the player.
Yeah, no, and I mean, there's probably people hating on Steph Curry. You probably just didn't see it.
You might be right. You might be right.
You know what I'm saying? There's probably people. Rob Parker, our good friend Rob Parker from Fox Sports 1 is probably hating on Steph Curry somewhere. It is what it is. I don't really care. I don't really care about people
wasn't
saying
that special?
But yeah, absolutely. I think people celebrated Jerry Rice when he broke the touchdown record.
They did.
You know,
but I kept thinking about what Bud Selig did and then the Hank Aaron message and stuff. Even though Hank sent a message, I don't know. It wasn't, and again, the Barry thing was so different, it wasn't celebrated like this.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't because of the cloud over Barry Bonds' head.
Absolutely.
You know, Steph Curry seems to do it, you know, the way he does it, the way his come up is. Think about it. 3 scholarship offers coming out of high school. Had to go to Davidson.
Hey, James Worthy, your boy, is telling him he's begging North Carolina to look at him.
He said, look at him because he's at least going to have a good GPA and he's going to raise the team GPA. So James Worthy said.
I couldn't believe that.
I couldn't believe that. So he doesn't get the scholarships.
He's
he gets drafted.
Raise the GPA.
Dude, he has the ankle injuries. Nobody thought Steph Curry would turn out to be this Stephen Curry, where he breaks the 3-point record, has 2 MVPs, 3 championships, and the franchise he did it with. The Golden State Warriors were an afterthought in the NBA, so we're going to discuss a lot about
when he was drafted, I was still bitter that Baron Davis opted out and went to the Clippers.
Yeah, that was weak.
I mean, but just think about that. That's where Warrior fans were at that time.
Yeah, the reason why I kind of roll my eyes at LeBron and because he's always tweeting about something, and I don't know if it's...
But at least he's celebrating
but I don't know if it's genuine because... Somebody tweeted something out yesterday where he was like, yeah, Lonzo Ball's going to be a great Laker for many, many years. Lonzo Ball's traded the next year. Oh, Kyle Kuzma, he ain't going nowhere. He's traded the next offseason. Oh, THT, that's my guy. Like,
Brandon Ingram was on that list, too.
Yeah,
I saw that yesterday,
Brandon Ingram was on
too.
that list. Young King, baby. Keep getting better. Like, something about LeBron. And I love LeBron. I did love LeBron for a long, long time. Kind of, he tweets about everything. But I do appreciate other peers saying, hey.
That's the stamp of approval. Whether we in the Bay Area agree or not, you're talking about the second or third or best greatest player of all time. And him giving love to Steph Curry. That's all. It's so rare in sports these days.
No doubt. All right. More coming up. Charles Oakley is going to join us in moments here. And that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charles Oakley to talk about Steph Curry and some battles. It's going to be a lot of fun with Charles Oakley, man. A lot of fun. I got to ask him about Scottie Pippen, too. Scottie Pippen's tripping right now. Anybody read his new book?
Speaking of somebody hating on everyone.
Jeez. Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of the year. It may also be a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Charles Oakley.
And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this next segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And our next guest is an absolute legend. This guy played in the league from 85 to 2004. And we know him as a New York Knick. Growing up, we saw him with those great Knick teams with Patrick Ewing, Anthony Mason, John Starks, Derek Harper, Greg Anthony. Also played with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen with the Bulls. It's Charles Oakley joining the Morning Roast. Charles, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. And look, Oak, you're a legend, man, for so many reasons. So many reasons. And we know not to mess with Oak. I work with Chris Mullen. He has so many great stories about you. But watching Steph Curry break the three-point record at the Garden, what did you think about the record and the whole career of Stephen Curry?
Well, it was, hey, my props go out to Steph and, the hard work he put in to do what he's doing night in, night out. But I saw this when I was in Toronto. I played one with Dale and how Steph and his little brother, his sister, and his mother, they always after practice shooting and playing 2-on-2 or doing this and that. But then you'll see Steph and Vince playing one-on-one. Then they'll play, first one to make a half-court shot wins. So he had the range back when he was 10 years old. So it's all about golf. The muscle memories are still there, and he can just change the whole game of spreading the floor.
So, Charles, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, the game has changed so much. And Mullen was talking about it with Bonte on the pregame and postgame show last night. So much from your guys' era to what's going on now. Do you appreciate the game now, or do you kind of miss some of the physicality?
It's the kids' game now. It's a different ball game, and Steph, the way he and patting this game to be the best shooter of all and stretch the flow out, and it's a copycat league. Him and Clay probably the best two shooters in the last 10, 15 years, and I think that a lot of teams want to get that kind of offense, but guys, you have to work on it. It ain't just going to the gym and going to the game. You got to work in the summertime. You got to work on your craft. You got to be working on it when people don't see you, and that's what Steph was doing. And so for other guys that want to be like that, just be yourself, because it's going to be hard to be like that. And his dad was a great shooter, so he had someone that can show him. But you don't see too many dads shooting like Dale. Dale can stretch the floor. Dale can shoot just like, only difference is Steph can dribble the ball better.
How would you defend Steph Curry, especially those old Knicks teams? Would you guys just rough him up?
No, just trap him, get the ball from him, and then when he pass the ball, force him to the rim. It's just simple basketball. If you got a good defensive coach, most teams, all like football, have a good defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator. So, most team basketball, they say, well, this guy's a good defensive coach. But you see guys these days, they might have been good coaches back in the past, but now they act like they don't understand defense no more. But, for Steph, you have the game plan for him. It ain't like you just play him on the schedule and then go away. But you have to have guys willing to work. It's all about, when you're trapping the ball, it's about work and energy. Because you can get lazy. Once you get lazy, that's when he hits the shots. But he's one of a kind. What he do, move without the ball all the time. A lot of guys don't want to bend a lot of energy. So, he's spending a lot of energy in what he do because he's always on the move.
No doubt. Charles Oakley here on the Morning Roast, 1994 All-Star, all-defensive first team in 1994, nearly averaged a double-double over the course of his career. Charles, when you look at the Garden and Curry doing it at the Garden, tell me what that arena means to you, how special it is, because everybody says it's the world's most famous arena. My guy Shasky hasn't been there yet. I went out there for the All-Star game, and I kind of got a history of it, all not only for basketball, but for boxing and everything else. Tell me what it means to do that in the Garden and how it is playing at the Garden.
It's great. The fans just coming in there and walking around, looking at, it's just like when you go to China to the other countries, you look up and see all the high, skyscrapers or this and that. When you walk in the Garden, you look up at the ceiling, you see all memories what people have been talking about from the boxing, the concerts, some of the greatest people have been through there. some of the, the Big East and all these different tournaments. But if that was my team back in the day, we go. It's the team too. We still got to play against the team. And my thing is, I'm running them off for threes. I'm switching everything. I'm making him just. He got to get it the next night if I was playing. He got to get it the next night. We trying to win too.
Hey, Charles, when I think of the Warriors and their toughness, I think of Draymond Green. What would happen if Charles Oakley and Draymond Green met on the floor?
We met. It won't be a match. I'm 6'9". He's 6'6". He's too small.
Mouse in the house.
He's too small. And the Miles in the house, he's just too small. I ain't know if he's a mouse. Draymond do what he do. I like what he brings to the game. He brings toughness. It's a different era of toughness. I think he did a lot of picks and stuff. He protected his teammates. I mean, my thing is, you only can do what they let you get away with it. So he been getting away with stuff since he's been in the league. Keep playing like that. He ain't just suspended for nothing he ain't done on the court. Draymond is a different type of player in this era, so he's a special player. He said he's the best defensive player ever. I ain't gonna give him all that, but he do guard centers at 6'6". I can't believe the centers let him guard him. If I was a center, it would be a mouse in the house. He would be the mouse.
Oh, Charles Oakley, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I saw you at the 2016 NBA Finals, getting into the Cleveland Cavaliers locker room. You was at the parade. It broke our Warrior. Look, we're all Warrior fans out here, man. It broke our heart to see you riding with the Cavaliers, man, that year. What was up with that, man?
Who I supposed to ride with? I'm from Cleveland. I'm from the land.
You didn't play for Cleveland.
No. They didn't give me them tickets. I flew on United there, and I stayed in the same region. I came to the game. I bought my tickets. I paid $4,000 for my 2 tickets. So we won. I want to celebrate, but they was kind of disrespectful. I guess they was mad because I guess the Warriors, the people who work in security and people at the game. People at the game was real friendly, though. But the security guard, I always have problems with security guard everywhere I go for some reason. But sometimes people can't take losing. I mean, you're 3-1. You're supposed to, don't blame Cleveland, blame the
Warriors. Hey, Charles, you said you always got beef with security guard. Yeah. I don't get why people try you, man.
Yeah, why?
Look, Carl, I don't know. You're never going to remember this, Oak, but at Summer League, I tried to get you on video to do some questions, and you're like, what, man? Come on, ask some kids. And somebody said, Bonte, man, that's Charles Oakley, man. Why you trying to try Oak? And I was like, man, you right. And I just went back to the media section. Why do people try to try you, man?
I don't know. I mean, I guess they want to be the headlines on the paper. But, I don't know. It's just life. But I try to keep my cool and calm at all time. But, sometimes when they say they push that button, it's time to go.
Hey, I heard you're a big golfer, right? And we were talking to Eddie Johnson a couple of weeks ago, and he basically said if I wanted to golf with him, I have to bring some cash. If I wanted to golf with you, Oak, what would I have to bring?
Bring your clubs, bring your stuff, and probably bring me a turkey burger sandwich or so.
Okay, that sounds good.
I ain't mad at that.
I might have to do that.
Look, Oak, you ever going back to MSG, man? The guard needs you, man. The guard needs you. And when you forgive the owner or
you know what they say? Sometimes you got to look at the mirror inside yourself. That's what the guard needs. Some people in that organization need to look inside themselves and why things is going left, not right. They say it's best to go right than left, so they going left. And, it's just like, last year they had a good year, and I was telling everybody, be careful about food goals, because last year, nobody expected them to do what they was doing. So they got, top 4 seeds. This year's not over, but my thing is, you don't see the chemistry. Something is missing, because when you finish top 4, and you're supposed to be on the way up, you're supposed to be trying to finish in the top 2 or 3 the following year. So they got a lot of work to do. The guys got to realize that this is New York. The fans ain't going to give you nothing. They're going to boo you when you don't play well, and because my thing is they expect more. When fans expect more, you better go get some more.
Yeah, well, Evan Fournier is making $78 million over 4 years. He scored 2 points last night, Oak. That's called stealing, man.
Hey.
That's called stealing money. What would you do to change the Knicks?
It ain't stealing money. They give away. When a guy goes to 2 different teams, 3 different teams in 6 months, and then you won't give him a big deal. And, like Kimbo. They signed Kimbo, and Kimbo just left Charlotte, went to Boston, went to OKC. Instead of just doing your homework and trying to get a good guy in the draft, and hopefully that you can get lucky, instead of just saying, I got money, I'm going to flex my collar all the time. That ain't working in the NBA. Now it's a special type of art in the NBA. You got to get that special player And you see over the last couple of years, 3 or 4 years, the league, the talent is, LeBron probably gonna play till he's 30. Curry can play till he's 20, 25 because ain't no talent coming in. You playing what's already out there, so you killing what's out there. So what's coming in, you're gonna kill them too.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Charles Oakley, if you can't fix the New York Knicks, man, you're always welcome to come out here to Chase Center and be an honorary Warrior fan. We'd love to have you on our side, man.
Well,
we need an enforcer.
You know what? Even though when y'all beat us in Cleveland, y'all poured us champagne in the locker room, I did go to their victory party with that might have been the year before, but KD and your GM and president always honor me and say, "Oh, if you want to come to a Warrior game, come out. We'll show you a good time." And I take my hat off to them guys, so they didn't have to say nothing to me. I'm a Cleveland fan, but I like a lot of the GMs and owners in the league because they respect players. There's a few of them don't, but we finna get all the ones who don't respect the players. We're gonna try to do something with them.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get them out the game, especially that owner in New York City, man.
But we're gonna do something to them.
Charles, I'm still scared of you, and I like you a lot.
I'm not a bad guy. I got a memoir coming out next month, right?
Oh, really? Well, and it's your birthday in 2 days.
Let me tell you right now. I'm going to tell you, this book might be the bestseller 3 years in a row.
Oh, okay.
We got to check this out.
And any dirty secrets in that book?
I'm gonna come back on the air next month, right before February.
Okay.
So
you're always welcome.
I'm gonna let y'all know. It's some stirs in this book, and you're gonna have a seatbelt on to read it.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'll put my helmet on.
Well, you know what? Mullins told me some stories here, and we just know you're a bad
Give me a Mullins story.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. It's not for the air, man. I'm not gonna do that to Oak. Hey, Oak. Enjoy your birthday in 2 days, man. You deserve it.
Right.
You're welcome to come back on the air.
I want a Mullins story next time.
We'll have some stories for you. Oak, we'll look for the book.
Mullen's my guy. Mullen, St. John's guy. I rep with St. John. Jason Williams, Mark Jackson, all them guys. So much love out to the St. John's.
No doubt.
Doing well this year.
No doubt.
Thanks,
man,
Charles.
you're great, man. You're coming back on the air.
Even though they're playing a lot of moms and pops teams, so we'll
Oh, man, when you come to the Bay Area, we're getting you a studio, man.
Yes.
You're getting you a studio, all right?
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Anytime. Charles Oakley here on the Morning Roast. We'll react to that interview coming up here. We got to run Warriors Talk. On the other side, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We'll react to Oak plus take your calls. 888-957-9570. Steph Curry made history last night. Warrior fans, how do you feel? What was your favorite moment from this journey to become the three-point king that Steph Curry is? Your call's coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Congratulations to the greatest shooter of all time.
He got it! Curry!
On becoming the NBA all-time three-point leader.
Curry with three, takes a three for the win. He got it!
Stephen Curry.
Are you kidding me? Curry fades into a three. Splash! Ridiculous by Curry.
It all happens here on 95.7. The Game.
Golden State realizes one good thing about the upcoming holiday is you might have more time on your hands for projects. Thinking about remodeling next year? Maybe you're considering new doors or windows like me and my wife are. Well, then you're going to want to do what we did and visit Golden State Window and Door. You may be surprised with the various styles they got available. For windows, they have the double hung, casement, awning, sliders. They even have the fixed windows. And then there are the bifold windows and doors. Color and design are something that you also have to consider. So save yourself some time.
Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I been Steph Curry with the shot, been cooking with the sauce, Chef Curry with the pot, boy.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Yo, man, we really with the boy. Yeah, really with the. I should probably sign a hit, boy, because I got all the hits, boy.
That beat is hard.
I didn't see Drake there last night when Steph broke the record.
No,
Did
he
you?
wasn't there. He wasn't there. Maybe he'll be in Toronto Saturday night when the Warriors visit the Raptors on this 5-game road trip. Warriors now 2-1 on the road trip. They play Boston Friday and then Toronto Saturday.
Nice.
I mean, I see Steph Saturday against Toronto. He may get a little rest, although the Warriors do have 2 days off before they play the Boston Celtics, as Steph Curry became the three-point king. He was 2 away from surpassing Ray Allen going into last night's game. He had 5 last night, 5 threes in all, and it's 29, 74, and counting for Stephen Curry. So 888-957-9570. We want to hear from Dub Nation, their thoughts on Steph Curry. Where did you watch it at? Who are you with? What were you thinking in that moment? Did you cry? Were you celebrating? I want to hear from Dub Nation on how you watched that historic moment last night with 7:33 left in the first quarter. Steph Curry becoming the three-point king.
Another random thing that popped in my head last night is everyone kept saying, like, what's next for Steph Curry? What would be the next cherry on the top? Is it one more title? Like, what's the next? Forget MVPs. Like, the individual accolades, I feel like now, like, I'm not saying that they wouldn't add to the legacy. Of course they would. But what's next? And I know we're soaking in what happened last night and him becoming the three-point record breaker, and he's going to obviously set that number way out there. Who knows? I don't even want to talk about who could eventually, maybe someday break it. Forget that. What's next for him? And this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Quick aside, we had Charles Oakley on, and Oak is just the greatest. I heard a Golf Channel interview with him one time, and Bonte, you know how at a golf course there's the green, right? That's where you putt, and you're not supposed to drive your cart up to the green.
And Oakley did.
Well,
I once did. True story. Back in 1998 at the U.S. Olympic Club.
Yeah.
George Washington High School football team. We were up there doing, working there at the U.S. Open and raise money for the football team. I think it was like hole 4. We all took our carts and kind of hit some donuts on a putting green. Oh. It's probably disrespectful.
Probably.
We have fun.
Jeez. Shout out to superintendents out there. But Charles Oakley, they were interviewing somebody from his club, and they were like, the first couple of weeks Charles joined the club, everyone's like, he's getting that cart a little too close to the green. And so, somebody walked up to Charles Oakley, and they said, Charles, you don't want to be that close to the green. And Charles jumped out of the cart and said, isn't the entire course green? And the guy goes, you're right, Charles. It just backs off of him.
Charles Oakley. I was there at Oracle Arena Game 7 2016 when he was trying to get into the Cleveland Cavaliers locker room. Oak is a dude you do not want to mess with.
Oh, you think?
You don't want to mess with. You say, what does Curry need?
Yeah. I'm just thinking, what could be the cherry on top? Because last night was a coronation of Steph Curry's career.
925. Finals MVP. Shut up, everybody who cares so much about finals. Oh, he doesn't have a finals MVP because he's not the greatest player on the team.
He should have won the 2015 one. Is that what we're doing?
It's
the same way I look at the Renneria MVP for the World Series in 2010. In my opinion, it was Lincecum, right?
Yeah.
And no one could tell me otherwise. I don't care what they voted. My heart told me it was Lincecum. My heart told me and my brain told me it was Steph Curry for that. Go back to that Game 5. Go back to the second half.
Yeah, maybe that's a cherry on top, though, that
that's
actually
true.
Have it.
Okay.
30,000 point club. 2 more titles. By the way, 415 said he was listening to Tim Roy in a Caldecott tunnel. I got emotional when I saw him hug his mom. The fact she wasn't on the floor when he broke the record broke my heart. That's not great story. She was on the floor, though. The fact that she was able to hug her son right then and there after he got pulled from the game.
Awesome.
That was awesome. I
thought it was special the way both teams kind of soaked in the moment, and they stopped the play, obviously, and he was super fired up, and it just seemed like the entire arena was waiting for it to happen, and just the pomp and circumstance surrounding it, because I didn't know if they would stop the game. I mean, I kind of thought that someone would take a foul and they'd have a moment to kind of soak it in, but I didn't know. But to see that thing go down the way it did, and to see him get so emotional, that kind of took me back. I don't know why, but in my mind, I was like, he's just going to play it off. He's gonna keep it moving. But clearly, this is something that was special to him, and I think that's the thing that kind of, I was like, wow, I didn't think he would get this emotional over it.
it was great. It was a great moment to see him. I mean, when you think about all the stars in Madison Square Garden and doing that record in front of Ray Allen and Reggie Miller and them appreciating him and really soaking in that moment, I kind of wasn't surprised about it. I mean, they stopped the game. He finally got it done. Because think about it, the build-up from the Portland game.
That's true.
To this road trip, and the way the road trip started in Philadelphia, and he's struggling a bit. You think about the struggles over the last 7 games for Stephen Curry, where he's shooting under 40% from the field and the three-point line. That's not Steph Curry like.
No.
It's a 50-40-90 guy. 50% from the field, 40% from three, 90% for the free throw line. He was in the 30s. So, to have all that emotion of breaking that record, that was great. That was great to see. By the way, we're going to talk a lot of Steph today, but I do want to pass along some news and notes. Baker Mayfield tested positive for COVID-19. He may be out Saturday against the Raiders. And also, D Ford is telling teammates, his 49er teammates, that he's expected to be released later on today. So, D Ford does not look good.
Well,
D Ford is going to get released. It's unfortunate, but at one point this year, D Ford did look good. D Ford looks good. Now he doesn't.
Let's get back to Steph.
No thoughts on D Ford?
Today's not the day for my D Ford thoughts. I'll have plenty of them tomorrow.
Why, you irate over it?
Well, no, they just spent way too much money. I have all these numbers that I could throw at you, but it's 6:57 on a morning where Steph Curry broke the 3-point record. I know. No, I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying, I need to resist the temptation to talk D Ford because I'll start screaming and yelling. And today's just not that day.
Yeah, that's
so here, let's
nobody should ever scream and yell over D Ford.
Well, they spent a lot of money on him. They spent a lot of money on him. I mean, Jesus criminy. Steph Curry, you and I have opportunities where different markets will call us up and we'll do like a radio hit. Just the way we'll bring in people from other markets to tell us things. Last night I got a call from my buddy Bill Schmidt, and he's a Milwaukee, Wisconsin guy, and he's talking to me, and we're talking about Steph Curry, and he taps in on YouTube and watches this all the time, and he goes, Joe, I was thinking about it because they talk so much about Giannis being a lifer for the Milwaukee Bucks. And they talk so much about Aaron Rodgers. If he ends up staying, it would be in such contrast to Brett Favre. And if you just look at this era of athletes, so few stay in one spot. And I think we hyper focus on the NBA because, LeBron James has bounced around a bunch of different teams, but it's not the only sport. Brett Favre, Joe Montana, all these guys outside of Elway, a lot of these guys switch teams. Peyton Manning switched teams. Tom Brady has now switched teams. But I look at the NBA in particular because there is a lot of bouncing around in that league. It's Kobe, it's Dirk, it's Tim Duncan, and it's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And all those other guys, for the most part, were drafted in the 90s, Bonte.
Yeah.
Steph Curry was drafted in the mid-2000s, and to have him do it with one team, I do think that makes it very special, and I think the connection and the bond between this fan base and that player going through all the trials and tribulations of becoming a good team, then becoming a champion, and then bringing Durant on, then falling back down to earth. He could have ejected at any moment and picked another team or gone somewhere else.
Right.
And he never did. And you were talking about he's more than just a three-point shooter. And he is. He's a great, great, great all-around basketball player. But I also think he's the greatest teammate that I've ever seen in this market.
Yeah,
that's my particular opinion.
In this market,
I think he's the best teammate I've ever seen.
Yeah, in this market,
he's never thrown the organization under the bus.
In this market,
he's never thrown a player on his team under the bus.
And it's crazy because who do we have on the other day? We've talked a lot about. Actually, we're talking about this on pre and post, where the Warriors basically told the Milwaukee Bucks, "Who do you want?
Yeah,
Monte Ellis or Stephen Curry?"
It's crazy.
The Bucks, and I've heard from multiple people about this story. Bucks. And Larry Riley will disagree with it, but basically the Bucks had a choice, and they were like, we're going with Monte because we don't know about the injuries of Stephen Curry because of the ankle.
The $44 million 4-year deal.
Oh, was because of the ankle injury.
Yeah, but also people, even when he got, they're like, oh, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Remember when people said that?
Well, and then that money helped them get Kevin Durant.
Absolutely.
Curry getting that deal. So, when you think about guys, Larry Bird, a lifetime Celtic. Kevin McHale, a lifetime Celtic. Magic Johnson, a lifetime Laker. James Worthy, a lifetime Laker.
Those are guys from the 80s.
Those are guys from the 80s. You don't see that too much.
Magic was drafted in 79.
Yeah, but Isaiah Thomas, lifetime Piston. You don't see that. That's why I go back, though. I look at all those guys. You know what I'm saying? I go back to that. Those are great accomplishments to do it with one team.
That's
Kobe doing it for 20. So, you look at today's young players, young stars. Zion already looks like he's going to be gone from New Orleans.
I mean, it looks like he gave up on New Orleans before it even started.
Dude, Karl Anthony Towns at one point is not going to be in Minnesota.
I don't
it just
even
feels
put
like
Cat in the same breath as some of these other. But,
but
he
was an all-star. Luka is a youngster. I'm just thinking about the younger generation of guys who could, potentially be with one organization. Trae Young, will he be with Atlanta throughout his career?
I don't know.
He does have a great connection with that city. Yeah. He does feel like Atlanta, and he has that culture. But I don't know. It's so hard, and people we may have 3 guys on this team that become lifelong warriors.
Well, listen to the
Draymond Green,
commercial.
Klay Thompson, and Stephen Curry.
They did it we celebrated the San Francisco Giants for the 3 players playing 10 years together.
Right.
Baseball, there's no salary cap. Now, there is a threshold on luxury tax, but there's no salary cap. Do you know how difficult it is in the modern NBA with player movement being what it is and the salary cap ramifications that you have to keep these guys? Oklahoma City couldn't keep James Harden, Westbrook, and Durant together for 3 years. You know what I mean? Right. And we've kept this team together for 10. And here's the thing that I'm most impressed about, Steph. All the losing over the last couple of years. And now last year they fought tooth and nail to get back to the playoffs, but all the losing, at some point, it would have been natural and okay and totally fine with everyone if you'd have said, I'm just frustrated. Just literally just voice a little frustration. Right. B, at one point, at any time in the last 2.5, 3 years, have you heard a peep of negativity?
No,
from
because he understood the process. He understood that Klay Thompson was hurt.
How few guys do?
Right, but that's what makes Steph one-on-one.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what makes Steph one-on-one. That's why, with LeBron James set hopping all over the place and having all these super teams. All right, yeah, and that's why the Miami Heat thing, when people get on Kevin Durant from leaving OKC, and he says, no, I'm just tired of it. I like how they play.
Yeah.
Nobody gives the Heatles any heat. They got swept under the rug. They plotted to join forces for 2 years. For 2 years. To me, that's weak. That's weak to me. And it was great basketball.
You know what, Bonte?
It was great basketball.
I'm a believer that's their prerogative.
Yeah, but you know what? That's weak, though.
Want.
That's weak to be 2 years. That's selling out you're plotting to join forces for 2 full seasons. What does that say about your teammates?
Well, that doesn't mean that you weren't trying your hardest with your teammates.
I get Dwayne Wade saying, hey, come down to South Beach, play with me in Miami. We're rebuilding. Yeah. We're going to have money, yada, yada, yada. LeBron James is helping the Cleveland Cavaliers go to the NBA Finals. And you're already thinking about set hopping and going to South Beach. To me, that was weak. But anyway, I want to get on LeBron James. Well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Let's go to Chris, who's in New York City.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Chris, good morning. You're on the roast. Did you happen to be at the game?
Yeah. I live in San Francisco. I listen to you guys all the time. And,
thank you.
I bought a ticket. I bought a ticket to see the game last week.
Wow.
It just so happened to be the game that Seth broke the record, so I got really lucky.
How much did it hit you for that ticket?
We got to ask.
And,
how much did the ticket hit you for? Yeah, how much did the ticket hit you for?
It was $500 per ticket, and I think the tickets were probably $2,000 by the time the game started last night.
Did you consider selling?
No, hell no.
All right, good man. So, how did that moment feel in the Garden?
But listen, I got to tell you, what happened after the game.
Okay.
I went back to my hotel and. Super coincidentally, that's where Steph decided to have his party.
Oh. And?
So as I was finishing my cocktail, Del Curry walks in and a whole group of guys. I think Barbosa was there. And then I'm just hanging out there, kind of waiting for Steph to show up. And then KD walks in. And I make eye contact with KD, and he's there for 2 minutes. and then he leaves.
Huh.
So he kind of like paid his respects, and then he kind of took off.
Wow, they did play in Brooklyn last
So
night.
apparently Smith was there, but I never saw him.
Hey, you know what? The Brooklyn Nets did play at Barclays Center last night, so good story, Chris. Good story. We got to get some. We got to find out about that. We got to do some investigating.
Well, I mean, that's cool. Number one, if that's true. Number two, I was a little worried. The energy was off with Chris. You know, when we start to talk, he started to talk, and then we both paused. He paused, and then I didn't know if there was a point of the story. But then we got to the point of the story, and we arrived at our destination.
No doubt about that. Tsunami, San Jose. Tsunami, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Man, what a special night last night. I know everybody's been saying that, but just so many emotions. When he hit that three-pointer, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, man. A couple tears rolled down my eyes. And then the thing that struck me the most was actually Draymond Green. You know, we get on his ass. Sorry about that. We get on him for a lot of things, right? But he's such a great teammate, and you saw that last night, man. And then at the end of the press conference when he was saying the only thing missing was Klay Thompson, man, I felt so bad. My wife was telling me, she's like, that was the only thing that was missing. Draymond hit the nail on the head. He was such a great master of ceremonies, man. I love Draymond.
You know what?
Really,
it's a great point, and I actually think that we haven't given him enough credit. He's matured. In the last 6 months, I feel like I've seen a different version of Draymond Green that just seems a little more mature, a little more seasoned. I'm with you on that.
The tsunami's gone. We got some sound coming up here. Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry. Langford, go ahead, hit Draymond Green on Steph Curry and this accomplishment.
Anytime you have the opportunity to play in the Garden, it's special. You had the opportunity to break an all-time record here. That takes things to new heights, just to a totally different level. So I don't think there's any better place in the world where it could have happened than in Madison Square Garden. So it's very special. I think the only thing missing for me is Klay not being here. Just the road travel to get here. Klay was a huge part of that. So, if anything could have been different, it was that. But other than that, very, very, very special night for a special person, for a special player. Very special. It's great to be a part of.
It was cool to see Klay Thompson's jersey hanging up next to Steph's locker. That was pretty cool alongside Ray Allen and Reggie Miller. By the way, you know that picture Klay had on Instagram or the story about him in the mountains on National Mountain Day? Mm-hmm. He actually sent that to close friends.
Oh.
And somebody leaked it out there, and Klay was not happy about that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's weak. Whoever did that.
Oh.
If you get a close friend's photo, you're a close friend. You're not supposed to share that.
Oh, yeah, the green.
The green, yeah. You're not supposed to leak that. All right? Somebody was looking for some clout or some clicks, and somebody leaked that.
That sound courtesy of 1951. I don't know if you noticed.
I'm not going to rip it. Let's hear from Steph Curry on the record.
Was that on the Zoom call yesterday?
Yeah, maybe.
What was that in?
We got it done. Hey, Langford, hit me with the Steph Curry on the record at MSG.
It was a beautiful, I'll call it ending to this last week, and the build up to getting this number, and it was a special atmosphere. I knew the Garden would deliver in terms of just how iconic this place is, but I can't say it enough. I appreciate so much the way the fans embraced the moment with me and let me just kind of get lost in it. And I could feel it once I took the shot on the wing, and it felt good, looked good in the wind. It felt like we were at home. And I didn't really realize that we were going to foul and that there was going to be a timeout and all that. It was just a special moment for sure that I appreciate, and I'll remember for the rest of my life in terms of what it means to me to pass Ray, a guy, him and Reggie, and guys I looked up to coming into the game. So definitely special.
Do you remember the name Mike Bassick?
Oh, yeah. Washington National Pictures does radio in Dallas. He gave up the home run to Barry Bonds to break the all-time record.
Do people remember that?
I think more and more some people do.
Do you remember Jimenez?
I don't remember which
The one
Jimenez.
from Colorado. He ended up giving up the final home run ever to Barry Bonds.
Ubaldo Jimenez.
Yeah.
I do not remember that, but
Okay.
I do remember Ubaldo Jimenez, who had that one great first half of the season with the Colorado Rockies where his ERA was filthy.
Yeah.
And he was never the same after that.
Well, I think he had another no-no with Cleveland, but I could be wrong. Point being is that, do you think people are going to remember the Andrew Wiggins pass?
Probably not. Probably
You
not.
think that gets lost in time?
Probably.
I did think it was really cool that Draymond Green set a little like on-ball screen and
Right.
Steph came on down and kind of dribbled into the tying one.
Right.
And then the second one was kind of like him setting a screen, popping out. Like It was very poetic, both three-pointers. It kind of embodied everything that he's about.
Let's squeeze in Tamir before we get to the break. My main man, Tamir, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? The moment was great for me. And then I got to share with my basketball team. We had a game yesterday at 5:30, so we got to watch it on our big screen in the locker room before there. So for me, I seen like Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, but those young guys, Steph is their dude. So to bring the whole moment for them to see Steph break the record, and like you said, Bonte, he's from our backyard, plays for our team. It's made it priceless too. And then, Shaq, to go with you real quick, I think people remember the Wiggins pass because social media and stuff now, it's on video, so they'll always see who passed the ball to Steph Curry on that game-winning shot. I mean, the record shot. So they'll always remember Wiggins made that pass.
Yeah, no doubt about that. That's a great moment in time. We got to run here.
Thanks, Tamir.
We got Larry Riley. Tamir, thank you for the call. Larry Riley, 7:30, the guy who drafted Stephen Curry. We'll get into some stories with him coming up at 7:30. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Congratulations to the greatest shooter of all time.
He got it! Curry!
On becoming the NBA all-time three-point leader.
Curry with three, takes a three for the win. He got it!
Stephen Curry.
Are you kidding me?
Curry fades into a three.
Splash! Ridiculous by Curry.
It all happens here on 95.7. The Game.
1 week, 7 days, me versus Bonte. 3-point shooting, masterclass style. And last night, the master of 3-point shooting, Steph Curry, was on full display. But you can check out Masterclass if you download the app. I mean, come on. Do you want to learn how to shoot 10 toes toward the rim and stroke down threes like you're Steph Curry? Well, you got to download Masterclass because it offers exclusive classes on a wide variety of topics taught by all the world-class masters at the top of their field. You can explore at your own pace, and what's great about it is there's 20 lessons per class, 9-10 minutes per lesson, and each class has these downloadable workbooks, exercises, recipes, videos, so much more. With over 100 classes from these wide range instructors, all the things I've ever wanted to do, much closer than I ever thought. So this holiday, I'll give you one annual membership and you can get one for free. But you have to go to masterclass.com/thegame today. That's masterclass.com/thegame. Terms apply.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. For turning your living room into your office and your gym. For teaching grandma how to video call. And teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger. Every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one? Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
95.7 95.7 The Game presents Jerry Rice Unplugged.
It was that fear of failure that just really pushed me to excel.
An in-depth conversation with the GOAT on all 95.7 The Game's social media. Jerry Rice Unplugged is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, helping builders and contractors succeed since 1954. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
One of the season's best gifts doesn't go under the tree. It comes out of the oven. Because right now, Lucky California has beef ribeye roast bone-in, sold in the bag for just $5.99 a pound. Limit 1. We'll cut out the bone and tie it back up. Or slice it as steaks for you, all for free. And 12 packs of Modelo, Corona, Heineken, and Stella Artois are only $11.99. Limit 2. Be merry, be home for the holidays with Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason. We get it. It's your business and you need to see every single hire. But you really don't want to go through every single resume. You need Indeed, the all-in-one hiring platform that makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. With smart tools like Instant Match, you instantly get a list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed fit your job description the minute you
for the holidays, in case you're out and about shopping, you got the kids out of school, maybe you're traveling, have the Odyssey app downloaded because you don't want to miss the news about Klay Thompson on when he may return to the Golden State Warriors lineup. It could be happening sooner rather than later. Klay Thompson could be returning very, very soon here. We'll see. But you want to have that Odyssey app as Steph Curry breaks the all-time three-point record yesterday with the most made threes in NBA history, surpassing Ray Allen last night at the Garden. Warriors do win the game, too, by the way. Warriors won a game over the Knicks, 105-96 with a big third quarter. Knicks stink. Alec Burks went 2 for 10 from the three-point line. Evan Fournier, who signed a 4-year, $78 million deal in the offseason with the New York Knicks, scored 2 points last night, went 1 for 5 from the floor, 0 for 4 from 3. Kemba Walker, not even playing right now. I mean, the Knicks are an absolute mess. They're a catastrophe. But the Warriors, they get the second straight win. Third game of this 5-game road trip, and Steph Curry finally makes history. And now we can move on here. But 888-957-9570. Where were you at when Steph Curry broke the record? And is there any debate that he's the greatest shooter of all time? Is there any debate? Like, because I don't look at him as just a shooter. I look at him as a hooper. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to shooting, still, some people say, man, Kyle Korver, Doug McDermott. They're not so pure shooters. Reggie Miller, Klay Thompson. I don't think there's any debate he's the greatest shooter of all time.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So, yeah. But for a second, you know what my favorite thing is that you do? And you do it probably once a week. You don't do it all the time. But you do it probably once a week. What's that? When you completely undress and dismiss a team for stinking. For example,
once a week?
you just call it what you see it. Like the Knicks stink. I love that.
They do stink.
I love it.
I mean, teams stink. They need to be called out for it.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of sports. You have teams that you can stat pad against.
Yeah, you stat pad against the New York Knicks.
Exactly.
You stat pad against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Exactly.
You stat pad against the Orlando Magic. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You stat pad against, I don't know, sometimes the Minnesota Timberwolves. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of teams that stink in the NBA. There's a lot of stinky teams. A lot of stinky. PU, you stink. Like, there's a lot of mediocre teams in the NFL. Like, oh, man, it's tough to watch.
Number 2.
Like, man, like, League Pass, I feel like I'm wasting my money on League Pass.
Why is that?
It's like 6 teams to watch.
Oh.
All right?
Well, that's fine. I'm watching that game last night, and you referenced something. We're going to get back into Steph specifically. But, boy, second half, didn't it feel like a lot of the weight of everything had been lifted from the Warriors?
No doubt.
And it felt like the 3-ball number 1 was dropping for him. Bielitsa, nice little game for Bielitsa.
Dude, off the bench.
I don't want to
get a little Bia.
I don't want to get a little too deep into the game because the game, the
game was secondary.
It was, but just for a minute or two because we're gonna have Larry Riley on just to talk about the Knicks situation and
5 for
Steph.
5, 4 for 4 from the 3-point line.
How about
Bielitsa,
Wiggins?
14 points.
Wiggins looked good.
13 points in the second half.
How about Jordan Poole?
Got to the free throw line.
I'm feeling Andy made a great cross-court pass to Kevon Looney.
He didn't shoot well, 3 for 11 last night, but 13 for 13 from the free throw line.
13.
Got to the line.
How many times has Steph gotten to the free throw line 13 times in his career?
I don't think he got to the free throw line 13 times in the last 5 games.
Wow. That's incredible.
I mean, I'm dead serious.
That's incredible. Well, that's the one thing that's kind of rare about him as a scorer. Like, if we were just saying overall scorer, a lot of great scorers sometimes get themselves going by going to the free throw line. Whereas Steph Curry doesn't really get those opportunities to go to the free throw line as much. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I was really encouraged by how they played in the second half, moving forward for the team itself, if you just put the record to the side, because it just felt like they were free.
They were free. Look, the fourth quarter, they go 7 for 15 from the 3-point line in the fourth quarter. And you know who got it going? And he's been struggling. He was like 4 for his last 30 from the 3-point line. Damian Lee was 7 points there. Cut to the basket for 2 tough layups. Had a couple threes go in and out. Finally got a 3 to drop.
Yeah, on
he
the
scored
side.
7 in that fourth quarter. Wet balls. Yeah, well, come on now. There was a lot of wet balls. Bielitsa, 3 for 3 in that fourth quarter. 2 threes. Andrew Wiggins 7 points in that fourth quarter. So they did it without Steph, and then Steph comes in, of course, scores 5. So the Warriors get a much-needed victory, and they shoot the ball well in that fourth quarter. So that was encouraging to see. Now they get a couple days off. We got our boy Chris texting us left and right, said, hey, I was there. I'll show you guys video where KD was at the hotel last night. Well, it is a possibility, because Brooklyn was in town hosting the Raptors. And I wonder how many times that happens, where Brooklyn's playing a game cross town, hosting an NBA game, and the Knicks are doing it simultaneously. Like, how often does that happen? That's pretty cool if you're in New York City to see that happening. But Steph Curry becomes a 3-point king. Larry Riley will join us in moments here on the Morning Roast in about 6.5 minutes. And it's going to be fascinating to hear his stories about Steph Curry. So, Bia, let's go. Bonte just redeemed himself by dropping that beat. Thank you, 240. 240 is not happy about me bringing up D Ford for 5 seconds. All right, just 5 seconds, just passing along news. There's other news in the sports world.
There is.
You know, there is. But it's Steph Day.
D Ford looks gone.
D Ford looks good.
Did you just do that live on air right now?
Yeah.
That was really good.
I appreciate that.
Steven, I really enjoy
It's my
your
Bielitsa
humor.
game this morning.
I like it. You're a catch and shoot kind of guy.
See if I can go 4 for 4 from 3 by the end of the show.
Oh, man. 888-957-9570. Where were you watching that game at last night? What do you remember from that game last night? What do you remember about Steph Curry's journey on his way to becoming a three-point king?
When did you doubt him the most?
That's a good question. When did I doubt him the most?
Because I'll tell you exactly when I
before the Monte trade.
Okay.
Or right around the Monte trade, because I was like, man, they're going all in with Steph Curry, huh? And this ankle injury. It's like, damn, man. Like, all right, that's kind of cool. Like, I guess, is it going to work? But as a Warrior fan, you're like, you know what? Nothing's ever going to work. So they trade Monte. You let you bring in Andrew Bogut, who was hurt. We don't see the vision. You're a Warrior fan. You've seen all these bad moves over and over and over again. Joe Lacob gets booed at Chris Muller's retirement night at Oracle Arena. Now he gets booed for not only trading Monte Ellis, but for saying that he's going to move the team to San Francisco. People were not happy at Oracle Arena. I'm just thinking, man, it's the same old song with the Golden State Warriors. So I wasn't really outraged. I was just like, nothing's ever going to work out here.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think my lowest Steph approval was right there what you're talking about, right around the time that they swung the deal to move off of Monte and they were going to go all in on him because I'm sitting there, I'm going like, oh my God, we're really going to do this?
Right.
We're really going to go all in on this guy who hasn't stayed any healthy at all. But I distinctly remember the way they finished that 2012-2013 season down the stretch after basically tanking to get Harrison Barnes. People forget that. I mean, they basically tanked to get Harrison Barnes. I'll never forget that Denver series, but it wasn't the Denver series. It was game 1 against San Antonio, and the way they went up against those battle-tested superstars.
That was when you started to believe?
Well, that was when I realized, like, this is real.
Yeah.
When I saw them do that against the Spurs, and they lost that game. They were up 20 with 6 minutes to go, and Kent Bazemore gets a 3 rained on him by Ginobili because Richard Jefferson can't finish an and one.
Well, Richard Jefferson was awful
and
down
then
the stretch.
smoked 2 layups.
You know what was impressive about that, though? They came back and won game 2.
I know.
And that series was 2-2 after 4. And I remember being at game 6. I was at game 4, then I was at game 6. Curry's ankle was beat up then in that series. Jared Jack. That was a Jared Jack series where dribble,
Carl Landry.
dribble. Carl Landry. Harrison Barnes had a great series, too, against Ginobili.
He scored 20 points at 20 years old. And he was, the Black Falcon flies high. Remember that statement?
I remember it. And then he started coming off the bench the next season. And that was a mistake when Andre Iguodala got traded. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, when they beat Iggy in that first round, because Iggy used to sit in the second quarter, and then I remember he had the old legs. And I'm like, dude, Iggy can't. Once he rests, this is when you take a lead. And they just showed this unity against Denver. But again, it was like Denver. George Karl, kind of a loser, always loses playoff games. I didn't believe in Denver. What they did against San Antonio, I'll never forget it. I remember standing the entire series, pacing around, watching those games. And I'm saying, this is Parker. This is Ginobili, and this is Tim Duncan with Greg Popovich.
And Kawhi, young Kawhi.
But he wasn't the Kawhi that we would know
but
now.
A young Kawhi, though.
Yeah, and I just remember thinking to myself, like, these are battle-tested champions. Now, I think the Spurs went on to win it that year, and I know they went to the finals that year, but I think
they lost to 7 that year, I believe.
Well, they lost to the Heat?
They lost to 7. The year the Clippers beat the Warriors in the first round, that's when the Spurs won it and smoked the Heat in 5.
So that was the Ray Allen shot year or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay. So point being is I know that they went to the finals. The Warriors had them. Like they just had them. They were a little too early. Then they take the step back the year after and they play the Clippers. And obviously everyone remembers the game 7. I'm fighting for my life wearing the all black Mark Jackson.
Joe Lacob sitting right behind him scowling at him.
I don't think people will remember. We were tied with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Game 7 against I thought at the time a superior LA Clipper team, and Bogut doesn't go in Game 7, and they fire the coach. I mean, this could have gone sideways in his career so many different times, so many different ways. And you obviously are referencing, moving Iguodala, to the bench after he was being a starter. And there's so many little things. The David Lee injury and Draymond Green's ascension. There's so many things that could have derailed where they're at as an organization and where he's at in his career.
No doubt.
And yet they've persevered the entire time. It's just incredible.
No, it is incredible. That Spurs series
is one of the great series.
I remember watching
in Warrior history.
It's funny. That game, I remember watching Game 6 against OKC in the 2016 Western Conference Finals. My guy Igor Spivak, who now lives in Vegas. that first Spurs game, Spurs Warriors. Igor Spivak was at my house, and they were up 20. I remember looking up saying, Dubs are up 20 on the Spurs, bro.
It was unreal.
On the Spurs.
The baby Dubs.
The baby Dubs with Klay Thompson. He was lighting his game.
Why doesn't anyone ever bring that series up?
No,
that was the light years series. They were so ahead of their time.
Well, that was a progression series, right? A young team on the rise. It was kind of like OKC when Westbrook and KD played against Kobe. And it was 2-2 after 4, right? And it was like their growing up series.
Yeah, they're
not going to win.
Yes.
But you know what? You could see the potential. You could see the vision. That was that series because they had, like you said, they beat Denver in 6 games as a number 6 seed. Denver was a 3 seed. They smoked Denver, won all those games at Oracle Arena, go 3-0, and then they had the Spurs down 20 in game 1. They lose that game in overtime, but I thought it was more impressive that they bounced back in game 2 because you don't see young teams. Young teams usually they lose that first game in the fashion that they did, and they get blown out in game 2.
Yes.
They bounce back in game 2. They win that game, and it was 1-1. And the Spurs end up stealing that game on a Friday night. But then on Easter Sunday, when they won the day game at Oracle, it's like 2-2 after 4 against the Spurs. And I remember after game 6, the crowd was chanting for the Warriors to come back out to the floor. And they came back out, and the fans knew it was like, hey, thank you for this ride. Thank you for this ride, and the future is bright.
So I'm glad you said that because it's one of the few times in sports where my team lost in the playoffs, and I remember standing, looking at the television,
giving them a standing ovation,
clapping for my team.
Yep.
I was so proud of what they had done and how they had fought. I still have that yellow T-shirt because that was when they first started handing out those all yellow T-shirts. I know they did it for We Believe as well, but I still got that T-shirt to this day. The Western Conference semifinals against the Spurs, and Ginobili went off in one of those games.
I remember. I think he went off.
There was a Spurs fan in front of me.
Game 3.
It was game 3. There's a Spurs fan in front of me that kept going, Ginobili!
Yeah, he was
every time Ginobili would hit a 3.
Yeah, game number 3 was when he was balled out. I'm looking at the box scores right now when they won by 10. They kind of beat us up
in that game.
They did, and Steph Curry's ankle was beat up. Tony Parker had 32 in game number 3. 32 in game number 3. Looking at these spots, this brings back so many memories.
Wasn't that the coming of age series, though?
Well, it was, and then, like you said, they took a step back because of all the turmoil with the coaching staff. Mark Jackson, relegating Bryce Calabrini to the G League team, firing it. Like, by the end of the season, there was like 3 empty seats on the bench because they had no assistant coaches. It was like, man, what is going on here?
That's right.
So, like, Mark Jackson, obviously getting fired after that series, and we're thinking, man, is it going to be Steve Kerr, first-year head coach? Maybe he picks the Knicks. Maybe he picks the Knicks and Phil Jackson, and he picks the Golden State Warriors. And next thing you know, history's made. They go out there and win 67 games. They win their first championship since the mid-'70s. And the rest is history.
Well, Bonta, I distinctively remember calling Damon Bruce, and Damon was like, I can't believe you Warrior fans want to run Mark Jackson out of town. He's the first coach that wanted to play defense. Because everyone talks about the empowerment of Klay and Steph,
right,
which is totally true. He also enforced defense.
He did.
And I was like, nah, man, the offense needs tinkering. You can't have ISO plays down the stretch of a closeout. And it just didn't work. It was going to be Stan Van Gundy. Remember, Stan Van Gundy and Steve Kerr were jostling for that job. It's just there's so many woulda, coulda, shouldas where this thing could have hung a hard left or a hard right. And the fact that we're here today, it is shocking. Like very few times, like LeBron, everything he's done, is it that shocking as you watch it progress?
Because he was expected to do that, even though LeBron James has exceeded expectations. But the hype he had, like I always go back to Felipe Lopez in the early 90s, where he's on the cover of Sports Illustrated in New York City. And I'm thinking, and you see the 30 for 30, but I remember as a kid, like, man, Felipe Lopez is supposed to be the dude. And he never turned out to be the dude. LeBron James, I remember watching his first ever high school game on ESPN when they're playing Oak Hill, and I'm watching it like, this guy's the truth. And he drops 24, 8, and 7 in his first ever game against the Sacramento Kings. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this guy is great. And he has exceeded expectations.
100%.
No matter how much disdain we have for LeBron James, he's exceeded expectations. But Steph Curry has come out of nowhere. And when you look at the last decade, Steph Curry has stolen his shine. Steph Curry is coming out of nowhere and competed with LeBron for championships. And heck, in final series, the Warriors are 3-1 against LeBron James-led Cavalier team. So there you have it. By the way, Larry Riley won't be able to join us. He's on a flight. It's too damn loud on the flight. So Larry Riley, we'll call an audible here, and we're going to play the Barry Bonds interview from last night on Warriors postgame. Barry Bonds never does interviews. Like, you never see him doing interviews, right? Barry's on Postgame Live, and I got to say, Shasky, I'm just a kid from Waller Street, and to be able to share that with the Bay Area, I know how big of a Barry Bonds fan you are. Mm-hmm. We're all big Barry Bonds fans. I mean, personally, I'm just like, man, I could retire today. You know what I'm saying? That's just great.
We were decorating the tree in the front room, and all of a sudden, Michelle turns around. She's like, "Is that Bonte? And Barry Bonds?" I'm like, "Yes." And I sat down in the chair and I started videoing it, and she was like, "This is pretty cool." And I was like, "Yeah, this is pretty sweet."
Yeah, we're gonna replay that interview in about 5 minutes here in the Morning Roast. 5 minutes. In case you missed it last night on Warriors pre and post, Barry Bonds joins us live on a post-game show to show some appreciation for Stephen Curry, and it was 7 minutes of gold. Barry was into it. He was smiling. It was just great to hear from the great Barry Bonds.
A great basketball player in his own right at Sarah Hyde, which I think has been forgotten over time. B, I want to get back to one quick thing before we get to the Barry Bonds interview. Steph, it was reported by Mark Stein that Steph, and I wanted to ask Larry Riley this, that Steph wanted to be a Knick, and that the Knicks were certain that they were going to draft him.
No doubt.
But the Warriors obviously didn't let anyone know that they wanted him, and they eventually ended up taking him. And in a weird way, we've always talked about Minnesota and everything, but there has been an odd cosmic connection to the Knicks and Madison Square Garden for Steph's career. Yeah. And to have that happen there last night, it was really cool because that was kind of his coming out party.
Back in 2013 when he dropped 54. Mm-hmm. And, that was crazy. They had a back-to-back. It always seems like the Warriors have a back-to-back where it's Indiana, New York. And back in 2013, the night before he dropped 54, he dropped 38 in Indianapolis against the Pacers. Wow. And they lost by 11. So they go to New York City. And that game was an ESPN game. And I'm watching that game with my little brother, Bernard. Mm-hmm. And we were like jumping around like little kids. It was like, oh my gosh, he's doing it at the Garden. Because when you do it at the Mecca, it's just different. And look at the list of guys, most points scored by visiting players. It's Kobe Bryant there with 61. James Harden dropped 60. Jordan dropped 55, double nickel. You got Steph Curry on a list with 54, and LeBron James with 52 points. I mean, think about that company. Think about that list.
That's incredible.
That is crazy. And that was, to me, his coming out party at the Garden. But I was hearing from Mully last night. He was at the draft in 2009.
Yeah. A New Yorker,
too. And David Kahn was the president of basketball operations of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
And he was really cool with Donnie Walsh, who at that time was running the New York Knicks.
Gotcha.
And so Mully says, the one thing about the draft that didn't make sense to me, if the T-Wolves knew they weren't going to draft Stephen Curry, why not make the deal with the New York Knicks and make the phone call to get some extra picks and let the Knicks move up? Because the Knicks were hell-bent on Steph Curry. Del Curry was hell-bent on making Steph Curry a New York Knick.
Refresh my memory. Was it Flip Saunders and Donnie Walsh, or was it just Donnie Walsh?
Donnie Walsh was with the Knicks. Okay. Flip Saunders is with the T-Wolves. I'm saying David Kahn was the president of basketball operations of the Minnesota T-Wolves.
Got you.
And he's basically responsible.
Because I know Flip had control
Flip had control, too. Yeah. But Donnie, at that time, it was David Kahn. And I'm not sure, was Flip still there in 2009?
I don't know. That's why I thought maybe he was there, because he was there for so long.
I know David Kahn was a guy, president of basketball operations of the T-Wolves. And they had the 6th and 7th pick. And, of course, they take, 5th and 6th pick.
Yeah.
They take Ricky Rubio, and Johnny Flynn.
I did like Johnny Flynn coming out of Syracuse.
I did. Tyreek Evans went number 4 overall. But Mully's making a point like, why didn't Minnesota make the call to the New York Knicks to get more draft compensation? Instead, they just make the picks. New York's triggered because they're like, oh, man, are the Warriors really going to stay at 7 and take Steph Curry? And the Warriors tell Dale, hey, if he's here, we're taking him. We're taking him.
Remember the big man they were linked to that the Knicks ended up taking? Yes, from Arizona.
And you hear the story about Jordan Hill. Jordan Hill basically asked on his pre-draft visit, so what's the nightlife like in Oakland? That's the room. That's the big story about his pre-draft visit. He was worried about the nightlife, and God bless us all that the Warriors didn't select Jordan Hill.
And just to take you back in time, I collect newspapers, right? This is kind of like this weird thing that I do. I collected newspapers over the years. Well, I kept the newspaper from the day that he was drafted on 3 different publications: the Chronicle, the Examiner, and then I had the New York Post. All right, and it didn't have a Steph Curry specific thing on it, but it had the back page and obviously all the sports stuff. On the Chronicle, and I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, I'm trying to give people an understanding of the temperature of the times. Ray Ratto wrote on an opinion column the day Steph Curry was drafted. It's Steph in a suit with a hat, big old hat, and he's standing there next to David Stern. And the column on the side says, Curry, good pick or something to that effect, but I'm sure he'll be a part of this Stoudemire trade. And the Warriors were trying to get Amari Stoudemire. They were trying to trade for Kevin Garnett. They were trying to trade away the pick. And the thought was, from people on the outside, not on the inside, but on the outside, was, well, this is clearly an ammunition trade. Mm-hmm. You're gonna draft this guy so you can have some ammunition to go get someone else. Mm-hmm. I mean, B, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? By the way, Flip Saunders at the time was a Pistons coach, just got fired by the Pistons, and was the Wizards coach from 2009 to 2012.
Gotcha.
So David Kahn was running the entire operation, the president of basketball operations at the Minnesota T-Wolves. By the way, I'm going to replay Barry Bonds right about now. Barry Bonds, the GOAT, the home run king, joined us live. Chris Mullen, Darrell Wright, who will join us at 8 o'clock, and myself on Warriors postgame live last night. Here it is, Barry Bonds showing love for Stephen Curry.
You were a three-sport star in Cerrito. You could dunk, you could play football, you could do it all. How much appreciation do you have, and how much joy do you get from watching Stephen Curry?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I wouldn't have missed this for anything in the world. You know, you don't get to see these things often. You know, the span of years are so long, and you don't want to miss it. I didn't want to miss it. I wish it was at home. I'm glad Bay Area, keep it in Bay Area. So I'm saying Jerry Rice, Barry Bonds, Curry, JBC. So I'm going to make a shirt.
Hey, Barry, it's Darrell Wright. Thanks for coming on the show. We all know you know about breaking records. What was the emotion you went through when it was getting closer and closer than when you finally broke the home run record?
Well, mostly, guys, it's just trying to stay focused because so many things are going on around you. And everybody wants to know when it's going to happen. Everyone wants to know everything about it. And most of the time, you're just trying to stay grounded and stay focused. It's something that's a possibility because you have time. As like Steph has time. The season's still going on and you have time. But at the same time, you got mixed feelings. Sometimes you're like, God, I want to get this over with now so everyone can calm down. You want to try to, make sure your family's there, everyone can be there. And then at the same time, you're trying to stay grounded and focused with so many things that are going on around you. So I understand what Steph was going through. But it's a great accomplishment. I mean, he deserves it. It's like unbelievable. It's awesome.
And Barry, you're unbelievable too. Home run king. Surefire Hall of Famer, no doubt, 100%. And I talked to you, we went to that game, we went to that Giant game together, and I was asking you, I compared you to Steph in the fact that, you could go a series and maybe get one good pitch and somehow have that focus to be able to knock that thing out of the ballpark, much like Steph. Coming into every game, they're trying to take away his three-point shot, but yet his greatness does not allow the defense to stop him. Talk about your similarities with Steph's greatness, and also, Barry, being the face of not only the Giants organization, but being the face of MLB like Steph is in the NBA.
Well, you can see it in Steph. You can see it when he was a young basketball player. Everyone can see what this kid was capable of. He didn't know it was going to happen as fast as it did. And can you imagine? He's got so many years left to play. He's going to put that number in orbit. It's going to be hard for anyone to catch that number. But, you could see that in Steph. Watching him as a young player and just watching his mentality, his focus, his IQ is just, above everyone else's when it comes to that. And you could see, I watched Larry Bird, Ray Allen. We can go on and on with all the great threes. Reggie Miller, we're both from Riverside and things like that. But Stephon, these people just come along, and Stephon's one of the players that just come along, and he just takes it to another level. And you can always see that in him. He was so exciting from day one. He put foot in that NBA, and everyone was just waiting to see. And you can just tell, like I say, his IQ is just above those other players.
Barry, I look at you, I look at Jerry Rice, Ricky Henderson, Stephen Curry as the GOATs, the greatest athletes of all time. But what separated all you guys was the work off the field, off the court. Can you discuss that for a second and how you prepared for each and every game? Because your workout regimen, nobody can hang with you, Barry B. You're still out there cycling many miles. Mullen won't even go out there with you.
Man.
Mullen wants no part of you, Barry. So can you discuss what you guys did off the field, off the court to really prepare for yourself and be as great as you guys were?
Well, I mean, all of us have worked our butts off. It's just some people just have a different talent, right? And Stefan, myself, Jerry, you guys, Chris, I've seen him work out throughout his career. You guys, he just has that gift. And I try to explain to everyone, we work hard because it's our passion, is what we love to do. We'll put in extra hours and we'll put in truing hours. And I try to tell people, Michael Jordan, I could probably, let's say, not realistically, because I'm not the cardio guy, but I could run up and down that court 1,000 times, but Michael Jordan just sees things a little bit better than I do. His talent just jumps above. But the work ethics that we put in is for hours. I mean, you wake up day in and day out, and that's what you want to do. Your passion is to go to the gym. Your passion is to hit that track. Your passion is to go against the best. Your passion is to get to that ball field, our basketball court, and entertain the people, as well as, achieve the goals that you set out for yourself. And, people always ask me, like, what is it, Barry? I don't know. I guess I was just chasing the unknown, that next level, which you don't know what that level is going to be. So you just keep training and you keep going. And that's what I try to explain to my kids. The people that invent these great things and they do things, they don't do it for the money. They do it for the next adventure or the next thing that comes out of them. And I believe that's the same thing Steph's doing. He works hard. Is probably the unknown for him. He doesn't know where it's going to take him. And I truly believe that he just works hard for that unknown or that next adventure and what that next level is going to take him, where it's going to take him to.
Yeah, Barry, as you said, it's so important to have that love of the game, the passion to be able to do all that work for so many years, to be able to break records. How about the similarity with you and Steph, where both your fathers were tremendous ball players in the same field? Talk about that introduction that you and Steph both had from your fathers.
Well, for me, with my dad, it was just my dad's and my godfather Willie's approval that I made it, right? I mean, I was always chasing the greatest baseball player I ever seen in my life, Willie Mays. Yeah. And then at the same time, having my father there. So it was great. It was great for me. And I know that's probably the same feeling for Steph. And he gets to also enjoy that with his brother. My brother played, for the Padres and stuff in the minor leagues and didn't get to the point. And I would have loved to have that opportunity to play with my brother, which would have been great. Sorry. But, to have my dad, to have Willie, you're always chasing their approval more so than what people really think you're playing the game for. It's like, I want my dad to know that I made it because, I wanted, to be successful and have a great career. I wanted my godfather to his approval for me to do that. And I'm pretty sure Steph's father is way, way proud of that kid. And so was my dad for me. And so was Willie. And, Steph's going to be able to pass that on to his children.
No doubt, Barry, this was an honor to talk to you. Thanks for spending some time with us, sharing a historic moment that Steph Curry had at Madison Square Garden, becoming the three-point king, from the three-point king to the home run king and Hall of Famer. Barry, you're the best, man.
Keep the records in the Bay, boys. Keep the records in the Bay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Barry Lamar Bonds, as he said, keep the records in the Bay. And think about all the records that are in the Bay Area. Most home runs, right? Barry Bonds. Most receiving yards and touchdowns all time in NFL history. Jerry Rice, that's in the Bay Area. Most stolen bases. Ricky Henderson. Most threes in NBA history. All right? Most games played in NHL. All right? Chris Wondolowski, he's up there on the leaderboard. Most goals in MLS history. San Jose Earthquakes. There's a lot of iconic records in the Bay Area, right here in our home. Think about how lucky we are. Barry Bonds, Jerry Rice, Ricky Henderson, Stephen Curry, Wando. You had Patrick Marleau for all those years. I mean, we are so blessed to be here in the Bay Area. We've had some great moments, some historic moments, and some great records here. And as Barry said, let's keep the records in the Bay. There's a lot of records in the Bay that's not going to be broken. Like the stolen base record, is it going to ever be broken? Probably not. Wide receiving yards and touchdowns. It's going to be broken? Probably not.
And catches.
Probably not going to be broken. Most games played in NHL history. We'll see about that. But Marleau is up there. Three-point king, Stephen Curry. Maybe a record that never gets broken. So it was good to hear from Barry Bonds, who was on Warriors Postgame Live. Hopefully Everybody enjoyed that one, as we don't get to hear from Barry much, but he was in a great mood. He's cycling. He feels good, and he is a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Famer, no doubt about that.
It's just incredible. And I think the thing that he brought up, which was very fascinating, we've talked a lot about Klay Thompson's dad and Klay and Steph's dad and Steph and how they're former NBA players. And also Barry's dad was a former Major League Baseball player. And
his hitting coach with the Giants.
And none of those guys were superstars, but they're all very solid players.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Barry, you talk to people on inside from the 60s and 70s, and they'll tell you Barry's dad was legit. And he was traded a bunch of times, but he was a legit player. And their sons ended up understanding what it takes to get to that level, and then the hard work and perseverance to maintain and just go above and beyond at every single level. That was fascinating. And to hear Mully get so excited talking to Barry Bonds, that was cool.
No doubt. 5-1 though. Bay Area might also have the record for most car break-ins and most catalytic converters stolen too. That's well played. That's a roaster right there. People were really upset about the catalytic converters and how we didn't know what a catalytic converter was. It's unbelievable how many people were upset.
I admit what I don't know. It's okay.
I mean,
I'm not worried.
I know what I don't know, folks. I know what I don't know.
Yeah.
Filmo Mike, a man of nuance here on the Morning Roast. Filmo, what's happening, man?
Hey, man. I didn't even see that interview, so thank you for letting me hear that, man. Barry Bonds is a legend.
Royalty.
And to hear him, royalty, right. To hear him, like, talk how he did about Steph, it's just the toast. It's just the toast, man. Like, I'm in heaven. I heard Barry talk about Steph. Steph did the record thing last night. He broke the record. I didn't know how much, like, how emotional he got. Like, I didn't realize that it meant that much to him.
Agreed.
And when he did, I kind of shed like a little thug tear, like a little basketball thug tear, man, because it's like y'all said, it was a lot of low points to his career.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I doubted if, like, we nobody's seen this. You can say what you want. Nobody's seen this.
Right.
Nope.
You feel me?
No doubt.
So to see that, to hear Barry do what he did, it was a good look, man. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. Hey, Joe Two Trees Shasky.
Yo.
Keep doing you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Filmo Mike, you've never had 2 Christmas trees in your household in your life.
Yeah, he has. They're inside Swishers.
Well played.
Love you, Fillmore.
Well
but
played.
Here's something.
They never
that,
had 2 Christmas trees.
Here's something that I do, like, I agree with him, and I said this to you in the 6 o'clock hour. I didn't realize how emotional Steph was going to get. I mean, I knew he'd be fired up.
Right.
But, like, to see him let out that scream and yell and then continue to feel so moved by the moment, it's like, this was a long time coming for him. And this is something that I don't think he outwardly said to the media and to us, the people, the fans. But, man, you could tell this meant a lot to him and his family. There was a validation, a coronation of his career. And then to hear someone like Barry Bonds get so moved by it, I bring it up. It's the truth. Barry is Bay Area royalty.
Dude, Barry, the way he discussed the work off the field,
it's the appreciation.
Off the court.
Yeah.
And he said, you got to wake up, and you got to love it, And he was just talking about how I just did it because I loved it. And I wanted to reach a height in my profession that I didn't think existed.
Yeah.
They were chasing something. Mm-hmm. They wasn't chasing home run records. They were chasing something that wasn't even in his universe. Mm-hmm. Think about that. And the work, Darrell always talks about it, the work that he saw from Stephen Curry early in his career, where he's a veteran and you got a youngster out there working hard after practice, hours and hours after practice, trying to get his game right, trying to get his game tight because he loved it. Barry Bonds, we know about the work ethic. He had 4 damn trainers, for crying out loud. Jerry Rice, the mountains and the hills that he ran, the videos that we saw where people said, you know what? I can't run with Jerry. He just keeps going and going and going. I can't roll with this guy, man. He works too hard. Ricky Henderson, He's all about Ricky, right? He was flashy. He talked in third person. But how many people outworked Ricky Henderson,
I mean,
man?
his body was always in tip-top shape.
Tip-top shape.
At every turn.
Dude was playing until he was 46.
And Barry and Ricky might be the outliers here, but like if you were just looking at some of the icons in Bay Area sports history, Willie Mays, God-given talent. There's no question about it. Barry Bonds, God-given talent. There's no question about it. I mean, they all had it at some level, but you're so right about the work ethic. And I look at like the greatest in any sport, I just don't think people appreciate the greats and even just the role players, how hard these guys have to work to get to that level.
No doubt.
And to maintain that level. I just don't think we appreciate it. And I look at what separates Tom Brady from Peyton Manning.
Yep.
It's the work ethic.
No doubt.
What separates Jerry Rice from T.O.?
The work ethic.
And it is.
But even though T.O. worked.
He did.
T.O.
But
worked.
he did not work like Jerry. And I love T.O.
He worked, though.
Randy Moss
right.
could have been
Randy,
Jerry
that's
Rice.
the guy who didn't work.
That's what I'm saying.
Like Rice
So,
and T.O.
you know, there's a lot of guys that could have been where Steph's at, and he's there for a reason.
Didn't work. Look at Tyreek Evans, who won Rookie of the Year.
There's a lot of guys.
Darrell Wright on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises as we talk a little Steph. Tyler or Mike, hang tight. We'll get to you after D right here on the Morning Roast.
Steph Curry made NBA history last night.
Splash! There it is! No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry.
Today, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto at 3:30.
Just an outpouring of love and support for Steph from seemingly everybody in the building.
Steve Kerr, today at 3:30, right here on 95.7.
Insider.
Hey, Bonte, I don't play basketball no more. I'm a full-time golfer.
Hey.
Okay.
Here's Darrell Wright.
Our main man, our brother out there, former Warrior, NBA champ, also played with Stephen Curry early in his career, participated in a three-point shootout with Stephen Curry, and he was sitting there on set last night having fun watching Steph Curry make history as he became the three-point king, and we're talking all about it with D. Wright right here, the right one, on the Morning Roast as we do every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. D. Wright, what's happening, my man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Not too bad, man. We just replayed the Barry Bonds interview, and I know you appreciate baseball and greatness, and I know for me that was a highlight. I saw Mullen beaming. You were feeling it even as a Dodger fan, and D. Wright, you touched on it last night too. To see how Steph Curry is appreciated all around the globe by every athlete from every different sport, it just shows how special he is.
It just shows how special he is. It shows how humble he is, and the fact that people really, really enjoy watching Steph Curry in his craft, man. You know, he's definitely changed the game of basketball with shooting three-pointers from all around the court and doing it at a high level, man. So it's a great feeling to see so many great superstars and celebrities paying so much love to Steph Curry and one of his many accomplishments, man. I'm so proud of him. I know you put that work in every single day, putting those extra hours in, and to get this three-point champion crown with, you know, what do we count yesterday? 511 games.
Yeah, fewer than Ray Allen.
Yeah. That's just crazy. That just shows how much work he's putting in the game and things of that nature. So I'm super proud of him.
Shasky, that's 6 seasons. Think about that, 511 games. Mully did the math last night for us. Oh. That's 6 seasons.
Did you need a chalkboard to do that math?
No, we need a calculator on our iPhones, baby. Calculator on our iPhones. Come on, man. It's 2021, man. And whoever's using chalkboards these days, come on, man. Evolve.
I got the dry erase board in my coacher's bag. But, Darrell, take me back, because life is a journey, right? And in this NBA kind of brotherhood you guys have, I saw a stat the other day. There's only, a couple of thousand guys have ever even played in the NBA.
4,500.
And you have been on the court with Steph Curry. Take me back to the first time you were on the court with Steph Curry and what you thought of him as a player.
Well, obviously being on the East Coast and being in Miami, you watch a lot of Warrior games. Once our games were over, by the time you get to the house, it's probably like the second or third quarter of the Warriors game. So I watched a lot of Warriors games when I was with the Heat. And just, not only the shooting, the ball handling, just the unselfish playmaking he used to do. So once I came to Golden State, I knew it was all good, playing with him and Monte and then us adding David Lee. But just the first thing he told me, he was like, bro, if you can knock down that shot right there, I'm going to be finding you every single time. So he put that confidence in me, to have one of my best years, knowing that, hey, I'm going to get the ball a lot around this perimeter. I just got to knock it down with confidence because my guys got confidence in me. But it was just a joy, man. We always found some type of connection with a crazy lob every single season or every few games. So playing with Steph was a joy just because he was an unselfish superstar, man. You could see the superstar rising and just how humble he was on and off the court and just the person he was really that was bigger than basketball for me.
Now, when you get on the court with him, you can tell he's got game and all that, but did you know that he would one day be one of the greats? Because the evolution of his game and how the league has kind of evolved and physically how he's evolved, I mean, it's an unbelievable story arc for a player. Did you think it would get to this? Because I didn't.
No, I definitely didn't. But when you look all back, when you rewind and look back, the work he put in, those long hours after shoot around, after practice, before practice, before the game. So it makes sense, and getting to become an NBA player that 4,500 of us has ever touched the court, that's special. You got to really outwork somebody. You really got to do something that's so special that somebody else can't do. And when you see guys put the work and the time in, that's the results you get. So I'm not surprised at all. Did I know? No, I didn't. But me seeing him put the work and the time in, I'm not surprised because he put his dues, he paid his dues, man, and he reached that next level every single year.
Darrell Wright here on the Morning Roast, as he is every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. NBA champion, former Golden State Warrior, also my co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, doing a good job, bringing the drip as he always is. And D, right, can you speak to when Curry was suffering the ankle injuries? You're close with Curry. How much of a toll did it take on him mentally? Because a lot of us, especially with the ankle injuries, even the Warriors organization was saying, man, we thought they were career threatening, man. This guy may never be able to play for a long, long time here. So could you discuss just how the ankle injuries kind of took a mental toll on Steph Curry early in his career?
Oh, yeah, and he had it all over his face. I remember when they shut him down. It was just, we were in Sacramento. I think we were in Sacramento right after Monte was traded, and it was just like, yeah, Steph is not playing no more, or something like that, if I could recall. And I'm just like, what? And then, when you have a conversation with him, he's so much of a competitor. You just seen it all over his face. And only thing you could do to a young fella, third year in the league is just, hey, man, just keep working. Don't let this bother you. It's just an obstacle in the field for you to get around. So it definitely was tough for Steph Curry because, like I said, he's a competitor. He wants to be out there. He wants to compete, and it kind of sucked. For a guy that was this young, this much talent, he just couldn't figure it out. So I'm just so happy he was able to bounce back from that and become the player he is today. Just that mental toughness and that will to fight through things is which make him so special.
We look at people in other industries or within your industry, and they're a contemporary of you or a peer of you, and sometimes people just want to hate, just to hate. But to see the love from Ray Allen, to see the love from Reggie Miller, and then I'm watching, you were a great shooter. I mean, everybody, you were like the 3-and-D guy. You were a great shooter, and the game. Chris Mullin was the gold standard of shooting. I think a lot of kids have forgotten, the younger generation have forgotten that Chris Mullin is the gold standard of shooting. And you guys are all on the show last night, and you're just showering with love, Steph Curry. I mean, it's really remarkable to see this guy's appreciation level from former NBA players and current NBA players like yourself. What does that speak on Steph's behalf? Because I don't know that every player would get that kind of overall love.
No, and I think Bob Myers mentioned this on you guys' show not too long ago. It's a lot of celebrities, a lot of superstars out there that, you admire, you love them, you love their craft, but once you meet them, you like nah, wish I would have never met them, Well, wish it would have just, stayed, that distant love. But once you meet Steph Curry, you're like, oh, my God, this guy is just so genuine, he's so humble, so caring, you know what I mean? So I think that's what really, really takes the cake when it comes to Steph Curry, man. He's just a lovable guy. You can appreciate, his craft and what he does on the court because it's ridiculous, to be honest, because Monte, myself, and Mully sit there a lot of time and be like, wow. Like, I done played with some great players, too, but some of the stuff Steph do, I'm still like, are you serious? Like, what? You know what I mean? Yep. So I think that's the biggest thing that people grasp to as well. Is like, dude, he's really mastered his craft.
No doubt. And that's the great thing about watching the games with you and Mully, D, right, is you guys know the game inside and out. I learned so much from the game. I thought I knew hoops, but I'm sitting next to you guys. I'm like, man, it's like rookie mode in that, man. I'm a novice when it comes to the way you guys break down the game and the way Steph Curry gets open, relocating, the split action, off the dribble, pulling up from the logo or whatnot. But I wanted to ask you a question since we were talking about Steph Curry getting all the love from everybody all around sports. Who's the guy, Darrell, that gave you love when you're in the NBA that you're like, man, that's pretty cool? What was that crowning moment for you from a peer when you had the single-season three-point record?
Man, I think it was pretty much everybody, especially a lot of my former teammates. D-Wade, Q-Rich, obviously, my biggest supporters, my biggest bros. I think them understanding. When I came in the league, I was a totally different player. I was a scorer out of high school. Like, I used to get buckets, athletic, had a pull-up, not really a knockdown shooter yet. So I had to really develop that three-point shot and be consistent at it. So I think, like, even the Heat organization, they didn't know because they wouldn't have let my butt walk if they knew. Everybody was just so proud of me because of those 6 years of Miami. I became a 3-and-D guy. But once I got to Golden State, it was more of a like score. Yeah, I was knocking down shots around the perimeter, but I was still like scoring, getting to the basket, pull-ups, different things that a lot of people didn't see since I was in high school. So just to feel finally, spread my wings, I think a lot of people were happy for me, and that felt good. And I think I had a record where I scored more points in my 7th year than I did in my first 6 years.
Wow.
Like that,
Wow.
So just for people to, support that and be like, man, you finally got your chance. Like those long talks I used to get from Jermaine O'Neal and Shaq and Alonzo Mourning. Wait your turn, young fella. Wait your turn. I used to be like, bro, y'all need to stop telling me that. I've been waiting. Light is always at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And it seems like all these guys, you're referencing Dwayne Wade, they've always got that last chapter, right? Something that gives them the cherry on the top of their career. And I'm looking at Steph Curry, and I don't want to go too far ahead here, but like, what else is there for him to accomplish? Forget the individual things. If he just gets back to a Western Conference Finals, or hey, maybe he gets into a Finals, maybe he wins one. I mean, I think that cements him as a top 10 player all time. What do you think he still needs to accomplish on the court to really, catapult himself and cement himself into the top 10?
I think he's already there. Obviously, people going to talk about Finals MVP, but it's like we're talking about an anonymous MVP.
Right.
We're talking about a 3-time champion, this 3-point king, and all the other records he broke. I think Steph Curry definitely, when it's all said and done, will be a top 5 player of all time.
Wow.
I think as he goes, deeper and deeper in his career, he's still going to be knocking down shots at a high level. So that 3-point record is just going to keep going up and up. I see it going to like 4,500, to be honest.
Wow.
That's what I got my eyes on, like 4,500, because it's going to be like his Pop towards the end of his career, just spot up and just knock down shots. It wasn't really a liability on defense, a good team defender, but just a knockdown shooter that you can't leave open. So I can see him being definitely a top 5 player when it's all said and done. I still think he's getting better and better with time. He's getting stronger. He's getting more crafty, and the shot is just, that's water. So I really see him one of those Tom Brady guys. They're like, dang, Steph Curry still playing?
Man.
Yeah, he's still to go.
Man, and hopefully he's still doing it in a Warriors uniform. Darrell, I know you got to run, man. I can't wait to see you Friday when we get back to basketball. Warriors actually won the game last night, and that's the backdrop of what happened last night at the Garden. The Warriors are 23-5, but Steph Curry gets his moment. He surpasses Ray Allen to become the 3-point king, and let's see where this baby goes. It's always great talking to you, Bully, about the 3-point shot. We had a lot of fun last night, and we have a lot of fun here on the road. So, D, right? Whoa.
Are you doing anything next Wednesday? Because I'm going to do a little booking here.
Oh.
Are you doing anything next Wednesday?
I don't know. What's next Wednesday?
Well, next Wednesday is the day that I take down Bonte Hill in a 3-point shooting contest.
The morning roast invitational 3-point shootout happened at that Chase Center.
At Chase Center. Are you going to be there?
What time?
I'm thinking around 3 o'clock. I like to have, like they say in Back to the Future 3, I like to have my supper around 3 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I hear that. Yeah, I have to pull up and see that.
Hey, pull up and see that.
Right?
Yeah.
Pull up and see that, man, because my boy's going to get rattled, man. He's trying to, D-Right, he's trying to get his dad there. He's trying to get his cousins there. He's trying to have home court advantage. But he doesn't realize Chase is my home. That's my house. All right? So, if you come in, that's all the home court advantage I need. I'm good. Okay. I know those ribs, baby. You got to pull up, baby. Pull up. Pull up on this, man. I'll see y'all Friday.
Yes, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, D. Wright, man. Darrell Wright, great dude, man. Warriors pre- and post-game live. NBA champ, former Warrior. Once had the single-season 3-point record. You're thinking about that 3-point shootout. Funny thing is, I haven't shot a ball in like 6 months.
Oh, here it comes.
I feel, there's nothing.
Here it comes.
No. I haven't shot a ball in 6 months. And I've never been more confident in myself in winning this 3-point shootout. Never been more confident in myself. I'll walk into the gym at 255. Do you want me to shoot threes eyes closed? Because, boy, when you clink that first one, your head is going to be spinning, and you're going to be so rattled. That anxiety going to kick in, boy.
You know what's funny is I love how you have tried to talk yourself into that you're going to beat me, but it's not going to happen.
No, I'm not talking myself into it. It's going to happen.
It's not.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And when I do win, I just need you to do the show with me. All right? I don't need you to call in sick the next day. Don't call in for a vacation the next 2 weeks. Just show up. Take your losses like a man, all right? That's what I want you to do next Wednesday. It's going to hurt. Ooh, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt your soul. 11 on 11.
I got this all saved, by the way.
11 on 11.
Please do.
We'll play this next Wednesday.
Because yesterday he was ducking. Now he's back confident again.
Ducking what?
He just wanted it to be over with.
No, that's what you said. I want it to be over with too. I mean, come on. No.
I just went along with you.
No.
To make you feel better. I love how he has thrown in there that he hasn't shot a basketball in 6 months. All of the excuses are coming
There's
through.
no excuses. I just keep it real.
I'm hoping Steph lingers around after practice.
I hope he does too. I hope he does
because
too.
I might pull a Larry Bird and not take the shooting jersey off. I'm actually contemplating what I'm going to be wearing. I was going to wear the high school practice jersey. I was going to rock that bad boy. And then I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to go to the masses and I'm going to wear the authentic Bob Myers hand-delivered Shasky number 3 jersey for the amount of shots I'm going to hit from the corner.
That's the problem. You already are. You're so worried about the fashion.
Well,
and
you
what
got to
you're
look
gonna wear.
good, play good, feel good.
I already know what I'm
Flash
rocking.
80
I already know what I'm rocking. I already know what's going down. The outfit's picked out.
What?
Don't
you wearing
even
a trash bag?
Don't even worry about that. Oh, I could wear a trash bag. See, there's a lot of talking here. There's a lot of talking from a guy who never played JV hoops.
No, well, that's. We've got evidence to prove otherwise.
The Skip Bayless of sports radio.
Well, that's
as
fine.
they call him.
What was that 11 on 11 thing, Bonte, that you were going to get into?
I was just going to get on the 11 seconds Joe Shasky average at Reardon High School in playing time. The 11 seconds that he played a game.
It's called 20 and 20. Down 20 with 20 seconds to go. I might get in.
There you go. There you go. That shot is so broken, man. You ever see Joe Shasky shoot? Whoo-wee. It is a sight for sore eyes. 11 on 11 brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat. Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
For today's 11 on 11, guys, of course, Steph broke the all-time three-point record, but some of the three-point makes that he had that didn't count were involved in the All-Star game. And let's go back to 2019, Team Giannis versus Team LeBron. Steph is on Team Giannis, Klay on Team LeBron, and they finally played one-on-one, essentially, against each other in the fourth quarter of the 2019 All-Star game.
Russell with the cross court. Oh, Curry running to by his teammates.
Did you see Thompson's face like this guy? That's what y'all do to each other all the time.
But they're on the same team.
Welcome to how the rest of the league feels, Klay. This is how the rest of the league feels when you guys are playing against them. This guy.
That was a great moment. I'm just thinking about how Shasky's so rattled right now.
I'm not.
He is so twisted up with this three-point shootout. Because, somebody said this in the streets the other day. They said, Bonte, if you lose the Morning Roast Invitational, you still win. Because Shasky is the coach. Shasky talks about teaching kids how to shoot. The CYO. Shasky goes out there to the gym, and he sits there in his warm-ups and his pull-offs, and I'm like, I'm not even worried about him. I ain't worried about him. How are we going to do this? There's going to be 3 racks?
You tell me.
I don't know.
Use your choice.
You use your choice. You tell me.
I'm sure the bosses have totally thought this one out.
No, they haven't.
Well, that's why my cousin wants to rebound for both of us.
You want your cousins there. You want your dad there.
Well, I need witness.
You need to support.
Yeah.
No, you need to support. Yeah. You need to support.
It's like
you need
marriage,
mom and dad. See, I don't need anybody there.
That's fine.
We can do it at St. Britain's. We can do it at St. Gabe's. We can do it anywhere. I go into hostile environments and shut the crowd up. That's what I do. Never touch the backboard at St. Gabe's. Hey, you know what? I'll go to St. Gabe's in front of your home fans. You bring the entire Shasky family there. Have them in the bleachers heckling. It's going to be a lot of disappointed Shaskys next Wednesday. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee. Let's go to Duke in the city. Now I'm fired up for this. We're a week away.
It's so funny.
Now I'm
to hear
fired
these
up for this.
excuses.
No, there's no excuses.
You're hedging on every level.
No, nobody's hedging. Nobody's hedging anything. I'm telling you what it is. I trust my skill set. I trust my skills, baby.
Hey.
What's up, Duke?
You gonna light him up, Chad? You gonna light him up, Fillmore style?
Hey, man, this guy's been practicing every single day, coaching his kids up, talk about the master class. He is so geeked up for this. He's got pops coming, cousins coming, wife is coming. He's got everything. Just tell me where to show up, and I'm there.
Man, I got to, man, come on, man. Where do I get the invite, man? I got a little shot of my own, man. Let me come in the building, man. Get some of that, man. But we here to talk about your boy Steph Wardell Curry,
let's
man.
do it.
The big deal right now. He's the big deal on Steph, man. The cold part, man, when he ran up and he hugged your boy Jesus Shuttlesworth, man, that kind of like, that sent a little emotion to me, man. He hugged Shuttlesworth like that, and then moms and pops. And then, like y'all really said about the ankles, man, we didn't know if Steph was going to make it. Because Steph didn't look like he was built for the NBA at first with the size and everything. But in the words of Scarface, look at you now. The best three-point shooter, the best three-point shooter in NBA history. We got the best wide receiver in NFL history. We got the best home run hitter in Major League history, man. The Bears, we doing it like we do, man. Stepping the Wardell Curry Award, who got this title so far on lock. Like I told my boy John Carter, this is going to take NASA to break this record, man. So that's how we get down in the Bay, man.
I love
it. The words of the Clipper Ray and Bill Smith and all them cats, man, you know what I mean? The old-time Warriors, man, to keep this record in the Bay is a beautiful thing, man. We're going to keep smoke in the city. I love you.
I love it, Duke. I love it, Duke.
You know,
love it, Duke. Hey, Butch,
the part for me that made me pause was when he was hugging his parents.
Right.
First, obviously his father, and then eventually had the really long embrace with his mom. I said this to you earlier. Just seeing how parents are so influential in kids playing ball at any level, your mom, your dad, somebody's driving you to all these games. Someone's driving you to all these practices, all these workouts, all these things. There's a lot of downtime that parents are dedicating to their children to follow their love, whether it's dancing, whether it's speech class, sports, whatever. I just thought that was really cool.
That was really, really cool. By the way, it's time for the Steph Curry three-point update brought to you by our friends at Masterclass. Steph has made 145 threes this season, and he made five last night to break the to become the three-point king. The three-point king. Masterclass lets you learn. Langford, hit the sounder.
Can we play the entire Curry highlight instead this time from last night when he broke the record?
Before we do that, I just want to know, you going to sleep after you lose next Wednesday? You going to be able to sleep at night?
And Bonte, what's funny is, I swear to God, you can barely bend over and tie your shoes, and you think you're going to beat me in three-point shooting?
You're dropping a swear to God on your whole. You turn it red.
I am not worried.
You turn it red like this light right now.
I'm not worried.
You going to be able to sleep?
We can go right now in the rain.
Oh, we go right now. We go right now in the rain.
All right, I'll play the Curry highlight then.
That a boy, Steven.
Across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken. Draymond Green, Stephen Curry hugged down the floor. An intentional foul by the Warriors. They're going to stop the game, and the ball will go to number 30. Standing ovation here at Madison Square Garden.
It's emotional.
It is emotional. His dad's here to see it. His college coach, Bob McKillop, is here to see it. Larry Riley, the general manager of the Warriors, who drafted Stephen Curry, is here to see it. Steph's mom is here as well. Handshakes and hugs from his teammates, from every coach. Big, long hug from Steve Kerr, a great shooter in his own right. And the most threes in NBA history belong to Stephen Curry.
What's coming up in the game brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Too short, baby. He's coming on a roast at 8:40 as Shasky tries to recover himself. He's so jacked up in the dome right now. It's unbelievable.
Join Outdoor Supply Hardware's Sense of Purpose Change Drive and help kiddos at area Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Simply shop at Osh and round up your in-store purchase total to the nearest dollar. Your donation goes to the Greatest Need Fund.
maximum amount based on 50% loan to value with 780 credit score.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
There's a new radio station in the Bay Area, the new 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio. Huey Lewis hangs out with Duran Duran. Green Day plays right next to Fleetwood Mac, right around the corner from Journey and then maybe Depeche Mode. 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio.
This holiday season, give the gift of Craftsman tools at Lowe's. With a heritage of performance and reliability, Craftsman is the perfect gift for the project people on your list. There's something for every builder, fixer, and creator you know. Choose from power tools, outdoor power equipment, mechanics tools, tool storage, and more. Shop in-store, online, or through our app, because there are more ways to holiday at Lowe's. And a gift from Lowe's is a gift that leads to more. U.S. only.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the dad from that hilarious sitcom you watch on demand. Thanks to DirecTV Stream, our worlds have been brought together.
And there's a laugh track.
Oh, who, them? Yeah, well, they kind of just follow me everywhere.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directtv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device content. Varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
If you're a valued customer, you deserve a simple gesture of appreciation from your credit card company. And that's why Discover matches all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
East side. Oh, man. It's been a fun show. It's been a fun time. And here on the Morning Roast, you get GMs, you get Bob Myers, you get Darrell Wright, you get Hall of Famers, you get Charles Oakley, you get actors, Jimmy Chitwood, you get Ice Cube, and now you get one of the West Coast ambassadors, one of the four horsemen on the West Coast, Oakland's own, Too Short here on the Morning Roast. It only happens on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Short Dog, what's happening?
What's up, man? What's up, guys?
Man, we chilling, man. Good to have you up so early, man, talking about Steph Curry and what it means to the Bay, man, seeing Steph Curry become a three-point king. And Short, man, you used to sneak into Oakland A's games, used to work at Oakland A's games. Ricky Henderson, stolen base record, run scored. Barry Bonds, home run king. You got Jerry Rice, touchdown king. Wide receiving yard king. Most catches. And now you got the three-point king, man. Where was you watching last night when Steph Curry hit that iconic shot yesterday at the Garden?
I was sitting on the couch watching it at home. Had to see it.
Had to see it. What did you do? Did you get up and give him applause? Did you clap? What did that moment mean for you, Short?
The names you were just naming, we have our regional sports arguments with other people, like people from New York or people from Dallas or wherever, and they want to discuss, what the significance of their sports area is. And I always say the same thing. I'm like the Bay Area. We actually, when we put a legend in place, it's like bigger. You know what I mean? Like we gave the sports world Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? It's like we contribute significantly, and here we are again, add another name to that list, man, of just the greatest of the greatest.
Sure. Take me back to the first time that you went and saw Steph Curry play because, we're a little unorthodox out here. Whether it's yourself, whether it's E40, we're kind of like underground. It's an acquired taste out here, and then people become legends. And the same thing can kind of be said for Steph Curry. He's not your traditional 6'7", 6'8" guy that does it with brute force and power. There's some art to it and some unorthodox to it. So take me back to the first time you saw him and you realized, yeah, this guy's different.
Well, first time I noticed him was the Warriors were hanging out at a club in San Francisco, and it's like, you know, Steven Jackson and those guys and Monte Ellis and those dudes. And I was like, I remember asking, who's that little boy over there with him? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's the backup point. That's Steph Curry, you know. And then I also remember Steph coming in the game doing great things and whatnot, but I do remember a lot of people being mad when Monte got traded.
Yep.
And they were like, oh, you're going to leave us with the guy with the weak ankles, the little boy? And right after that, he started doing his magic. And then I kind of like, my Steph Curry moment is the Steph Curry goatee. When he had the goatee, and I'm like, the little boy got a goatee now. And then he was just a man, you know, like the goatee just changed everything. So I just think he earned it. I don't really think like he was a chosen one or he was, you know, anointed or anything. I just think he earned every drop of sweat. He earned it.
No doubt. Too Short here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonta Hill. And Short, when you think about Steph Curry, a lot of people say he's really a humble human being. Mm-hmm. He's got the humility. Does it mean that much more when you see a guy like Steph Curry not only do what he does on the basketball court, but go to the community? Like, he goes into Oakland, he goes into Alameda, he goes all around the Bay Area and serves the community. Does it mean that much more to see Steph Curry embrace the Bay the way that he has?
Yeah, I personally think that part of the reason why he cares so much is because he is second generation NBA. So he's a little boy who grew up around the league, and he cares. Like he's not just a kid who dreamed of playing in the league. He was there before he ever even got to high school. He was on the NBA court, you know, seeing real players, and you know, it was a real thing for him. So I think NBA and being an NBA ambassador is more like a family thing to a guy like that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why do you've repped Oakland real hard. I mean, pretty much your entire career, and so does Steph, and he kind of really represents so much of what Oakland embodies. Why do you think he's made such a connection with the fans?
You know, I think about things like, what if Damian Lillard was our point guard all these years, and he's the hometown, you know, favorite or whatnot, and he's from East Oakland. But I think, I don't know, man. I think we just we fell in the Bay Area in Oakland, fell in love with Steph Curry. It's a relationship. It's a love thing, and it's just, you know, so many exciting moments. We used to go to the Warrior games before the Baron Davis, Steven Jackson crew, you know, the Run TMC. You know, we used to go to the Warrior games a lot of times just to see Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. It'd be like somebody's coming live in concert. We didn't even really go to see the Warriors compete. We went to just see who was in the building, and all that changed, man. 2015, that changed. It changed tremendously.
No doubt.
All of our rooting for the Warriors became real. Like, we're gonna win tonight. Like, you know, it changed, and the culture is alive and breathing now. It's not a one season I believe type of vibe. We don't need to wear the I Believe T-shirts anymore.
Right. No, they're the talk of the town, man. When they go on the road, man, there's nothing but Warrior jerseys everywhere. And you speak to that, Short, when you're growing up and going to Warrior games to see other players, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, Tim Duncan, whoever it was, Larry Bird, Magic. And now to see the Warriors when they go on the road in all those Warrior jerseys. You were going on tours nationwide. How many Warrior jerseys did you see at concerts you were selling out across the country, hell, across the globe? I bet you couldn't find one Warrior jersey back in the day.
No, a lot of A's, a lot of Raiders, but, you know, Niners, but never Warriors. And now you see them in the crowd. You definitely do. You see that that number 30. You see it a lot.
Hey, Too Short, I got a tape of a tape from my cousin, Born to Mac, back in the day. You've had a heavy influence on me and B. When during the quarantine, you and 40 did that Versus, and you had the Warrior jersey, the throwback. It was brought to you by the Warriors, and that night was special for a lot of people our age, and I said this to 40 when we had him on the show, and I want to say it to you, thank you. Thank you for representing for the Bay Area that night. Thank you for going back down the memory lane for a lot of people, going through all the catalog of music and the feel good of that era. And thank you for putting on for San Francisco, because you were holding it down for San Francisco that night. But that jersey was clean, Too Short. That was clean.
Yeah, Steve Kerr personally brought that to my hotel that day, and I had to wear it because I love Steph, I love all the players, but they all made this video for social media saying that they were all rooting for E40. So I was like, you know what, you guys, root for E40 all you want. Your coach is rooting for me.
I can't believe that, man. No respect for Too Short. I love 42, but, man, people forget about your catalog, how deep it runs, and you're still putting on.
No, they were combining.
No, it was a celebration. No, it was a party. It was a party, but I love how Short you did represent, because we're two guys from the city, and everybody thinks it's about the Salesforce Tower, the Transamerica Building, the Golden Gate Bridge. You shot it out every hood, and that meant a lot to us here in the city.
Well, it meant a lot to me coming up in the game because every little neighborhood showed me love. It was a point in time where I was really boots to the ground, and I would drive my car up to Hunters Point and jump out and just hang out with guys that I'm just meeting. And it was just, it was a love for the music and a love for the community. So, I had to tell this story. And I think that, I don't know if people noticed, but Versus was very different before me and 40 did it. It wasn't like a celebration. It wasn't like you got this concert vibe and the artists were looking into the camera and performing the songs and stuff. Now it's the sort of like we turned the corner for the brand, and they just capitalized. And when we watch Versus now, the last few, it's spectacular. They got lights going off, it's like guest appearance, other people coming on and stuff. They took it to the next level. So I'm proud of what me and 40 did. I'm really proud of it.
No, it was awesome. When you put the satin coat on, I mean, everybody got all the feels.
Oh, the A's coat, that was hard.
That was freaking awesome.
That was hard.
One thing that you've always done throughout your entire career is you've always kind of like looked to the next generation of artists, and you've done work with them. And I think that I'm watching last night, and Steph Curry is getting all this appreciation from guys of yesteryear. Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, all the different players throughout the generation of the game. I think there's something special about that, and I think I'm glad to see some of the older people just in different industries celebrate the people on the come up. And I think you were one of the people that kind of taught, like, hey, it's okay to embrace the younger people and not just hate on them. And I think that's been something real special that I saw last night, and I've also seen you do.
One thing you got to say about Steph, man, is he is the undisputed favorite of all the little kids. I don't care who your dad plays for or who your dad's favorite team is. When Steph Curry comes to town, all those kids want to take a picture with Steph Curry. They want to tap his hand. They just want to see Steph Curry. They're like, Dad, I love you, but Steph Curry's in the building tonight.
That's great, man. Too Short here on the Morning Roast. I know you got to run, but we want to say thank you for waking up, man, and showing some love to Steph Curry and showing some love to the Bay Area. We love Mount Westmore. Love what you and 40 and Cube and Snoop are doing. And, man, your music never gets old, man. It's timeless. From the 80s till now. You've been doing it for damn near 40 years, sir. That's crazy, man.
Yes, sir, and it's still more to come, so enjoy it.
Absolutely. Short Dog in the house, man. Too Short. We'll do it again soon, man. And we'll see you out at Chase Center soon, all right?
All right, guys.
All right, Too Short here on the Morning Roast, the legend, icon, here on 95.7 The Game. Had the jersey from Curtis. Said, they all rooting for
that was
40.
So cool.
Well, the coach is rooting for me. How about them apples, man?
That
Short Dog
so
in the house, man.
That was
spitting
so
game.
Cool. I love it. Too Short, man, the ambassador, and it's just everything that he represents. And it's funny, growing up in the Excelsior, our little music shop was Creative Music. And I remember every time that Too Short would show up, you'd hear from 5 or 6 people in the neighborhood. And then, boom, Joe from Creative would have a picture picture signed autograph with Too Short. No artists were doing that.
Nah, no artist was doing that back in the day. The record shot we had on Hayes Street, right there by Hayes and Cole. And by the way, we got a special guest calling in just a second. I knew he was going to call. I'm not going to say. I would have surprised you.
Oh, okay.
I would surprise you, but I knew he was going to call. He's trying to get on the roast for a while now, man. He hasn't been on the roast for a while, so we got a special guest coming up in just a second. Let's go to Antonio and Chris on 101 real quick. Antonio first in Oakland. Antonio, good morning, man. You're on the roast.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, we got the all-time stolen base guy, home run guy, all this and that. Like Bonte's favorite rapper Jay-Z's wife would say, we run the world. Feel me? I love it, man. Hey, I think Steph's probably number 2 behind Jerry, though, all time. As great as Steph is, I mean, Jerry is probably a little greater.
Greater for now.
For now.
He wins one more championship. He has more than Jerry Rice, Antonio. One more championship for Steph Curry. He has more than the great Jerry Rice. Let's go to Chris real quick on a 101. Chris, what's happening? Thanks for the call, Antonio. Chris on a 101, what's happening?
Hey, man, good show, man. This what Short and 40 did, that was love. But look, I'm trying to remember a mega superstar like Curry who didn't come out the box, but with determination, hard work, we're seeing the end results. Think about it. A mega star who to the level, the championship, the MVPs, who kind of struggled a little bit in the beginning because of the injury, but got himself self-made because of his sharpen up his craft and hard work. Now, look, if you guys were a coach, I'm going to leave you with this, because I saw Miller, Ray Allen, and Steph talking after the game. You had one shot. Who are you drawing up the play for between them three? All right, y'all, keep doing what you do.
Yeah, so when you're a coach, you have to think of fail-safes. I'm going to Steph Curry, and this specifically because even if he doesn't get the shot, he's going to command so much coverage, he'll make the right basketball decision to make sure the right person is in position to give me the best chance to win.
All right, Steven, I'm going Steph just because it's Steph Day. But that's a tough question, man. You can't go wrong with all three, but I'll go Steph. Steven, hit me with the drum roll, please. We got a beat for my man. We got a beat. Look up a beat real quick for my man. I want to do this right. Because Shazka has no idea.
I don't.
He's one of the biggest Warrior fans out there.
Okay.
One of the biggest Warrior fans out there, knowledgeable, played high school ball. Once made high school sports focus. Once made high school sports focus.
Him and I share that in common. All right.
I was on Sports Focus too, eating a lot of pizza. Got the free T-shirt. Here we go, Langford. Hit the beat.
Oh, Fabby Davis.
Fabby Davis Jr. joining the morning roast. You know he had to call in, man. We were trying to get him on the show for a while. Fabby,
the North,
what's happening, man?
The East,
I'm actually surprised Fabby wasn't in the building at the Garden. He makes these big games, man. Fabby, what's happening?
Man, what's up with my guys, man? You don't know how devastated I was that I couldn't get a flight to New York to go be there, man.
Oh,
goodness.
Oh, man, I can't believe you weren't there.
So bad. Like, oh, my God. Like, we was like, me and Unc was like, yo, let's go out here. Once we seen that he didn't break it in Indiana, I was like, yo, let's fly to New York. Bro, the tickets, like, tripled up. But listen, last week, I'm like, yo, he's going to break it in Madison, man. There's no better place to break it than the Square Garden. I'm like, then I said, I waited too long, man. I goofballed it, man. But, hey, man, that was an amazing – not only was it an amazing accomplishment that was accomplished, but it was just the love that he was able to receive in New York, where they don't love nobody but New Yorkers.
That's so true.
That was amazing, man. To see Ray Allen, to see Reggie Miller, and to watch everything around the NBA just freeze and stop. What a great accomplishment, man. We have to, let the drum roll for the kid, man, Deli Buff.
I love it. You know what's crazy? Fab, you're obviously a diehard Warrior fan. You can see you behind the bench at all times, screaming and yelling. You're always rocking your gear. But you appreciate the history of the game. And me and B were talking about, we're all about the same age. Right. Mully was that dude. When you were at the park and you were striping from outside, it's like, yeah, that guy shoots like Mullen. Like, that was the way. Anybody who had a lefty stroke, that was the gold standard of shooting. We have completely forgotten about Chris Mullin. That's how great Steph Curry is. And Mullin is a Hall of Famer. I mean, Michael Jordan said he'd put him in his starting five if he had an all-time starting five team. And yet we just completely blow right past Chris Mullin because Steph is that unbelievable. I find that to be remarkable this morning.
I don't think that people blow past Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin, like as you alluded to, was a Hall of Famer. I don't think he was a
Hall of Famer just from individual accolades. Him playing on the Dream Team definitely helped boost that out. Mullen was a great guy. He was, the epitome of what a Warrior basketball player represented. He wasn't the fastest guy. He wasn't, didn't have the divinity as far as a divine body build. He was actually worked up. In a lot of ways, it's almost similar, generationally speaking, to a Steph, just as far as the skill set that was built. He worked hard from a skill set. He wasn't the most sought after coming out of St. John's, anything of that nature. But it's just generational, man. I don't think that his impact in the game was as revolutionizing as Steph Curry's impact to the game. He was just he was a good shooter, great player, hustler, and he had a spirit for the game, a real warrior. But when we talk about Steph Curry, man, we're talking about a guy that's in a league of his own. We're talking about somebody that has actually revolutionized the game of basketball. He has changed the way that people play basketball today. If you go to AAU games and you watch these kids, you have kids pulling up from half court. We were watching a game the other day at halftime. When the kids come out and come play out at the arena.
Oh yeah,
man, I'm watching 10-year-olds pull from the logo.
Yeah,
wow.
From the NBA court. I'm like, man, that would have never happened. You know how far that was. So
that's crazy.
That has changed the game, man, and it's a beautiful thing to say. And as we say, no disrespect to Mullen. I love Mullen. My mother loves Mullen, and the Greater Bay Area loves Chris Mullen still to this day. But we're dealing with two different individuals when we talk about those two.
And you know what, Mr. Fab, as we're talking to Mr. Fab here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, Chris Mullen would say the same thing. He always says his own Warriors pre and post. Steph Curry's the greatest shooter. What I did, Steph Curry's eclipsed that, and much more.
It's just crazy to say that, though.
Yeah, it is wild to say that. And Mr. Fab, like we said, you go to every Warrior game, man. You've been a diehard Warrior fan. When Monte Ellis was traded, I got to ask you, what was going through your head? Because there was it was like 50-50 split. Like, I remember I was like Team Monte because I didn't know about Steph Curry's ankles. Where was your head at when Monte Ellis got traded, which opened the door for Steph and Klay Thompson to become one of the greatest shooting backcourts of all time?
I hated it. In all transparency and honesty, I hated it. I was totally against it. I was a Monte fan. I felt the potential that Monte was exhibiting could have got us to another level. Nowhere near where we went, but I just felt like I had so much trust and belief in Monte due to his talent, and I felt like the Mississippi Missile, man. Nobody's fast as this guy. He's a defensive animal. He's just the specialties that he brings to the basketball court. His energy is great. He represents the Warriors. And I was we were friends. He, me, my mother, we were all friends. So I was really like a Monte fan. So I was totally against Steph. We got to think Steph's coming off 2 injuries, both legs. Then he's coming off the injury. He's like, man, this guy might not end up being the guy that they thought he would be. He won't be the Dell Curry son, the guy that's going to come in and be the new Chuck Person. That's all we were limiting him to be. The rifle man, the new Dell Curry, the new, the guy that could just shoot a little bit. So I was totally against, man, hated it. I was like, no. We booed Jacob, booed everybody, man. Yeah. But that goes to show you that you can't just always look at things from your own perspective. One person that we have to give credit to, man, is Bob, man.
Yeah.
Big BM, man.
Yep.
Bob Myers, man, that guy right there. When we talk about a front office and somebody that had an innovative perspective, man, that guy is able to put it together. Yeah. Him going to go get the guys that he were able to get for us to start our championship run, and then for us to break that down and him to rebuild. Man, I don't think Bob gets the credit that he deserves. Although he has won GM of the Year before, that guy is somebody who knows the sport of basketball, who has an ability to play 4 or 5 steps ahead. And man, the team that he's formed now and formulating the guys from going to go get the rookies. I mean, if you look at what Kaminga's doing, he's looking good.
Looking really good. Man,
going to go get Iggy. Yep. Going to go grab Jordan.
Otto Porter.
Come on, man. Who would think that Jordan Poole would evolve to be what he is right now?
Yeah.
Like, they're going to have to pay this guy next year.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, because we're up against, I got two quick ones because I want to start here first. You're always doing things in the community. I have a tremendous amount of respect for anybody who pays it forward. Volunteers their time, their energy, their money, and does things that positively contribute to our community. And you're one of those people. But so is Steph Curry. Talk about what he's done for the East Bay in general, behind the scenes that maybe people don't know about, because he really does give back.
That's like the Chris Mullin, Steph Curry comparison. I can't touch what Steph has done, man. Steph has his commitment to the city of Oakland is like, oh my God, it's so champion, and it's paramount to see a person of that stature come back to a city that has embraced him, but he has embraced as well. I mean, he's built several basketball courts. He's donated so much money to the schools, to scholastic systems, the sports programs. And what he's doing, he's showing, look, man, if you're going to come into a city and you see the city is ravaged by all of the things that it's been going through, man, try to do your best to help out. Even Confucius quoted a quote saying, man, if you see something wrong and you don't do anything to act on right, you're just as wrong as what you see. Now, the quote may not have been verbatimly just like that, but that's the gist of it. Steph is actually carrying out that duty, man, and he's helped change so many lives in the communities, man, of things that he's done. He, along with Under Armour, as well as him just taking the initiative of himself. Things like coming out to the community events, playing basketball with the kids. That lives with these kids forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. One last thing before you get on here, and an open line anytime you want to hop on with us. Take me back to 2019. You and Bonte on TV, his first ever little dipping of the toe on television regionally, and now you see your boy every single day on pre and post. He came up, and it's because of you, Fab.
I gotta give Fab a lot of credit. Hey, Fab, it's long overdue for you to be on that show.
Thank you.
I know you're texting us on the Memphis game, but you're long overdue to be on that show again.
Listen, I've been calling him. I told him, I said, hey, man, I can't get on the show. I talked to Darrell, I talked to Mullen. I said, what, I got to wear a suit? Man, I can wear a suit. You need me to wear a suit?
Nah, we don't need those suits, man.
We wear that. I got my vaccination cards and everything. Come on, man. I got to get on the show, man. We started this, baby.
Hey, we did start it. Hey, we started it in the G League up in Toronto, man, in Jurassic Park. Baby, I'll never forget it. Hey, I tell people all the time, Fab, one of my highlights, last night we talked to Barry Bonds, that's a highlight, but one of my highlights, and I had that picture up on my Twitter forever and Facebook. He
talks about it every day.
It's you, it's Snoop Dogg, and 40, and I'm sitting there in the cheap blazer while you guys are wearing all the bling, and I'm saying to myself, that night the Warriors lost, and I said, man, I had a cocktail that night. I said, man, I was chilling with Snoop, Fab, and 40, man.
Yeah, you made
it doesn't get any better than that.
Man, that was so amazing because the way we set it up, and I'm telling you like, is Snoop really coming? I'm like, man, he's going to come out. You like, man, you playing with me right now. Like, nah, man, Snoop coming, 40 coming. We going to put it together. That's how we utilize our star power, baby, for the good ratings, baby. They know our ratings was amazing. They got to bring us back on, baby.
Hey, Fab, I was just happy I didn't mess up the handshake with Snoop Dogg, man. It was so clean when he walked on set, man. We had so much fun, man. It's long overdue. We got to get you in studio.
Yeah.
We got to get you on set on NBC Sports Bay Area. It's long overdue, and we always appreciate the time, Fabby.
Big plug before we leave, man. Yeah. December 23rd, we're doing our 17th annual toy giveaway in the community. If anybody wants to be involved, please follow us on the social media for the donations, to bring toys, just to bring them around to the community, as well as we're launching a banquet next month for the launching of the Dope Era Academy for the schools as we try to build an institution that will help revolutionize the mindset and perspective and reinventing the role models for the kids. I definitely want to come on and talk about that stuff a little bit more in depth, but I appreciate you guys always allowing me to use this platform for us to just talk our passions. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Bay Area, baby.
Yeah, and Fab, talk to our produer because I want to help out in any way that I can. I've got old sports equipment. I got all kinds of stuff. I want to help in any way. Volunteer. Let's get together and let's talk again next week.
Yes, sir. I got you guys, man. Go Warriors.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. Fabby Davis Jr. here on the Morning Roast with a show. A lot of fun there. Too Short and Mr. Fab back to back. I don't know if you get that on any other sports radio show, man. Too Short.
That was
Fabby.
pretty cool.
You had Charles Oakley on 6:30 in the morning. I almost forgot about Oak.
Yeah.
Forgot about Mad Oak, man. Oak is no joke.
I love it. Did Curly, your great producer, try to give him the James Dolan and usher him out midway through the interview? Because he's feeling himself back there. I've been told by nice guy Steven, who, of course, is on the 1s and 2s and 5 to 6, getting it all started. Yep. But apparently Curly said to Too Short, "Oh, thanks for coming on, my man." Because Curly drops my man on everyone.
Let me tell you.
He dropped up my man.
Dude, let me tell you.
Totally, dude.
About time Curly earned his paycheck, because Curly has been coasting for about 5 weeks. He is feeling himself. He's in a penthouse. He doesn't even wear slacks anymore.
That's what I was going to say.
You know that? He doesn't even wear slacks and button-ups anymore. The guy used to come in all clean with the half zip.
We've changed him.
This being said, you don't know what he went through back in the Jolo and Dibs experience, which was, I think he had about 2 years of the 4-year run, longest running morning show, and I hope you guys can someday pass that that watermark.
Hey, these AC Transit reads. I'm like about to apply. I don't know how long the roast is going on.
You keep sipping on that timeless coffee, and everything's going to be fine.
Timeless, man. 9 a.m. hour.
You're over there crushing it.
My timeless coffee. Shout out to RJ and Paula.
We're going to talk about emotions today because Mark can speak to it better than I, but I was doing roasted penny pasta, and my girl's coming home about 6, and she's hungry. I got the word she's hungry. I got to start early. So I'm doing my prep about 4:15, 4:30. I'm watching my guy doing it all, running in, chopping veggies during the break, apologize to the advertisers, and I'm thinking, I got to get these veggies in the oven to roast before the game gets underway. So I'm running back and forth, and then when it happens, Wiggins with the kick out, Steph with the splash, I was like, man. And Mark, you spoke to it. I'm feeling a little bit. I was in my feels
crazy.
More than I thought I'd be.
Yep. Yeah, got up all in. And by the way,
didn't burn the veggies. By the way,
yeah. Well, good for you. This is part of it is because of when you go to bed. When do you go to bed at night?
About 8:30.
About 8:30.
Yeah.
So
him and I both.
Yeah. The old days of doing mornings. I never broke it.
It is a struggle.
My man Claus over here goes a little bit earlier than some of us. So maybe you are chopping veggies at 4:30.
No doubt.
I'm kind of digging the 4 o'clock, 4:30 starts once in a while because I'm like not cooking yet.
Major League Baseball, line 1. Maybe start these games a little earlier.
I can't watch Inside the NBA no more post-game show because of early sleeps, man.
Well, we talk about it yesterday. I think a lot of us, Draymond included, got to that spot where it was like, man, get this thing over with. And then suddenly, on the day that we knew it was going to happen, right? The Portland thing was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then you got on the road to Philadelphia, and it was like, come on. Indiana, maybe. Last night, yep. Tonight's the night, and you could sit down, and like my sons gathered around, they wanted to make sure they were there for tip. Like, how often does that happen? Where high school kids are like, I want to be there for the tip. And then it happened, and it did. It hit me in a way that I didn't necessarily see coming because, and maybe part of it is because of the way he reacted too. Like, he was so into it. The Knicks did an amazing job of being into it. They really created a moment that I didn't necessarily see coming.
So I asked Bonte about this. When you're coming in and out of the gym and you're waiting for parents to come when you're coaching, you see the dedication for the whole family. I mean, you have an older brother, and the little brother goes to all his practices and all his games, and mom and dad are, taking them all across town, or they're driving here for stuff. I was looking at both his mother and his father and their embrace, and all I kept thinking about was how many countless hours have they driven as a family and dedicated their life, little brother, sister, etc., and they're going to trainings and they're going to practices and camps and stuff, and it's like all the stuff we don't see. We see the games. We don't see the 30-year build-up to get to that point. That's the part my dad texted me like, that was really cool to see him embrace his family like that, and I got really I got kind of worked up right there. I don't know.
Sure.
You guys know what I'm talking about? Because you've driven your kids to all kinds of things.
I got a 20-year-old, so now when he calls me and he talks about doing real life grown up things, and he pays his own rent at Berkeley, and he's doing. I mean, I'm past that. Like, wow, he's a grown up. But every day when you talk to him, and I talked to Quest yesterday, you get that moment of like, man, he's a grown up. I had a hand in him being a grown up. And if you're Dell, you remember all those games where Charlotte's hosting Vancouver. The Vancouver Grizzlies.
Sharif Abdul-Rahim.
Steph has got a seat, and Steph is soaking it and learning and shooting pregame and doing what he's doing. And it's like for Dell, I'm sure more so than Sonia. As the mom, it's a different amount of feels, but as the dad, it's like this is what I dreamed about.
Well, and I obviously don't think that any of my sons or my daughter are going to break any of Steph's records any day. But what I do want to do, I do want to raise my children to not be the guy in the second row last night who got the screenshot social media treatment, must have spent 5 G's on a second row seat, then lucky enough to have Steph actually pull up for the historical 3 right in front of him. And my man is on his phone. My man
Head
is
down?
not even looking.
Yeah.
Head is down.
Totally
like
down.
he missed it.
Yeah.
He spent 5 G's
down,
to be
man
right.
down.
He was 10 feet away from history, and he was on IG or he was responding to a text. That's all I hope. I hope my kids never become that guy.
Yeah, that's tough. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. 9 a.m. hour, like we said earlier, brought to you by Timeless Coffee, Willard Dibs. So, what else are you guys going to talk about? D4 getting cut?
No,
I'm kidding.
we're
I'm
going to
kidding.
talk about the.
George Kittle?
Now that the record is aside, we can focus on the real issue, which is Steph's in a slump.
He is in a slump.
19 of his last 60 from 3. We're spending 3 hours. We will rip 30. Enough with the record. It's time to start taking good shots, Steph.
Right. I think they need Clay to return
I think
next
so.
game to get a real 3-point
We need
shooter on this team.
more Iguodala from 3.
Oh my God. How many times did he hit the side of backboard?
Yeah, well, he's rusty. There's no cool.
If I sound a little hoarse today, it's because every time he raises up, I scream at my TV, knock it off!
What about Iguodala?
Stop shooting.
I got to give you guys credit. Yesterday, I'm in the car listening to you guys.
Iguodala.
And you were talking about, what's going to happen after they hit it. Now, I forget which one of you said it. Someone's going to be the ceremonial fouler.
I did, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
and then they're going to foul him, and then they're going to stop everything. I was blown away at the amount of energy that said he, really let out a scream.
Yeah,
right.
It let you know, whoa, this meant a lot to him. They wanted to get through this and get this done. And then to see the class of Ray Allen and Reggie Miller and them kind of soak in the moment. So few guys that have played, they're over it. They don't want to go. You get a video tribute. You don't get the full in attendance thing. I just thought it was a classy night all around. Madison Square Garden, Knicks fans, the NBA, the
Spike Lee, Alicia Keys, man.
SpikeLee on his seat.
What was that?
Yeah,
Spike Lee was there early.
He went low.
There early.
He went way low.
Dude, he went way low. By the way, Steph Curry, one thing that's going to get lost too with this 3-point record, everybody classifies him as the greatest 3-point shooter, great 3-point shooter, but it's not just that. He's a hooper. He's one of the greatest players we've seen.
Yeah.
A top 15, top 20 player. And that's the thing about Reggie Miller and Ray Allen. People are going to see that 3-point list as they're the greatest 3-point shooters. But Ray Allen, early in his career, will slash on you and dunk on you. Reggie Miller, that elbow jumper, mid-range, getting to the free throw
one of the best
line.
competitors ever.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one thing I was I'm looking at Twitter and social media, listening to people. It's he's not just a 3-point shooter.
Wow.
This guy's a hooper.
Especially the guys you're comparing him to are a good 4 or 5 inches taller than he is, too. When we talk about not understanding how he can have radar like that far from the hoop, I also don't even understand. How does he finish the way he does?
It's crazy.
He finishes at his size.
Yeah.
By the way,
His scouting report.
spoiler alert, he ain't 6'3".
Because Bonte, you're 6'3", right?
We've stood next
I'm
to him.
6'4", 6'3".
You
are taller than Steph.
Yeah.
You are clearly taller than Steph.
No, I'm not actually.
You
He's
are.
soft. No, he is.
When we were standing,
I have a picture of stood next to the guy.
Right next to him. You were taller than him.
Was I really?
You are taller.
I feel like I look up to him.
If you're 6'4", you are taller than Steph Curry.
I think he's about 6'2", 6'2 and a half.
Yep.
You were taller than him when we stood next to him at Media Day.
His
Butch
scouting
and I
report.
are barely taller than Seidel's
Exactly.
baby boy, quite frankly.
It's me, Raymond Ritter.
His NBA draft scouting report said that Steph Curry is going to struggle finishing around the basket. That's why it's cool to see him finishing around the basket.
One
By
thing
the
we're going
way,
to talk to the good doctor, Dr. Narav Pandya, today about
doc.
UCSF Medical.
Love the doc.
He should be our doc.
What Steph is our doc, not
Yeah,
your doc. We're going to talk about Steph's body. What Steph did to his body with the ankle issues and physically. So we're going to talk, instead of just who's broken, doc, we're going to talk about who's fit.
Well,
I
hey,
like that.
Very nice. And by the way, isn't that an underlying theme of the whole day? Thank God for the things that you think are awful, but they're actually perfection in life. Thank God you weren't a Nick. Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
Because
right.
as you said
That's
about a
right.
half hour ago, he'd be on his 15 by now. If he'd
Thank
been
God
drafted
Van
by the
Gundy
Knicks.
didn't come here and said it Kerr.
And thank God for your ankle injuries because it led to a 4-year, $44 million contract that was the best contract in the history of sports, and it allowed this team to build what they've built over the last decade.
And by the way, 707 saying ripping Steph on his day. Nah, that's Steiny's job, Dibs. That's Steiny's job. We can listen to that 12 to 3.
He's overrated. That's the original Steiny job.
You know, there was a rumor that Steiny was like fist pumping at a Warrior
he
game.
was.
Did you hear about this?
I was
No
at the
chance.
suite.
No chance.
When he was
Must
sitting
have been
courtside.
carpal tunnel.
No.
Trying to shake
Was he
the
mad at a concession?
No.
Was he, where's my popcorn?
Was somebody on his lawn?
Not gonna lie. From the suite I was in with bullying him.
Okay.
And Darrell Wright. I'm looking at Steiny. I'm like, man, that's Steiny and Dana sitting courtside, huh? Good for him.
Dana's
of course,
the
he's
best.
getting the Bob Myers treatment. He's walking down the lake up. Kuminga missed a layup. Steiny had a little clap where he's like, darn it. And then Steph hit a 3, and I saw the fist pump, and I text Guru immediately, yo, he's a closet Warrior fan.
Man.
Don't be fooled by the shtick from 12 to 3. He loves some Warriors basketball.
Video proof, or I'm not buying it.
Damn, I didn't have a camera. I mean, I didn't want to,
darn it.
it would have been a lot of zoom in and stuff like that.
my career.
That's my guy.
That's it for us.
That's great.
Willard Dibs taking up until 12. Steiny Guru, of course, Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6. Have a good day, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wiggins comes across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
I have to admit it. Deborah Claus.
You got emotional. Whitney Houston, I get so emotional, baby.
I had to turn my head for my sons. I was like, hold on. Get a hold of yourself, for crying out loud. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? You have those moments around your kids, Christmas movie or something like that, little love story there at the end. Like,
you know what makes me emotional, Mark?
What the hell is happening to me? The Budweiser Clydesdales can't walk across my TV without me tearing up. The hell's happening?
It's easy to see, Mark,
Thank you,
because
Sarah.
We all pay for cable, and when you think about all the a la carte services and all the extra channels, when you think about it, all you really want is to watch Steph Curry, and for just 41 cents a game, thank you, Xfinity, I can watch number 30 off the dribble, off the drag series, off an elevator baseline cut, a catch and shoot, spotting up from 35, and last night, Mark, when Andrew Wiggins drove the lane and chose not himself, but he chose Steph. He kicked it out, and when Steph caught that ball and he let it fly, I thought, my world is complete. Steph Curry has become the greatest shooter of all time. Curry! For some reason, I thought about this song as I was weeping in my living room.
And then he hugged his dad.
Oh.
And I have a dad. And then he hugged his mom. I have a mom.
I'm fresh out of both.
He's very relatable. His mom and dad. I do too. I see him over Christmas.
He fist bumped Bielitsa.
I'm going to give them a hug too. As long as I'm COVID negative. I'm going to give him a hug, Dibs. I'm going to give him a hug. I must say, did you see Steph?
Oh.
Did you see Steph the other night?
So perfect.
I almost felt bad, too. I felt bad because...
And when Kevon Looney committed that foul after the three.
And you knew it was Looney.
And Steve Kerr, when he wasted that timeout.
What day was it that they told Looney, by the way, dude, this is your job. Like, we signed you to a contract this year to foul somebody after Steph breaks records, okay? after Steph breaks records.
When he hits his 3,000 in the next couple of weeks, go ahead and foul again, Kevon, because we're going to need that ball.
The Warriors are turning into a Budweiser holiday commercial, because if that hits you, what the hell's going to happen when Klay Thompson comes out onto a court in the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 21 days? I don't know when it's going to be, but my gosh, if we can't make it through Steph Curry hitting a three-pointer that we've known he was going to hit for 7 years, what are we going to do when Klay Thompson returns to the floor for the first time since June of 2019?
Yeah. It's going to be emotional.
I'm going to be on the floor.
And when Wiseman comes back, it'll be more of a stand and applaud kind of moment. It won't be as emotional, obviously, as Klay.
Show me what
Steph
you got,
record
young
breaker.
man. Yeah, exactly.
And a Christmas Day game against Phoenix is looming as well. This is the first of many great holiday moments that you can only hear on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game. And hello, by the way, also to not only of those of you listening to us on 95.7 The Game, but those of you who are crazy enough to watch us. Look at you. We can see you too. Did you know that? It's like romper room in here. That's right. I see Bobby and I see Kristen.
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
I love the girl who cares who you like.
At you
okay?
with the Cool It Now new edition.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. My mom, bless Ellen Willard, she sat on the phone for an hour and a half trying to get me new edition tickets one time. Struck out. Remember when you had to just sit there, redial?
Yeah.
Redial.
Yeah.
Redial. She sat there, maybe it wasn't an hour and a half, maybe it was an hour, I don't know, but it was too long. She never got those new edition tickets. She was trying to get me tickets. She got my sister Madonna tickets. And you know how it is when you're kids, like you can't give one of your kids something and not give the other, right? You know when someone's a parent when they show up to the house with a gift because the family had a new baby and they've also got a gift for the 4-year-old.
You got to.
You got to do it. And so that's what she was doing. She's like, we got our Madonna tickets. We tried to get you new edition, but Mr. Telephone Man was not in her favor that day.
Something was wrong with his line, apparently.
I would have loved, Mom, I don't want the tickets. I want you to say that into the phone.
What's wrong with my unit?
Mr. Telephone Man, something's wrong with my line.
Perfect.
I need some tickets right now, and I'm just not getting through.
It's a tough break. And for those people last night who had tickets, and you saw the Garden full early, and you saw the cognoscenti, you saw the who's who coming in pregame.
Man.
Tracy Morgan, Alicia Keys in the building, Spike Lee. And it was perfect that it happened in New York City. As I said earlier in the green room, as Guru likes to say on our show call, it's Hollywood and it's Broadway, our two biggest, quote, stages. And I love the Bay Area. I've been here for years.
Yep.
And I hopefully will never leave here. But your two biggest stages, All the World Indeed's a stage. Shout out Geddy Lee, rest in peace. Hollywood and Broadway, and Steph got to do it in Broadway.
More on
Broadway.
the Bay Area as a sports entity in a few, but
it's a team's people.
By the way, didn't we say that Jesus Shuttlesworth had a game to coach last night?
He did,
and he skipped it. And he put his little painted-on mustache on, and he came to New York. He came to New York to be there for them all, and that was great. Also, yes, there were all the stars, but the ones that mattered outside of mom and dad were Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, and it was great theater. I didn't think it would be. I was wrong.
It was better. I knew it would be good theater, but it was better than I thought.
Yeah.
You know when there's that movie, it's that movie's coming out. We're going opening night, and you're thinking, God, I hope this movie doesn't disappoint me. I hope it lives up to the billing.
40-Year-Old Virgin. I'll tell you the story.
I would love to hear it. That's up in 60 seconds. It's called The Tease, people. But, you go to the movie and you sit through it and it's like, this movie's good. This movie's really good. Oh, my God, this movie's amazing. Like the Matrix movie that's coming out. The hype for that, for those of us who love the Matrix, and I really loved the trilogy, you're looking at this thinking, man, this could be... Thank you, Nick Friedel.
Did you love it all the way through?
I did.
We all loved the start. I don't even know if I saw the third one. Did you?
It's good. I thought
great?
They brought it home. I thought it was good.
All right.
And maybe I'm a Keanu Reeves, a sucker for KR.
Well, who's not? Via con Dios.
Yes.
Yeah,
it was really good. But anyway, I think last night was kind of like the new Matrix, where you hope it lives up to billing, and last night really exceeded it. the moment of the shot, the celebration afterward, which was perfection, Steph doing the media rounds after, it was great. I loved it.
Really, really good across the board. And before it even happened, I was cruising around, and in fact, as a girl dad, I was driving my daughter and one of her teammates to her own basketball practice. Maybe she'll set a record someday. Based on what I've seen so far, maybe not. She's solid. I don't know about the three-point shot, but we'll see. And in driving them around, after dropping them off, I do what any self-respecting Bay Area dad would do as soon as the kids leave the car. Let's turn on 95.7 The Freaking Game and listen to Tim Roy count this thing down to tip-off. And as I'm listening, they hop to a clip from Andre Iguodala, and Iguodala said something that I thought captured really well something that for me has set Steph Curry apart from, quite frankly, every basketball player I've ever watched.
I've said it many times before, what he stands for, a generational, impactful guy. It's only like one of those guys every generation, and just kind of how he changed the game. I was talking to Steve, and Steve was like, Steph Curry was the reason why you're allowed to have fun and laugh on the basketball court, where as opposed to before, it was all macho and who was the toughest and who was the meanest and the baddest. And he made it cool to, go out there and have fun.
Iguodala, because when we say Steph Curry changed the game, I think immediately in the back of our minds, we're like, yeah, because he's extended the three-point line. He's the one that has youth basketball players all pulling up as soon as they cross half court. Just the idea of the three-pointer in general is a completely different entity than when Ray Allen and Reggie Miller were shooting it. But Andre spoke of something else there, which I think is why I referred to Steph when this moment happened last night as the best watch of all time. This is my favorite watch in the history of the NBA, and yes, you can go ahead and include Michael Jordan in there, and yes, I watched him. Steph is my favorite watch, not because he's more athletically gifted than a Michael Jordan or a LeBron or any of those guys. He changed the entire vibe of watching the sport. And you and I have had enough conversations about the bad boy era and the Jordan rules and all of that. Yep. I like this better. I like smiles. I like joy. I think it's okay to respect your opponent and smile and shake their hand in the middle of the game. I love rivalries. I hate the Dodgers. I hate the Lakers. Spadone, I hate the Lakers. But it doesn't mean we need to be mad all the time when we're on the court, and Steph made it okay. In fact, he even made it cool.
To play with joy.
Thank you, and I love that.
He's not the first to do that, and
no,
I resent
Johnson.
I resent the notion from Andre Iguodala that that's how he changed the game, because he really didn't.
He did. He did adjust it. He did. Magic Johnson did it with a smile.
He was the first to do it with a smile.
Yeah.
And there have been other players. But Isaiah Thomas played with joy, and there have been many other players who played with joy.
They kissed one time on the court. That was amazing.
Cutting edge, yes. Not since Britney Spears and Madonna have we seen such a kiss of such viscosity, if I may. And remember, always change your oil every 4,000 miles.
I was going to say viscosity. I think I heard that in a Chevron commercial recently.
Viscosity is one of those words I'll use wrong on purpose any chance I get, this grocery line's long. We need more viscosity. And it's just kind of my thing. An even better way for Andre Iguodala to describe Steph would be to talk about what he's done for physically undersized athletes like myself. You have gifts that I could only dream about. You're 6'2", you are sinewy, you are strong, and you are handsome. And I don't hate you for that because of people like Steph Curry. Calvin Murphy, D. Brown, Tiny Archibald. These are athletes, Steph Curry, Allen Iverson. These are athletes who are doing things that they rightly shouldn't do. Steph Curry is not scrawny, but he's not as muscular as most, and he might be 6'3". He doesn't have a great vertical. He's quick, but he's not the fastest guy on the floor. What he's done for overmatched athletes is worth far more than what he's done as a gregarious, smiling athlete.
I'm going to skip right over the ridiculous handsome part. Sinewy? I don't think I've ever been called that before.
Strong. Yeah, sinewy. You're like a tree. You're like an elm. You're not like a mighty oak. Yeah, you're not a mighty oak. You're not a pine. You're not a redwood tree. You're a solid Elm.
I used to live on Pine, and now I live a block away from Elm. So maybe there's some continuity there.
Yes,
So,
to quote Mix-a-Lot, you're long, you're strong, you're down to get the friction on.
wow. Well, I mean, the last part is definitely true.
I'll take a 3.
All right, 888-957-957. How did this hit you? How did this emotionally hit you last night? Because I did. The text started coming in, right? Everybody, Warrior fans, and it did. It seemingly snuck up on people because you're not used to having that emotional reaction when you know something's coming. By the way, like and I do not mean in any way to be morbid here, but there were moments last night during that record where it sort of felt like the funeral for your uncle that you see once every 3 years.
Damn.
No, seriously.
Dearly beloved.
In this way. You get the news that uncle passed away. He'd been sick for 8 years, and you don't see him you're not all that close. You're like, oh, that's a shame. I'm gonna reach out to my aunt, but it's not like you fall down into the fetal position. But when you get to that service and you sit down and your family's all there, and all of the sudden the first person that walks up there, waterworks. You're like, I didn't see that coming. I didn't realize I was going to react that way. We've known this day was coming for a long time. There was a little bit of that last night, obviously in much more of a celebratory way than a sad way. But I was like, I did not know that this was coming. I didn't know I had this emotion sitting in here, as I had one son on each side, both excited about the moment. And he hits the 3 and everybody stands up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is hitting me right now.
I appreciate the effort. I'm going to give you a 2 for the dead uncle analogy. I was having a hard time comparing the sorrow with the joy, but I know what you're saying, the surprise element.
Thank you.
Shout out Uncle Terry, who passed away. I used to have an Uncle Terry.
By the way, you know who apparently didn't pass away is Geddy Lee. The text line did not like you saying rest in peace. Is Geddy Lee still with us?
Oh, boy.
He is, in fact,
Did you
with
just
us.
kill
It's time to
someone on
play.
the air?
Is
Oh,
he or
Neil
is he
Peart.
not
Neil
dead?
Peart.
You are thinking of
Yes, Neil Peart. Damn
R.I.P.,
it.
the great drummer of Rush. Geddy Lee, the lead singer, is still alive.
For the amount of people I've killed off on this station, Mark, I should be put away. I mean, you want to talk about...
No, I think it's great.
You want to talk about your all-time serial killers? I'm a verbal serial killer on this station.
I think people like it though. When you if somebody accidentally puts you away on the air and you're still with us, it's like, hey, no. Like, I'm still crushing it. I'm
I killed
right here.
off George Murison a couple weeks ago. I think, did I bump off B. Arthur? I think I killed her off a couple weeks ago.
I had a buddy in San Diego about 3 years ago, killed Bill Walton. I'm like, wait a minute.
Horrible.
Hold on a second. Okay.
God.
This is my bad. We didn't get song of the day, but we're going to get to it in just a second. Plus, hey, Bay Area, you are a sports mecca that you are not getting credit for. We've got that around the corner. We've got Bob McKillop, Steph Curry's former coach, of course, on at 10:30. Festus, for the rest of us, Festus Ezeli is coming on at 11. The Good Doctor at 11:30. You are wide open and welcome at all times at 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services, and it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to
your emails so you have them when you need it most. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
More details at AutoZone.com.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
There's that cross screen again to Wiggins. Steph, three. There it is. NBA three-point history. Stephen Curry stands alone as the most dominant distance shooter the game has ever seen. 2,974 threes and counting.
Toys in every store.
And what Charles Barkley had to say about it, not too far away, you might be surprised.
Yeah.
And what Steph had to say back to Charles, you might not be surprised.
One of my favorite moments of the whole night.
And there were a lot of good moments. Not necessarily much within the game after it happened. I will say this. Here's the if you want, because I know some people like the dark underbelly. The dark underbelly is, I got questions about the rest of this road trip. I want the Warriors to go to bed. Don't get out of bed for 2 days.
I know.
Sleep, go to bed. I know we had the convo yesterday about getting out and about in New York. I more mean this like, okay, once it happened, we saw it was such an emotional release. And then you went back to playing basketball against an awful, woeful, depleted, disgusting Knicks team.
Pay the under.
And had a hard time shaking them.
No.
They did.
No.
What? 5-point game, 5 minutes to go?
To win the game.
Yes, but in that situation, and I get it, they had their travel situation as well, and that's sort of what I mean. I wasn't going to go there.
It's time.
I think come Friday in Boston, they need to, no more travel issues, no more rest problems. I don't know, it feels like somebody might get a load management day in one of these two games, especially with coming home and what may or may not be a really special home week next week if Clay does actually return. But on Friday night, can you go prove that you're back to playing Warrior basketball and not messing around, struggling to beat the bottom of the East? Like, they don't look great. And they didn't look great even after the record was over, which I thought was supposed to be the thing that was stopping them from looking great.
I'm not trying to yuck your yum with the topic, but I could give a rat's ass about Friday at this point. You got 2 off days. You've got a back-to-back Friday and Saturday. When we get closer to Friday and Saturday, we can talk about who will play when and whom will play whom, because you're not going to play. I don't think that Draymond's going to play both. I don't think that Steph's going to play both. I don't think that Otto Porter might play both. Wiggins will play both. You get my point. You've got these next 2 games. Just get a split.
No, I understand
really
that.
Cares
no,
how
I mean,
it goes.
I mean this more just the health of the team in terms of how they're playing. Because
23-5.
Yeah, but they haven't looked the same, as we know. 4-3 over their last 7. They haven't looked the same. And by the way, as a communications major and somebody who speaks for a living, if there's one thing in the English language I still struggle with, it's who and whom. Mm-hmm. Still struggle with it. Can you explain it and make it easy?
Yes. When you're talking about owls, it's who.
Okay.
And when you're trying to sound smart, it's whom.
Perfect. Now
Done.
I know.
Hello. That's basically what I go with.
The Dibs Reaper is at it again.
I saw that.
Same from the 925.
Apologies to all members of all rock bands out there who I have killed prematurely.
Is it only musicians?
Actors, actresses, politicians, athletes.
They do live life up against the edge. They do. Some of them leave early.
And I'm 50-plus years into life and 25-plus years into the business, and the old brain, she ain't what she used to be, Kyle. The synapses don't always fire like they used to.
That's all right.
And just a real quick correction from earlier, B. Arthur is no longer with us.
All right,
you had that right.
So wait a minute, that cancels it out.
Yeah,
you
How
killed
about Dudley Moore.
You brought her back.
You killed somebody. You killed somebody who's not dead, but you brought somebody back who is dead.
I miss you, B.
Congrats. No, that evens it out. So you're okay.
Huge.
You're back. You're back
to par. Open up bogey birdie. All right, what can we do for the final 16?
No problems with that at all. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're wide open for you till Bob McKillop joins us in just under an hour. Lazy Dog Restaurant and Bar is bringing back its popular DIY gingerbread house kit for a third season to benefit Habitat for Humanity, where 100% of net proceeds of sales are going to support them. Every gingerbread house purchased at a Lazy Dog restaurant will help families in need of a decent place to live in communities across the U.S. Habitat strives to help others build strength, stability, and self-reliance through shelter. The gingerbread house kit is available now through December 31st for just $6.95, and it can be found at all Lazy Dog locations for takeout and delivery while supplies last, or you can order at lazydogrestaurants.com. The only thing I would suggest, if you do get the gingerbread house, start early. We tried to do gingerbread houses after the Warrior game was over last night because don't bother Dad, I'm watching the game. And then we did gingerbread houses. And then when that white stuff ends up all over the table and all over the floor and all over the PJs, all at bedtime, it's a disaster. It's a complete disaster. So that's what we did last night.
Nice.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, thank you.
It's it's good that these games are on early. If you've got young kids, that way you can get all the way through it. You can get even a little post game and still have time for story time before bed.
So the 3-point all-time record lives here. Let me think about a few other things now that live here. The most touchdowns all time lives here. The most home runs all time lives here. The greatest receiver of all time lives here. The greatest shooter of all time lives here. The second greatest shooter of all time lives here. The former greatest quarterback of all time lives here. The now greatest quarterback of all time grew up here. The Bay Area, I thought of this last night, and a lot of people were bouncing around with some of the records that are here. This is an underrated sports mecca. I don't feel like it really gets credit for that. We think of New York and LA. You even mentioned that a handful of minutes ago, and there's no doubt that New York is Capital East and LA is Capital West.
You always leave out Wando, by the way, the all-time MLS leading goal scorer.
I appreciate that.
He's from here and he played here.
Yeah, so with all of those things here, and oh, by the way, certainly in recent years, since Y2K, my gosh, the Bay Area has dominated the hell out of LA and everywhere else, maybe outside of Boston. This is an underrated sports mecca, not just based on the care from fans, but also the achievement from the teams.
Yes, and if you look at the three different teams, and you can take the Niners all the way back to the late 80s, the mid 80s, and beyond, and you look at what set these organizations apart. Eddie DeBartolo and Bill Walsh were ahead of the curve as far as how they did it, circumventing a system where there was no salary cap. You had a great head coach who was brilliant. You had an owner who was willing to spend, no cap. You built a dynasty. Subsequent to that, you haven't been as good, but you've been all right. You've been fine. The Warriors got a new owner, and, we all booed him and laughed at him in the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony. He talked about hanging banners.
This is crazy.
Come on, people.
I mean, he talked about hanging banners, and we mocked him. And by we, I mean me. And, his life partner actually confronted me at the first parade. We had a long discussion about, I know who you are, because I was one who, of course I mock Joe Lacob.
Wow.
I mock everyone.
You know what that is at the parade then? That's a confrontation sensation.
And it was, before we'd gotten our case of beer back from one of the interns who made a run. Point being, you got the right owner, the right coach, and a transcendental player, and you've gone on to have a dynasty. What the Giants did in '93, not moving to St. Petersburg, eventually gave rise to a new stadium, bonds, and a run as well. So it's greatness in the front office combined with superstars on the field, and a fan base, by the way, that doesn't repel its stars. You look at other cultures, other climates, Philly, New York, LA, you don't really ever see that many athletes put down roots because it's not a place where you put down roots. It's landfill.
Yeah. And by the way, thank you, text line. A couple texters reminding me the most stolen bases of all time lives here as well. Yeah. Today, I am the greatest of all times. So yeah, this This area, and by the way, take it from somebody who has spent some time in my life living in Southern California, working in Southern California, it's different. I know Laker fans care, and Dodger fans care. But it's different. It's different here. The West Coast fan and the show up late and the leave early and the you don't really care thing that we get from the East Coast, like the way I've always described it, especially as somebody who works in sports media and looks at data and looks at ratings and whatnot, and believe you me, if you put up for 1 month a Southern California sports radio rating, what we do here, you'd be a millionaire. You'd be a millionaire because there just isn't that kind of connectivity in LA. The way I describe it here is because people ask me that all the time. Well, how are the sports fans different, LA and San Francisco? You go to San Francisco, the moms are all wearing Giants hats at the grocery store or wherever they go. Like it's a family thing. It's different. People get it across the board. Men, women, kids, old people, young people, everywhere in between. It's not like that, I think, in most other West Coast cities. And so when you also then blend in the success that we're talking about, man, it doesn't get discussed enough what the teams here and the fans here have done over the last 30, 40, 50 years.
I was going to say generationally, because if you go back to our youth, my youth in the 80s, when the Niners popped off, I remember being at the first Cowboy-Niner game in 1981 where I got free tickets. Berkeley Farms, the Junior 49er Minor Club, they came up to Marin County. My dad took me. We got 2 tickets. He and I went to the game. And they routed the Cowboys 45-14, but we got free tickets. And that was really when the new Niner fan base was born. They won the Super Bowl. They'd win 4 more, and a dynasty was born. Giants games. We used to drive from Marin when I was in high school in the mid-'80s, and you'd walk in the parking lot and get a ticket for $5, upper tank. You'd still sit behind first base in the 15th row. Right. We'd meet our friends, and that's what you did. And then, well, they got the new stadium, they got a dynasty, and now the fan base is this gigantic monster. And the Warriors, even back in the 80s, we would drive over from Marin across the Richmond Bridge down Cutting Boulevard. Same thing. You get tickets for $10 in the lot. You go catch a game. And then We Believe and, TMC and all the rest. And the fan base grew and was born. But even back then, 40 years ago, these teams were supported. Even though the Niners were god-awful, the Giants stunk, and the Warriors were an embarrassment.
Totally. That was one of the worst ownership situations in sports. And people said it for a long time. If the Warriors ever got good, wait until you see. It was a fan base that those on the inside knew was just waiting to pop.
Right.
It was waiting to explode, and it just never had a reason to until sort of Run TMC, and then obviously what has taken place in more recent years under Joe Lacob and the rest of that group. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll go to the phones in a second, but how about a little Song of the Day action first, if you please, gentlemen.
Are you ready for the sequel? Are you ready for the latest? In the garden of evil, I'm gonna be the greatest. Curry! In a golden cathedral, I'll be praying for the faithless. And if you lose, boo-hoo. Hey, look, Ma, I made it.
I mean, and Dad also. Hey, look.
Oh. Everything's coming up.
Yep. He did it. Hey, look, Ma, I made it. And that was sort of the, I was amazed. Maybe I shouldn't have been. The look on Steph's face, the release that he showed, the yell, the expression, everything. I guess when you're experiencing it as that actual person, what a flood of emotions, even for someone who, again, has known for years,
right,
provided health, this day was coming.
It's like when you made the San Mateo varsity basketball team, and you told a great story last week where you're shooting free throws right near the coach, and the coach is calling in players one by one. You were hoping it was going to happen. You kind of knew it would happen, but in that moment, when Willard, and you get called in, and you walk out of that office, that exultation sensation that you experienced, it's real and it's powerful, and it's adrenaline, and it's something that you hope that you can experience in your own personal life, however it happens. For me, it was when I got the call that I had made it into the cast of Flubber as a featured extra. I went to an audition. Yes. I nailed the audition.
Of course you did.
I went back for a second audition, and then later that day I got the call, and I was pumped. And it's that moment of, when you've been on TV shows and movies as I have.
Hang on, let me go to your IMDb. I need to
I'm
see
actually not in there. I was not listed.
You're not?
No, I was a featured extra. I didn't get a line, so I got bumped last minute. Otherwise, I would have had some dialogue.
Well, no, it's anything that you visualize that then actually happens.
Right.
And not anything, because some goals are bigger than others. But when you visualize something.
And you want it that bad.
And when it is ridiculously far-fetched. I mean, I'm going to be the greatest three-point shooter of all time. And then that happens. Like, holy smokes. It's unbelievable. And Steph Curry's life seemingly is just that over and over and over again because undersized, Davidson, dismissed, all of that. And to become this, it's just a constant flow of, wow, what a story. 888-957-9570. How about Bobby in Los Altos? Bobby, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. First of all, let me just quickly say I don't think there was any doubt who the assistant was going to come from. Number 22, Death Metal K. Wiggins. But what I really appreciate about Curry is that, like you said, he makes you smile. When I started watching the NBA, it was around the time of the Knicks Heat, where it would be like, 69 to 78, and all it was pounded inside. It was no fun. Basketball was not fun. Jordan was the only reason the NBA was interesting. So I really appreciate the fact that every time I watch the Warriors, Steph Curry makes me smile. I've known about Curry since he was a nothing at Davidson, because I guess I could look up the facts, but I won't. But I think when he was a sophomore, he played University of Maryland in the NCAAs. Maryland was my favorite team, and at the time, after the game, Gary Williams, Hall of Fame coach, said to him, you could play for any ACC team that you want. So, at the time, ACC was by far the most dominant basketball league, and I knew that he was going to be great, and to see them come to the Warriors and accomplish this has been, really awesome. It's like watching your little kid grow up. And then finally, can I just say this? Can we stop giving the fans of Madison Square Garden or New York City their flowers about how classy that was? Listen, I'm not a hater. I lived in New York for 8 years. But, what place wouldn't stop the game? And what fans wouldn't applaud? Why are we pretending like they did something special that no one else would do? I get it. The media lives there. But come on. Their fans are not passionate. They're not as knowledgeable. They're just more obnoxious and loud. We have the best fans in this area. I've lived everywhere in the country, and I can say that with zero authority, but I'm still going to say it. So I appreciate you taking my call. Thank
Bobby, yeah, thank you. I will say, look, I'll defend West Coast fans until the end. This really, for me, wasn't about the fans of the Knicks. It was more just about the Knicks. And maybe they do get a little pass because we're so used to them not being classy. Like James Dolan is literally the least classy owner in all of sports with the way he's treated his own greats in that building. So maybe our expectations are so low that we were surprised. But I don't think every single road environment would have done it the exact same way. I don't know if all of them would have been like, let's clear the decks, let's put it up on the board, let's allow him to take as much time as he wants in the middle of the game. I don't know. I don't know if they all would have done that. It was nice, so I give him a salute.
Absolutely, and I'm with Bobby 95% of the time on anti-New York praise, but in this case, I would give them the same tip of the cap because of what you're saying. They allowed the time to go. They put up the tribute on the Jumbotron, and this against the backdrop of what Mark Berman from the New York Post told us yesterday on this very show. The Knicks wanted him. The Knicks were going to take him. So the fact that he came to your place, did it in your face, rhyme intended, and you should have had him in your space, that burns even more, especially considering the fact that you have been insignificant ever since, the OJ chase in 94. You've been a non-factor in the association.
Guys, could you actually send a little thank you note to Mark Berman? I'm glad you brought Mark Berman up, and Spadone, you especially. You, in Pick Your Battles, took the Warriors last night, minus the 5.
I took the under.
I started putting more money. I'm going to bring you behind the curtain here. I put more money on the Warriors in the middle of the Mark Berman interview. Because as he's sitting here talking about what an epic disaster the Knicks are, I'm like, man, even with the plane flight stuff, I go, the Warriors are going to cover this number. So when the Warriors are were they up by 5 or 6 with 30 seconds to go?
6.
They're up 6, and Wiggins has got the ball. And all of us, collectively, I knew it. I knew we were in 4 different places, but I could feel all 3 of you as that ball, as Wiggins puts it in the palm, and he lets it fly.
I'm screaming, get out.
And the hand is in the air, waving it like it just don't care. I'm like,
ridiculous.
All 4 of us are frozen in time right now, and Mark Berman is dead to us. I will RIP Mark Berman right now.
Man.
If this 3-ball misses and the Knicks go score and lose by 4, that's a wrap for Mark Berman on this show. Wiggins. Whoosh. Splash. I got the green check mark within 10 seconds from Spadone. We're counting dough. The Knicks just dribble the clock out. The Warriors win by 9. And all is right in the world. Mark Berman is welcome on this show anytime.
Love him. Friend of the program. He's like family. And that, by the way, just a perfect encapsulation sensation.
Put it on the board.
Of Wiggins. 6 of 13, 18 points, 6 boards. And he hits just a late 3. A 3 that,
a pointless 3.
Yeah, pretty pointless.
The big 3 in Vegas.
Cover the number.
I mean, it saved us from at least just throw up in your mouth possession for the Knicks if he doesn't make that 3. All right. 510, you guys are rubbing off on me. I'm at work, and I just said it's a litigation sensation during my meeting. Thank you, Eric in Walnut Creek. And yes, I'll pay for that one. I decided to read it. I knew it was coming. I'm good for it.
We take Venmo. It's great. We do take Venmo. We need
Zelle?
to get
I'm having a hard time with Venmo. Can I use Zelle? Do we do Zelle?
You can, but Venmo is a lot easier than Zelle.
Don't get me going on Venmo. They've got something attached to my phone number that's not attached to my phone number. I can't get an account. I've tried. It's been for years. I can't do it. I got to get Zelle because I hate being the guy that's like, do you still have PayPal?
Yeah.
I hate that. It's like, please, just tell me you got something with Wells and we can do Zelle so I don't get embarrassed.
Zelle will hit you with the limit, though, the daily limit, because I owed my son
How much are you trying to give somebody?
My
Good
son,
grief.
I owed him a little piece and a
not
little
a
bit of
little
a
piece.
money exchange, and so I had to hit him with 2 Zelles and a Venmo
Wow.
to be named later. It's true.
Oh,
I owed
gosh.
him 4 large.
Didn't Beck say that once? 2 Zells and a Venmo.
It's not bad.
That's not good
I give
either.
you 3 is a stretch.
All right, I appreciate it. It was definitely a stretch.
Better than your dead uncle analogy.
Bob McKillop next hour. Festus for the rest of us is an hour away. Coming up next, what if he were a Nick on 95.7 The Game?
After the week, month, or just day you've had,
If you have a jumbo loan over 3%, refinance with Veritas Funding at 2.5% rate with 2.65 APR on loans up to $3 million. 2.5% on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Up to $3 million with a 2.65% APR with Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek. Call now, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Veritas Funding is an equal housing lender. NMLS 252108. Rates and terms subject to change without notice. $3 million loan amount based on 50% loan to value with 780 credit score.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display and save $750 or more at the Heston Grilling event at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Stands up in unison now as Mr. Curry brings the ball up once again.
Alec Burks guarding it from the start. Wiggins again. Here's Curry for the record. It's good! And there it is! Stephen Curry! The all-time three-point king in the NBA!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, happy holidays.
Start spreading the news.
To all of you kids and campers. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm leaving pretty soon.
Like 2 hours and 4 minutes, right?
I want to be a part of it, Mark. New York, New York.
Are you impersonating Frank or the SNL impersonation of Frank? What you're doing right now is...
Say it!
An impersonation sensation.
Oh, you can put it on the board, yes.
That one felt good, actually.
Yeah. I was doing, like 4 levels of impersonating.
Little tease for the Twitch and YouTube
These
audience.
Midday show blues.
Did you do Hawk Harrelson combined with Marv Albert there?
Yeah, you
All right,
can.
it's a cross-pollination sensation.
Yes!
Sorry. Believable.
Believable. There you go.
Spinoni hates when I just leave it at the un.
I know.
It triggers him.
Yeah, we like to finish what we started around here.
Totally. Thank you.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. What's going on to all of you crazy people who are watching right now? And a little bit of a tease, which is tomorrow at Odyssey. Wow, that was just
big zipper. I can take my
unzip it.
jacket off. I know you turned the heat up.
Well, speaking of Z's, we're going to do the big finish with Festus Ezeli coming up in an hour, and I'm told by the powers that be that one of the categories might be fun with the letter Z.
I like it.
And so you unzipped just to get ready for that occasion.
Yeah, last in your alphabet, first in your heart, the letter Z.
Yeah, except for unless you're playing the alphabet game on Highway 5 with the kids, it really does become frustrating to try to find a Z.
It's the beauty of the game because it never finishes.
That's
so
right. You could be down by 8 letters and you're like, yeah, but I'm going to catch him when he gets to Z.
I love it. Go ahead and race to Y. You're not even near the grapevine yet. This game's going to go on forever.
Right, exactly. So anyway, a little tease to that audience. Apparently here at Odyssey Entertainment, tomorrow is Ugly Sweater Day. It's an ugly sweater contest. And there are plans being made. Do you have an ugly sweater that you can bring tomorrow?
I have a hideous poncho that is a bone of contention.
It's not hideous poncho day, Dibs. It's ugly sweater day.
Well, I only bring this up to say that the hideous poncho, I wore it on Monday, actually. I love it. It's my lucky poncho.
I already wore it.
My
There
girl
was no
Supper
contest
hates
already.
it.
Okay.
So we had a big debate yesterday, and Supper said, "You're not wearing that again." I said, "I will wear it again." The poncho was grabbed and hidden somewhere in our house.
Oh, you don't know where it is?
I'm gonna look. I gotta Google it.
You can find it.
I gotta Google it.
Google it. Late night search is going to be happening.
Let me know when hideous poncho day is. 'Cause I'm ready.
I think they changed it to Herocious, actually. Herocious Poncho Day will be on Friday, December 24th. Also known as Christmas Eve. But anyway, plans are being made. Prizes will be given out. We shall see what happens. I wonder if some of you do want to weigh in on this. It's a fun little game to play. And a reminder in life that often the thing that we want the most, what we try the hardest for, and then when it doesn't happen, we are so disappointed so often in life. Thank God for that thing. Thank God that it did happen, or thank God that it didn't happen. Steph Curry, Del Curry, the Curry camp, they wanted to be New York Knicks. They wanted the Warriors to call out another name so that the Knicks, waiting at number 8, could take Steph Curry. Dibs, what if that had happened? What if that had happened? I don't want to diminish Steph's talent. It would have come through one way or another. But if James Dolan is your boss, I'm sorry. This isn't going to go well, or not as well, for sure.
With the 7th pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Brandon Jennings from Lodomatica, Roma, Italy.
You just wanted to say those Italian words.
Well, the Warriors needed a point guard.
They did.
And they're sitting there at 7.
And Rubio and Flynn are off the board.
Right. And Tyreek Evans, who's a shooting guard, but also kind of a point guard, he's gone. And so now all of a sudden, there's a run on guards. There's been a run on guards. Who do we go with? Do we go with the undersized gunner from a mid-major who, let's be honest, he's not big enough to be in the NBA. He's not...
Fun story, but come on.
Cute little son of a gun.
Right.
Son of a gunner.
Looks like
little son of a gunner.
14 years old. We're not drafting a 14-year-old.
He's not a baby-faced assassin. He's a baby-faced, just ask him.
Right.
I'm taking 4, even though neither one of them is paying attention.
I'll give it to you.
I'll take it.
That was strong.
What if, with the 7th pick, give it to me, Spadone, the Golden State Warriors are on the clock. With the 7th pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Warriors select Ty Lawson from North Carolina. I mean, DeMar DeRozan went 9. Great player.
Good player.
All-star, NBA. No, he's not an NBA champ. They got rid of him, sorry. Got a ring. He did get a ring. Didn't they trade him that year?
Playoffs.
Got a ring.
For Kawhi.
Got a ring.
Mad Bum.
And Jeff Teague. And, Omri Caspi was in that draft. And Taj Gibson.
Isn't Taj Gibson on that team last night? Isn't he on the Knicks?
Is he still?
I think Taj is on the Knicks. I think he watched that game. I think he had good seats.
Wow.
Yeah. I think Taj is making $4 million from the Knicks this year. Let's look that up. Somebody confirm that for me. Is Taj Gibson on that bench last night making 4.5 from the New York Brickerbockers?
And welcome into Where is Taj Gibson?
Where's
Taj Gibson, who's been 36 years old for 14 years.
Right.
He is a professional basketball player. This is according to Wikipedia. Professional basketball player for the New York Knicks.
That's a good up, Nick.
Taj Gibson.
That's a great up, Nick.
You got 4 for the up.
That's a great up, Nick. To your point, Mark, and we talked about it on the call, if Steph Curry had been taken by the Knicks, which apparently every Curry, including Eddie Curry, wanted to have happen.
Absolutely.
Steph's on his 5th team right now.
If I were a Knick man. Yeah.
I'd be 5 teams deep.
This would have been a very different story.
Right.
This would have been a very different story. So thank God that this did not happen to you, Steph Curry. Thank God for your ankle injuries that led to a 4-year, $44 million okay, fine, we'll keep you contract that led to Iguodala and Kevin Durant once upon a time being on the team and allowing these championship trophies to start to build up in your trophy case. Like, we've all had those moments in our lives, but where do you think this would have gone? Because, yes, I don't want to diminish his talent. It's a classic conversation of Brady and Belichick, right? And Brady is definitely one-upping Belichick now on that with a Super Bowl win at Tampa Bay, although Belichick is having a nice rebound year with a rookie quarterback and a nice record of 10-4. But the point is, I think Steph still would have been great. I don't think we're looking at this. Because even if let's say he still was this 3-point god, but he doesn't have any championships, and so he becomes Mike Trout. He's Mike Trout, where you're just like, that guy's amazing. It's too bad he plays for that team, and it gets wasted. He'd be Dame Lillard if he were a Knick man.
Basically, and let's say that last night he still was in line to break the record. But it was Memphis. He and Ja Morant, nice little backcourt combo. Memphis is at Charlotte. and Steph Curry's going to break the record. I don't think the game's on national TV. I don't even know if Ray Allen shows up for it. I don't think that he gets a post-game interview with SVP on ESPN. It is treated a completely different way, to your point. Now, does he still stand to be in line to break the record? Probably not, because being a part of a team with Kevin Durant for a couple of years, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, as you mentioned, a great team in this style, in this era, all led to last night being a special moment.
I still think he would be great. We've watched over the last 2 seasons, we've watched what it would look like if there weren't other great offensive players around him. And he's actually at times, I know not right now, but at times he's been maybe even the best version of himself. Last year, he had to go, quote unquote, do it alone. I think that those kind of comments diminish the other players, but there's no Klay Thompson, there's no Kevin Durant. At that time, you couldn't double team anybody. Now you can. And Steph is still able to succeed offensively in that environment. So I don't think there's any doubt that his talent is going to pour out, and it would have been a thing, and he would have been amazing. But this idea of being the best ever, and you changed the game, and you're going to be one of the most memorable NBA players to watch of all time, I don't think we can assume that that happens in a Knick uniform, and we might even be able to assume that it doesn't.
Essentially, when you look at the dysfunctionality of that organization throughout the course of his career, outside of, Mike D'Antoni, who would have been a perfect fit, maybe D'Antoni ends up sticking and staying if Steph gets drafted by the Knicks, but you look at last night's Knick team with Coach Thibs, Coach Thibodeau, and they're not having fun. And I made a little bit light of Andre Iguodala and the comments about joy and how much you were quick to co-sign on that dotted line. Think about the culture here in San Francisco as it pertains to the way Steph was able to come up as a player. He didn't start under the Lacob Goober era, but early in his career, they trade Monte Ellis. They basically give the keys to the kingdom to Steph. And then eventually Steve Kerr comes in, very player-friendly coach, and an owner who has been hands-on but in the right way, and a general manager, and the old COO in Rick Welts. Everything in the organization was built in a way to foster this sort of a personality. Put aside his genius on the court. Steph as a person, they've allowed him to grow, and they've embraced his off-the-court stuff and the family vibe, and, Steph as a humanitarian. All those other pieces, I think, have led to him being the person he is.
Well, let's imagine this for a second, inspired by something that a texter just sent in, 415, thank you. They'd have run Steph out of New York during the glass ankle years. Not only that, but what you just said, who Steph is huge, and I don't think players think about this when they're thinking about who's drafting them. The milk and cookies, we're sitting around here. We got IG Lives with Dr. Fauci. Me and my beautiful wife, who has a cooking show, are going to be all about our kids running around at the press conferences, videos in the backyard. It is this great American family story. And if you spoon feed that to a New York audience after you go 4 for 19, oh my God, they're going to lose their minds and freak out and run you out of town and tell you to stop focusing on lower golf tours and celebrity golf trips to Tahoe and get your butt back in the gym and work on your game, dude. Like that would have been the deal. But here, as it turned out, is a perfect place. It's a perfect place for a smiling assassin. It's a perfect place for a family vibe, a charitable person, and somebody who just wants to exude love and joy while he plays basketball. That works here. I don't know if that works there.
No, and I'm going to give credit to Mark Jackson. I'm going to steal from Guru before he has a chance to even get in, because he's a huge Mark Jackson fan. But having Mark as a coach early in his career, being able to say, go ahead and cut it loose. You're a splash brother. You and Klay Thompson. And also, Mark Jackson and his religious background, mirroring Steph Curry and his background in many ways. And I think that early relationship helped to foster a confidence in Steph Curry to where he was able to flourish, and then to have Steve Kerr step in, another former player, and by the way, good little shooter in his own right.
Can do it.
One of the top, 15, 20 shooters in the history of the NBA. You look at free throws and, imagine Steve Kerr in the modern NBA shooting the 25, 28 footer. So the fact that he had the right coaches, the right GM, the right owner who came in and bought the team, and to your point about the Bay Area, the right market, because we love our own. You've talked about the Giants and their great homegrown dynasty. The 49ers built on Joe, Jerry, Rathman, Roger, all the rest of them. You can go across Ronnie Lott and the great 4 guys in the secondary who were all drafted together in 81. Those things matter to us. So the marriage of the market, the management, and the player, it was all perfect.
By the way, we mentioned Kevin Durant a couple of times in this conversation. Did you see his tweet that he sent out, 14 hours ago? So what time? About 8 o'clock last night, our time. 2974, ... more on the way. Congrats to the God at Stephen Curry.
Nice.
Yeah. Right before he tweeted that out, he quote tweeted Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless wrote also at about 8 o'clock last night, the best player on the planet was at it again tonight in Brooklyn, going assassin in overtime for the COVID-rocked Nets. Nothing like Kevin Durant. You watch, Braun? Kevin grabbed that, which was a very high compliment, high praise in a very Skip Bayless sort of a way.
Bayless is so high.
Durant quote tweeted it and wrote, I really don't like you.
Nice.
That's it. I really don't like you, Skip Bayless. Even though what you're trying to tell me I'm the best player on the planet on a night when the Lakers are doing whatever. Did the Lakers even play last night? Okay, the Lakers are off. It's Steph Curry's night across the NBA for sure. And Skip is poking at everybody saying Kevin Durant's the best player in the NBA because he won a basketball game against the Raptors. I know a few guys were out for the Nets. None of them were named James Harden. But, guys were out for the Nets, and they got an overtime win over the Raptors. Durant's response, I really don't like you.
It's direct, and it was done through his primary account, not his burner account, so you got to give him some respect for that,
That's good. That's good. That's nice. That's an upgrade.
It's kind of stating the obvious, though. And, as far as likability goes, I don't think Skip Bayless is really seeking likability.
No, he's seeking this because that's perfect content for his show.
Yes, and that's currency for Skip Bayless right there.
No doubt. By the way, completely off the subject, and we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on it, but I wanted to mention it just because it very, very much affects the 49ers. We know that COVID protocols and COVID issues are a problem right now across the NBA and across the NFL, and it's building a little bit too fast. The NFL now has 7 teams in enhanced COVID protocols. I don't really know what the details of that are, but I think it means that they've got to sort of do everything virtually. I think they've got to do practices over Zooms and stuff like that. There are 7 teams now in those enhanced protocols: Browns, Bears, Lions, Rams, Vikings, Washington football team, and Atlanta Falcons.
Oh.
The team that's on their way to Levi's this weekend.
Man.
I don't even know what kind of emotion that brings to mind because A, maybe it'll mean the Falcons are compromised, but B, it also means they're coming to town with all their germs.
Yeah, fear is the, I don't know if fear is an emotion or if it's a feeling, but the Omicron variant is causing cases to spike across the country. And Roger Goodell already said teams will not be allowed to reschedule this year in the National Football League. So forfeitures are more a possibility than reschedules. The Browns, I think, the team that's been the hardest hit with Baker Mayfield and many other players on their team being hit. So it's just a reminder for everyone out there, forget the vaccine. This is not about that. Just wear a mask. Masks work.
Well, as of today, statewide mandate reinstated, and so for indoors, everybody has to for at least 30 days here in the state of California. It is the law. All right. That said, we mentioned this also, and therefore want to pass it along to you because it was a funny exchange. So right after the game, Steph Curry becomes the all-time leader in three-pointers, and of course that means we got to hear from the guy who loves jump shooting basketball teams. That's none other than Charles Barkley.
You know, Steph, you guys had a long 24 hours. Your plane got screwed up last night, so you had to stay in Indy. And then this morning, I guess y'all had more plane trouble.
Yeah, I was about to hit you with the KD, yeah.
Hit him with the KD.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. Exactly. Hey, Steph, you know, for me, watching it.
That's
so great.
That's it. We'll move on to the Jet. Chuck's got nothing else. It's one thing to be no question. He didn't even go to the interesting part, too. Like, he didn't even get to anything three-point related. Just like, so, I heard there were plane problems.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect microcosm of why I think that Charles Barkley he's trash when it comes to his role on that show. I know he's a great character. He stirs the pot. A jump shooting team will never win the championships. Well, they won 3.
No.
And so you had to back off that one pretty quick there, Chuck. And then that moment last night, so embarrassing. The guy just broke a record and you make a statement about a flight delay?
Right.
Good one, Charles.
Right.
It's a turnover.
But that is his role. His role is to go turn the ball over and make everybody laugh. We're laughing right now.
Laughing at him, though,
That's
not
fine.
with him.
That's fine. I mean,
it's not fine.
It's not?
It's really not fine.
I go to a lot of stand-up comedy, and a lot of it is laughing at somebody. And then there's laughing with people, and then there's laughing at yourself. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's trash. I get what you're saying. I think that role is there for a reason. Plus, he's Chuck, so he plays by a different set of rules. He's one of those people. That's just Chuck being Chuck. He can say things that other people can't say. That's his role.
He's like the drunk uncle at Thanksgiving.
That's right.
And, nobody wants him to show up, but he shows up every year, and he has a little bit too much of the chablis, and he says the thing you don't want him to say, but ultimately, at some point, the door is going to be locked.
You mentioned everybody in the building last night. Bob McKillop was one of them. High school coach for Steph Curry, who is going
college coach.
A college coach. Sorry, did I say high school? College coach at Davidson for Steph Curry. And he will be on with us next. Festus Ezeli is coming up in just about a half hour. We got the Good Doc coming up in exactly an hour. And there will be Steph Curry health-related questions in there as well, including updates on what's going on with the 49ers and the return of James Wiseman and Klay Thompson as well. And it's all brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Is your business high-rise or HOA in need of quality painting now that teams are returning to offices? MB Jesse Painting offers the most trusted painting services in the Bay Area, completing projects on time. Get a free quote today.
Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
And eventually they get it to Curry with Griffin on. Pull-up three. Oh, my goodness. Unbelievable. Stephen Curry with 42. That is a new career high. My goodness. Kevin Durant and company got to be impressed.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can only imagine what it must have felt like, not only to be in the building, but to have some sort of a hand in all this. You know, we talked about it from the perspective of Del Curry, Sonia Curry, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, who was giving out multiple hugs. I wonder what this must have felt like, and we're expecting to connect here shortly with Bob McKillop, his Davidson coach, what this must have felt like for him, knowing what he knows, being the guy that took the chance on the guy that nobody else would take a chance on, and then watching him take the Davidson name and put it on completely different pedestal. And then sort of watching what it's become in the NBA. He's not Steph's papa, but that had to have been a proud papa moment last night.
Without a doubt. And, you know, you look at the career arc for Steph Curry at Davidson, and he pretty much hit the ground running. He opened up with 15 in a game against Eastern Michigan. Then they go at Michigan on 11/11/2006, Mark, a full 3 years before he would make it to the NBA. He goes 12 of 25. 5 of 15 from three. He hangs 32 on Michigan in a loss. And I wonder if at that moment, Bob McKillop back in the locker room thought, we may have something here with this diminutive son of a gunner in Steph Curry.
Son of a gunner. I wonder what those conversations were like. And this is one of the things I can't wait to ask Bob. I wonder what those conversations were like leading up to the draft, because teams, obviously, if they're going to make an investment like that, they do a lot of due diligence, and that starts with talking to the people who are around the people. So McKillop's phone had to have been a journey in its own right just leading up to the NBA draft, because a guy like Steph Curry, I'm sure it was easy to say all the right things about the person, who this person is, NBA Team X, that you're going to be getting, but he was such, and you mentioned this just a few minutes ago, he was such an unknown as far as what he could become at the NBA level when the physicality changes, when the height changes, when the everything changes. Sure, he was a whole lot of fun in college, but what's this really going to be at the pro level? I'm sure he answered that question a million times.
Yeah, and he really answered it in his second year on that famous NCAA run where he went for 40, 30, 33, and 25, ultimately losing to Kansas. He played all 40 minutes in that Elite Eight loss to Kansas. But that's when all of us, and I'm a huge college basketball fan, as you know, especially come March, but that's when we all were hip to, man, this Stephen Curry, he wasn't even Steph yet. Stephen Curry, is it Steven? Is it Steve?
Stephen Curry.
Does he go by Steve? I got to Google it. But at that point, you thought, man, what a great, quote, college player. But how many great college players have we seen that don't become even good pros, let alone the greatest shooter of all time?
By the way, the fact that we mentioned this yesterday, and I wonder what your perspective was, the fact that it happened at MSG. like leading up to this same thing. I was like, all right, it'd be fun if it could be MSG. And then it was like, okay, this is affecting 4 games now. Can we get this over with? That was another surprising angle for me. The fact that it did happen last night, that felt like a real thing. It is good that it happened there and not in Indiana.
Yes, it's extra special because they're special. Like, I know you have at least one hole in one. I think you have 3 holes in one.
I do.
But if you had a hole in one on the 7th hole at Pebble Beach, the famous 108-yard downhill on the edge of the world par 3, that ace would be better than some run-of-the-mill podunk ace that you have.
Oh, believe me, my aces are ding, 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 ding. That's the theme song to my aces. I don't want to give them back, but I don't have any cool Pebble Beach ones.
None
that's
of them
for
at
sure.
the Garden.
No. A few of them are in par 3 courses. So,
and then those don't count.
No, okay, then I only have one. Okay. Anyway, all right, let's get to Bob McKillop. Bob McKillop, the Davidson coach for Steph Curry, who was in the building last night. Very honored and thankful to have you on the show. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Bob, thank you so much. What was the experience like for you last night?
Absolutely extraordinary. It was an historic event. It was like watching someone trying to beat Babe Ruth's record or Hank Aaron's record. It was something that will be remembered by so many people for their lifetime. Every time the Warriors got possession of the ball after the tip, people stood up like it was the wave with their cameras up, just waiting for him to take a shot and for them to take a picture of it. I think, thankfully, he got it early, so we didn't have to have that the whole game, but just a remarkable night.
Bob, did you have a moment to flash back to the first game Steph played for you? And I was just looking at some of the box scores. He had 15 against Eastern Michigan. He had 32 at Michigan. Was it in those early days when you realized not that Steph would become this, I don't know if even Steph himself dreamt that he could be this player, but was there a moment where you thought this guy could actually be something at the next level?
Well, did you really look at that box score closely? Because in that Eastern Michigan, game 1, his first time in a Davidson uniform, he had 15 points and 13 turnovers. So he had a double-double. And
I'm just looking at it now. You guys turned it over 32 times that night, Bob. Did they run gassers the next day?
Well, we had an 18-point deficit at halftime, but we managed to come back. And it was kind of a defining moment for Steph because we determined at halftime, keep him in the game despite the fact that we're down 18 and he committed 9 turnovers. Let's keep him in the game. And he told me in the aftermath of that us showing confidence in him was a critical factor in his development. Well, certainly it happened in the second half as we won the game. And then, of course, the next night he got 30-plus against Michigan, and it was off to the races for the rest of his career at Davidson.
Bob, we were just talking about out loud, sort of wondering what it was like for you leading up to the draft, because there were so many questions about, is this going to translate to the NBA? When teams called, what did you say?
Oh, I said he was decisively an NBA first-round pick, a lottery pick. And I talked to a number of GMs. In fact, I sat with Larry Riley last night, who drafted him for the Warriors. And Steph thought he was going to go to the Knicks at 8. And the Knicks had been down to see him a lot. He felt very comfortable in Madison Square Garden, obviously, last night is evidence of that. And he thought he was going to go 8. So when he went 7, and it was kind of a peculiar draft because Ricky Rubio, I think, was taken 5, and maybe it was Johnny Flynn from Syracuse taken 6. Both point guards taken before Stephen. How are those guys feeling right now, the guy who made those choices? But I felt very, very, very sure that he was going to be a lottery pick.
So he goes to the Golden State Warriors, and the career doesn't start out super great. It looks promising, but the ankle issues and some ups and downs, and the Monte Ellis seem to kind of be, quote, in the way. How hard was it for Steph and for you to watch and see that the ankle issue might be something that derails him early?
You know, I thought the one impediment to him becoming great would be physical. The fact that he was going to be playing 80-plus games, the fact that they were going to pound him, the fact that it was going to be a game against men every night. And I thought that could be a shortcoming that he would have to overcome. Well, clearly, you see the way he has refined his body even to this day. And I've watched him work out. I've watched the things he does. I've waited for him after games at the Oracle and now at the Chase Center for an hour because he's still lifting after a game. Just the most sensational demonstration of taking care of his body. That's what he's done. But what was interesting, when he came to the Warriors, Monte Ellis kind of felt that Steph Curry was going to step on his shoes. Monte Ellis wanted a first-round pick to be a big guy, not a guard, and said, what are you drafting a point guard for? And by the end of the year, I saw a text or two from Monte to Steph in which Monte clearly said, Steph, I misjudged you. You're everything that people told me about you, and you're a sensational guy. So that, to me, shows you what kind of person Steph is. He can enter a team and put his fingerprints on that team because of the gracious humility that is continuing to be a part of his life. And if you watched the game last night, it was as if every person in the building was rooting for Steph. Knicks fans, Warrior fans, basketball fans. Everyone was pulling for Steph, and when he made it, I was just stunned by not just his emotional response, but the uplifting response from the crowd, almost as if we are so happy for you. That's what he does to you. That's what Steph Curry does to everyone he meets.
Steph's Davidson coach, Bob McKillop, is with us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Bob, did you have a chance to connect with him directly after the game, and what was that conversation like?
Well, we were given the opportunity to go on the floor with him as he was posing for the cameras and doing interviews, and then we went out to dinner last night. There's a large group of people that went out to dinner, so I got to spend some very good quality time with him, and I think the biggest word I could use is relief. That's what he felt. He's a guy that doesn't feel too much pressure, but seeing the emotional response to making that shot, his eyes welled up a little bit with tears, and then just seeing the sense of satisfaction and relief he felt last night having it done, and now he can move on, was, I think, the immediate emotion that he had.
Can you share with us what bottle of wine was chosen at that dinner afterward?
It was a red that I drank. I don't know what everyone else drank. There was it was poured out of this very, very long, a decanter.
Yes.
And it had really a long neck decanter. And I drank a Cabernet early, but then they opened up some Pinot Noir that was supposed to be sensational, and it was.
Oh, that's fantastic. Nothing like a long neck decanter.
Sounds like a moment in its own right.
That's incredible. The word pictures from Coach McKillop right now is absolutely painting from across the country. So what does he do for an encore? More specifically, what's your sense for where this record ultimately rests? Can he get to 4,000 threes? He's darn near at 3,000. Can he even get close to 5,000 and put this thing out of reach?
I don't know that he's ever going to have this thing in reach of anyone else. And I also don't know that that's at all something in his mind. He looks at each day as an opportunity to get better. He doesn't look at it as a responsibility to accomplish something, but more as an opportunity for what can I do today to improve. And it's that kind of humility that has guided him throughout his career, and that's why he's got that chip on his shoulder ever since the big-time schools neglected to take him back when he was in high school. And he's carried that around with him, and it's been sort of an impetus, and it's been a catalyst, and it's been done in a positive way. So I don't know that he's looking at any numbers right now. He's glad to have this one behind him. I think the only number he looks at is a W or L, the letter after a game. And I think the fact that the Warriors won last night, very, very good. And you know what else? The fact that Damian Lee played so very, very well last night, I think that was so uplifting to Steph because of, he's his brother-in-law and, of course, a teammate. But there was great joy in Steph because of how well Damian played.
The numbers he now chases often are his own, right? And just kind of setting that pace. But as we're looking at numbers and then just also at fans, we're getting to the point in the career where you start to wonder how many more years he does want to play. What can you say in terms of goals that might still be out there? And if they're not numbers, Bob, like maybe they're years, or maybe it's other athletes he wants to be like. What can you speak to on that topic?
I think he's his own man. He dances to his own tune. He beats his own drum. I don't think he's going to put a number, because a number is going to limit him, whether it be years or points or titles. I think once he establishes that as a number, it's going to be all of a sudden the bar that is an impediment rather than a step that can be accelerate him even further up. It's like climbing a mountain. You know, you get to a peak and all of a sudden you think you're at the top and there's another mountain in front of you. That's the way he lives his life. He's climbed this mountain, but oh my goodness, there's another peak that I've yet to scale. And he sees himself in pursuit of that as he takes this journey in his life. And this journey is going to continue, and it's going to be one that people are going to applaud, and people are going to just be overjoyed because of what he brings to the table every time he steps on the court or into a conversation or in front of a microphone or a camera. This is one special person.
Real quick, Bob, on that, though, at age 33, and you've spoken of the physicality, a lot of us wonder with how much, his size and how much he puts into this physically in order to succeed at this level. What do you think about whether or not that will continue to fit as he moves into late 30s?
I think the biggest signal will be joy. If you see him having joy, if that is part of his daily routine, the warm-up routine he has, his playing, the locker room, the banter back and forth between him and his teammates, the family atmosphere he has at home, if you see joy in that, he's going to continue playing until there's a point when he says, it's not that joyful anymore. And I think that's the guiding light that has carried him where he is now, and I think that'll be the guiding light that carries him into the future. I cannot believe what great shape he is in. As a 33-year-old guy who's played as many years as he has in a very physical league, in a very physical game, and in a role that demands that he be in top shape, he's in incredible shape, and his stamina is extraordinary.
Bob, what a treat to have you on. Thank you so much for the time and for sharing that experience.
Well, delight to be with you, and anytime I can speak about Steph, and boy, I welcome that opportunity because it's like speaking about one of the most special people I've ever met in my life.
Well, then we definitely plan to do it again. Bob, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bob McKillop, Davidson head coach for Steph Curry. That was fascinating.
Opened his career with a double-double, and that's something that
13 turnovers.
He had 9 at the half. And
that's amazing.
You're opening up against a directional school, and even though you're Davidson, you're thinking, let's get the win and let's face Michigan tomorrow. He comes out with 9 turns in the first half, and they agree, you know what? We're going to stick with you, kid. We got faith in you. And he comes out. He only turned it over 4 times in the second half. 13 turnies for the game. Davidson turns it over 31 times. They roar back to win, and the rest is history.
Thank goodness he was at Davidson, right? Again, sort of like what we were talking about with either being a Knick or a Warrior. What does Duke do if he's playing there? Like, if there's more pressure, you don't get to sometimes get to the final chapter of the book because you have to move on.
Yeah.
We dealt with this all year with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. I don't know if every fan base would still be okay with, nope, we're going to trot Jimmy back out there again and see what happens this year.
Think about Jordan Poole and how he started his career.
Another good example.
During the bubble year, the broken hand year, where Jordan Poole got thrown to the Wolves, and he was not good the first 20 or 30 games. He could not shoot. And fans in a normal fan base would have given him the Markelle Fultz treatment, where you got to get out of town, kid, because we've given up on you, but not here in the Bay.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's worked out really well. I thought also very interesting what he just said there at the end. You're not looking for the ankles to start getting wonky. You're not looking for his handle to change, the inability to break down a defender as he moves into the age of 36 and 37 and 38. You're looking for facial expression. That's what we're looking for.
Joy.
As to whether or not Steph Curry's still got something left in the tank.
Does he still want to be out there doing the 2-ball dribble pregame? And is it going to be volleyball today or golf? What's going to be his pregame pantomime? The tunnel shot, his run to the stanchion before the tip. All those little things. Is he still really invested in doing that, having fun playing the game? Because, spoiler alert, he's made enough money to where he could probably retire today and not have to worry about, PG&E shutting the lights off.
Yeah. Although, I mean, you always have to worry about that. But yeah, there are no. If you look at it through that lens, there's absolutely no sign of him slowing down at all. And that, of course, leads to, you sort of brought the conversation with Bob to this, like, what is next? And on the front burner is, well, his Splash brother is going to return. And so I really think this has such a big effect on this story. If Klay comes back and at some point over the next couple of months, Klay is Klay, think about what that does, not just for Steph Curry and the Warriors this year, but I think I could even argue maybe longevity of his career, because Steph right now, last year and this year, is having to physically do every single thing in his powers, in his golf bag, if you will, has got to be out there every night. And not that he takes time off when Klay's out there, but the defenses, in theory, will be different in front of Steph Curry if Klay is Klay.
Absolutely, and especially with what Jordan Poole has done, to where he now has earned respect. If Jordan Poole's on the floor, you can't leave him wide open. Now, you can leave Draymond, you can leave Andre Iguodala open from three, and they're not going to burn you too much. But when it comes to Klay Thompson being back and Jordan Poole being back, the amount of space that will be created for them by Steph, but also for Steph by them. Because once Klay gets comfortable and he starts to go again, well, now you can't completely double team Steph at all times because Klay's going to get you.
Well, and then don't forget Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins is out there, and we have been waiting. We've been waiting for 2 seasons now to see what Steph, Klay, and Andrew Wiggins look like together. When Andrew Wiggins can be a third option, if you will. I don't know how quickly it'll get to that. Maybe he's still going to be option 2 for some time, maybe even the whole year. I don't know. But the bottom line is this is a guy that came in as the number 1 overall pick in the draft, was asked to be a 1. Oh, gosh, he's not a 1. Then he was asked to be a 2. He and Karl Anthony Towns didn't necessarily see eye to eye. Andrew has been loved here and seems to fit perfectly with the Warriors. And if that is option 3, holy hell, you're in trouble. That guy, obviously, from a one-on-one standpoint, can break down a defender better than anybody else on the Warriors. If that's your option 3, you're in trouble. You're in trouble as an opponent. I think this could be devastating.
Even if he's option 4, because you've got Jordan Poole who can be option 3, and if Klay, Wiggins, and Poole all take turns being option 2, and by the way, Draymond Green is scoring at levels that we haven't seen in recent years, and then you've got the vet men, team vet men off the bench, and I'm not counting Iguodala because offensively he doesn't really give you much, but Damian Lee, a veteran, Bielitsa, Otto Porter Jr. These are guys off the bench who can score, and all of a sudden now offensively you're more than just a one-trick pony.
Do you remember the Draymond Green three-pointer that hit off the front rim and then went in? Which, by the way, those of you who had the Warriors -5, that was a very, very large shot last night.
That shot had no business going in.
Well, little man didn't know what to do. 7-year-old Jude is sitting there, and he just goes, Dad, what was that? He goes, wait, Draymond hit a 3?
What did I do wrong?
He goes, has he ever done that before? I go, yes. Yes, he's done it before. He doesn't do it often. He doesn't do it with a lot of success. His mind got blown. He was just like, I don't know. Wait a minute. Like he got scrambled at the idea that Draymond hit a three in a perfectly Draymond way. Bonk off the front rim, tumble its way in.
That's like a soft line drive that has an 8% chance of being a hit. That ball hit almost below the front rim and somehow crawled over and in.
It's the holiday season and a Festus for the rest of us. Festus Ezeli is going to join us coming up next. The Good Doc right after that at 11:30. It's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today. See how they are perfecting the art of fresh. How about some fresh takes from Festus Ezeli? That's next on 95.7 The Game.
All season, you can follow your favorite team no matter where you are on Odyssey, your audio.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We've gotten away from doing the big finish with our most esteemed guests.
And that's my fault.
No, it's not. I mean, I'll take at least most of the bullet for that. Yeah, we've gotten away from it. Today it stops. And it stops right now.
It stops here.
It stops here, and it stops now. And that's because one of our favorite former Warriors, someone who has been to battle with many of the guys in this current group, the great Festus Ezeli, joins us right now. Before we worry about the big finish, let's do the big start with him. Hey, Festus, what's going on? Welcome in.
How you doing, man? Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing it, man. It's great to have the perspective of somebody who's been on the floor with some of these guys, and in particular the guy we're talking about tonight. So, what is your what emotional reaction did you have to last night's accomplishment?
You can't not be happy for Steph. I know that's double negative, but I was just so proud. When you see records get broken, all you can think about is the amount of work that took place to get to that point, right? All the work that I saw, all the work that I didn't see, the bounce back games after, tough losses, and, it's just, the stories behind it too, the kid that nobody thought was going to be good enough to play in the NBA. He's now, I can't see how he's not in anybody's top 10 of players ever. He's just an amazing guy that does things the right way, and you just have to be happy for Steph, man. I was so proud.
Yeah, we're all proud in our own way. It feels like, being a Warrior fan as long as I have before Steph was even here, but to have a player of that caliber in a uniform that I grew up loving, we all take that same sort of pride. It's got to be fun for you as a former teammate to see it from afar and know that you played a role, albeit maybe a smaller role, in what he's become.
Whatever role I played in the legacy of his, I am so grateful for, because it's not every day you get to play with one of the best players in the world, So I know I was watching some highlights the other day. I think at the Indiana game where we thought he was going to break the record. They threw it back to his one of his first blowout games, or one of his first breakout games when he was at MSG. This is my rookie year, and he had 54 points. Well, that game there was a lot of highlights of him, and there's a lot of highlights of me setting screens to get him open. And that just makes me proud. Like I said, he's a hometown kid. He's the Bay Area's child, the golden boy. And the Bay Area and the fans of the Dub Nation, they deserve it too. They deserve to have a superstar like this, because they have stuck with this team for so long. And to see a kid that they've watched from day one, grow up and blossom into what he has become, it's just a whole amazing story all around. And by the way, it's not done yet. I'm really excited to see, because if you watch those numbers, right, like he just broke Ray Allen's numbers. He broke Ray Allen's record, who broke Reggie Miller's record. And both those guys broke those records in 1,300 games and above. He did it in 780-something, right? When he gets to 1,300 games, it will be amazing to see what that looks like. What that record looks like. And we always think that nobody's going to break a record because it's always out of hand, and it's always far out of sight. But it will be exciting to see who else is going to break this record 10, 20 years from now. But seeing that Steph has done this incredible feat is just a testament to the type of person he is, the work he had to put in. Because I remember a lot of games where they had to instill confidence. Well, actually, that's not really fully true, because Steph has always been a confident dude. But a lot of games where we had to support, and we had to do what we had to do to get Steph open. And then he just took the reins and ran with it. And he's like I said, he's somebody that I want my kids to emulate, because he has done everything the right way, and he just continues to prove the doubters wrong.
Festus Ezeli with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Festus, follow with me here and help me understand your experience earlier this year with the Westchester Knicks. Is this involved with the New York Knicks organization?
Yeah. So well, if people don't know, I was taken away from the game a few years ago. I had a tough break with some injuries that I had to fix, and it took me a long time. I was down bad for a while, but being able to play again this year after 3-4 years of rehab and 6 months in a wheelchair, it's been a tough go. But like everything else, right? The reason why I look up to Steph and what he's been able to accomplish is because he went through his tough break of injuries to start his career, and if he stopped at that point, we would never be talking about the stuff that we see today. So understanding that adversity and challenges faces everybody, we're all going to face adversity at some point. It's about how you keep responding. And we're talking about Steph today because he kept showing up and he kept putting one foot in front of the other. And so that's the same thing I do, and that's my same approach. I call it rebuilding the beast, right? If people follow me on Instagram, they see me, training, working, staying positive, continue to be a good person in the community. But like I said, I get inspired by people like Steph, people like Draymond, even watching Clay through his process. I try to be there with him because I understand that it's tough. Going through an injury is hard, and especially for an athlete, which this is what we do. We dedicate ourselves to our craft, and not being able to do it, especially at the level that we're used to doing it, it's something that it eats out at you a little bit, right? So some people can fall backwards and some people can fall forward. And so watching Klay Thompson and the way he's handled this process, I'm so excited too. This team is going to be good, man. I'm really excited for the Warriors moving forward.
Well, the reason I ask about your experience, even if it was brief with the Knicks organization, one of the things that's been tossed around a lot over the last 48 hours is what if Steph were a Knick? Because he wanted to be on the Knicks. The Knicks wanted him. They were next after the Warriors back when he was taken at number 7 overall. I wonder, with your perspective in the league, if you think that would have changed in any way the arc of his career had he been a Knick and not a Warrior.
Of course. I mean, people always have that. Like, what if Michael Jordan was a Houston Rocket? Or what if Kobe Bryant was a Charlotte Hornet? Like, it's or Bobcat at the time, right? It's one of those things that we will never know, right? We will never know because there was so much that had to happen even while he showed up here. This stuff that we're seeing today was not guaranteed when he showed up to the Golden State Warriors. Matter of fact, when he was drafted in 2009?
Yep.
2009, people had their doubts. There's a reason why they didn't draft him. They should have drafted him. Well, I mean, in hindsight, everybody feels like they should have drafted somebody that's succeeding, but they had their chance. They did it. The Golden State Warriors did it. And also, I have to give credit to the Golden State Warriors and the way that they develop their players, the coaches, the surrounding. There's something to be said for organizational values that has led to the success that they've had so far, right? I'm still involved with the team, even though I'm not on the team anymore, and this is years after I got done playing. Barbosa, who's done playing, got on the staff. Sean Livingston is on the staff as well, but in the front office, Zaza Pachulia. There's a reason Andre Iguodala came back. There's a reason why, right? That's not normal that people want to come back and be a part of a team that they used to be in, right? So there's something to be said for the way that the organization also handles its players. And I got to give them a lot of credit, too, for developing their players and their young guys.
I'm glad you said that, Festus, because Mark and I have talked about the culture, not only of that organization, but of the Bay Area as well. And we think about, your story, and rebuilding the beast is such a great Instagram handle, and it's such a great credo to live by. And Klay Thompson trying to rebuild the beast, and James Wiseman trying to do the same. Do you still stay in touch with some of your teammates and help inspire them through your unbelievable journey back from your knee issues?
Like I said, it's in me, right? Like, the brotherhood is forever. Do I stay in touch with them? We talk all the time. Matter of fact, when you guys called me, Harrison Barnes, who was my former teammate, just sent me Harrison Barnes sent me a video to watch with something that was inspiring. So we all do the same thing for each other. We inspire each other. I stay around because I love this team. I love what we stand for. It's home because originally I'm from Nigeria, but I moved to Sacramento, so the Bay Area is always kind of home for me. And And I'm doing commentary. I'm doing the pre and post game for the Warriors now as well. So I'm always around the Bay Area. Matter of fact, I'll be there on Friday doing that game. So it's family and the brotherhood. The fact that we're able to win a championship together, it's forever. People don't get to experience that, so they won't understand what it means. Winning a championship together is not just going on to win a game. It's a lot of highs and a lot of lows where we have to stick together, and there was a bond that you can't break. So it's a brotherhood forever.
I love it, Festus, and you're always welcome here at 95.7 The Game. And you speak about the brotherhood. I don't know if you saw this post-game, but Steph Curry presenting Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala with engraved Rollies, Rolex watches post-game. Are you coming back home here on Friday awaiting Steph Curry to adorn you with your own Rolex?
Steph, I need my watch. It's like I said, it's not something. I don't even think that having a piece of something, right, a watch or whatever, like Steph's the watch that he gave me or he gave each one of us, but he gave me after his MVP run years ago. I've held dearly to my heart for those years, but I don't think it's beyond material things. I think it's just one of those things where you just look at each other and you just know, right? It's something that we're going to be able to tell our kids. I'm going to be able to tell my kids I played with the greatest shooter of all time, and something I'm really extra proud of.
I mean, watches make a great gift, and I don't want to dismiss your watch, but with the phones that we carry around, are people still wearing watches? Do you wear a watch, Festus?
I don't really wear. I rarely wear any jewelry. The only couple things I have on me are gifts from my siblings. But yeah, no, I don't really wear jewelry, especially not in this climate. We're not going to dive into all that. But yeah, no, I don't wear anything blinky.
Well, I get that, and I respect it at a high level. However, as we get started with the idea of getting to know you a little bit better, we wanted to do that with a big finish on the way out the door. Are you prepared for this? You ready?
Let's do it.
Okay, it's Festus Ezeli on the big finish. And so, Festus, we got two categories, and you just pick one. Do you want to have fun with the letter Z or Festus for the rest of us?
Festivus for the rest of us.
Okay, and by the way, how often, especially this time of year, how often do you get that in a given day?
It's coming. December 23rd is the day of Festivus. Matter of fact, you know what's funny? I was on my flight back from Miami. I was at Art Basel, flying back to L.A., and there was a guy sitting watching Seinfeld next to me on the plane. And so I was like, oh, can I get... So he gets to asking me questions. I tell him my name is Festus, and then we had a whole ordeal about Festivus for the rest of us.
I bet.
That's so great.
About doing a dinner where we celebrate Festivus. But yeah, carry on.
All right, here we go. Let's get into the holiday spirit and start with, are you done with your Christmas and holiday shopping?
I haven't started.
Yes. That is, I love somebody who has that kind of guts and chutzpah to sit here on December 15th with everything stuck on a barge in Long Beach, and you're not worried at all. You can do overnight shipping. Is that what you're saying?
Overnight shipping. I live next to a mall, like down the street. So at some point, I'm gonna just run over there to do some shopping. But yeah, no, I haven't started. I've been so busy. With a lot of work stuff I've been doing, but I can't wait. I mean, I get to see my family in the week, and I'm really excited.
That's tremendous. I've always been a December 23rd, 24th kind of guy myself, so you're preaching to the choir. Question number 2, Festus.
Dude, well, before we even move on from that, every year, matter of fact, I remember this because when I moved to Portland, I try to do this big Christmas thing for my family. So we go shopping like 2 days before Christmas, maybe the 24th, and everybody at the mall was a guy. Everybody. Yes. I was like, we all did the same thing day because everybody was last minute like, oh my gosh, I got to get her something bigger because whatever I got was terrible. So.
Yeah, those lines can be crazy on the 23rd and 24th. And by the way, sold out of wrapping paper traditionally.
That's right. Yeah,
I end up wrapping my stuff in newspaper. Question 2, Festus. What's the worst gift you've ever received this time of year?
The worst gift. Wow, that's really a tough one.
And we always know that it's the thought that counts. And so this is not to disparage any gift because even the worst gift is still a gift.
The worst gift. I think somebody got me. It was like, Ooh, the worst gift. That's really tough, man.
You
something I couldn't use. So it was like a big parka or something, and I was like, I will never use this. But it was a great thought.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that counts as a worst gift, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Sure, a jacket in the Bay Area. Yeah. I got one. I got a jacket. You put it on when it's cold or raining. Outside of that, you don't. So you don't need a whole lot of that. Okay, Festus. Last one. You could get a gift card for anywhere in the world. Where do you want it?
A gift card for anywhere in the world. Amazon.
I mean, that is the world.
It covers it all.
Right. It's good for Amazon Prime, last-minute shopper.
And all the home buying, home purchases. I just moved into a new place, so I got a lot of people making fun of me because all my videos celebrating yesterday, watching Steph, was with my TV on the floor. And they were like, dude, what are you doing? Why are you all sorts of things? And I'm laughing because I'm like, I'm still like, trying to figure out. But I wanted to watch this game. I don't care if the TV's on the floor or TV's outside. I got to watch my brother break this record. So, I use Amazon for all the home stuff.
And at 6'10", from a couch standpoint, you can't be a love seat guy, right?
I don't have one, but if people are giving me gifts, I'll take that.
Okay, there it is. Amazon.
Last minute Festus shopping.
Tell you what, if you haven't used a box as a TV stand, you haven't lived as a man, Festus, so you're doing just fine.
Yeah. Yes. No, thank you guys so much for having me. Happy Festivus. Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you guys so much. I'm proud of my guy, Steph Curry. Congratulations.
I love it. If you're free on Festivus, I know you'll be in town. You're welcome to come on in here to Willard and Dibs. You always have a home here at 95.7 The Game.
I appreciate that. I might actually take you up on that.
Love it. We'd love to see you. Festus Ezeli joining us, Festivus for the rest of us. And my gosh, December 23rd this year is a very special Festivus. I mean, it is, by the way, I mean, it's the night before Christmas Eve, obviously.
Christmas Eve.
Therefore, it kind of heads us into the holiday.
And?
A lot of people will be heading out, but it's also 49ers Titans.
And?
Possibly Clay Day.
And?
It's
our last day as a show together.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but yes. Wait a minute. Don't say our last day as a show together.
This year.
Our last 2021 show will be...
Based on my personal turnover rate in this market, I'm playing the percentages.
Don't assume when we make New Year's resolutions that it will include each other. Is that what you're telling me?
My career's had more turnovers than Steph as a freshman at Davidson. Thank you, Dipper Claus.
Oh, happy Festus for the rest of us. December 23rd is going to be a hell of a night. By the way, can I just throw something? And Doc Pondy is coming up here in just about 10 minutes. This may come out wrong. I realize that. But speaking of December 23rd, we want all things all the time.
We, as a show.
We think that
just every time
Klay Thompson is amazeballs, and we believe that he should do everything he does on his own damn timetable.
However.
No.
Oh, yeah, transit.
There's another thought.
Hey, Boach, tell me about the 23rd. What's the 23rd look like from a sports standpoint?
Mad Bum would have come out on the 20th.
Niners.
I mean,
busy day.
If you're an entertainment entity, and believe me, these people think of this stuff.
Two things going on.
If Klay Thompson has been sitting out for over 2 years, I have a hard time, and we'll ask Doc this, I have a hard time believing there's really that much difference between December 20th and December 23rd. Now, maybe he's not going to play in either of these games. Maybe he's not going to play till January. I have no clue. And what is most important is Klay's health.
Of course.
And the right timing for the Warriors.
You're right. ...
However.
But first...
This is a moment that every Warrior fan deserves to experience at the highest level with undivided attention. Klay Thompson coming back out onto the court for one of the most emotional moments in recent history of the Golden State Warriors franchise. Joe Lacob sat here in these chairs just a few weeks ago and said it would be the most emotional moment in his entire ownership era with the Warriors. You're going to do that in the third quarter of the 49er Titan game on the second-rated television show in America known as Thursday Night Football? You're going to do that, entertainment entity? I know I'm not supposed to talk about the calendar.
Don't talk about that.
When it comes to somebody's leg.
Don't talk about that.
And Captain Clay, you can do whatever the heck you bleeping want.
However, think about the kids.
Don't do this on the 23rd. Don't make us go flying back and forth on the TV set. Jimmy G might be driving against the Titans defense, which is really not all that great, in the third quarter of a tie football game on the second-rated show in America on national TV as they try to make the playoffs. You're going to talk Klay Thompson's return to the court in the middle of that? Give me December 20th. Or let's wait until after Christmas, okay?
Give me the 20th. I don't want to wait till after Christmas. I want Clay on Claysmas against Phoenix. I know it's not going to be 35 minutes, and we won't have a Claymaker game, but give me number 11, although I want him wearing 77.
That'd be so good.
Which I think he's going to rock 11. Give me 11 on Christmas in Phoenix as, because not everyone in the country is going to watch his return if it's on the 20th or the 23rd, but on Christmas, all eyes on Clay. So yes. I want him for that game. And if you click it back one, you're right about the 23rd. The Niner game kicks off at 5:20.
5:20, is it? Yeah.
So you figure Warrior game's going to start at about 7:08, 7:10. That's early third.
That's Kyle Shanahan's opening second half drive.
Don't make me choose between Trent Sherfield on a button hook and Klay Thompson making a return for the first time in 2.5 years.
Hey, diddle, kittle over the middle. You want me to, what am I supposed to do?
River Craycraft in a special teams play. Or
Devo,
Klay Thompson.
jet sweep. I mean, you can't. And please, do not text us right now.
Josh Norman with illegal contact or Klay Thompson.
You guys are sports radio hosts. You're supposed to have 2 TVs. Stop. I'm not like running wires through my tiny little living room and setting up. Don't do this. Please. You do whatever the hell you want, but the 20th sounds nice to me.
It works for me. I'm free.
Right?
Although that's only 5 days away.
I know. Stop counting down to Christmas. Let's count down to the 20th.
Is Clay ready in 5 days?
I don't know. It looks ready to me.
5. We're going to find out in 5 minutes.
That's right.
With the good doctor.
The good doc is going to say very good things. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. The good doc on 49er injuries. How Steph's ankle injury shaped his career. Clay, Wiseman, what about the return there? We get into all of that with Dr. Pandya coming up next with Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
for teaching Grandma how to video call and teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
Find what you love at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Select the built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you, and for a limited time, save up to $1,800 with the purchase of a qualifying Miele appliance package. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why is this oven still going? Hi, this is Dinesh.
Dinesh's Bakery just landed a sweet catering contract.
40 dozen fritters? Friday at 5 a.m.?
He needs an event planner to help him rise to the occasion.
Oh, every Friday at 5 a.m. Not a problem.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
There's a story behind the food we eat. I'm Amber Stott, food activist and host of Raising Kale, a podcast that uncovers the food stories no one else is talking about and the heroes improving food in their communities. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We haven't even mentioned Pick Your Battles yesterday. Very successful day on the Willard and Dibs experience. So Pick Your Battles is about 15 minutes away. Dibs, green check. Nice victory for you yesterday.
Big for me. Gets to 2-1 with 6 to go.
Spadone, green check. Gets to 2-1.
Gutsy.
I, of course, had the nightcap, which went to overtime. And you down with UOP?
Yeah, you know me.
That's right. They win that game in overtime, plus 4.5.
Oh.
That's a green check. We go to 2-1, and Kyle Madsen, he was the weakest link. Goodbye.
Kyle deserves to be on shaky.
Bad beat.
The guy's been cheating the system all week, so he falls to 2-1, and the whole
They
group
lost 8-2. And they were the favorite.
Yeah.
Kyle doesn't get it.
No, that's called karma, is what that is. Kyle, the K stands for karma. And so we're all 2-1, which means we're all winners. We're all winners. And we're all tied. So Pick Your Battles is coming up in a bit, but it's not happening before we talk to the good doc. It is time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. We're proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment as we bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Good doctor, good day. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's a good day after Curry's record last night. It's great to be in the Bay.
It sure is, and it makes us get reflective and therefore think a little bit about the ankle injury that once was, and the ankle injury that once made us think, boy, the Warriors need to move off of this guy. How do you look back on that? How did his ankle injury shape his career, and how did he keep it at bay?
It's pretty remarkable. I think, when he first came to the league, as we all remember, people were like, is this going to ruin his career? Are we talking about another Grant Hill type situation? A player who has had great expectations and injuries kind of derailed him. And I think it's pretty amazing when we look back and think, look, this is someone who surgeons, we try to fix with surgery, but it really was rehab that got Curry to where he was. And I think not only is it amazing that it was able to actually prevent him from twisting those ankles, which seemed to be a nightly thing we were worried about in his, second and third year of his career, but also made him a better player and more athletic. And working on your core, working on how you're landing, working on your agility, not only helped prevent him from, being injured, but helped him be this explosive, amazing player in terms of his offensive productivity. So I think it's great. It helped him become better and helped him keep on the court. So it's pretty remarkable to see a player like this get to this level after injuries define the beginning of their career.
How big of a reminder is this for parents out there to allow your kids to play more than just one sport? How much does specialization really kind of maybe lead to injuries of this nature from overuse?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a huge point, Dan. I mean, I think with a lot of kids coming in, the biggest thing I tell them is if you're injured, you're never going to make it to that next level. So what are the things you can do to protect your body? So number one is playing multiple sports. And we know that NBA athletes who played multiple sports in high school, have less load on their body. They're less likely to get injured when they get to that next level. So not only prevents you from being injured, but it's more likely to have a successful performance if you become a professional. So absolutely, using examples of people who played multiple sports in high school are a way to really make sure that they're healthy when they're getting older.
Doc, I wonder what you think in terms of high-level athletics and something that we admittedly had a little fun with yesterday. Like, oh no, you mean you have to stay in a 5-star hotel for an extra night and fly for an hour and a half and then play a game 6 hours later? However, are they going to survive? But in your eyes, what the load management thing, how the Warriors were able to play after that kind of a travel experience, how do you think that affected them?
I think it does have a huge impact, and I know everyone was getting on, Draymond tweeted something out, and everyone's like, oh, don't complain, someone who's making tons of money to play a game. But if you actually look at the data, air travel actually does impact performance. It affects oxygen levels and affects how you recover. And there have been studies that actually looked at teams who are traveling multiple time zones. They're more likely to get injured. They're less likely to win. And interestingly enough, there was a study looking at NBA players who were tweeting at night. So like how late they were tweeting actually had a decreased performance the next day. So clearly, if you're not sleeping, you're traveling, all these things are going to impact your performance. For us who come to work 9 to 5, it sounds a little bit like, oh, come on, just deal with it. But at the elite level, where even like a little change in a schedule can throw off your game, particularly if you're doing things like shooting a three-pointer or driving to the rim, it can have an impact. So absolutely, I think it's important for players. And they're able to get through, and Curry got the record, but I think there could have been a potential for decreased performance or even worse, an injury coming off that kind of flight.
And it was great that he was able to get it early and also get a little bit of rest throughout the course of that game, as the Warriors were never truly terribly threatened. Well, we go from the hardwood to the hard Scrabble National Football League, and Fred Warner dealing with a sprained ankle. How come some players, some athletes can play through sprained ankles and others can't, Doc?
Yeah, no, there's such variability in sprained ankles. Obviously, high ankle versus low ankle. High ankles are a lot more difficult. Fred Warner sounds like he has a low ankle. And I really think it's a combination of, number one, their position. D-line is going to be able to come back a lot quicker than a wide receiver or a cornerback. Linebacker is kind of right in the middle. And then it really depends on how much pain and swelling you get from that initial injury. Some people swell up a lot, they get stiff, and they can't really get back and cut and do all those things. Some people don't swell up, and they have that mobility and strength comes back pretty quickly. And a lot of that has to do with how many ligaments in the ankle are damaged and kind of their prior injury history. But for someone like Fred Warner, who's been relatively injury-free until recently, I think he can come through and play with it, particularly since he probably didn't injure it too severely. But some people will have multiple sprains and have a tougher time coming back.
Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, UCSF, Dr. Nirav Pandya is with us. Let's take you into the 49er backfield also, Doc, and I don't want to make you guess about Kyle Shanahan's play calling, but in a week where they were compromised in the backfield, Jeff Wilson did not actually get maybe the workload that we thought he would get. He's still coming off of a knee injury in his own right. Do you think that may have had something to do with it? Did they still need to ease him in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's still in that early return to play phase off of meniscus. So, yeah, I think you don't want to put too many carries on someone, get that knee aggregated and inflamed, and then especially if you're looking at a playoff run, then have them out the later part of the year. And also, you also have to look at what the running backs are asked to do in that system. And when you have an outside zone system, the running backs have to make these quick, sharp cuts a lot, and that can definitely put strain on a meniscus. So I think it's a combination, number one, where he is in terms of recovery, and then number two, what does the running back have to do in that system, which can definitely cause more irritation. So if you're thinking the long game with him, you're going to make sure that you're preserving that knee to get him ready for a January run.
Doc, one that's a little bit off the board for you, perhaps. Barcelona striker Sergio Aguero, 4th all-time in the Premier League, announcing his retirement today due to a heart condition, arrhythmia. Is this sort of a heart condition, this irregular heartbeat, something that we don't yet, from a medical standpoint, have control over?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that with a lot of these heart conditions in athletes, it's hard to know whether they have them in the first place. And some people are talking about, well, should you screen all athletes before they play? Are you going to catch them? It's expensive and it's hard. For a lot of these arrhythmias, for the average person, you can control medication, you can kind of manage how they're doing. But for an elite, high-level athlete, they're straining their heart so much more than the average person. So sometimes it's safer to say, look, the risk of this going wrong on the field is just tremendous. Let's retire. But for a lot of these athletes, they don't realize until they're older have kind of dealt with it. So it's hard, and we don't really have good answers for elite-level athletes in terms of how they're going to do with it. And a lot of teams and coaches don't want to take that risk with a player out there. So it's hard, and a lot of them then go on the path of retiring at that point.
Doc, great stuff as always. We really, really appreciate you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks again, guys.
Okay, that is Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery with UCSF Health, Dr. Nirav Pandya, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Interesting to hear him talk a little bit about what Steph went through sort of at the beginning of his career. I thought about it a lot. I haven't been thinking about it for years, but I thought a lot last night about that ankle injury that once was and the way we thought of Steph Curry years ago. So different than we think about it now.
Yes, and he is fortunate to have great medical people around him and a great trainer in Brendan Payne who helped him develop the muscles around the ankle, because my old partner Mark Kreidler diagnosed him early with CLA, chronic lousy ankles, which I don't believe is a medical term, but it may be in some medical circles. But you build up the muscles around it, and you become less susceptible to that. And by the way, he had some knee issues as well. He's avoided, knock on wood, the big knee issues, but he had some MCL sprains when he slipped on Lake Montejunas. Famously, he got the grade 2 MCL. Luckily, he's been able to avoid the bigger CL injuries, but credit Steph Curry for continuing to rework and remake his body as he's gotten older.
And that is all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. I am feverishly scouring betrivers.com.
Oh, I'm locked in.
And I do believe that I've made my selection. You've made your selection?
The pick is in?
The pick is in. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And we, as a group, all winning records. But will that be the case when we show up here on Thursday? Pick Your Battles, which is evolving as we speak, by the way.
Yeah.
Is coming up next on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center. Download it too and save a bundle. You don't even need a Capital One card, and it's free. So why didn't I get off the naughty list? Turns out Santa's a stickler for naughty words. Capital One shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Merry Christmas, happy holiday. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Hey.
Happy holiday.
I'm telling you, Twitch and YouTube, if you're not there, you're missing out. You're missing out. We don't just talk. We dance. We dance. We celebrate life on this show.
We high five when somebody gets that's a good question. And I'm going to argue.
You did. You did great. You did great today. Was that your second one?
It might have been.
Great question. Did you get one from not
Festus?
from Festus? No, I don't think it was from Festus, was it?
Bob McKillop,
Was
maybe.
it from McKillop?
Well, he corrected me when I talked about Steph's debut, and he said, have you looked at the box score?
Well, it wasn't correct. It was just a question.
Yeah, he checked me a little bit.
And had you?
Well, I had it up, luckily.
You're like I am right now.
Yeah.
Coach.
And his 13 turns were prominently displayed. He did have a double-double.
Yep, he did. He did. Meantime, I am also scouring far reaches of the internet, not just for BetRivers.com, but I wonder how many of you are experiencing this right now, some high-level nerves, because we have reached the fantasy playoffs. And as we reach the fantasy playoffs, we have also reached a COVID outbreak, which are two things that don't necessarily get together. And I'm just going to apologize right now for anyone who's offended with me talking about fantasy football and COVID and how they affect one another. But here's the deal. Like, you've got to look at your lineup every hour, because don't get stuck with that great player you saved for Sunday Night Football so he can win you your game this week. And as the game approaches, so sorry, that player has been placed on the COVID list. This happened to Darrell Henderson of the Rams going into the Monday night game. I know someone who was like, Darrell Henderson, I need him to go off tonight. And I'm like, he's going off. He's going off the field and into a hotel room at an undisclosed location. Be careful. Check your lineup.
Sony Michel.
Every 5 minutes. Did Sony Michel take down Steiny? Is that what happened?
Jarvis Landry.
Oh, my God.
Spadoni's got Jarvis Landry. It's Spadoni versus Dibs in the semifinals.
Oh, this is huge.
And right now, I'm pretty prohibitive favorite right now. We're trying not to look past Spadoni, but his roster is in a little bit of disarray with he's got Cleveland as his D.
Cleveland!
I don't know whose D is going to play first.
I just want to see whose D comes out first. We'll see.
And clean in, clean out. Walked you right into that.
I just want to know whose D came out first. And we already have that. So, it's not like we needed another one.
We have a B-side now.
No, you get a Christmas gift, and you're like, I already have this book.
I was also supposed to lose to Steiner multiple times this year. And
you were. You were.
You don't pay attention to the projections.
No, the projections, you only pay attention to them when they're right, and they're very rarely right. So, I'm an 11-point favorite right now in my quarterfinal against my very good high school friend, Craig Pawn, who lives in Albany, not the one in New York, the one here in the East Bay. And Craig is a listener, so Craig, I will take you down. I will break you. But I'm an 11-point favorite because he's still got Odell Beckham in his lineup, and Odell Beckham, the straight ODB, has the COVID, which means right now he's projected to get a 0.
And that hurts. It's hard to win a game when you got a guy rolling out with a straight-up 0, so.
Turned into Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam there for a second, with the ODB has the COVID. Anyway, so here we arrive at Pick Your Battles. With a very, very high ego of selves, knowing that all four of us right now waltz into the game with a winning record. It's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Call our message phone, 1-800-Willard and Dibs. We're all 2-1.
Yes.
And swaggering a little bit.
Swaggering a lot. And a couple pieces to this. One is you, the listener, are going to have a chance in 2022 to benefit from our goodness.
That's right. This is going to evolve.
And the second piece is this is brought to you by Livermore Casino, the Tri-Valley's place to play. Get in on the action downtown Livermore on 1st Street. Tri-Valley's only poker destination, offering blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat with no player collection in downtown Livermore.
Which makes it a poker destination sensation.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Put it on the board.
Yes.
All 4 of us are 2-1. So you, listener, might be thinking, well, gee, like, who's in last place then? Who has to go first? Well, the answer is Kyle, because he's a cheater. and because he's the only one who flashed the L last night.
Yep.
It's the opposite of Chicago. Fly the L, Kyle. You took the L, and you took an embarrassing one.
Yeah,
so you go first.
A lot of L's. My -1.5.
Yeah.
So if you're unfamiliar, I had the Florida Panthers -1.5 against the Ottawa Senators.
Final score?
Ottawa not only won, Ottawa won 8-2.
Hucked 8 pucks in the net.
I lost by 7.5 goals.
The biscuit kept going in the basket.
That's amazing. It's hard to lose. I should get 2 losses
You should.
for that.
You're 2-2.
Alas, I did not. I'm going to roll with the Atlanta Hawks tonight on the road at the Orlando Magic. Atlanta just got through being embarrassed by the Houston Rockets. I think they get back on track against a bad Orlando team.
All right. What's the number on that one again?
8. Hawks -8
the
at
Hawks
Magic.
minus the 8 at the Magic. That's double lock. All right, now we head over to Spadone, no doubt set to give us a game that started 1 minute ago. Go ahead.
Starts in 5 minutes, actually. We're going to the EPL, Arsenal, West Ham. We're going over 2.5 goals on the pitch.
What would you do if we ever just decided to do this on the back end of crossover? What would you do if we're like, okay, it's 12:08, pick your battles. What do you do, Spadone?
I have to do the live bet.
Second half under.
Second half under.
Guy's chasing.
Oh, gosh. All right, so into the pitch we go with Spadone, and now off of the pitch for Mr. Dibberclaws.
To the hardwood, and I've got a hard choice, Mark, because there are 3 games I love. My second runner-up is Chattanooga +5.5 at Belmont. That's a 3 o'clock tip. Chattanooga, really good in the SoCon this year, undefeated on the road, but I can't pull the trigger on it. The other game, Georgia Southern and Campbell. Campbell, the slowest tempo team in the country.
That's a big one.
They're bottom 5. I love the under 122. 122 is a small number.
Jeez, that's a small number.
That's my first runner-up. Instead, I leaned on my friend Dave Friedman from Drake High School, now Archie Williams High. I mentored him a bit when he was a lad. He does play-by-play for Winthrop.
Oh.
I asked him via direct message during the break, I said, Winthrop by 2.5 over Elan seems a little bit low. He fires back. Winthrop's been bad on the road, but I thought the spread should be in the 5 to 6 range. Chase Claxton is questionable, though.
Wow.
But he wouldn't impact the line.
This is insider trading right now.
And I'm riding
live
with
on
it.
the air.
We're taking Winthrop.
Oh.
We're laying 2.5 at Elan.
Mark me down for Elan on this one. I don't like the way.
Are you taking it?
No, I'm
Are
not
you
taking
it.
I'm going to take it in real life, but not on the show.
You're fading the Dibber in real life?
I just think, you know my philosophy. If a spread looks out of whack, there's a reason, Dibs. Even at the lower levels of Elan College.
Elan is 2-8, and their 2 wins were over Steinmetzian competition. D3.
What's Winthrop's record?
They're 6-4.
Okay.
You think Winthrop's, and you know what? I'm not even going to say the dad joke. Go ahead and make your pick, Mark. I'm sorry.
Wow.
They're going to mow Elan?
That was funny. Would have been really funny had you not triple pumped it.
Yeah, dude, you got to shoot it.
Fire Kyle right
you
there.
You get an
that
open
was,
shot, you shoot it, dude.
That was a hesitation sensation.
There it is.
Yeah.
I'll take the $1 for that.
I will not hesitate because do you all know that for the first time all year long, outside of like the first 2 games of the season, for the first time all year long, there is an NBA team covering their number over 80% of the time. What are we all waiting for? You got to get on the train. That team lives in Cleveland, Ohio. Not the one with all the COVID problems. The other one. The plucky Cleveland Cavaliers, who tonight have a big number to cover against a very hot team. The Rockets were awful and then suddenly won 7 in a row. How did they do it? Well, Vegas thinks Cleveland is now officially good. Therefore, they're going to have to cover a big number. Guess what? they are good. Cleveland Cavs minus the 9 at home against the Houston Rockets tonight. Cleveland, this is for you. Actually, this one's for me. I don't care about Cleveland. I just want to get my pick right tonight. So there it is.
Yeah, 8
Cavaliers.
of 10. The Rockets have won 8 of 10. They won 7 in a row. Back-to-back losses to the Bucks and the Grizz, and then they beat the Hawks in a shootout. But yeah, man, Houston, after being so dreadful, they lose 16 in a row?
Let me look up where where are the Rockets?
I think they lost 16 in a row and then won 7 straight. They were like the first team in NBA history to do that.
Weirdest thing ever. Yeah, let me pull this up because the Rockets, they were 1-1, and then yes, indeed. They lost 16. No, I think they lost 16 of 17. They lost 15 in a row. 15 in a row. Yep. 15
Bad
in a
little
row,
stretch.
followed by a 7-game win streak. That's not easy to do. But they're going to lose tonight to the Cleveland Cavaliers by 10 or more.
Good luck.
Lock it in. And then
I'm all over the Rockets tonight. I'm going to liquidate all assets on the Houston Rockets.
Parlay Cleveland and Elon College, and thank me later for your new AirPods that you can spend all the money on. Steiny and Goo, welcome into the room.
What up, boys?
What's going on?
That's my guy right there. 43 bowl games.
Yeah.
Guru and I ran through all 43 with picks in under 40 minutes.
43 bowls. I tell you what, that's not easy to do, but I think you're the two
My
guys
head
who
was
can do it.
spinning after that. I'll tell you what. Boy, was I hungry.
Steiny and I bonded before the show in the green room.
Oh, about what?
Steph, and I came in, not a thug tear in my eye, guys, but we talked about that record being broken so much to where subconsciously I thought it already happened. So as it's happening, tell me if I'm a bad person. I have a family. I have a dad, mom. I put myself in that person's shoes. Like, what would it be like if it was Norm and I'm going to hug Norm? But to see him go hug his mom, and we know what's going on, and his dad separately, that had to be like 3 years ago, that's a group picture.
Yes.
And it just hit me in the cardiac muscle, Dibs and Willard and Steiny. Like, I was overcome with, like, this is not just a feat, but what must, the emotions going everywhere for him. And it was great, man.
I think we all kind of came in today with the thought that this was more emotional than we were expecting it to be. It certainly was for me.
Definitely.
Yeah, it certainly was for me.
And in different ways, because, Steiny is lucky to still have both his parents, and you have both your parents, and I don't have my parents. So when I saw the separate celebration, I wasn't thinking about, what a bummer that he didn't have the chance to have it all be a group hug, because I don't get that opportunity, When I have a great segment or a great show, or when we
Someone
whip up on the competition.
That's a terrific question.
I don't get a chance to go home and have that moment.
Yeah.
So
I know how you feel.
And everyone's emotions and everyone's feelings are different. And Steiny, this is a good one for you because in general you get painted as, quote, emotionless when it comes to the Warriors. You had to be feeling some kind of way yesterday.
The thing that did stick out, and I don't know if this is good or bad, was his mom and dad. Because we've watched them sit together his entire career, and it felt like this was the first time they were at a game without sitting together. And I don't know what to make of it. It just seemed a little bittersweet, that part of it. But I also know that having two parents that are divorced, you got to balance all the time. And you could tell that he had made up his mind that he was going to give his dad the ball. That was going to be the thing. And then he would get with his mom. And I'm not saying it was scripted at all, but those are the little things you got to think about when you have your parents in kind of that situation, how you take care of both of them and get everybody's needs met. But I thought it was pretty neat. The whole thing I thought was handled terrifically by the Knicks, by television. It wasn't too schmaltzy. It was perfect. Yeah, it was really good.
It did feel
really
scripted,
good.
but that's not to disparage the moment, because it's like he scripted his first 15 hugs. It's like, okay, after the shot, it's tap, tap, point to God, because, it's got to be about the Almighty first and foremost. Then it's Draymond gets one. Then it's, dap, dap, hug, dap, hug, hug, hug. Where's my dad? Bounce pass, hug, Reggie, Ray, hug, hug, hug. Draymond gets a second. Then it's mom. Then it's Steve. Raymond Ritter with a couple pats in the back. I thought Raymond got a little bit of the short shift. Yeah. I thought Ray deserved at least like a head rub or something, but it felt scripted, but not in a bad way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. In one way, yes, perfect and gave everybody a lot of feels. What we're talking about is very, very relatable, unfortunately, to so many homes and families, almost every human being, whether you've experienced it yourself or your parents or someone close to you. But there was another side to it where you looked at it and almost felt bad for Steph for having to sort of orchestrate it that way, because people I do feel were looking at like, is he cool with dad? Is he cool with mom? Is he not cool with one of them? What's his opinion on this? Kids go through that when you go through a divorce, where you got it right. Like, you still love mom and you still love dad, no matter what it is they got going on.
He hugged dad for 4 more seconds than mom. Guaranteed Christmas rift. That's it.
And his perfect
he was a
answer
3.5 second favorite, so actually he covered.
Yeah. I think Fitz asked him about, and he said the journey, the time in the cars together, going to the he grew up around the league, and then I told Steiny too, this is where I got emotional, Draymond. For him to say and point out that Clay wasn't there. I hadn't even thought of Clay, because there's some more thug tears are going to come when he comes back. But I love Dre. That's what the Beatles would. That's what John would do if one of the Beatles couldn't make it. And it just hit me.
By the way, Clay not being there, does that mean something?
I don't.
He's
think
in the
so.
lab.
And by the way, when I ask that, I don't mean mean is there some sort of
He's coming back soon.
I mean, is he ready for Monday night? Right. Is what I'm talking about. Is that why he wasn't there?
It's gotta be, right?
Is he getting ready for Monday night?
I don't know about Monday, but I just think that part of Clay, I think, is, I haven't been there for 2 years. And, played. Obviously, he's been on the bench here and there. But I see Clay as saying, I don't want to do anything to take away from Steph's night.
But you are part of Steph.
That's his
I'm not saying
brother.
No, it's about
I'm not
work.
saying it's right.
You're putting in work. He's in the lab. Okay. He's absolutely in the lab. And
where was Aisha? I don't think she was there, was she?
But you got COVID and everything going on.
And that's what I was thinking with Clay too. Why take a chance if
that's fair? 5 games.
This thing is out of control. It's running rampant.
There's also conventional wisdom that he can get more done at home.
Yes,
with his rehab and coming back.
I do think though, maybe you're right. Maybe there's a COVID thought there, especially because they're going on an East Coast trip, which is where it's a lot worse right now. So maybe that's part of it, but. Could we then still end up back in the same place, which is, dude, don't come on this trip. Don't have something bad happen. We're going to play a team that's COVID ravaged because you need to get ready for Monday night. I don't know that it's Monday night, but it's sort of starting
to feel. Is Monday the Kings?
Monday's the Kings.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Mark's big thing was that Thursday is also the Niners. So, do you want Clay to debut at 7 o'clock when the Niners are early third quarter?
Don't do that. Don't do the 23rd. I don't mean that. Do not do the 23rd.
That's digging deep.
Well, this is a big fan moment. This is the way I think about it. I know we're talking about, hey, Clay's ready when he's ready. This is a moment, and the Warriors, are aware of this as well as anyone. They're an entertainment entity. Do not tuck Clay's return into the third quarter of a 49er Titans game.
No doubt.
On the second-rated television show in America.
Somebody gets paid to make that decision.
Don't do that. You can't tell me at this point there's that much difference between the 20th, the 23rd, and the 28th from a health perspective. He's either ready or he's not.
But the league would love to have him on the 25th.
Yep.
So if you can't play him on the 23rd because you don't want to block the Niners, then that means Monday. You heard it here first.
I'm actually going to that game Monday.
Well, we all are if we get a certain announcement, aren't we? I'm turning that credential in fast.
And then what about the gifted Rolexes? And KD, what about mine? You could have stayed here. He gave you 2 rings, but I didn't like that. You already killed Skip
Bayless. It's like the kid in grammar school who doesn't give a Valentine to every other kid in class. It's wrong.
You can't do that.
Steph Curry showing favoritism and selfishness.
Steph, I need my watch.
Seriously.
But then he gave you 2 rings, Dibs, and you laugh. You're crying for a watch. I know he was playing it.
His own brother-in-law's in the room thinking my Christmas present better be off the hook.
Exactly.
And it was engraved, too.
By the way, Steph might want to give Damian Lee his jump shot because he can't make one right now.
Ooh, there's the real
There it
Steiny.
is.
Please stand up.
There it
This
is.
is a shot at Damon Lee.
You butchered Vontae.
Punch your ticket if you had 1207 and the Steiny gets mad at the Warriors pool.
Yeah, just Damon Lee. Just Damon Lee.
And he ain't hitting. Well, he had a big one last night.
He played well.
Yeah.
He didn't shoot well, but he played well. He had some big buckets.
Yeah.
Spike Lee enjoyed the moment.
Oh my gosh! You got down on the ground.
Floor with it was just odd. Come on, Spike. What are we doing?
I'm like, yeah,
Back
this looks
shots.
like my kid at Target. Like, get off the ground. What are you doing? Get up.
Oh, man.
One last chance to make it about him. You know, when was the last big moment at Madison Square Garden that involved the Knicks?
Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller.
Yeah, Reggie Miller
that's bad.
he was in the building for both of them.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. All right, Steiny and Goo take over next. Here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Congratulations to Steph Curry breaking Ray Allen's all-time three-point record last night at Madison Square Garden. And I guess that's where I'll start. I think you guys are all right. It was less of a formality than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be, all right, he hits a three. We spend 3 to 5 minutes recognizing him, and we move on. But it was bigger than that. It really was. And you could tell, and I think the reason it was bigger than that is because you could tell Guru, it was big to Steph. He was I don't know if he was feeling the weight of it, but when he yelled after he made that second three, it was obvious that he was relieved.
It was a platform. It was a stage. And I talk to you all the time about how fond I am of Madison Square Garden. But, it wasn't just him, Steiny. It was the whole team that talked about this thing weighing on him. But to see him put the jersey over his eyes and the speech afterward, did you catch that when he went in and talked about they got more to accomplish when he was talking to his teammates? I'm just a sucker for it. And, Steiny, I'm going to say this. If your boy, talking about myself, Darrell L. Johnson the first, ever got fame and fortune, the likes of like Stephen Curry, I would be Steve Martin, the ultimate jerk. For Steph to be this humble and be the guy he is from the start of his career throughout the injuries and how he poetically just handled last night, everybody was on point, and the GOATs, man, they came out. Barry Bonds, Alwyn Bonte, Jerry, everybody was talking about this record, man. Steiny, it hit me in the cardiac muscle. It really did. And I'm still feeling like I don't know if you could tell, a high, like a residue of it.
Yeah, I can tell. I took notice of, obviously, Larry Riley in the house.
Wow.
The man who drafted Steph Curry. And if you think back to that tenure, when Larry Riley was the GM, he took a lot of heat. He was Don Nelson's puppet, is what people called him. And he didn't get any respect when he was here, and yet he was in charge when the Golden State Warriors selected a player that turned their franchise around, virtually single-handedly.
And the NBA, Steiny.
And he's never gotten... To me, Larry Riley's never gotten the credit that he deserves. Now, you could say, well, Curry fell to him. Well, maybe so, but he took him, and the rest is history. The rest is history.
What would that look like, though, for him to get the proper credit, the due credit, Steiny?
For Don Nelson not to try to keep taking credit for drafting Steph Curry.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, we may have Don Nelson on today. We got a bunch of guests today. Bob Fitzgerald, 12:30. We got David Lee. David Lee, former teammate of Steph Curry. He's at 1. Jason Richardson at 2. Larry Riley himself at 2:30. And we're going to try to squeeze in Don Nelson sometime between 1 and 2. Vintage Don Nelson, he talked to our producer Evan and said, yeah, try me between 1 and 2, and if I'm not playing golf, I'll hop on. So obviously Don Nelson was a part of Steph Curry's career here at the beginning, and it's just the one thing I did last night, and I don't know if it was so much emotional, but just thought back to the very beginning when he got here in 2009. And this franchise was dead. It was on the periphery of the NBA.
The Kings.
It wasn't even, I say this all the time. When I was traveling, covering the Golden State Warriors, you wouldn't believe how many cities I would go to, and the cab driver would say, hey, what are you doing in town? And I'd say, I'm here for the game. The Golden State Warriors are playing here. Where's Golden State? Where is Golden State? Well, Golden State is in the Bay Area, and Steph Curry helped put it on the map. So 888-957-9570. This show is going to be a lot about you guys. Was it more emotional for you fans than you thought it was going to be? And what was the best part? What was the best part of last night? What was it to you, Goo?
I was going to go Rob Lowe, one of my favorite movies about last night. You know what, Steiny? That it's over. And I'm looking at it through the lens of Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, the rest of his teammates, because this was the rat on the table. They want to move forward. Draymond talked about it, Steiny. Now it's over. Steph got his flowers, rightfully so. And the beautiful thing about him getting his flowers, boy, was it a bouquet. He's going to be here barring any, injury for 5 more years to add to his total. This record will never be broken, but to answer your question, my friend, and not go preach a Durham on you long-winded.
Let's not get
it's over, and now the Warriors can focus on Clay's return, Wiseman, and becoming whole, because they're not shooting the greatest, Steiny. And it's today not the day to point that out. It was Brick City with both teams for a minute.
Yeah.
My neighbor had been on the Warriors, so that's how I knew. I watched it with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we can talk about whatever we want. I'll say this. I'm interested to see the next month.
No doubt.
Of the Warriors, to see because they're in a little bit of a funk now, it feels like. Curry's in a little bit of a shooting slump. The team just not clicking on all cylinders. It shows you how good they are, that they're still, 22-5, despite maybe not playing their best basketball. But I am absolutely positively willing to give not a pass to Steph Curry, but I do believe the team hasn't been themselves. He hasn't been himself because of this record. So let's see if now, once Friday and Saturday's games come and the following games after that, let's see if the Warriors can't get moving and Steph Curry can he kind of reclaim his shot.
It'll be. I mean, who they got Friday? Who
Boston.
Boston,
Toronto.
He'll show out.
But you're right, Goo. I mean, it's to me. I don't know if it's ironic, but he breaks this record, and on the same night, he drops below 40% from three-point range.
Did that happen?
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just thinking, again, it's just incredible how he's shooting 39.9%, which is an incredible percentage.
Well, that's 40.
Not specifically.
Well, Norm told you always round up. You round up.
Yeah, but we usually. I'm not doing that now.
I'm not
just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
But I anticipate. I think he's going to kind of.
I think he's
going to warm up, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Alameda. Wants to talk about his favorite moment from last night. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Great show, fellas.
Thank you.
I think the best part about last night was Steph hugging Ray Allen, because, Ray Allen's, the best three-point shooter we had ever seen. Reggie Miller was good, and Larry Bird, obviously, but people that we've seen. And, it's just crazy to think that Steve Kerr didn't want LaMelo Ball here, because he doesn't like the dad, so he took Wiseman. Can you imagine how good LaMelo would be this year and next year with Clay coming back? He's the reason why we're not functioning on all cylinders, because we don't have that young scorer.
Interesting.
That high draft pick that we should have had. Had Kerr not messed up. This is all about Steve Kerr not drafting LaMelo Ball. Right. That's why this team is messed up. We
Thanks,
would have
Dave.
LaMelo Ball if it wasn't for Steve Kerr.
Thanks, Dave. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
Turn
me?
my mic on. Jordan Poole on line one. They got a young scorer. Footwork extra. I call him. Dude, what's going? Is it age?
What are you talking about?
Fred Astaire with the footwork.
Oh, yeah, he was 0 for 6 last night.
Right.
Boy, that was a left turn from Dave and Alameda.
That was material.
I didn't expect LaMelo Ball to be brought up 16 minutes into the show.
But imagine him passing to the Splash Brothers. And give Mark Jackson his flowers for saying when people called him, hey,
he had nothing to do with this.
The phrase of
let's stop bringing in people that don't belong into the conversation.
No, he does. The 2 best shooters of all time, he was laughed at. He ended up being right, Steiny. That went viral yesterday.
They weren't the best shooters at the time.
You don't think
when
so?
He said it.
So just stop your face. Stop that. Give Mark his flowers for that comment.
He's not. Listen,
he saw him in practice and he knew it.
Guru, listen. Yeah. This is like.
Tell me.
I'll tell you what it is. Okay, it's like I was at a family Christmas party and we let the little 8-year-old say grace.
Okay.
And everybody was at the table, and he said, I want to thank Mom and Dad. I want to thank Uncle Jimmy. I want to thank my brothers and sisters. And his aunt says, well, what about me? And the kid said, you're not in this one. Mark Jackson's not in this one. All right, he's not in this one. He's irrelevant. Don't piss me off.
Yeah, right.
20 minutes into what should be the funnest
Steph
show.
Talked about his journey, Matt Steinmetz. I believe Mark Jackson was a part of a part of his journey, and you can't ignore that.
Did Curry say that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Rob in Dublin. What's going on, Rob? How you doing, man?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I wanted to comment on you guys asking if it meant anything to fans or what it did mean. I'm a Lakers fan, but I'm also a Players fan, and I was watching the game last night while I was at work. When it happened, I got incredibly emotional. I'm passionate for sports, and I know how hard he's worked to I guess, kind of make a name for himself and hold up to his last name in a way, but also to be his own player. So I just wanted to say that it meant a lot to me to see that type of hard work and dedication pull through for a guy, and I'm glad that he's humbled himself. To be honest, I couldn't stand Steph Curry a few years back, but I'm a fan now. So thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the call. And I don't know tell me if you thought this. Like, I thought a lot about myself after he did it, believe it or not. And
that's what I just told you 3.
When?
The crosstalk. Like, was I being selfish to put myself in his shoes?
Well, yeah, that's selfish. I was thinking more of how fortunate we are to have seen him for 13
right,
years.
Right.
I wouldn't be, I wouldn't, no, you're not.
No, I have the love for, the mom and dad aspect of it, just everything. Him as a kid, he talked about it growing up, Steiny, going to the games, trying to duplicate what his dad did. And I mean this, outside of LeBron, who's been phenomenal too, I mean, could you think of a better ambassador for the game?
No.
Like, he could marry my daughter.
I mean, he's a great guy, and that's why he'll never.
Yeah, man.
We're never going to see a guy like him again, ever. And it's not even close. And that's the one thing too, is you start thinking, all right, how long can he keep doing this? How long are we going to be this lucky to see this guy night in and night out? And you start to realize that it's not going to last forever. So there is some bittersweet to it. But
we got a lot of terrain left on the tire.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jim. Jim's in the 707. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Let me say, hey, Dave and Alameda, WTF, man.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to hear that garbage.
Yeah, I agree.
Talking about Steph Curry, this guy, very early on, I was a huge Monte Ellis fan, and when they drafted Steph, I didn't know how that fit would go. But very early on, you could see the gifts that Steph had, and then ankle injuries happened, and you had to feel really bad for this guy who wanted to be on the court so freaking bad that he was fighting through everything he could do to make it onto the court, to the point where he's still wearing these giant ankle braces every game, just so he can be a part of this team and be a part of this franchise. And hats off to Lacob and the Warriors ownership and Bob Myers for not disrupting what's going on here, seeing what we have in Steph Curry. He is a once-in-a-generational player. We've been so fortunate to watch him and everything he's gone through. My favorite part last night was when they panned over and you could tell he'd been crying, and he had the jersey over his eyes.
Yep.
I had started crying a little bit because I felt his pain. You know, everything we've watched him go through. That was, to me, it wasn't a shot, it wasn't a high fives, it wasn't the handshakes, it wasn't the Rolexes he gave to everybody. But for me, it was to catch him, because you rarely catch him being emotional. He's usually, pretty straight-laced into the books. And last night we got to see the really emotional side of Steph Curry, in a good way, with the crying. And I really appreciated that moment from him. And 5-10 years ago, my sons and I were buying up all of his rookie cards,
nice,
ankle injuries and everything. And we decided not to get rid of him last year after the championship a couple years ago. Decided to hold on to him a little bit longer.
Good for you.
We did.
All right, Jim, thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Wow, man.
Yeah, Steph Curry.
The chef.
He got it done last night in New York. And
let out a scream, Steiny.
Yeah, he was excited, and rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Did you catch his speech in the locker room to the team about
parts of it? We're going to play a lot of that sound.
Oh man, that hit me in the
over the
cardiac
course
too.
of the over the course of the show. So a lot of great moments from last night. The other guy I kept thinking of was Draymond. Basically, he was there for the whole thing, and I mean the whole career. Steph's whole career. Obviously, wasn't there the first year.
He wanted the assist.
Could Curry have done this without Draymond Green? Could he have done it without Draymond Green? And I'm not taking anything away from Curry, but what I'm saying is these two guys are so, what's the word, simpatico on the court. It's unbelievable how they work together,
intertwined.
And I feel like the last few weeks or months that I've really got an appreciation of how much Draymond Green knows that Steph Curry means a ton for his career. You know what I mean? Like, Draymond knows that Steph Curry has been the meal ticket and has just kind of ushered Draymond along with him. Not that Draymond's not a great player in his own right, but I think they're both diminished without each other if they're not playing together.
Well,
so
that's a hell of a compliment from you to Day-Day, Steiny. And at the end of the day, Draymond's IQ, because you can't just be intertwined at the hip with Steph if you're not a smart basketball player like Draymond is. But, Draymond up there pointing out that, he missed his brother Clay. That hit me too, Steiny. And we're about to have more thug tears when Clay has his comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Who knows when that's going to be? Is it going to be December 20th, the 23rd, the 28th? Or will it be pushed back into January? We can talk about that a lot in the future. But today it's reserved for Steph Curry. Who would have thought that when the Warriors took him in 2009 that he would almost single-handedly change the fortunes of this franchise?
Man.
How many of you guys out there remember what it was like before Steph Curry? It's like, BC, before BS.
Speedy
before
Claxton?
Steph.
You going Speedy Claxton on me?
He's
Larry
one of
Hughes?
them. He's one of them. There are all kinds of players that came before him, but nobody had Steph Curry being this great of a player. I mean, I think that's a fact, don't you?
A guy we're having on, though, might get credit, Steiny, for seeing that this was going to happen. So we'll talk to him. He's got to sleep good at night knowing, because when you draft somebody, Steiny, there's something like Trey Lance. There's something you've seen in that player.
Right.
And to have it blow up like this.
Well, don't forget, Curry's daughter's named Riley after Larry Riley.
Is that true?
He was on our show, and you were doing the show when he said that. You don't remember? Larry Riley said, Curry came to him and said, I'm thinking of naming my daughter Riley. Is that cool? And Larry Riley said, that's damn cool. You didn't know that?
What?
I could have sworn he said that on our show, and it was the first time that I'd ever heard it. Anyway, we can ask him again at 2:30. Hey, we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content. Bob Fitzgerald on the other side. We got a monster show. Bob Fitzgerald, David Lee, Jason Richardson, Larry Riley, and we are going to try to squeeze in Don Nelson if we can. That's all coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learn from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life, you can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computer, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know someone who wants to do everything and anything, give the gift that shows you how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership.
insane 2,974 threes and counting.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's welcome him in. He had the call last night on NBC Sports Bay Area. Bob Fitzgerald. Hey, Bob, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're just basking in Steph Curry's greatness, to tell you the truth, and just kind of reflected on last night and all those things. Let me just toss it to you. What kind of went through your mind as you watched it all unfold?
It's about freaking time. No, I think Steve and Steph and Draymond have alluded to this, but if you're around it and close to it, you felt it is, the Warriors made half their threes against Orlando. Steph made 7, and it was like, everybody felt great, and it's a blowout, and here they come. After that, this is the worst 4-game shooting stretch the team had on threes, that Steph had on threes, and it was all getting closer to the record. I mean, to see the Warriors for 4 games shoot 28% on threes on wide open warm-up looks was like shocking. And so it was like, whoa, the team's a little janky right now. And, and Steph's missing shots that I'd bet my house he's going to make. And so I just think that the enormity of it and the pursuit of it, and everyone was coming from a great place to want Steph to get it. But you'd see guys like get a ball and, do I shoot? If I shoot this possession and Steph doesn't get a shot, and do I reload and try to get it back to him? And so it just wasn't very Warrior-like. Now, the credit is their defense is so amazing. They only lost one of those games. But I don't think it's a coincidence. In the fourth quarter last night, they went 7 of 15 on threes, and it was like, hey, they're back. Like, I think they're going to start rolling the next 10, 15 games shooting the ball because they're through it now.
Yeah, Fitz, I'm with you. If I see another Warrior player hesitate, let it go.
Man, let it go, baby.
So that was on their mind. I got to ask you this, because you asked Steph a great question. I got emotional when he talked about the journey and, in the car with his parents going to games and, just growing up in the NBA. What about you, Fitz? When it was all said and done and you're driving home from the arena, was it the same drive? Did Fitz get emotional? Because you didn't do it on TV, and I know you had to be super professional, but share with us, was this a moment for you too as well as I know it was?
Well, here's the thing about it. Yes and no. I mean, I love Steph so much and on so many different levels and so many different interactions in our lives, but I'm proud of him. I'm happy for him. And I know it's going to be over 4,000. See, that's the thing. Like, people are like, hey, 2974. Like, when Bonds broke the home run record, Barry wasn't going to make another 800 home run. Like, he wasn't going to hit another 800 home runs. Steph's going to play 4, 5, 6 more years, whatever. This thing's going to be 4,200 when it's over. We're going to look back and go, 2974. Like, this guy put this thing in the stratosphere. So that mitigated some of, I'll be more emotional, to be honest, on Steph's last 3.
Yeah.
The one where I know, oh, damn, that's it. Like, that's the last one he's ever going to make. Like, this is, whenever he retires and stuff, like, I'll tell people, I called the first one, I'm going to call the last one. And now, like, that's going to be more like, oh, man, the comet is gone. Are we ever going to see that comet come back around again?
Yeah. You know what, Bob? We're not. We're not. There'll never be another Steph Curry.
No, you actually, Matt, you asked something. I think it's fun. It's great talk show stuff. Would he have broken this without Draymond? Like, he would have.
Right.
He would have, because he shot 44% his rookie year and 44% his second year and his 45% his third year, and Draymond joined him in year 4. It would have taken longer, because Steph would have started to shoot more because the game changed that way. But they're perfect simpatico in terms of Draymond's so special, Steph is so special, the way they work together is amazing. And Clay getting back into it, that's the next phase of this season that everyone can't wait for. But, I say it, and I'm starting to say it more because I really want people to figure this out. I'm so a believer that half the game of basketball is defense. Everything Steph does offensively, Draymond Green is that special defensively. And people got to start recognizing that, man. Like, here are the Warriors, they're not shooting well. They're holding the Knicks to 35% shooting. I mean, Draymond single-handedly is just repelling people at the rim 100 times. Like, you don't see guys play defense like this. You just don't.
Yeah, I agree, Bob. For me, what I try to emphasize to people is where this organization was before Steph Curry got here.
Man, for
and
sure.
if you weren't really a Warrior fan, it's really hard to put it in perspective. But just having covered this team since '95, and then they draft this kid Steph Curry, it's unfathomable to have known at that time what he may do.
No.
It's just an incredible story. He's been great for fans. He's been great for our business. He's just been great for the Bay Area.
Well, I mean, my first Warrior game was February 18th, 1993. So it's a long time. And we watched them miss the playoffs 17 out of 18 years. And, the guy I loved that the Warriors flew in and made sure he was there, he's one of my favorites, is Larry Riley.
Yes, sir.
Because Larry Riley, I had, if it wasn't 10, it was 500 conversations that year on planes, playing gin with him, chatting him up, hanging out with him. And he told me forever, if we get the number 1 pick, we're taking Blake Griffin. If we don't get the number 1 pick, we're taking Stephen Curry. And I'm like, Stephen Curry? Like, are you sure? And he's like, Bob, I've watched his wins. I've watched his losses. This kid is ferocious as a competitor. There's something special about him. He's going to be amazing. And then you get to the draft. I'm like, all right, Larry, we're 7th. He said we need 1 team to take Hassim Thabit. The way we have it, marched out. Johnny Flynn's going to go, and Rubio's going to go, and this and that. Blake Griffin's going to go. And need 1 team to take Hassim Thabit. That's the one you don't quite know where the puzzle fit. And when Hassim Thabit was taken by Memphis, I let out almost a scream, okay, Curry's going to be there,
right?
And he was. And so then when we got Steph, you had to interact with him for about a minute and a half till you went, something is very special about this guy.
Right.
Just who he is as a person and how he conducts himself and his family and just the way he is. And then, he had Summer League where it was he's having a lot of rookie stuff. But then there were just moments where you're like, God, this guy does things that are just unbelievable. And so then you see him on the golf course. I've seen him in casinos and just other weird stuff where I use the word ethereal. There's just something about his presence and the way he is in life, in addition to his magnificence as an athlete. He's just a special, incredibly special human being. There's no way around it.
Wow, Fitz, you're on point now. You're my guy, and your boy, talking about myself, Fitz, I have character flaws, a lot. But the one thing your boy does respect and cherish is family. And Fitz, I don't want to go TMZ, but I told Steiny when I came in this morning, because I'm still kind of feeling it, sports is great theater, real life theater, but, 3 or 4 years ago, Sonia and Dale and Steph, they take that picture all at the same time, and I got overcome with emotion that he did it separately, but it just gave me some insight to what he must possibly be feeling. It's all love, but did any of that cross your mind? Because he did it, he was with Pops, got with his mom, gave her a hug during the game, but Fitz, I wasn't ready to kind of take it in like that. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I love all 3 of those people. I love Dell, I love Sonia, I love Steph. And so I just think it's hard for your, your family to be, out front.
Yeah.
That can't be easy for anyone, anyone. So to me, that was...
Yeah. I know, Bob. Yeah. I know what you're getting at there. And as a kid who had his mom and dad divorced, that's a big part of it. They want they want you. They both want you all the time. And it's hard for that balance, but it was handled so classily and we should have known.
But what's interesting, Guru, you bring it up, is that I don't think people realize the fishbowl that a LeBron, a Steph, that they live in. It just, and every interaction someone may have, and this is, again, I could cite 1,000 of these, where someone wants to take a picture with Steph or shake his hand or have him sign something or say hi to his kid. That's their one interaction maybe in their life they're ever going to have. And he's there to do it.
Yeah.
He's there to do it. He lives in such a fishbowl, and yet I've never seen him do the, hey, get out of here, kid type of thing. Right? Never. Not in 13 years, not one time. So, that's a credit to his mom and dad. That's a credit to his family. But it's just not easy to have your whole life be under this microscope. And then you've got, all the social media stuff and everything there. It's just not, no one... these guys are human, man. Like, they're really, and it's the same thing with movie stars and TV people and this and that, is that at some point, someone's got to pull back and, like, give someone a little humanity. Because it's not, the money and the fame and the skill and the celebrity, and that's all great. But you are, at your core, this is, this is your mom and your dad, man. Like, come on now.
Yeah, exactly. And the one thing when I think of Steph, I think this guy, we've seen him since 2009, and he has never done one thing where he's been compromised, if you know what I mean, or he hasn't put himself in the best light. I think that's one of the reasons we actually love him, is because he does something that nobody can do. He's the only person in the world who can do it, but yet he's just a good guy, like so many other people.
I think you guys said that you have his speech to the team post game.
Oh, man,
you might play that.
Yeah,
I go back to his first MVP, where he went through every guy on the roster. He went through Ralph Walker, our director of security, Eric Hausen, our incomparable travel and team manager. Threw in a nice little mention for me, which I appreciated on a friendship basis. But, like, he went through everybody.
Yeah.
Like, here's his, hey, you won the MVP. Wait, let everyone share in this. And so he sets his record, and he wants to tell the team how much they all mean to him.
Yeah, it reminded me a little of...
Who does that? Who does that?
The only guy I can think of is Buster Posey. When he did it after his retirement, he went through the whole list of everybody who helped him. And I kind of lumped those two guys together, even though I think Steph's more dynamic, but they are both just class acts, and I keep saying we're just never going to see another one.
No, I think you're right. And that's why... you've already, today they already had it. Like, who could catch him? Like, come on, man.
I don't think that guy's...
What's the number?
I don't think anybody knows who it is right now.
It might not be born yet.
So Guru, I did a little math, though, for you. Is if you take, like, the number of years expected for Steph to play, and then you take 70 games a season, I'm being, optimistic.
Sure.
And the number of threes he's making currently, it's going to be about 42-20. Like 4,220. All right, and I put nothing. If you told me it's gonna be 4,500, I ain't gonna argue with this. So, it's gonna be a Mount Everest type of number. Now, guys are taking 10, 12, whatever a game, but you can take a lot. It's you got to crank out 43% of them. For that number. So.
You need to show that math to Draymond Green.
There you go.
That's who you need, because he said he thinks in 6 or 7 years. And I don't see how that's going to happen. I think just for nothing, I think it'll get broken in our lifetime. But I don't know by whom or when.
I'm going never fits. I really think.
If you started to do the, if Trae Young took 17 threes a game and he made 40%, like you can do all that, but. We've seen Steph had the one ankle year, and then he had the broken hand year. First of all, you got to be healthy.
Right.
You have to have a fitness level. You have to have a desire. You have to have a skill level. You have to have, to Matt's point, you got to have your Draymond Green and Klay Thompsons. You got to have your Steve Kerr. Like, if you think everybody's just going to be, some chucker and jamming out 7, think of the fitness level it takes to get 17 threes off a game.
Exactly.
You see all the running around. You see the Wolverine marks he's got on his arms from everybody, fingernailing him and grabbing him and all that stuff. That's just, everybody does the next. I'll give it this one. I know you guys got unbelievable guests. I can't wait to listen the rest of the day. When Tiger started rolling, he's going to blow by Nicholas. He's the greatest ever, and this and that, or whatever. Well, he's still 4 majors short.
Yep.
And it's not that Tiger's not phenomenal. Everybody knows that. I remember Doc Gooden, when he had began, Sandy Koufax said, I would trade my career for his future.
Wow.
Okay? But Doc Gooden never got there.
Right.
So this whole idea of, oh, yeah, and someone will pass Steph. And okay, I'm with you, Matt. Like, it may happen. Just the math of it may happen in the way the game is now. The first year they had the three in 1979. There were 5 threes taken per game. Now there's almost 70
Incredible.
Per game. So, I mean, that, numbers are going to go by the wayside. Steph did it in 511 fewer games than Ray Allen, like 6 fewer seasons than Ray Allen. So, yeah, you can do the math, but this whole idea of, Steph, they'll just roll by him. Talk to me when he makes his last one, and we see what that final number is.
Fitz, before we get you out of here, I got to take you behind the scenes. Friday, we're at the old ship, and I turn to Steiny and I say, I'm getting soft. He just looked at me. What are you talking about? I said, everything's hit me in the cardiac muscle. And with that said, here we are, emotional. It's good emotion. And we got Clay down the street. I mean, what's going to happen then? I mean, this is incredible.
Now, Guru, you got to work with me on this. Just be Irish, baby. We cry all the time.
Okay. Black Irish. All right,
just be
Fitz.
Irish.
There you go.
We cry all the time. Like, you want to have that. You want to have that full anger. You want to have that full cry. You want to have that full range of emotions. Go back to the Jim Valvano speech.
Oh,
if
don't do
you've
that to
laughed
me.
and you've cried in the same day, you've had a hell of a day.
Right.
That's. I mean, people. I don't know. Maybe it's the Western movies with John Wayne. People, they got to hold back the tears. You know what? If you feel like crying, let it go, baby.
All right,
let it go. It shows you're a fully evolved human being. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Hey,
cry
Fitz.
because you're sad. Cry because you're mad. Cry because you got joy. Let it go every once in a while.
Yeah, it's good advice, man. Good advice. Hey, Fitz, have a great rest of the day, and we'll be listening Friday and the rest of the year, man.
I tell you now, Guru's already got me. Like Clay comes back, I haven't turned my mic off. How the hell am I going to keep a straight face with that one?
Oh man.
Keep
Good
it rolling,
stuff,
guys.
Bob.
Good stuff today.
Thank you.
All right, man. Bob Fitzgerald, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Sorry. If you see me tear up, he said, let it go, Steiny.
No, you're all right. You're all right. It's okay. Do we want to? Should we play the speech from the post game? How long is it spent on? About a minute or so. All right, we'll wait a sec, but we'll play that before the break. Steph addressing his teammates. By the way, just to keep you abreast, 10 minutes from now, David Lee will join us, former teammate of Steph early in his career. Jason Richardson at 2 o'clock. He himself a big-time fan favorite here in Golden State. And then the man responsible for drafting Steph Curry at 2:30, Larry Riley. So let's take a listen to Steph in the locker room after last night's game.
I don't got much to say besides I appreciate everybody that's had a part in me being who I am on the court, off the court. Like, this is a career milestone because of everybody that I got to suit up with, everybody that set screens for me, everybody that passed me the ball, everybody that believed in our offense and believed in winning in the process. So this is truly special, man. We got a lot more threes, a lot more wins, a lot more stuff to go, but I appreciate y'all making this special because this has been a long week trying to get over this milestone. Having Reggie and Ray here was special, but none more special than everybody in this locker room. So let's keep this energy going for sure.
All right, there was Steph in the locker room after the game.
Steiny, no clip, that wasn't written, just from the heart.
Yeah. Let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city. What to talk about last night? Hey, Robin, how you doing?
I'm doing okay, a little under the weather, but no, it's not COVID.
Good.
Boy, Steiner,
Get better.
Can't sneeze. You got COVID? No. Anyway. Hi, Guru.
Hey.
Hey, so listen. As you know, Steiner, I'm gonna give you a big shout out. Let me tell you why. Because there's always we're not old, but I'm just going to say old folk. We always look at things logically, realistically, and with wisdom. And for that, we're called haters. But I wanted to say that if youngsters and all you rational, emotional fans out there, you need to pay attention to and listen to what Steinmetz is saying most of the time. Having said that, I would like to say that the reward is in your work as an individual in terms of achieving. But no person lives on an island. You do not achieve without others, especially in a team sport like basketball. I say that to say this to you, Guru. While you're handing out kudos to Mark Jackson, why don't you give out kudos to Steve Kerr, who took that offense to another level and unleashed Steve Kerr, right? So often we overlook Kerr, take him for granted because we always want to praise Mark Jackson. He's in the rearview mirror. Peace out, guys. Love you both.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it.
That was wow.
It's true. Steve Kerr deserves a lot of credit for what's going on.
And as much as I bring up Mark, it was 2013 when he made those comments about the best shooting backcourt. Steiny, I watched him call plays out of timeouts, and Clay or Steph would dribble out the shot. Like,
who?
What, Mark Jackson's
He never
offense.
called a play. I think you got the wrong guy.
My point
I don't think
is,
Mark
we
Jackson
would be like
ever,
49er Frankie. What's going on? So he did. Robin's right. She's so right. But I just remember before Mark got here, Steiny, there were no playoffs, and that series against Denver, that means a lot. And I don't forget. And like I said, Robin's right. Kerr took him to the next level, but I got love for Mr. Jackson. That's all. 2013 when he said that. Best shooting backcourt.
Yeah. No, Steve Kerr, he gets a lot of credit. And what's funny is I keep hearing that there's a segment of Warrior fans that don't give him the credit he deserves.
Where?
I guess on Twitter.
Twitter
that
is a cesspool,
bastion
man.
of civility.
Yeah, good Lord.
And smarts.
Yeah.
All right,
Get off of Twitter.
You're right, Bob, especially today. All right, listen, David Lee. David Lee coming up on the other side. He played with Steph Curry early in his career, and David Lee's got his place in this Warriors dynasty. We'll talk to him on the other side, and it's all brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support.
and maybe Depeche Mode. 105.3 Dave FM. Totally random radio.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Let's get right to it. He was a teammate of Steph Curry's back in the day, and he was here for the start of this dynasty and a big part of the beginning of it. David Lee. David, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me ask you this. So you came here, and it was in Steph's second year. When did you know or start to realize that he might not just be an ordinary player?
That's a great question. No, we obviously, I think from the start, you saw the talent level, and you know, after watching that game last night and the celebration of the the incredible record that he broke and everything, I think we kind of start to get a short memory about all the ankle injuries and the health stuff he struggled with early in his career, and I think for me, that's really the only thing I thought was going to hold him back was he had so many ankle sprains and trouble supporting that ankle that when he got that initial contract with the Warriors, even a lot of the local media was like, wow, is this guy worth it? I mean, he can't stay healthy. Once he got through those ankle injuries, I mean, the rest is history, and you've just seen an absolute progression every single year to where now, I mean, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer and a guy that's going to go down as the best shooter to ever play the game.
D. Lee, when we talk about GOATs, you bring up MJ, I could follow up and say Kobe, LeBron. But when I bring up Steph Curry, to say that he's revolutionized or just basically transcended the game, you being a pro athlete, how heavy is that? I mean, just how great is that to have on your resume? And do you agree with me that Steph transcended the game?
I think it's even more evident than with a lot of other guys that you put in that category, because it used to be when I first got in the NBA, you shoot a three-pointer from 6-7 steps behind the three-point line, or you shoot an off-balance three, coach is pulling guys out of the game being like, that's a terrible shot. Now you see all around the league, that is a go-to shot for many of the superstars, and it all started with Steph. And unfortunately, I'm not sure other people make it at the same rate that he does, but everyone shoots them like they're going to make them. He is his ability to shoot the ball not only standing still, but off the dribble from a long way away, through double teams, over outstretched hands. I mean, look at the ones that he made last night to tie and to pass the record. I mean, you can't play any better defense. It's just he finds a way to get shots off quickly and to make shots at an incredible rate. So I think he has really changed the game and made people shoot from incredible distances and with confidence that they never had before, all because of what he's done with his own game.
David Lee joining us on 95.7 The Game. David played with Steph Curry early in Steph's career. Obviously, a lot of people, David, they associate you coming to the Warriors with the start of turning this thing around. And I know it didn't happen right away, but how much pride do you take in that when you assess your whole career?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. No, I mean, I've been retired a couple of years now, so I've had a chance to kind of take a step back and assess all that. And I'm really honored to be a part of it. An incredible organization. I remember when I left New York and signed, a lot of the media said, "Why would you ever go out there?"
Yep.
There's not a winning franchise. And I remember Mark Jackson made this will be tough to even think of and fathom now, but he made a comment one time when we were in a meeting. He said he took a trip to Los Angeles and right before the season, and he flew back into Oakland Airport, and he said, I see a lot of Oakland A's gear. I see a lot of San Francisco Giants gear. I see a lot of Raiders gear. He said, one day I want to see Golden State Warriors gear in the airport at these gift shops, because there's none of it right now. There's like one T-shirt. Now, I mean, you go to the NBA store on Fifth Avenue, 80% of the gear is Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. So as far as my way of fitting in, ego-wise, I could really care less, other than the fact that I want to be known as a guy that played a small role in hopefully pushing things forward and being a part of a championship team and helping to build a culture that, of course, has now become a dynasty. So I'm really, really honored, and we did it with treating each other the right way and working hard, and it came little by little, and then it exploded the last few years, and really just pumped to be a part of it, and I'm glad that it's continuing now, and I'm watching from afar and enjoying another great start to another great season. So really, really happy to be a part of it, a small part of it, and it's cool to look at, kind of look back on now that I'm finished.
D. Lee, my partner and I have been talking about this record taking place for like the last week. I left the studio yesterday, and I thought, you know what? I wonder what New York's going to do when he does break the record. And I come in this morning, not crying, D, but your boy, I had some emotion going because it was more than I expected. Can you share with us what you thought was going to take place as opposed to what you saw?
Yeah, I'm sitting down in Miami, and I'm wondering the same thing. And if I would have put my money on it, I would have said, okay, they stop really quickly, they hand them the ball. Maybe they do at the very most a small, 10-second tribute and announce it, and then they keep it moving. The fact that Steph was, given that kind of a break in the game, got a chance to interact with Ray Allen and Reggie Miller, got a chance to hug his parents, hug his teammates. I mean, to me, that's a very classy move, by the Knicks organization, and a really cool thing for the NBA because everybody got to really celebrate this together. And I'm sure every single team that didn't have a game last night, they were watching that and cheering for Steph because he is so loved around the league. So I think it was the right thing to do, and it would have been a real shame had they just kept it moving and tried to celebrate after the game or something, because it was something great for the sport and great for sports overall. So I thought it was really great that they did that, and well-deserved, of course.
Yeah. Hey, before we let you go, David, the Curry sprint to the stanchion, weren't you in on that at the beginning? Wasn't that something you guys started together before games?
I think he had it already going, but I inserted myself into that sprint.
All right.
And I'm not sure I ever beat him in the sprint, but it was something. I actually saw that last night because, of course, they were showing him leading up to the tip-off, and really it just reminded me, we can celebrate Steph obviously as being, one of the best players of our generation and best shooter, probably all-around shooter of all time. I'm not sure there's anybody questioning that, but he was an incredible teammate along with other guys in that organization, and it's easy to be as good as Steph and to be a jerk to everybody and to do things your own way, and he could probably get away with that as good as he is. But he's always been a guy that's treated people the right way, that's led by example, and honestly, that's almost as impressive as what he's done on the court. So. It goes to show why the Warriors organization has done as well as it has, is because you have a guy like that leading the way. So it's really, really impressive to see, and I'm always going to be a guy that cheers for him and was cheering for him last night. So absolutely thrilled for Steph and for the Warriors, and hopefully there's even better things to come.
David, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
And hope you're well and safe and enjoying yourself these days.
Absolutely. I am. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
All right. David Lee, former Golden State Warrior. He was here at the beginning of it.
D. Lee. Yeah, you got to give Steiny, because I asked you about what are the Knicks going to do. That was an A+.
Yeah, it really was. It really was, I thought.
How long do you think the game stopped? Or just a good 10 minutes? Or
was it 10? I don't know. That's a good question, but I'll say this. And I was thinking about this when David Lee was talking about it. I don't know if it was 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right, but nobody begrudged him whatever time it was.
All right, there you go.
And it was like,
shout out B Smooth.
What was it? TNT or the Knicks, they were hitting all the right notes last night.
Man.
Absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What was your favorite part about last night? And if last night got you to thinking about the Warriors and maybe Steph's career, call in and give us some perspective on what you were feeling last night, because it kind of hit me a little too. I figured it'd be more of a formality than anything because we knew it was coming. But, last night I went out and I was grabbing some dinner in front of the TV at a restaurant bar, and Yeah, I just started seeing people coming in at 4:15, 4:20, 4:25, and they're coming in for one reason, and that was to watch it. Oh, by the way, I met two women last night, Rachel and Bindia.
Okay. Wow. I don't think I've met
why.
Bindia.
They questioned. They were questioning your street cred, believe it or not.
In what regard?
Well, they said that to have street cred, you need to go out. You're in the lab to watch games, but you need to get out among the people like I was last night.
But I've done that before.
Well, they don't know.
They
didn't know that. Apparently.
All right.
So they want you to get out and about a little bit more, be more of a man of the people.
Well, tell them to let me know where they'll be at. And the next locale, your boy will be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got 80 people on Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game.
Y'all should have asked David Lee what he's been up to. He's in Miami. He's playing tennis with his wife.
We were going to ask him about Monte. This ain't Tim. Come on.
Yeah.
It was about Steph.
Yeah, that I thought about it.
Me too. I was almost about to do it. I said, nah.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's about Steph.
By the way, David Lee was an incredible tennis player. Did you know that? It was his first sport. And now he's married to Carol Wozniacki.
Beautiful. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah, Caroline Wozniacki. Yeah.
Okay.
She won the Australian
Australia.
a couple years ago. She's retired now, but yeah, that's crazy because he's like 6'9". You think of like John Isner, who's like this around the same
6'9",
size. Those
yep.
guys serve massive.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if I asked you what was his his career average per game?
Who?
D. Lee, if you had to guess.
17.5.
Wow. 13.5. 13-8.
That's it?
Yep. Career. 13-8. If you want a 13.5, so 14-8.
Huh.
However you want to look at it.
You're really into rounding up, huh? Aren't you?
Yeah, right. Dude, I used to get spankings if the math was right. Wrong.
What do you mean?
If 12 times 12 was 108, you had to pay. I'm going to get Norv in trouble. I had to do it. So the math, your boy. Maybe that's why I like gambling.
Yeah, 13.5. But look at that, though. His
At
last
the end,
years.
yeah.
David Lee, 10-7, 10-8, 16, 20, 16, 20, 18,
Baby
and
hook
18.
he had, Steiny, on the block. Barkley said something profound, believe it or not, yesterday.
Oh.
The bums are trying to play like Curry, but that's the whole NBA. Don't you get sick of it? Like, OKC, you ain't got no business collectively shooting 30 to 35 threes. But
if they can make 12 of them,
they want to
do.
be. When's a commercial? It used to be
What
want to be
commercial?
like Mike, want to be like Steph.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
I
sure.
know you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Will. Will's in Berkeley. What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
What's up, my man? What's going on?
Hey.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, same to you.
Hey, I just want to say, I don't know why I was crying. I felt like the water was coming out of my face. I don't know why it was happening, but it was amazing, and I felt like a proud soccer dad. I was just really happy for him, man.
Wow.
That's cool.
It's a beautiful thing.
It was. How much of this, let me ask you this, how much of this has to do with Steph being a great guy?
98%.
Yeah, I think so too.
Steiny, I'm telling you, if I were him, you guys would hate me. You know what I mean? I'm that guy. That's why God didn't give me all these favors. Steph is presidential, a family man. I mean, come on, Steiny. I'm not in the know, but the people that are and around him, it's real.
No doubt.
I didn't see Aisha, but we talked about that's COVID, the kids. It's dangerous out there, Steiny. And Robin, like me, didn't have COVID. I got a cold, and I'm vaccinated.
By the way, 12 by 12 is 144.
I know. I gave the wrong number on purpose, so that would be
But 108 is not even close.
Well, I just thought just made it up. 12 times 10, 120. 12 times 11, 130.
7 times 9.
It's 63. Come on, Steiny, you can't
Here's the one that
me.
always got me, 8 times 6.
48.
There you go. Nice.
And I can do square roots.
Okay, what's the square root of 81?
I forgot that one. I didn't forget.
It's 9.
You knew it.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah.
Huh, okay. You want to take a listen to, I want to hear the one Spano and Curry on giving the ball to his dad, Dell, after the ball game. Take a listen.
Yeah, I knew where he was sitting. I actually didn't know that I was going to get the actual ball like right then, but he was going to get it eventually, so that was special.
All right, so Dell got the ball. And Sonya got a hug, and
that was an embrace, man.
Great
during
night at
the
Madison
game.
Square Garden.
Got to give him credit.
Absolutely.
What's everybody hates him? The owner, Dolan,
James Dolan.
Does he get any? Or no?
Or
that was a different part of the organization that put that together.
Well, he must have had something to do with it, I would think. And I gotta believe if he didn't. Well, that's probably where the league would have said, "This is what you're doing." If James Dolan, for whatever reason, would have said, I don't want to stop the game or.
And what about Draymond?
What about him?
I felt like that's something I would say. He wanted to assist Steph on the bucket, and he said Wiggins never passes out of that.
Did he say that? I missed that.
He said Wiggins never, and then they told Wig what Dre said. He smiled. He's like, he was open.
Yeah,
Wiggins in the history books.
Yeah, Roger's in San Francisco. Hey, Roger, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to chime in and say that, no one can take away from Steph's record, and I'm not trying to be a downer here, but it just felt like a little forced. And when I went back and watched like Ray Allen breaking the record, I mean, I know it was at the Garden, it was at it was at home, but it just felt more natural, and the hairs kind of stood up on the back of your neck a little bit different, and the game kept flowing. So I'm kind of out on the whole forced foul thing and stopping the game. I thought it took away from his moment.
All right. Thanks, Roger.
Forget Fantasy Island, Roger Island. He's got to be the only one that thought that. Because you owe it to the sport to stop it, to give the guy or gal her flowers.
Also, that fits Ray Allen's personality more. He never really talked. He wasn't a showboater kind of guy.
True.
He would be the kind of guy that would just keep playing. Curry, that meant a lot to him. You saw it after.
He got emotional.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also was made clear last night that it had been on his mind. He just wanted to get it done with.
He had a little Ricky Henderson too, Steiny. He said he's you could call him the best shooter of all time.
Let's hear him say that. Spadone?
I think everybody talks about the greatest shooter ever and all that conversation. My respect for Reggie and Ray, guys who set the bar for what it meant to be a sharpshooter, to have the longevity as well. And for me, I've tried to own that in my journey in terms of range, volume, efficiency. All those things go into it. So I pride myself on shooting a high percentage. I pride myself on allowing that to help us win games. And now I can pride myself on the longevity of getting to that number that Ray set, and hopefully pushing it to a number that nobody can reach. We'll see what happens. But that's something that the balance of volume and efficiency for me is the standard that I wanted to set. And I never want to call myself the greatest shooter until I got this record, so I'm comfortable saying that now.
Wow. And he should be. Here's what I want to know, and I'm dead serious here. Is there anybody that doesn't think Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time? Is there anybody that doesn't think that?
I'd play the cricket sound.
And I'm not.
If I had the button.
And I'm not.
Thank you, Spadone. Steiny, who would say it?
I don't know who would say it, but I don't want to. I think he's the greatest shooter of all time.
I've never seen. Close.
Well,
what did Kenny Smith say last night? And I'm not stealing material.
I had the volume down for a lot of the game.
Reggie and all the other great shooters, Ray, they can't do it off the dribble. So the greatest shooter, which is Steph Curry, can do both. Steiny, come down on the screens. Off the dribble. He invented off the dribble. I remember Mahmoud being able to do some of that. Off the dribble.
Yeah, but not to the obviously
no doubt.
to the
I want to get in the octagon for the person or persons that say Steph is not there. Like, who would be the answer?
I would say, I don't know.
There's
some great Bird obviously was a great shooter. Mark Price was a great shooter. Dale Ellis.
But how did they shoot? Even Dale Curry. They all catch and shoot, which is fine. I'm not knocking you. This dude can do it all. And what did you teach me, Steiny? If I die tomorrow, well, I'd say he taught me the blender. And the blender area, that's your phrase.
It's not. No, somebody else. Somebody else invented it, and I only use it now sarcastically.
Okay, right. But when Ayton blocked him out there, that was so impressive. Like, He's got guys out no man's land.
Yeah. Hell of a player. Hell of a player, Steph Curry. Hell of a guy, too.
That's the man.
Let's go to Aku. He's in L.A. We talked to him yesterday. What's up, Aku? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? What's up? I was just calling because I called in yesterday. Guru kind of touched on something that I was saying yesterday about why Steph was in the slump, and I felt it was the family issue. And I felt that same way when I seen him hugging his mom and his dad. It was like I felt that had something to do with his slump as far as with the season. But I know you said, Guru, that he didn't. It wasn't that in the beginning when he started off the season. But still, family is family.
Yep.
And I want to thank you guys. I want to just shout out you because I get a chance to feel the Bay while I'm here in L.A. Shameless plug, I'm an actor for television and film, and we have a film called Disrupted that's on Amazon Prime where we give a special shout-out segment in our movie to Steph Curry, and the movie is called Disrupted. You guys like a thriller?
Check it out.
About a husband looking for his killer, or his wife's killer. Check us out. Disrupted on Amazon Prime.
Hey, Aku, if you ever, need a 6'3" guy, still we got hair, let us know.
Hey, bro, I'm 6'5", so hey, something coming.
All right. Hey, man, thanks for checking in. Appreciate it.
Stella.
Appreciate it.
I can see you acting, Starty.
Let me think.
You'd be the mad guy, on the train. To hell with the kids. You'd get an Oscar.
Why would you do that right now? It's a special day. Everybody's feeling good. And how much acting would it take for me to be curmudgeon? That's not acting.
Nuance.
You know what I'm saying? Now,
Rob Parker said Steph is not the greatest shooter.
He is the GOAT.
That is.
God, I love that. I just think
He's
that's
the GOAT.
so funny. Who does he say is the greatest shooter?
I don't know. I just saw it on Twitch.
Oh.
I think Bonte and Shasky had him on last week. Yeah, he frequents the show.
Oh, okay.
The Gamote.
I thought, you know what? Our guy Aku, he said he's got a show called Disrupted where he shouts out. I thought he was going to say our show. I thought he was going to say you and me.
Steiny,
I was like, well, I'm going to check it out now. I'm not going to check it out now just for Curry.
Dude,
actually, no, I will check it out, Aku.
I was like, are we on there?
I'll check that out. Let's go to Jason. Jason's in Fairfield. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I am a teacher, and I am sitting on my way home right now because my kids had finals, and I got an early day off. But I just wanted to shout out, bringing on D. Lee. That's where it all started, him and Mark Jackson. I don't think Mark Jackson gets enough credit for what he did with the Warriors at that point in time. I remember my son, who was young at the time, and I being completely annoyed that they fired him, and it was like, where are we going next? And we got the Kerr era, but and Roger, who called earlier, just stop it. Just stop it.
Thanks, Jason.
It's been great to watch this. It's been a blessing to watch this. It's been fantastic to see history being made before our eyes, especially with the team that's my favorite team and maybe one of my favorite players of all time. So thanks for shouting them out and bringing it up. You guys are awesome. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call, man. Wow. Totally appreciate the call. Look, I'm the kind of guy that would be like, I wasn't into that celebration. It was fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's how I know.
It wasn't. I didn't think it lasted too long. I thought they did it right. I didn't think it took away from the game that much. But even if it did, that's not a big deal. And it's just a fun night. It's just a fun night.
It was a great night, Steiny. I'm with you.
I wonder.
New York had to win you over a little bit.
Well, yeah, not at all.
They had some stars in the house.
Larry
Rock.
Riley.
Yeah. Larry Riley, who we'll talk to here soon. Chris Rock.
Bob McKillop, who was on with the Willard Dibs.
Yeah.
He's his coach at Davidson. Imagine that. Guy wasn't really recruited by D1 schools. That's pretty amazing.
You see the babyface picture of Steph, and then they have the scouting report. Too small, will never be a star. That's making the rounds on. It's old. What he can't do.
Well, listen.
He needs to give a class or a clinic. I don't care what field it is in life. Don't let people put you in a box. And now this dude is. I was trying to think of the Transformer, the big one. The most popular one. What is it again? E.
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime, Steiny.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There's a Transformer movie, and one of the best Transformers, they're badass, is Optimus Prime.
All right. Hey, listen, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to click the link. Then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Maybe we'll try to get Don Nelson on the phone the next half hour. But if not, 888-957-9570. It was the best part about last night if you watched the game. And if it got you to thinking about Steph Curry's
105.7 The Game.
Alrighty. Welcome back. Fun day. Reflecting on Steph Curry's night last night and basically his career as a Golden State Warrior.
Could you imagine if they had a game tonight? Thank God he didn't do it in Indy, or they would have sat him automatic. You know what I mean? Like, they need these 2 days off. Everybody, refresh.
I know last night was about Steph, and we've talked a lot about Steph, but can I give a shout out? Believe it or not.
Wow, this might be your first one.
I tell you who's unbelievable. Draymond Green. The guy's freaking unbelievable. I mean, you know, he's not perfect. There's some things about him I'm not crazy about. But that guy is an unbelievable defensive player. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. I don't even care how many points Julius Randle had last night. He couldn't score on Draymond Green.
Yeah, 31.
He didn't get him on Draymond. And what was it about? There must have been, I think I counted about 7 plays in 9 where he made a play at the rim and
He's a bad dude.
Turns somebody away.
So you going Barnett on me, Steiny? Best defensive player, is he up there? Because he's not working with much.
Yeah,
it ain't like he's just this huge.
No, but he is. He is. I mean, you're right.
He
on
gets
the surface,
everything out of his body.
But on the surface, I think you're right. But he's quicker than anybody thinks. He's stronger than anybody thinks. He's smarter than anybody thinks.
And the courage is
and he's more athletic than a lot of people think.
Especially nowadays.
I mean, he's
shout out Tupac. He playing above the rim, Steiny. I've seen more Draymond dunks this year than I have maybe in the last 2.
Yeah, and I just don't. I mean, I know Fitz kind of broached this, and I don't know if I'd go this far, but I mean, Steph on the offensive end and Draymond on the defensive end, they're two. I mean, Draymond's impact on the defensive end is I do think it's comparable to Steph's on the offensive end, believe it or not.
You know what? I was going to jump in. You sent out a tweet with that.
Yeah. I said Draymond painted another defensive masterpiece last night.
No, I thought about the Curry, Draymond to defense is what Steph is to offense.
I don't think I
Did you retweet? No. I don't know why I gave you credit for that.
That wasn't me. Here are my tweets from last night.
How video?
4.
All right.
That night deserved 4.
You're feeling good.
Let the record reflect Larry Riley is at Madison Square Garden tonight, the man who drafted Steph Curry. Period. End of story.
All right.
He was the general manager. This is the other thing. You can debate who the greatest scorer is. You can debate who the greatest rebounder is. You can debate who the greatest passer is, etc. But there's no debate about who the greatest shooter is.
Gotcha. 2 more.
And then, of course, never forget that on Steph Curry's first ever NBA Media Day, Monte Ellis said he couldn't play with Steph Curry, and Steven Jackson said he wanted out of Golden State after signing a multi-year deal. And that was it.
Steiny sent that message, Guru, you were talking about, to the group chat.
That's where I saw.
But he did say it.
What did I say?
Guys, read it to us, E.
Quote, starting to think Draymond is as good defensively as Steph is offensively.
He don't even want. I'll take credit for it.
End quote.
When did I say that?
What time was it?
What time was it?
Approximately 6:54.
Oh, that was early.
So that was right at the end of the game. Clearly.
Might have been right after.
I'll be honest with you.
That were me. I was like, oh, I said it.
I'll be honest with you. I bet you didn't think this, but yeah, I did some celebrating on Steph's behalf last night. Mm-hmm. Why not?
Yeah, they were talking about you on the crosstalk today.
Who?
Shasky, Bonte, Willard, and Dibs.
About what?
The time Bonte was in the suite with Mully and D. Wright, and he sent me the text when I think Kuminga made a layup, or they didn't call a foul, and there was a fist bump. Like, you know, you do root for the Warriors. They are your team. You know, streets were talking.
Wait, the game I was at?
Yeah, courtside when you were in you and Dana.
Oh.
Bonte brought it up.
Well,
it was
it was only because Joe Lacob had put pressure on me.
You know, of course.
I'll give the Warriors a clenched fist if I'm in the front row, for sure.
Did you see the picture of Joe?
No.
Yeah. He was. I don't know where he was looking at, but
it
was
Please
just
explain.
like a gaze, like the Dak Prescott, you know. He's just staring at
from last night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or, you know what, Steiny?
I don't.
Real quick,
Yeah.
I got to go back because you never know what these pictures are. and what they're from. But Lacob was at the game.
All right.
So it was just, when you're not perplexed, but you didn't catch you, and you don't know you're taking the. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Fillmore Mike.
Our guy.
Fillmore Mike's in the city. What's up, Fillmore? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, what's up, man? Oh, I'm good, Steiny. I'm good. And you probably see what it is. Steiny, he likes good basketball. That's what it is. If the Warriors make a good play, he's going to appreciate good basketball.
Love it.
Thank
you.
But,
Guru, you never been in New York, huh?
Never, Mike. Can you believe that, man?
It's too big a city for him, Fillmore.
You have to get the... What you say?
It's too big of a city for him, Fillmore.
I think that's why he'll love it. It's so much to do. Guru always talking about he got ADD. New York is the city for you, brother.
That's true.
Whatever you want, it's everything to do. It's gonna be cracking. Now, I just want to say, Draymond is such a real one.
Wow.
For shouting out Clay.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His defensive prowess. I don't know what got into him. Maybe he needs to do a master class in how to play defense. And the thing is this, a lot of times players expect contact when you go into the hole, right? You expect some contact there. He's excellent at just moving a little bit and keeping his hands up and making it appear that he don't really touch him. He do touch him, but it's not with the force that the offensive player thinks is going to come with. And so he kind of it's almost like a matador. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, love it.
You thought it was there, so the person puts up a shot that it's a horrible shot. People got to realize and watch that with Draymond, man. Y'all have a great show.
Thank you, Fillmore. Appreciate it.
I love Mike. Hey, you know what? That call got me to thinking because we talked about Ray and Reggie Miller not being able to, and it's not hate, shoot like Steph off the dribble. When I say Draymond Green in defense, is he a better help defender, straight up defender? Are there strengths and weaknesses, or is it all across the board, Steiny, all the same?
I think it's all across the board.
Wow. That's a hell of a compliment.
I just do. I mean, how many times over the years have we seen a guy try to go at Draymond individually, gets nothing, and then as a help? I think he's better as a help defender, but I think he does both. I think he does both extremely well.
Man.
Yeah, you need to stay out of New York. It's you can get into trouble there. Not you, but it's goo.
Right.
Pick up some bad habits in New York.
Well, it's just like the city.
No, it's not. What city? This city?
Yeah, back in my era, underground.
It's not even close.
Sound Factory. Your boy used to get after it.
There's about 14 sound factories.
Oh, wow. So, yeah.
I mean, you could get into trouble Tuesday at 10 a.m. if you wanted to in New York.
Well, this is what I heard about New York, Steiny, and it's sad to say that it kind of just stayed with me. My boy, shout out Dingy, G-Nut, R.I.P., they used to rap. So they went to New York, Steiny, and they told me, like, if you step on somebody's shoe, the guys want to fight. And that's when I got that news, like, well, nowadays it's everywhere. But I don't want to be nowhere like that. You know what I mean? We're going to fight over me stepping on your shoe. Stuff happens, especially if I'm drinking. But they say it's just, they're hyphy in New York.
All you got to do is apologize.
What happened?
For stepping on a dude's shoe.
No, people want to angry out here.
You just got to kiss ass. That's all
I ain't good at that. Well.
You just got to swallow your pride sometimes. And
if a guy or gal want to get down, they ain't care what comes out your mouth. You stepped on their Jordans. Bam. Ba-ba.
If I step on somebody's Jordans and I apologize for it,
you may not get the words out before you're already in
you're talking to a guy. Listen, you're talking to a guy from the East Coast. I know how to handle myself in those kind of situations. All right? I'm just telling you the truth.
I can hear you. Hey, let me buy you.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, it's happens.
I have great ability to get out of a fight.
Right. See, it is a skill.
I can talk my way out of anything.
It is a skill.
No, I mean, I couldn't live in New York. It's
a jungle.
Well, it's not only a jungle. It's just what's it? Fear of missing out. Every day is like that in New York.
But
it's like every single day.
So you're saying the city is not a good comp? San Francisco?
No, it's not even close.
To me, it is.
Oh, goodness, no. Goodness, no.
I picture myself in Manhattan.
I mean, here we go. I'm not going to say it. Why do I want to troll people that live in San Francisco? San Francisco's a wonderful city.
It is.
It's just so much different than New York.
Wow.
I mean, the best part of New York's the subway. You can get anywhere.
Not
anywhere.
at night.
What are you
it's
talking
worse
about?
than BART. I mean, I see the stuff that goes on.
That's incorrect. That's
Not even
completely
close.
incorrect.
Dude, I have seen some stuff
You've
on
never
social
been
media
to New York,
but I see the videos.
Well,
Steiny, it's scary.
Wrong. It's wrong.
It's dark.
It's wrong.
Lights go out.
Have you been to?
I've been
on. What's he talking about?
Have you been to West Oakland BART at
shout out to
11:30
West.
at night?
Yeah, at least you don't have to worry about West Oakland BART flooding in the middle of the summer.
Well,
I mean,
there
that
you
does
go.
happen in New
You
York.
talk to me.
Look, here's the thing.
BART ain't no punk.
You could get on the subway right here and take 2 trains, and you'd be a block from your house, like in Noe Valley or South San Francisco. You can get anywhere. It's not like BART where it's 9 stops on the whole line, and then after you get off BART, you got to get into your car, and then you got to drive. No, there's you can get on the subway every 2 blocks somewhere.
All right,
and it's not dangerous. The subway's the one good thing about New York.
And they got boroughs out there too.
The other thing
Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy.
is what was I going to say? You need money. You need money.
Well, that's the only problem.
You need money in New York. A lot of money in New York.
People asking, did you pick a car yet? I said he was waiting for Steph to break the record.
No, I haven't. I'll tell you one thing though. Maybe I need some help here. So I'm leasing this car, right?
Gotcha.
And I got to get rid of it on the 23rd. And right now it's got a broken back window, just that little triangular window. And
you will not get it fixed.
I'm not going to get it fixed.
Wow.
So what I want to know is, it feels to me like if I take that car back, it's a Chevy Volt, and I say, I'm thinking about getting another Chevy to lease, they'd be like, oh, then don't worry about that window. But if I say, you know what, I think I'm going to go in another direction, they're going to be like, well, you're going to have to pay that $600 window.
Oh, you're
fixing
paying
fee.
for it, buddy.
I know, but I'm going to pay for it, but I'm not going to get it fixed.
Is your leather messed up? Like from
leather?
The dude? Oh.
Leather? What is leather? It's cloth.
Oh, right. Ain't nothing wrong with cloth.
I just can't. I can't wait. I'm just really excited about getting my first.
Go big.
Nicer car.
It could be your last car. Go big.
Well, then I can't park it in our lot.
Well, that's right. I do it. Don't you get mad at that? Yeah.
Not really. Not really. Get a hybrid. Yeah, I'm probably going to get a hybrid. No doubt about it. The other thing about New York is basically bars don't close. They basically don't close.
Now that's different than
they're
the
open till
city.
4.
See, that's
and they open
I'll
at
fit
6.
in. That's like Chico.
Do not give up the car. What does that mean?
Don't trade it in. Like go get one. Well, you're leasing it.
I mean, I could buy it, but I'm not going to buy that car. I'm not going to buy. I could lease. I think lease to own or something like that.
Cadillac's got an electric car.
Really?
Yeah.
I tell you what, somebody on here threw Mazda out there, and I saw a Mazda like a SUV, and it was kind of nice.
You seen it?
I did. Mm-hmm. I did.
Last traffic ticket you got?
Parking or traffic?
Traffic.
Oh.
Years?
Oh, maybe a deck. I don't speed for the most part,
dude,
bro.
Wow. I got tickets.
I got pulled over
right.
on my drive back east, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I got out of it.
Yeah.
Thank God.
So you're good. You're Charlie, as they say.
Have you guys been drinking or doing any drugs? Not today.
That is great. That's when you get deals like
I
this.
was like last night. I mean, you know.
I need to get to New York. But Steiny,
Larry Riley's at 2 o'clock now? We're moving him up. Moving on up. Larry Riley, 2 o'clock. He's probably flying back to, I think he lives in Dallas now, Larry Riley. He still works for the...
Who else was in Dallas? Oh, Monte.
Yeah, Monte's in Dallas. Car market is the worst right now. There's no inventory and prices are nuts.
See, I disagree with that.
Well, have you bought a car lately?
During the yeah. Man, the gas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, can we hear the Steph talking about Clay and the jersey next to his in the locker?
His jersey was in the locker room next to mine, and it'll be good to get back and celebrate with him, and then obviously celebrate his return hopefully soon. I represent both the Splash Brothers and how we approach the game for sure.
All right. That was the only thing missing last night, Klay Thompson.
And it's interesting. Do you think that means, I think it's Sacramento, their next home game, that could be his debut? Because we'll be out there next week, Steiny.
I don't think one has to do with the other necessarily.
Then why not just...
Because he can get more work done in his rehab at home.
You labbing. You talking labbing.
They don't even practice when they're on the road for the most part. So he absolutely, Steiny, have your insurance pay for the window, probably a small deductible.
As much as the deductible is going to be as much as the window.
I know.
Hello.
And the hell's wrong with people? Seriously.
Dude, I wish I had kids in the 80s, man.
Steiny should have an allowance for damages, usually $1,000 to $1,500, depending on the brand. Oh, okay. I just want to drop this damn thing off and start shopping for another car.
Is this true? Step on someone's Jordans in PA and end up in Lake Erie? Dude, I'm telling Steiny, you that old, hey, let me talk to you.
Let me get you a drink. East Coast.
That's over.
It's overrated.
Yeah, okay.
Take it from me. All right? Take it from me, somebody who knows. No, that stuff's overblown. Everybody wants to fight.
Dude, I see videos now, and I need to stop watching them. I'm like, damn, the train is vicious.
Dude, what's up with Facebook? Every time you go on Facebook, it's like
a fight.
All anybody posts is a picture of a fight or somebody confronting another guy, or somebody
can't stop watching it.
Somebody
it's
yelling
bad.
at somebody, somebody freaking out.
Instead of breaking up the fiasco, we're just filming.
Bottom line,
and with a nice caption, can you believe this happened?
We're going to hell in a handbasket.
Oh, I already told you.
Yeah. Yep. I tell you who might be not going to hell in a handbasket.
Your
That's
boy.
City Boy. City Boy. What's up,
great?
City? How you doing, buddy?
On the phone?
Wants to talk about Steph. Hey, man. Oh.
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Hey, our prices are up. Okay, are you there?
Yeah, we're here, buddy.
Hello?
Yeah, okay, let's get a new connection with City Boy. You know we love you, City Boy.
Julian. I call him by his first name.
Right.
Yeah.
Julian wants to drop some gifts off with us.
Oh, man.
What do you think? Man, we're getting a lot of car
road trip
advice.
next week, too, Steiny. Field trip.
Yeah. In case you don't know, we'll be going over to the Warriors. We'll be going over to the Chase Center.
I got my fit picked out.
We're going to do... What are you talking about?
Shoes, and you don't want to look
a week from today, we'll be over at the Chase Center at Warriors practice.
There we go.
Plucking a lot of players.
I hope it isn't Adidas, Guru.
They wear Nikes, Donnie.
The Warriors?
You see, I had more the Adidas jacket.
You know what's funny is I do actually, and I see the guys in the back nodding. Guru has picked out his outfit, I'll bet you.
Oh, there's no doubt.
That's pretty sad.
And I'm at a haircut, too, before we get out there.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to be on the spot that day, boy. I'm going to see if I have any juice remaining.
Wow, Steiny, you just had a sit-down with Curry, 2 years ago?
It was like 4 now.
That's in Guru math. That's 2. How many people get to do that? And you sat courtside.
I tell you what, I'll make a deal. If I don't get Steph Curry, I'll give the listeners something. I'll give them. We got to get Curry.
There's no doubt. He did Guru's gripes. I got to thank him. I almost did when I had the ball. Hey, thanks for Guru. And then it ain't about you. Just pass the ball back, son.
Steiny, pretend like it got broke at the dealership parking lot, right?
That's up my alley.
You would do so? I wouldn't do that. I would just be honest. Like, I can't even say I told you it wasn't broke. That window wasn't broken into. The one.
What happened?
I broke into it with a golf club.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And I was just like, I'm just not getting it fixed.
Yikes.
So.
Yeah.
Remember, I locked the keys in the car, which I didn't think.
And there was a way you could have got around it.
No, there wasn't.
A caller called and said, "Hey, if you would have hit this button, you said
there was no that
you remember that's how we left off.
That didn't work.
Okay,
it absolutely didn't work. So, by the way, did you see Clay's been assigned to the G League
again?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
My call might be right. Got to play his first game with Santa Cruz. Mm-hmm.
I need to get down there.
I think they're in Vegas now, though. I might be wrong because I remember looking at the schedule, and they're in like a tournament down in Vegas. Right?
Super Bowl in Vegas, 2024.
Was that just announced?
Yeah, I think yesterday.
Oh, all right. Good for Vegas. Good for Vegas. We got Larry Riley coming up at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, and we moved Jay Rich to 2:30. Larry Riley, of course, drafted Steph Curry back in 2009. 2009. And last night, Steph Curry broke the all-time record for three-pointers. And here's the one thing. Maybe the record will be broken, maybe it won't. But I don't think anybody's ever going to shoot the percentage that he shot if they break that record. To me, it's not, let's say he ends up with 4,000.
Okay.
All right, and
He's gonna have
10,
more than
20,
that.
30 years from now, somebody gets 4,001. I'll bet you it's not at the percentage that he shot his threes at.
But there'll be a celebration, and I agree with you, but there'll be a celebration, Steiny.
Yeah.
Because they won't go inside baseball and like MVP.
What?
Remember when you said if Steph wins it this year, compared to himself, the metrics could be lesser. Nobody cares. They're going to be like, where's he at scoring? Where are the Warriors at? You win.
Yeah, that's
KD's
true.
overtaking him for scoring, though.
He's in a little slump, Curry. Let's face it.
What is it? 6 for? I had it. I'll get back to you. Like the last 43s, there was a number. I think he told me. I forget it.
All right.
I'll be better.
Yeah, no, let's hope. Let's see if that slump goes by the wayside now that this chase is over. By the way, thank you to the text line. They like my jacket. I like my jacket.
Dude, is that the one that comes in the mail?
No.
That was your sweater.
I thought this was a Nike, a Jordan.
It's black and brown again. They said you look like a UPS driver going rogue.
Dude, check this out.
Reverse. Oh, Jordan.
It is a Jordan.
Oh, dude, the swag. Wear that to the Warrior facility.
It's not nice enough. I'm going to get dressed up, though.
Yeah, I knew you were. Collar shirt. I'll send you out there before. We've been there before.
All right. Here's what we want you to do here. Download that Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations from Classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between. They have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Larry Riley on the other side, and he'll be brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on First Street in Livermore.
Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back to Steiny and Guru. Let's head out to the phones. He was in the house last night at Madison Square Garden, and rightfully so. He was the general manager who picked Steph Curry at number 7 back in 2009, despite what Don Nelson may have you try to believe. What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I hope you and Matt have got plenty to talk about today.
Oh, yeah. Guru and I definitely going to get into it. And it was just nice to see you there last night. How'd you kind of come to get there? I'm sure you were invited, but take us through that.
Well, I was invited, and it speaks to the Warriors being a classy operation. And I got a call from Bob Myers about it. And, it's just one of those things they thought it would be fitting. Coach Bob McKillop was there, and of course, a lot of people. But the Warriors did a great job with the whole evening. And frankly, I was impressed that the New York Knicks allowed a lengthy celebration, and it was just done in a first-class manner on everybody's part.
Yeah, I agree, Larry. That's one thing we've been talking about today. It wasn't too long. I hit all the right notes. Let me ask you this. Back in the early days after 2009, when Steph was having his ankle issues, what was the concern level inside the organization about, is this thing ever going to get rectified? I mean, were you worried that this could derail his career?
I was terrified. And I say that honestly. And the reason is that Steph did everything that he could possibly do for every rehab assignment that we gave him. And he had one surgery in Charlotte. And it didn't solve the problem. And I remember we were in San Antonio one night. There was a loose ball that he picked out. He picked it up out above the free throw circle, and nobody was around him. He pivoted and sprained his ankle. And, that just shouldn't happen. But then we kept working, and he kept working, and we explored different shoes and different things that we could do, and nothing worked. And finally, we decided, I talked with his family and with Steph and his agent, and we decided, okay, we've got to try another surgery. And Dr. Ferkel did it. And he came out of the operating room. We were all in the not in the operating room, in the waiting room. He came out and said, well, I've got it fixed, and he should be fine. Well, that's great news. But frankly, you don't know that until he rehabs it and tests it. And frankly, I think you'd have to say it's done quite well. There have been instances, as I recall, that whoever steps on somebody's foot, if they've been up in the air jumping and come down on somebody's foot, okay, you got a sprained ankle. But he's been able to stand up to those kinds of things and has done a real good job as far as rehab and continuing to take care of himself.
Larry, I always tell my partner, life, you never know what to expect. And don't let people try to detour you from your dreams. And I'm like, who saw Steph Curry getting to these heights? You're the guy. I mean, how much pride do you take in that, Larry? I mean, do you have a smile on your face when you go to bed at night knowing, you know what, I saw something in this kid?
Well, it's more satisfaction than it is pride. I think pride can get in your way, right. And you have to have some feeling about what you're doing. You want to take pride in it, but he's made it extremely satisfying, as everybody knows. And it's just one of those things. And I've told several people, and I've probably told you guys, I thought we drafted a good point guard for the next 10 or 12 years. I didn't see all this coming. What I saw was a young man that had the ability to shoot the ball, and nobody doubted that. But I also thought he wasn't soft. People kind of thought, well, he's a little bit soft and this and that and the other. He's not a true point guard. And the reality is we believed that he was, and that's the way we approached it. So as far as that goes, there were other teams that really liked him. And I didn't know he'd revolutionize the game, and we all know he has. And I thought he would certainly be effective, and I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd have made the All-Star team at some point. But to do what he's done is a credit to Steph Curry because of the way he works and the way he does things.
Larry Riley joining us on 95.7 The Game. We know you got about 5 more minutes, Larry, so we won't keep you too long. You remember the first time you saw him play?
Actually, he exploded on the scene when Davidson got in the NCAA tournament. And they upset some people, and I was on the bench at the time, but I was watching college basketball. And I saw him on TV. And then I would say this, the defining moment to me, and I talked to Coach Bob McKillop about this last night, the defining moment for me was they were playing Purdue, and Purdue was a rough and tumble outfit, and they fouled you all the time, and they beat him up. And one of the answers that I had to get was, is this kid tough enough? And that game was played in December, the last year he played college basketball in Indianapolis, and it was one of those doubleheaders. And he stood up to everything they threw at him. Now, they lost the game, and he didn't have a particularly great game, but he stood up to everything that they threw at him. And that was, I walked out of that gym that day thinking, okay, this kid's for real. And I don't know how many times I saw him, before or after, but that was a defining moment.
Larry, I want to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I heard Steph last night at one juncture, and he was answering the question, and he reflected on his journey. And I know every NBA player doesn't have a dad in the NBA, but have you ever thought about, Steph utilizing being around the game, helping him get to these heights?
I believe in that. I think that second-generation players who don't feel like they're entitled and are willing to work, they have a leg up on the rest of the guys coming out of college. And you know what happens with all of us. We look at our dad and we usually admire them, which he did, and you get the saying, if Dad can do it, I can do it. Yeah. And I do think that second generation players who do not feel entitled, they got a leg up on people.
Yeah, the entitled part's a big part of it, no doubt, Larry. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and look forward to talking to you soon.
I enjoy talking to you guys. Take care of yourself.
All right, that's Larry Riley, former general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He drafted Steph Curry. He was the GM when they drafted Klay Thompson.
That's wow.
Yeah. All right, can I tell you what's always kind of bothered me? Is Don Nelson gets credit for drafting Steph Curry, and Jerry West gets credit for drafting Klay Thompson, but Larry Riley was the GM for both.
Right.
Now, he was the big guy.
Oh, yeah.
He was the big guy. He was the guy who actually made the final call, Larry Riley.
So, man, if that were me, Steiny, I'd call the presser. I'm the guy. It happened on my watch. You know me.
Yeah, Larry's he's a pretty low-key guy. And again, I just keep thinking back to that period of time.
Listen, was bad.
Nelly was the coach. He got fired. But Nelly was doing GM stuff, and Chris Mullin was there, but he was having a rift with ownership and the front office, and they made Larry Riley the general manager, and nobody knew who he was. He was just considered Don Nelson's card-playing buddy. And, when Don Nelson got hired after Mike Montgomery left here, was fired, they had Mike Montgomery, and then they went to Don Nelson. They asked Don Nelson, what about the assistants?
Yeah.
What about all Mike's assistants? And Nelly said, you can keep them. I don't care. I just want to bring in my one guy, Larry Riley. And he'll be my number one assistant, and whoever here can stay. That's fine. That was kind of the way Nelly was. So he brought in Larry Riley to sit next to him, and the next thing you know, through some unforeseen circumstances, Larry Riley became the general manager. Wow. And the rest is history.
What word did you use, and Larry used, entitlement or privilege about the players' sons having a leg up? What you
entitlement.
Said, wow, man.
It's funny because I always think some kids of pro athletes lack that fire, but other kids of pro athletes have that fire. There's no rhyme or reason. Like Curry had it. Curry has it. Clay has it for whatever reason.
Seth.
But we all know sons of pro athletes that kind of don't have it.
Like Dunleavy. I know his career wasn't what he wanted it to, end up to be, but Steiny he got to the league.
Yeah. He absolutely got to the league.
Michael Jordan's kids didn't. I think one played at, was it UCF? Florida school, yeah.
How many sons does he have? I don't even know.
I want to say 2.
All right. Here's what I want to do now. We got Jason Richardson coming up at 2:30. I want to take a listen to some of the sound from last night. Let's do some of the Kerr sound, Spadone, and start with that number one cut of Steve Kerr talking about Curry's accomplishment in last night.
The moment was spectacular. It's an incredible shot. It was kind of a fadeaway, high-arcing three, so it was the degree of difficulty was there, and the crowd was anticipating it, and then the aftermath was more emotional than I expected it to be. It was just an outpouring of love and support for Steph from seemingly everybody in the building. So beautiful, beautiful moment.
Why? 888-957-9570. Why was it more emotional than pretty much anybody thought? And why was it, to me, it way exceeded my expectations. Not necessarily the shot, but just how everything was handled. I'm interested to know if Warrior fans kind of felt the same way. I kind of went into that game thinking, all right, well, it's going to happen. It'll probably happen early, and I want to see how it happens because that's my job, and I'll pay attention to everything. But I didn't think it was going to be as big of a deal as it was, but I do think it was kind of, I can't believe it was nice.
Yeah, but it starts with him.
It's a nice moment.
I didn't foresee him being overcome with emotion. Steiny and the jersey over the eyes, it started right there. He set the stage. Normally he's smiling and, I know he was happy, but there was emotion. And do I dare say pain? The pain from what he's overcome with could have derailed his career with the ankle injuries. All that was in there. And that's when I was like, this is a moment.
I wonder if he thinks about those ankle injuries anymore.
I'm going to tell you this.
It's a long time away.
I think last night was you got to remember your journey. He said the word, don't stop, believe, journey, Steiny. He talked about it. So that happened on the journey.
It absolutely did. It absolutely did. And the contract that, was it David Lee talking about?
4 for 44?
4 for 44.
Oh, man.
The funny thing was it was a lot, but it wasn't the most.
It was risky.
It was kind of risky because they didn't, guys were getting over 60 into 70 like the big boys.
Yeah.
So they both kind of took a what's the word? Maybe it's a risk. Curry maybe took a little less. The Warriors still gave him $44 million when his future was kind of cloudy. So another great decision by the Warriors.
Now.
Let's go to Moose. Moose is in San Jose. Hey Moose, how you doing, man? What do you got?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, fellas. I was going to say, I didn't really know what to expect. You thought he was going to hit it pretty early because he only needed the 2 threes. And I felt that the Knicks you didn't know how they were going to go about it. They kind of played the jingle in the background after the foul went down and then stoppage happened. They were kind of playing the music and let Curry do his thing. And you didn't really know how it was going to go down. But because it was Steph Curry, how could it go? It had to have gone well. It was simple. It was classy. They got through it. I thought the biggest key I thought was, well, how do you get back into the game after all this? He was just crying and hugging everybody, and they really, I thought more than anything, I thought it was important to get the win after having the setting the record. So
yeah.
I thought they handled it really well. But overall, it was simple and classy, you know?
Yeah, I agree, Moose.
Yeah.
650 says, guys, stop talking about the ankles. Why? Is it? You think it's actually a Nimrod who thinks
I love that word.
That there are things like jinxes that exist?
No, stop.
It must be.
He's TKO'd the ankles.
It's part of his story.
Right.
And
you can make a movie on Steph.
How many of you guys remember out there? He couldn't stay on the court. He couldn't stay on the court. Nobody knew what was going on. He was getting hurt without any contact.
I remember.
He was frustrated beyond belief. Nobody knew what in the hell was going on. They compared him to Grant Hill early in his career.
I remember the pull-up, what it looked like, Steiny, like, something's wrong. It's the ankles. You know, him.
Exactly.
They're like, there it is. And now look at him. Perseverance.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Buzz. Buzz is in Dublin. Hey, Buzz, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing great. First of all, I enjoy your show, guys.
Thanks.
So here's why people went crazy. Hey, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right, sorry about that. Matt, you're one of my favorites. All right, so the reason why people cheered for Curry, first of all, people love him because he's Steph, but after he pounded his chest when he hit the three and came down the court, like, the guy showed so much humility, right? Like, you can see his body language. Like, don't get me wrong, like, he knows he did it. His chest was out there, but you can see his chin was down when he met his dad. Like, just hugged his teammates. I tell you what, that humility that he showed, like, the true Steph came out after the timeout happened. I think that's why people are so crazy about him, including me.
Yeah. Thanks, Buzz. Appreciate it.
Damn, Steiny.
I wonder, I was thinking if it weren't for Steph Curry, maybe I wouldn't even be employed right now in the radio. Don't get me wrong, I'd still be making big money, but I'm just kidding. I wonder. Because the interest in the Warriors, the best thing to happen
there
in my
it is,
career.
right there.
Because he took the Warriors to a level of interest that nobody could have foreseen.
And is still currently doing it. What about his comments, Steiny?
Which one?
Oh, here I go. After the game, I have nothing left to prove. I got things to accomplish. And I looked and I thought to myself, I said, he's right. He's got MVPs. He's got 3 chips.
You're lucky.
He's got 400 threes.
You're lucky I'm a good friend.
Oh, no, you better be. No, but I'm just telling you, he said that, Steiny. That's when you know. I
kind of feel the same way. I got nothing left to prove. I got a lot to accomplish, but
I'll let Spadoni and E handle that. Whatever button back there, but the guy gave you a compliment. Just take it. Act like you've been there.
I haven't been there.
He said your favorite.
That's right, I did. Yeah. That's true. 510. I'd just be painting.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be painting.
Yeah, there
I'd
you
be
go.
a painter.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, it was a fun night last night. Exceeded my expectations, absolutely, positively. And now they got to finish out the road trip.
And we got to get to the rat on the table.
Uh-oh.
I'm asking you, Matt, what's your middle name? Michael?
Matthew Michael.
Damn, Matthew. Look, I know my
confirmation
partner.
name is Luke.
We'll call you Michael. The poor shooting of late for Steph.
Right.
Record related, or we get the answer to that in the next 10, 20 games?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, he's shooting 39.9 from 3.
It's under 40.
And 43.1. I would expect those numbers to climb.
So the last time he shot this poorly through 28 games was 2015, his MVP season, 38.6% through 28 games. He went on to shoot 47% from 3 the rest of the way.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, he's not doing that. He's not doing that.
How you know?
That's too high.
Dude, 47.
Hey.
Oh, man, that boy was on fire.
47% for basically 2/3 of the season.
Yes, sir. And got MVP. I'll take that.
Yeah, he did. When Curry had the ankle issues, every time he fell and got hurt, he stayed on the floor like Anthony Davis does now. It was bad. It was absolutely bad. Those ankles, and it was,
man.
No, it wasn't.
Again, Steiny, I would love to watch the. Remember the show Sports Science, and they had talk about a certain thing, a ball doing this or a person jumping and running. I would love to see what went into how they got past this.
Dr. Ferkel.
I always say Brandon Payne, but that's who you, Dr. Ferkel.
Ferkel.
Out of where?
L.A. He was a big boy. He's a very.
It's probably one of his biggest accomplishments.
Let me ask you this: if you could change one thing about last night, would you change anything?
That is a great. Yes.
What?
They had their Natural Road blue uniforms. Yeah, I was hoping they had those.
See, I was thinking something.
Well, to share with us.
All right, I'll be honest with you. The one thing that just to me was bittersweet was Dell and Sonia not sitting together.
No doubt. Damn it! I wish I had it. Ask me again. But yeah, I told you that almost made me cry.
It's mine.
That was part of it.
Yeah.
And you could tell it was on him. We even asked Bob. Man, Steiny, that was when I saw. Oh man, and he obviously 3 years ago that's a group photo. You know what I mean?
Can I be honest?
Yeah. Again,
you know what it also told me is that it's not great between them,
right?
Because there are a lot of people that are going through divorce or get divorced, and they'll suck it up and they'll sit together, for moments like that.
And this is playing out and has played out in the public eye.
Exactly.
And now people having, fun with the photos or what have you. Just like Bob said.
Yeah, I didn't like that, by the way, Spanone. I didn't like some of your texts last night. I thought they were in poor taste.
Well, he didn't do them. Yeah,
he forwarded them, which were just as bad.
I don't know why I knew that was coming up, but I got another answer.
I guess we're airing out all our dirty laundry on the chat right now.
Throw the flag on Steiny. You almost did me.
No, but I didn't tell him what the.
I'm trying to get to that. I wanted Clay there.
Yeah, Clay would have been there. Go ahead.
Pete Davidson was there, and it's just
All right,
okay, that was the joke.
Well, honestly, okay.
Oh, does that go over your head? Okay, no.
Who is Pete Davidson?
He's on Saturday Night Live. He's a comedian.
All right,
and he dates famous people. That's what he does.
Okay, and he's dating Sonia.
That was what someone said.
Yeah,
no, because
people were having fun with it.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. I'd never heard of Pete Davidson dates famous people. All right,
you're off the loop. Last time you watched SNL, and I'm not bragging. I don't.
That's the show that's on at 11:30 at night.
Used to have Eddie Murphy.
Oh my God.
Who else? They had big. Come on, give me one more
Belushi,
person.
Aykroyd,
come on, there we go.
Lorraine Newman, Gilda Radner,
Will Ferrell,
Garrett Morris.
There we go.
I'm going way back.
You are Morris.
I'm going way.
Morris was
back.
my guy, and I had to remember him.
Maybe I missed the point already. Says 7. If Curry hadn't missed basically the whole season, how many threes would he have? Yeah, I mean, he's missed.
Man.
He missed parts of the first 3 seasons, and then he got 3 seasons, and then he got hurt 3 years ago.
What was producer's stat this morning about him and Harden? There are 2 people that have made, 400 threes in a help me out, and Harden and Steph were the only one.
I think 300, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the only players to eclipse the 300 3-point mark in a single season, Steph Curry's done it 4 times, probably 5 times after this year. James Harden has done it once.
And who else is on that list?
That's it.
Nobody.
Wow.
Not Clay, not Dame, not Ray, not Reggie.
I thought Clay would have done it, but I guess not.
275, I think, is his high.
Stinks.
Wow. I'll tell you, he stinks. That's what's 90. I'll take it too.
Hey, we got a fan favorite coming up on the other side.
I'm saying he stinks.
No, Jason Richardson didn't stink.
He was a bad boy.
Big time competitor too. It's another reason why he was a Bay Area favorite. That's what's coming up. It's brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience. To address all your BMW needs, visit BMWFairfield.com today. To book your visit, that's BMWFairfield.com. Jay Rich on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The Splash lives here.
Hey, up top to Curry. Quick release.
Damn it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Let's bring him in. Former Golden State Warrior, one of the fan favorites here while he was here, Jason Richardson. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing good. How you doing?
We're doing great. Here's my question. Now, you were traded before he got here, but you know when rookies come into the league, it takes a lot of them a while to get the respect of veteran players. You were a veteran at that time, and you see this guy playing for Golden State. How long did it take for you to realize, well, this guy's pretty good? He's more than just a good shooter, and that's it. When did you know that this guy really could play?
You know what? It didn't take me long. I think a fan pulled up a tweet I had back in 2009 when he got drafted to the Warriors, and we was working out together. It was me, him, and Brandon Haywood, and we was working out with our trainer called, his name is Don Ravin. And I sent a tweet out. I said, hey, Warrior fans, Stephen Curry is going to be really good. And so I knew it right then, back then, the first time I saw with my own eyes coming out of Davidson, the way he just shot the ball in the workout, it was something I'd never seen before.
Jay Rich, we've had you on the program before, and you talked to us about coaching and your son's playing. Have you seen, because I was telling my partner, we're still living the explosion in high school, middle school of Steph Curry and the three ball. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot in high school basketball. It's amazing how these kids are super skilled and super talented. The way they shoot the ball now, it's just amazing how the game evolved. But for a lot of these kids, some of them can't really shoot the ball like Steph. So a lot of them, I'm telling you, stick with your game plan. I know that the game of basketball is involved with a lot of shooting. But sometimes you got to put the ball down and get to the basket, and I think that's one part of Steph's game that is very overlooked. He gets to the basket really well, and he finished one of the greatest finish in the game right now. So even though we know Steph is for shooting, he's a great finisher once he gets inside that paint.
Jason Richardson joining us on 95.7 The Game. Jason, when you came into the league, there were questions about your outside shot, I remember, and you finished your career at 37%, which is pretty darn good. You had 1 year where you were over 40, and I guess what I want to know is how much better of a three-point shooter did you become from your first day in the pros to your last?
I just worked on my game a lot. I know if I want to have longevity in the NBA, I had to learn how to become a shooter. It was just funny because I was talking to some good friends of mine. We were talking about Steph's record, and back when I was playing, when I became a shooter, I was probably taking like 3 or 4 threes a game, and they thought that was a lot.
Right.
And you look at the amount he takes right now and the amount he makes. It's laughable to consider 3 or 4 threes with a lot of three-pointers taken. So it's involved my game. It let you know all the hard work I did, the dedication I gave the game to become a shooter.
Jay, Curry got drafted in 2009, and I mean this. I'm not seeing any slippage. I'm not seeing the age. Are you surprised that it's almost like he's getting better at his craft?
Yeah, he is. I think he's figuring out the game every year. He's become better every year. He's understanding, how defenses are playing him. And when you're at that level, you just got to applaud the work ethic he has to put in every summer to get better, to find out new ways how to score, because a double team is coming. They're going to hedge hard on the screen. They go blitz you, try to get the ball out your hands. His shot became quicker, which I thought was impossible, but it's like 0.2 seconds and the ball is off his hands because he has to get it off his hands that fast because there's a defender coming. So it's amazing the level that he's going through, and to get better every year because he knows that defenders are trying to figure out a way to stop him.
Jason Richardson joining us on 95.7 The Game. Jason, have you ever kind of thought about why do you think you were such a fan favorite out here in the Bay Area?
Every time I come out there, or every time I hear from a Bay Area fan, or get a tweet or an Instagram post that's like, hey, man, you're the reason why I'm a Warrior fan. I just don't understand it. I wasn't an all-star. I didn't win a championship there. I think it's because I was loyal to the organization, loyal to that fan base, and I played hard and gave everything I got. That's the only thing that I could imagine why the fans had this love for me. But it is always greatly appreciated. I always feel good that knowing that my hard work wasn't unnoticed by the fans out there, which is the greatest fans in the NBA, greatest fans in any sports, in my opinion. So it brings joy to me to hear that and see that from the fans, from Golden State fans.
Jay, you could defend with the best of them. Can you walk us through Jay Rich in his prime? And I know you could probably steal ball. Jay Rich in his prime, the assignment is to guard Steph Curry. Walk us through that assignment on what you would try to get Steph to do.
Well, you first of all, you better be in shape because he is constantly moving. So I definitely have to be in the best shape possible. You would try to face guard him, but the way Golden State is passing the ball with Draymond and once Clay come back and Andre Wiggins and all these guys are just passing the ball to him, it's just hard to stop him. I mean, they set great screens for him. He's constantly moving around. I was telling my wife the other day, I kind of equated to a little bit of J.J. Redick, how he just constantly moving. But this is J.J. Redick that can actually put the ball on the floor.
Right,
so
right.
It's really hard to guard somebody that in great cardio condition, and two, that could score in many different ways, not just a three-pointer. He can hit a mid-range shot. He can get to the basket. I would just be praying for a lot of help from my teammates.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Jason, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it and hope you're doing well.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, that's Jason Richardson.
Wow, Steiny, when you hear the word work ethic, because and I'm being real with you, my guy Relaford, he was trying to go pro, Steiny.
In what?
So, hoop.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Where did he play?
Northern Colorado.
Where did he go to high school? Is he a
Logan.
Union City guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I say that to say is, they've been around. They used to go work out with Tony Delk in Arizona and all those guys. So when you hear the word work ethic, is that just you locked up in a gym? Because what about Steph and how I'm trying to make this correlation is he is doing the Dan Dibley, running the 2K mile. Steiny, it's incredible what condition he's in to do the Ray Allen and the Reggie Miller. But is that all just locking yourself in the gym?
No, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I'm not that guy.
Is it diet too?
It's everything.
It's everything.
Listen, here's what I always say. Although again, how the hell would I know?
Well, you played D3.
Again, how the hell would I know? We're talking about pro athletes.
D3.
I think a lot of players, or let's say a lot of guys who play sports, the goal is to make it into the NBA, and their first reason they want to make it is for the lifestyle,
right?
For the money. Not that that's the only reason, but then there's the few athletes that when they make it to the NBA, it's just the start of working. Because think about it, when you're in college, I'm not saying these guys go to class 24/7, but there's a lot of other stuff going on in college. So now you get drafted in the NBA and you have access to everything. You can go to the gym whenever you want. You can get a personal chef if you want. You can live and breathe basketball if you want. But it's hard when you're 23 years old because you're 23, man. And who's got that kind of discipline? And now you're making money. And now you're in big cities left and right. You want to go out and you want to have fun and you want to mess around. And I'm not saying Curry, I think one of the misconceptions about Curry is that he goes out here and there. He picks his spots from what I understand. But the reality is that it's 99% basketball. And when he's not playing basketball, he's with his family. And when he's not with his family, he's playing basketball.
It's the utmost compliment, Steiny, and it goes back again to what I asked Larry. And I'm not taking away from Steph, but the fact that he saw his dad in what his dad put into it and what he had to do. It's discipline. And I'm wondering, Dale did it twice. He got two sons in the league. If you see that and it's coming from your pops, how you could go out there and duplicate it as opposed to, a Chris Washburn who didn't have a dad. in the league, for that matter, Steiny, to get overcome with, okay, I'm getting paid, I'm the man, I can get pretty much whatever I want, women, all the things to keep you from working.
Yeah. I think
and that's why I just
head.
give Steph that much more credit or kudos for staying away from the stuff that can throw you off.
But the other thing to me is there's something about Steph and Klay Thompson being the sons of pro players. So they were just in that basketball lifestyle their whole lives. He would go to practice in Toronto and shoot around after games and shoot around at practice and all those kind of things. And I always say this about Klay and Steph when they came into the league. And I know Klay had some stuff going on at Washington State and all that. Yeah. But the reality of the situation is when they came into the league, they were already pros because they'd seen how their dads got it done. And especially for Steph, I mean, his dad was not that Michael Thompson wasn't. Michael Thompson was a hell of a player, too.
Number 1 pick.
Yeah. Look at some of his numbers. Look at some of Michael Thompson's numbers. They're pretty incredible, really. He was a heck of a player. And obviously Del Curry Sr., or Del Curry's dad, Steph's dad, was a great shooter, too, in his day. But I think, I do kind of think if you're the son of a pro athlete, on the one hand,
it's got to be an advantage.
I mean, look, Curry was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, right? His dad made a ton of money as a player. He grew up in a nice house. He lived in the suburbs.
But he still had to work.
He could have been soft.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
He could have been. So it's a credit to the family, clearly. It's a credit to the dad. It's a credit to Steph and the mom and everything under the sun. There's something bothering me on the text line.
Yeah, I think I see it.
Go ahead, say it.
Is it the last one about me?
No, it's the one about discussing Steph's parents has nothing to do with him. Steph is clearly a superstar. You wonder why athletes can't stand the media.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah.
All we were saying is, and take it from somebody who's the son of a divorced parents, it is tough.
It's real.
It's tough, man. It's the first time I can remember we didn't see the two parents sitting together. Now, it had me feeling some kind of way. And I'll tell you how it had me feeling is every time I go back east, I got my dad and my mom. And they don't live together. And so it's like, Dad, can you come over? Yeah, I'll come on. How long are you going to be at Dad's? When are you coming over here? When are you going over there? And so for me last night, when I saw him give the ball to his dad and then 5 minutes later he's with his mom, it just hit me like, you know what? As great as this guy is, he's dealing with the same stuff that a lot of people have to deal with. A lot of sons and daughters in a tough situation like that.
Steiny,
and I thought he handled it phenomenally.
I really do, man. I'm being real here. I appreciate you sharing that. Up until my mom's passing, my parents were married 56 years. From our vantage point, a great marriage. But if my mom and dad, my sister 2 years younger than me, Steiny, we're 11, she's 9 years old. If they had an argument, just a slight argument, me and my sister, we were wrecked. Like that was a divorce to us. And I had friends growing up to where their parents separated, and I always said, I feel like I know the collateral damage that has. Like, how could you get through that? How could you focus on school? And I looked at that last night, not expecting it. Like, there's no way that wasn't tugging at him. Yeah. And that's what just made it,
For sure.
Not that I wanted that to be the scenario, but it's like, how can you not get emotional about that?
Exactly.
Not being nosy, but that's just being real.
Yeah. 925 brings up a good point. We often forget about it, and I just did. Wiggins' dad played in the NBA.
Yeah, right, Mitchell.
Forgot about that.
Back to Wiggins.
Now, do you give more kudos to our guy? Undefeated, who didn't play in the league and got two sons in the league, LeVar. Well,
I love LeVar.
Yeah, but the fact that he didn't, quote unquote, have that manual to give to his sons.
That's why it's even more impressive.
That's where I'm going.
I mean, I guess. Okay, but let's be fair.
I'm undefeated, never lost.
Let's be fair about Wiggins. If you erase his career with the Warriors, all right, and you think about him as Minnesota, you might say, he lacks that inner fire.
Okay. All right.
Wiggins. And I don't necessarily think that's true. I just think he's a pretty laid-back guy. 925 says, aren't you guys the same yahoos?
Never.
Who said we should trade Draymond Green? No, you got the wrong show, Chief.
Well, no, wasn't me. What about KD wanting to roll? Why is that bothering me? Let Steph have his moment. Did he send out a tweet? Congratulations to my brother.
No. You brought it up. I don't follow NBA players on Twitter.
You are a hater.
Maybe I should.
He wanted to roll legs. Stay your ass in G State. You would have had one.
Brett's in Berkeley. Hey, Brett, how you doing, man? What are we talking about?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Appreciate the show.
Thank you.
You know, as a kid, I grew up with parents who were educators, and over the dinner table, they would talk about teaching. And so as I got to be an adult, I learned.
Ah, shoot.
Dude, I was into it.
Well, my parents were educators, too, so I wanted to hear. Brett, call back. If Brett calls back, you're putting him right through.
My dad was in the Navy.
My dad was in the Navy, too.
What'd he do?
He was on a boat.
My dad was an engineer.
I don't think my dad. I don't think he ever carried a gun or anything. He was like on a boat. He swabbed the deck. I think.
So how'd he get to education?
I think back then you graduated from college, then you went in the service, and then you came back and did your work. Yeah, I think it was the Korean War he was involved in. I'll ask him next time I talk to him.
Tell him I said hello.
Yeah, I definitely will. Hey, Steiny, it's all about the individual work ethic. Look at the sons of Michael Jordan. They had pedigree and genes and didn't make it into the NBA.
That doesn't mean they didn't work hard, Steiny. They didn't have it.
True. Absolutely true. KD did send a tweet, according to... Yes, now this I did see. I'll tell you what, Kevin Durant's a man after my own heart, going after Bayless. That was great.
After Bayless gave KD the ultimate love, I really can't stand it.
What did he say? I really don't like you?
Yeah, I really don't like you.
That was a great one. Brett's back. Brett's in Berkeley. What's going on, Brett?
Sorry about that. Point I was trying to make is, as a kid, I grew up with these experiences that made me understand teaching because of my parents. And I think of the story where Klay Thompson, after his dad won the championship, is sitting at the table with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and all these guys like it's nothing.
Right.
And to the degree that he and Steph, their whole lives, have been able to witness, players in the locker room that don't act right, or coaches that are challenging, or just the dynamics of the business throughout their whole existence has given them such a literacy so that by the time they become professionals, that's just a whole other kind of realm of capacity to be really successful professionals that really gave them, a step up.
Yeah.
Wow. Every time.
And you know what else is another part of it? As a kid, you got to take advantage of it. You got to take advantage of that.
But you got to be smart to know that you got a situation to do that, Steiny. Sometimes you take it for granted.
408. Hell no, Steiny. Back that truck up, bro. You wanted to trade Draymond for Ben Simmons so bad because of your new. Hey, 408. 408. You ready? Get your facts straight and get back to me. I wanted Ben Simmons, and I said I would take Ben Simmons and not trade Draymond Green. I've said I think they can play together.
Speaking of which,
the pike.
You don't mind flipping? You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment?
Why did he say flipping?
Because that's what you do a lot.
No, I reacted to new information about Ben. Honestly, Stein, I'm looking you in the face.
Okay.
If we had a secret video camera that's about work ethic, do you think our boy's taking advantage of his time off working on his game? Because I sure in hell ain't seen no video of Ben in the lab. Ben Simmons.
Oh, I thought you
Or
meant,
is he
I
out in
meant
L.A. with the Kardashians trying to get back with whoever he was there? Like, I want to know, is he putting in that work, that Rihanna work to get better? So if he does get traded.
I don't know.
Or is he playing Sega Genesis, PS5?
I don't know. You talk
what
about.
do you think about him? I'm thinking he ain't taking. Now, people can say, oh, Guru, you're hating, you're speculating. He strikes me as a guy that just getting haircuts, riding in his Lambo.
I think it's fair to question how much love he's got for the game.
Wow, that's all I'm saying. That's all. And I appreciate you not defending your dude.
Well, but I'll also be honest with you. I'll also be honest with you. Like if I had all the money in the world,
good-looking dude,
there was one place that I didn't want to work because I just hated it and I didn't like the people there, and I didn't have to, I'd be like, you know what? You know what I mean? I don't have to, so I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I'm not playing for that team. I don't like the players.
Okay.
I don't like the city, and I want out of here.
I'm looking at it through the prism of what happened in Philly is not going anywhere when you do resume your basketball career. So, not that you got to get a jumper, are you working on that jumper? And I just find it strange we ain't seen a video of him.
I don't know. Did Draymond work on his jumper this offseason?
He just ain't. He worked on his offense, his drive. He worked on his body.
Everybody wanted him to work on his three-point shot. How's that working out?
It's his highest percentage.
No, it's not. He's shooting 27%.
Hey, what I saw something the other day. It was high.
But that's the other thing. Like Draymond Green's been in the league 10 years.
He's staying in his lane.
Now I'm going to work on my three-point shot. It's like it's too late.
But he's going to the rack more because
but that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about three-point shooting. I think Ben Simmons could practice from now until the cows come home. I don't think he's going to ever be a great three-point shooter.
You might be right.
So,
what a show, man.
The Lakers never won a chip with Kareem during Clay's life. Oh, man. That's a fact checker in any league. Is that true? So, all right, the Lakers won
Hold on.
88, 98, 08, 18.
With Kareem, though.
It was probably a reunion. It was probably like a Lakers reunion.
And I didn't even think about those are his memories, so maybe something.
Clay was born February 8th, 1990. So, yeah, no.
He's right. Yeah. You guys are right.
Good call. That's a
who was at this
925. That's a great listener. Appreciate that.
Maybe he missed Shaq.
No.
Yeah, it was material.
Yeah. So, anyway.
What a day. What a night.
Yeah, how much time we got?
About 45 seconds.
Oh.
I can't wait for Steve Kerr at 3 o'clock, by the way. Right off the bat.
There we go.
It's going to be huge. And Eric Armstead.
Wow.
Boy, that's going to be a great
I like
one.
when he rubs his tummy. When Armstead rubs his tummy after he sacks a
4
quarterback.
o'clock for Eric.
Yeah,
His tummy rubs it.
I like that.
I'll let you do.
I like that, man.
Help my man Bose out.
A lot of points, by the way. I think the Niners are -9 right now
Can you
against
believe
the
that?
COVID-stricken Falcons.
They got COVID too?
Be careful. Be careful if you're the Niners.
9.
I may put that in the cap, though.
Well, we remember what you did 2 years ago.
All right. Yeah. Well, you know who's coming up next. It's Ratto and Damon. Steve Kerr, 3 o'clock. Eric Armstead, 4 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. Talk to you later.
Steph Curry made NBA history last night.
Splash! There it is! No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry.
Today, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon. HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. All records are made to be broken. But where this one ends up, I don't think we need to talk about it. I mean, my God. We just saw history last night, and today the topic on every show is, well, who do you think can do it next? Do you think it's going to land for a long time? Do you think it could stay? Who do you think? Is the person born? Is they alive? Are they in the NBA right now? Are they in college? Are they in high school? Does anyone know how to bask in anything? Does anyone know how to appreciate a moment, for goodness sakes? How about this for appreciating a moment? Mr. Snuggly and I are back together in the studio for the first time all week. We had been at home. We have had not a single full show due to the Warriors playing on the East Coast. Ray, we have come back together. It's good to have you back in the studio, and I can see you already need this little reminder. Please turn your microphone on before you begin broadcasting today. How are you, darling?
I didn't have to say anything yet. It's when I speak into a dead microphone that you get to yell at me.
You can feel it coming, though.
No. You can't feel it coming until it comes.
It was like the Curry countdown. I might as well have had a clock telling me how you were not going to turn your microphone on at the beginning of that
sentence. The rest of this day is not going to go well for you. Let's just start with that.
We got a good show for you today. Steve Kerr is going to be joining us not a little bit later on in the show, but really in a matter of moments. Steve had to join us early today, so we will have him in just a few moments. Eric Armstead from inside the 49ers locker room. He'll be joining us at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And if you miss Steve, who's going to be joining us, like I said, in just a little bit, we'll jog that past you again during his normal time in the afternoons around that 5 o'clock hour. We're going to have a What If Wednesday and an awful lot to get into today. You know, Ray and I haven't had a single chance to discuss anything from the NFL all week. We've been in Warriors live mode 2 shows in a row. And you know, what a nice performance last night. It finally happened. I'm glad that it happened. I'm sure everyone involved with the Golden State Warriors is happy to see this in the rearview mirror.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and the reason why everybody was talking today about, well, who's next, is because they've had 28 games of buildup. This was being discussed in September. And it's a measure of how media is now, is that what's the next story? There's no basking anymore. I mean, that's for like a 5-minute period after the event actually happens. The basking ends while the game's still going on, because nobody's going to say, oh, yes, he did it, and then rehash everything you've heard forever. It's just, let's get on to the next thing. And the next thing is, what unborn human being will break this record in 2051?
I think we do have the right person to start today's show off, though, in terms of basking in something special that happened. Steve Kerr is brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. And Steve, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We really do appreciate it. It happened. It happened in a win. It happened in back-to-back games, so double congratulations on that. It happened at Madison Square Garden. All the three-point dignitaries were there. It was a hell of a show. It really, really was. How are you today?
I'm good. Yeah, it was an amazing night. Very emotional, and it's great to win the game. You want to make sure you win the game that you're celebrating somebody's individual accomplishment, and so to be able to do that, as Steph basked in the glow of all that love from everyone in the crowd and all of his teammates and everyone, who was there for him, family, friends. It was an amazing night.
So did you and your team, Steve, know that the game was going to be paused for a little bit of an on-court ceremony and a moment to bask in it? Because it felt like, just as a viewer sitting at home and watching it, it was very organic, and it didn't seem overly planned. It didn't seem like anyone had the right stage directions. The moment allowed itself to actually breathe. Did you have any idea that the game would be stopped?
Well, we were planning on taking a foul, which we did, and then taking an immediate timeout. So what we didn't know was that the timeout would be a 3.5-minute timeout, and that's longer than normal. But given that it was a national TV game, TNT could control the length of the timeout a little bit. I wasn't aware of any of that before the game, but once the timeout was taken, I saw the clock went to 3.5, and they started with the music, and it was great. I mean, it was just a chance for Steph to soak it all in, for all of us to just appreciate him and to appreciate the scene, the moment itself. Just an incredible few minutes, following that amazing shot.
As a coach, when you sort of realize, okay, there's going to be a stoppage, I mean, you probably could have guessed there would have been one. Is there any part of you that worries, how long is this going to be? Or do you just go, it lasts as long as it lasts?
Yeah, you don't really worry too much about that. I mean, my only thing during the timeout was I asked Steph, do you want to come out? I mean, I saw him crying a little bit, during the timeout. Everything was happening. He was kind of holding his head in his hands, just taking the moment in. And with his new rotation pattern, we take him out around the 6-minute mark anyway. And so I asked him, I said, you want to come out now instead? And he said, no, I'm good. I want to go back out there. And he went out. It almost felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, because the first possession, he was flying around on defense. He made a steal. He pushed the ball to the floor. So he looked great. After that shot went in, I think there was definitely a sense of relief.
Is that the most of that sort of combination of emotions that you've seen from him? That's the sense of joy you knew was going to happen, but the sense of relief. Did you get a sense that in some small way it was starting to wear on him?
I don't think it was wearing on him. There's not much that can get to Steph. I mean, it's part of his secret. It's just how even-keeled he is, and never lets too much bother him. So I think while he was, enjoying these last couple of weeks, there was some stress. I think our team has not played very well. Frankly, I think we haven't moved the ball as well. Our assists were down. I just think we were a little impatient as a group, and that was maybe wearing on Steph a little bit. So it's good, good that we've got it behind us. He's got it behind him. Now we can just focus on getting back to playing at a high level and continuing to try to win games.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Now, did you guys have a little side action in the locker room about how it would go down? And did anybody put any cash on Wiggins will kick it from the low post for the record assist?
I don't know. Maybe the players had some action going, but we didn't as a coaching staff. We were just preparing for the game. It was such a strange game too, given that we flew in that day. With the airplane troubles the night before, we didn't get much time for game planning and preparation. So we were all kind of trying to scramble and prepare for the game itself. And when it happened, it was quick. I mean, Steph came out of the gates firing, and 2 quick ones, and it was over. And so more than anything, it was just kind of nice to be able to settle in and focus on the game.
I know for a fact that you're always giving the spotlight to your players, and you have assumed very little credit for things that you have played a huge, huge part in. One of the things that bothered me about the coverage, Steve, is that as the NBA was sitting there, as all broadcasters were anointing the great three-point shooters, it felt like you got left out of that conversation. You retired and still do own, I believe, the single greatest three-point shooting percentage in NBA history. Should Steve Kerr gotten a little bit more attention in the last couple weeks?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Being the coach of the Warriors has given me plenty of recognition. So I appreciate the appreciate the thought, but yeah, I'm doing fine.
Look, we're going to talk some basketball here and other things that are going on with you and the team and everything. But one more note, you rode with Jordan. You saw how a star can win over a Madison Square Garden crowd. It's a unique thing when that happens. Jordan, Kobe, the greats have been able to do it. Did Steph take that to a level that not even Jordan did last night? It feels like that is when we talk about measuring these two guys, I don't think there's ever been universal praise for a player like there is Steph Curry. Not Jordan, not no one.
Well, with Jordan, I mean, for me it was different because my experiences in the Garden with the Bulls and Jordan were usually, big, huge games.
Right, intense. It mattered.
Yeah, the games mattered. The Knicks were really good during the 90s. There were several playoff series. And, the fans in New York, what you love about them is they know the game, they appreciate the game, and they love their team. I mean, the Knicks are a huge part of the fabric of New York. And so back then, there was an appreciation for MJ, but there was also a rivalry, a big-time rivalry. And they were cheering for their team, but there was an anticipation, every time he caught the ball in the Garden that was very similar to, when Steph was catching the ball last night or any of the times that we've been here over the years. So I think Michael and Steph share that quality, not only in the Garden, but all over the league, where people are literally buying a ticket to see them play because they know how special those two guys are. You see more Steph and Jordan jerseys, in the stands than any other road player. Back in the day, there'd always be, a couple thousand red 23 jerseys sprinkled into the home crowd, and the same thing now. I was walking out of the Indiana arena the other night, and the really nice guy, an usher, who was walking me out to the bus, and he said, it's a good thing that our colors are blue and yellow too, because there were about 10,000 Warriors jerseys in the stands tonight. But I don't think anybody could have noticed, since we're blue and yellow too. So that's the effect that Steph has. That's the effect that Michael had.
You said a minute ago that you don't think you've been playing very well lately. Are you talking mostly about offense? Because it looks like you've defended at a very high level for the last 6 or 7 games, in particular, even the one in Philadelphia where you lost. Is it offensive rhythm? Do you think that maybe the chase for Curry's record might have impacted the way other guys on the offensive end played a bit?
Yeah, I think it's rhythm. I mean, you always have to look at the process, and when you watch the tape, you can kind of determine, all right, was our process sound? Were we getting good shots? And for the most part, our intentions have been really good, but the ball has not been going in until late in that game last night, where we made a bunch of threes kind of over the last 6 minutes. The ball hasn't gone in, and when the ball doesn't go in, the game just gets a little clunky. But what holds up is defense. Defense always holds up, and that's why, over the previous 6-7 games, as we haven't shot well, we've still been able to win, I think, 4 of our last 7, which for us this year isn't great, but if you shoot as poorly as we did over 7 games, you win 4 of them. That means your defense is doing pretty well. So that's the great thing with this year's team is the defense is there every night, and I'm confident now that we're going to find our offense. It'll come back around, and I do think the record has kind of been looming over us, and maybe that had an effect.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here with Damon and Ray on 95.7 The Game. So, it has officially happened. We've counted. You have been Steph's head coach for 2,333 of his 2,974 three-pointers now. And being a three-point specialist yourself throughout your career, how perfectly matched are you and he as coach and player?
Well, yeah, it's been a great combo. I mean, clearly for me, I mean, any coach would love to be paired with Steph Curry because he makes it so easy to coach a team. You know, he just sets a culture with the way he carries himself day in and day out. And I think the pairing is good, you know, strategically too, because I really learned the game, you know, from people like Greg Popovich and Phil Jackson, who really valued ball movement. The triangle is all about a five-man game, ball movement and player movement. And, you know, Steph is what makes him so unique is his off-ball movement, you know, off-ball cutting and his ability to make threes in any fashion out on the floor. And so I think we've been a really good fit together in terms of the way we both see the game and the way we kind of feel about how it should be played. And I know that there are a lot of coaches who would love to be in my shoes. So I've just been incredibly blessed to be Steph's coach here over the last 7.5 years.
Not to down the mood, but the NBA's biggest story, other than Curry this week, has been COVID. And are you really anxious to get off the road more than normal? And are you getting any indications that there are going to be different and more stringent protocols for all the teams now that it looks like we're having another spike?
I haven't heard anything from the league or through, you know, our training group in terms of extra precautions that the league is asking us to do. But, you know, we've talked to the players. We're asking them to be really careful. You know, tonight is a night where we had the day off. We're in New York. You know, we know guys are going to be out. So we're just trying to make sure everyone is being smart, wearing a mask, and trying to avoid, you know, big gatherings in cramped spaces and all that. So that's all we can do, but it has been very alarming, you know, the last week or so, just seeing all the cases across every sport. It seems like more and more players and teams are being affected every day.
And it just feels like, you know, because of the testing that is so rampant in the NBA, it's a sample of maybe the American population that is about to now follow suit. And that's the scary thing. Like, you know, the sports is the mirror or microcosm of society. Who knows what this spread is like and what it could actually do with the holidays coming up. So, yeah, getting back to San Francisco is certainly something we're looking forward to seeing all of you return. Because Steph played in Indianapolis and has not sat in back-to-backs, is that possibly a reality for Steph, for Draymond, maybe Porter, Iguodala, the likely suspects, as you're looking at another back-to-back this Friday in Boston and then Saturday in Toronto?
Yeah, it's always a possibility, and you know, we have to be careful with all of our players. And as you guys well know, you know, we have a lot more information these days. We've gotten a lot smarter than we were 20 years ago. If a player needs rest, then we're going to give it to him. And usually comes when a guy is banged up, when he's tired. You can feel it, but we have ways of measuring that too. So those are all things that we talk about with the training staff every day, pretty much. And good thing is, you know, Steph, Draymond, all those guys who have, you know, played big minutes, played most of our games this year. They've, you know, knock on wood, they've been healthy and they look great. They feel great. So we're in a pretty good place, but we definitely have to be mindful of getting them some rest.
Are those decisions that you make, say, closer to game time, maybe the day before, or do you have what baseball managers have when they're writing out their rotations, which is sort of loosely penciled in, this guy's going to go this day, this guy's getting a day of rest here? How far ahead do you plan if you need a load maintenance day?
Well, it's really up to the training staff. You know, they're going to make those decisions, and so I will meet with Rick Celebrini frequently, and we'll look at the schedule kind of, you know, every week and see how the week is going to map out, and and then try to plan it from there. But then a lot can happen too. You never know how a game is going to go. We might not plan on giving a guy a rest, and then all of a sudden we play a triple overtime game and he plays 48 minutes. Like, you know what? Maybe we should give him a rest the next day. So plans can change, but you have to factor everything in, including the league about national TV games and resting on the road. There's a lot that goes into this, and we want to be great partners with the league. We're well aware that people buy tickets to see our guys play, and in some cases only see our guys play one time a year, and all these things are factors, but the overriding one is the players' health for sure, and the league understands that.
So Draymond got to watch. Andre got to watch. I heard there's one with Klay Thompson's name on it waiting for him when you're finally able to get him back into the mix. And that felt like the only incomplete of last night, that Klay could not be there. Is there a fancy timepiece with your name on it in your future, Steve?
I heard it's a Timex, but, or maybe a Swatch.
A Swatch watch with a nice plastic guard to keep it scratch-free?
Yes.
Nice.
That's what I've heard. I'm not sure. But, no, you just said it. I mean, what the missing piece of last night was Klay and his presence. I mean, what he has meant to the Warriors, what he's meant to Steph's career, what he's meant to the three-point shot in the evolution of the NBA game. Klay should have been there, and it was real. I thought about him a lot last night, and it just bummed me out just thinking about how much he has lost the last couple of years, not just in terms of games played, but experiences with his teammates. And last night was a special moment, and I know he would have loved to have been there, and the fact that he missed it is painful for him. So it's we can't wait to get him back. That's going to be the next special moment in this season. Last night was unbelievably special. I think Klay's return will be even more so. When he comes back, whenever that is in the next few weeks. So. Can't wait for that to happen.
Yeah, no, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and we've missed Klay more than Steph misses threes. So that'll, that is going to be very, very special. And if you don't mind me saying here at the very end, Steve, congratulations. I think Team USA has aligned itself with a pretty nice future as you as their head coach, and that has to be an incredibly important to you. It feels like you've been being groomed for this, and I don't think that they could have settled on a better name or candidate to steer this team in this country into Paris in 2024 when that happens. If you're interested in what will be at the time a slightly overweight 48-year-old ball boy, please keep my name somewhere in your drawer.
Got it. I cannot comment on your statement, but yes, I will. I will keep that in mind.
I'm on the list. It feels good. Steve, thank you very much for joining us, and we would love to wish you the safest possible trip before you get home, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Talk to you guys.
Steve Kerr, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. I had no idea he would have to dance around that topic. Has it not been officially announced?
No, it has not been officially announced. It's been sourced, and it's going to happen because you don't source stuff like that if it's not already a slam dunk. But USA Basketball hasn't announced anything yet.
What are they waiting for? What's the secret?
Better ball boys, probably.
Hey, a guy who moves slowly due to medical issues, doesn't look good in warm-ups, could be just the motivation they need.
Or it might remind them of how things could go wrong.
Again, that's motivation, Ray. Don't be like that guy.
That's just fear.
Don't be like that guy is a big deal. Look, I had no idea that he couldn't talk about that at all. I feel terrible that I put him in an awkward situation.
He handled it well. He's already forgotten it. You're fine. And let's face it, he's had enough sort of times when he said something out of turn and survived them all. So that's not even a blip on the radar.
Think he's going to be okay?
Well, he's pissed at you, but everybody else will be fine with.
You think I blew my shot on the team plane?
Oh, absolutely.
Damn. Because it might have been in the cards.
Yeah, they might give you a kayak if you want to row your way over.
It's the crossing, but not from, the English Channel. Damon, you get the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. You got to be in shape.
Totally. You got to be in shape. So we're in really good shape for the rest of this show. We started it right with Steve Kerr. It was great to catch up with him and talk about all that happened at Madison Square Garden. We will continue to talk about that just a little bit. But Ray and I haven't been in at all this week, which means we have not talked about the other things that have happened. We have not talked at all about how the 49ers have pointed themselves to an important Final Four games after a win in Cincinnati. We've got Eric Armstead today at 4 o'clock, and we are just underway. It's good to be with you here. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit today. And as always, here on 95.7 The Game, we're brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Savor the season at your local Outdoor Supply Hardware. You'll find the holiday spirit throughout the store. From last-minute project supplies to fresh-cut trees, lights, gifts,
one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken. Draymond Green, Stephen Curry hugged down the floor. An intentional foul by the Warriors. They're going to stop the game, and the ball will go to number 30. Standing ovation here at Madison Square Garden.
It's emotional.
It is emotional. His dad's here to see it. His college coach, Bob McKillop, is here to see it. Larry Riley, the general manager of the Warriors, who drafted Stephen Curry, is here to see it. Steph's mom is here as well. Handshakes and hugs from his teammates, from every coach. Big, long hug from Steve Kerr, a great shooter in his own right. And the most threes in NBA history belong to Stephen Curry.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
At least Tim Roy mentioned it. That Steve Kerr guy, he could shoot it a little bit too. Somebody brought it up. Good. Turn your mic on, you glorious SOB.
We are now.
See, this is why I anticipate.
Now I'm here.
But look,
no, I mean, it's good that Kerr doesn't care, because he understands one of the most important things about coaching, which is it's never about you, ever. And even if somebody wants for you to have a part of it, no, you get out of the way as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you say thank you very much, but it's about my players, it's about my guy. I mean,
you don't even say that. You just say, oh, no. You just back away from that as though it were dipped in poison.
What would Urban Meyer do is what you should always be asking yourself. How would he handle this situation? Because when I think of excellent coaching at a professional level, Urban Meyer, like a big neon sign, just starts blinking in my mind.
He is the new standard, isn't he? For all the weaselly coaches, not just in college sports, but across the board.
Right.
I mean, you look at Urban Meyer and then you look at Bill Belichick and you go, that is a moral exemplar. That's a man of supreme dignity. Because Urban has managed to lower the bar to such a point that you basically have to dig a ditch to get to it and then dig around it to pull it out. He's the worst.
He makes Matt Nagy look secure in his position with the Chicago Bears. That's how much thin ice Urban Meyer is indeed on.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I think Nagy for sure gets fired. I'm not sure about Meyer.
Oh, he's got to be going.
No, here's the reason.
He's lost the entire franchise.
He has lost the entire franchise. But you're forgetting the ego of the owner who went out of his way to hire him.
Oh, but I think the owner then loses his franchise if he doesn't react to this.
Oh, probably.
There's no amount of money to insulate yourself from this level of a disaster.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that you always have to factor in the owner's ego.
Pure billionaire arrogance.
I mean, John Gruden got more time than he deserved based on results. But because he was Mark Davis's guy, he got to stay longer. And it took outside forces to basically convince him, you know what, I can't stand with this anymore. Urban Meyer may quit, but I don't think he's getting fired.
Did you see the way he dodged the question? Which, look, it was kind of a Bush League question, because the question was essentially like, your offensive line's getting its ass kicked. What do you think about that? And he was just like, It was like the Jim Tom Sula how to answer a question playbook. It was something else. Look, we'll get back into that a little bit later on. Again, Ray and I haven't had a single chance to talk about
Urban Meyer at all.
A down of football all this week so far. And here we are on a Wednesday following the record-setting night from Steph Curry. Someone on our text line says, Curry's already the king of New York like MJ used to be. Well, no. In order to be a king of New York, you have to play in New York. But you can certainly be the toast of the town. And Steph Curry was the toast of the town last night. And more toasts were projected towards Curry across the New York media landscape than will ever be lifted or raised to Kevin Durant. I don't care how many titles he does or does not win with the Brooklyn Nets. What happened at Madison Square Garden, because it happens in Madison Square Garden, means more than anything that will ever happen to a team that just pretends to play in Brooklyn, but they're still very much New Jersey.
The Nets would have to win multiple titles for this to become an argument. And I would definitely submit that if the Nets suddenly became the most important team in the NBA, that would still filter into New York. But until that moment happens, then yeah, it's the Knicks, which is an outrage because the Knicks have done nothing to earn it. They've been riding on the coattails of a dilapidated building with a nice name for a very long time. I mean, if you go back to 1940, which is before World War II, they've got...
Well, and that's a Madison Square Garden ago, too. Remember?
Yeah, several. They've got 1 Stanley Cup, 2 NBA titles. It's 160 combined seasons. They got 3 rings. I mean, that building has done all the heavy lifting.
Without a doubt.
For those franchises.
Without a doubt.
All of it.
Without a doubt. Meanwhile, the Bay Area adds to an impressive, all-time records list that is owned by players who were here when they did it. Most three-pointers made, most home runs hit, most receiving yards caught, most touchdowns scored, most stolen bases swiped, most modern consecutive NBA Finals appearances. I know that's stretching the definition of a record, but next time you see a team go to 5 straight NBA Finals, tell me who that is. I know it's not an overall single-season Major League record, but the Giants, in case you did not know, have been playing baseball for a really long time, and we just saw the most wins in a single season for a Giants team. The most times an NFL team has actually abandoned a city, that's happened over in Oakland, so there's a little bit of a record. Thanks, Raiders. But what we do is we got an abundance around here, Ray. Good things have happened in the Bay Area. When we sit down to write which fans really got an all-time show put on for them, the Bay Area is going to be right at the front of that conversation.
Well, and the truth is, because they have a multiplicity of teams, both college and pro, there's only going to be 4 cities that can boast that. And New York is sort of out of the loop because it doesn't have a major athletic university in its scope, right, unless you want to count Rutgers.
No one does.
Yeah, exactly. So you're really down to...
Poor St. John's, by the way.
Yeah. So you're really down to L.A., which has multiple baseball and basketball teams and multiple hockey teams and multiple football teams. I mean, they have more franchises than anybody else. And they've never had this run. Just this last decade.
LA's having its glory days right now.
All of LA's triumphs in the last 50 years have been based on when the Lakers were very good. Because the Dodgers, for as good as they've been, they won a World Series, and that was the first time in 32 years. The Angels have won 1 in their entire history. The Rams and Chargers...
I tell you, we could talk about Los Angeles championships forever, and the vast majority of people would have never included the Angels. Even though they've included the name Los Angeles in their name, no one includes them in Los Angeles sports lore.
Well, I mean, the 49ers are almost as far away from San Francisco now as the Angels are from L.A.
We know.
So,
which is a problem.
Well, it is a problem. Yeah, but it's not a problem for me. It makes my decision never to leave my couch much easier.
That's good. As long as it's an easy day for you.
Well, yeah. Who else should I root for? Name me a single human being on the face of the planet I should root for other than me.
Me? We're kind of here's the thing. We're sort of mathematically, from a bank account standpoint, kind of tied together at the hip. So even rooting for me is still rooting for your own interest.
Yeah, but you're still going to be a distant second.
It's okay.
And frankly...
Hey, I'm on the list, which you said had no one else, so I feel good.
Well, no, my wife is on the list for clear reasons. My kids, they're day-to-day. And then everybody else after that, they could fight for whatever the zinc medal is in my pantheon of me.
It's an exciting race to run.
Oh, absolutely. It's futile, and it's essentially, rewardless, but I like it.
So the record happened. It fell at the Garden. And what's nice is now we can kind of turn our attention to the rest of the basketball season, because this is not the end of what is really interesting from the Warriors. It's merely the beginning. The integration of two incredibly important players is about to happen to this team, with Klay Thompson and James Wiseman showing up. Playing without the burden of this record, too much media, like you can tell it's going to be welcomed by all. And this is a team that's used to being the Beatles. They're used to, okay, this is the most amount of human beings you can actually put in a press room. That's what they do. That's what being a Golden State Warrior is all about lately. But to now focus on just playing the best team ball that they can, it's exactly what they need to do, and they'll be allowed to do it. Because their schedule, Ray, is about to take a little bit of a harder turn here. I mean, the reason to just focus on playing lickety-split defense for an entire basketball game, and let's start knocking down these wide-open threes that we've been missing over the last 4 or 5 games, because that's just going to make life easier for everyone. Like, they're still winning, but they're not winning by the dramatic margin that they've been winning at. It's because they're just not hitting open threes. That's not just Steph carrying the burden of history. I'm talking about everybody on this team. Damian Lee, it feels like he hit 1 3 on this road trip so far. And I know he's done more than that, but not much more than that. I mean, it's been a rough go for him. It's been a rough go from downtown from Wiggins ever since he had that 8 out of 10 game. It's been a rough go for Jordan Poole from downtown. It's not been a pretty shooting effort by the Warriors, and defense is absolutely carrying them big time.
No, it's ultimately, that's going to be how this team is defined. I mean, you could talk about all the pretty offense you want, but when they need one, they do it with defense. They are the team that Knicks fans fantasized they would have when they hired Tom Thibodeau. And the truth is, it's coming because guys who are great offensive players recognize that there's the other end of the floor. Because if this was about, hey, we'll outscore teams, Warriors would be about 18-10. Their defense has it's been by far the most important component. And that does make Steve Kerr happy. And if it's a drag for other folks, well, points are down across the league. So all you're complaining about is the fact that they're slightly ahead of the curve.
Back-to-backs coming up at Boston, at Toronto, Friday and Saturday. Sacramento and Memphis will be back at Chase Center. And, that's one hard game, obviously, in the Memphis Grizzlies. And look, the Kings, they play the Warriors hard. And I'm just going to be nice, and I'll just say the Kings usually play the Warriors hard. So we'll just leave it at that. Then you're at the Suns on Christmas. Then it's the Nuggets twice in 3 days with a home and away. Then it's at Utah on New Year's Day. And on January 3rd, you come home to play the Miami Heat. 7 of their next 9 games are against clearly stiffer competition than they have faced through some lackluster scheduling moments already this year. And look, COVID could dramatically alter what these matchups look like. And, say a little prayer and bless yourself. But COVID has not touched the Golden State Warriors yet. To assume that the Warriors are untouchable by this is fool's gold. No one's assuming that. They're not assuming that. And although you can't play for who's not, you can't prepare for who's not COVID ready to play tonight, that will show up eventually. So the next, let's just call it through the holidays, which we're extending New Year's Eve and through, this is an awful lot of the season, I think, will be told in these next few weeks in terms of playing stiffer competition and hopefully staying healthy to do it.
Well, and the chances of catching COVID are higher on the road for this team than they are at home, because California, which is taking its own beating, is still a safer place to avoid COVID than most of the places they've been.
And having said all that, Kings interim coach Alvin Gentry just tested positive.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go around the league, and at some point, the league is going to have to admit that one of the spreaders of COVID in the National Basketball Association is games played in the National Basketball Association. I mean, they can't convince me that there isn't some of that going on. Not deliberately, but somebody who has it but doesn't know it is guarding somebody. I mean, I think that's the next wave. I mean, frankly, contact sports are a great way to contact COVID. And I think the NBA is loath to admit that. The NFL certainly is. But it stands to reason that when the disease is spiking and you're not taking the same precautions that you were about scheduling and isolation that they did a year ago, that's going to continue to happen. So in terms of the Warriors, it's not about preparation. It's about dumb luck or lack thereof that's going to determine that.
Well, I mean, I'll take all the dumb luck that you can throw at me in my life, and that's what that's the deal these days. It really is. You know, I mean, here's the way I see it, and we're not going to try to get COVID preachy or anything today, because we've said what we said. You know where this show stands. You know where we stand on it, and we understand that there is a segment of the population that stands diametrically opposed to reason or being a good citizen. And screw all of you. You have officially continued to ruin the punch for so many people. I've done all I can. I'm vaccinated. I'm boosted. I'm courteous in terms of wearing a mask, never fighting any sort of mandates, or just ask for a little, can you keep 6 feet between you and the next person? Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Whatever makes everyone comfortable. That's what I'm here to do. If I were still a single guy, Ray, I'd be done with it. I really would. Like, I'd be done with it in terms of I can't really do any more. I got to live my life. But because I have kids, man, I'm doubling down being careful. And I could not help but notice that the Golden State Warriors are changing, a little bit of their policy for letting children ages 2 through 11 in. Fans ages 2 through 11 are going to need to either provide proof of full vaccination or a negative result from a COVID-19 test administered within 24 hours for an antigen test or 48 hours for a PCR molecular test in advance of an event start time. This includes Warriors games. This includes the Metallica concerts that are coming up. And, will we see this building be allowed to continue to host event after event at full capacity? I don't know how you stop that train once it leaves the station without, saying, hey, it's closed for everyone. Can you go to 50% capacity when you have 100 tickets sold already? I don't know how that happens.
I believe the Raptors just did that. Lowered their capacity to 50%. So it might be a difficult thing to do, but if Toronto's doing it, that means they've figured out how to do it. And if they've figured out how to do it, teams that are thinking about it and say that's too hard a job, they're not trying hard enough. Because Toronto sells out every game, every year, and have for the last decade. So if they can do it, if they can walk away from 9,900 people every night for the foreseeable future, anybody can.
Is that the right thing to do? Would that be the safer thing to do? In bubbling, if you will, but not going to an Orlando bubble, but just making your own building safer? What about just saying, hey, we're going to pause fans coming into the building for a month, and then we'll reevaluate in 1 month to see where we are? And the good news is that all owners who are going to take it right in their shorts by doing that are billionaires who have gotten so much return on their investment that they'll never notice it for a millisecond.
Oh, they'll notice every dime of it.
Sure, but they'll never feel it.
Because remember when the quarantine first started a year ago, March, one of the questions I kept asking was, if you start letting people in again, how do you stop it? And nobody had an answer then. Well, they've now had 21 months to figure it out. And here comes the next spike with a new variant, which means more unknowns. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to bite the bullet and face up to the fact that they're not past this at all, because we're not past it. This is ongoing. And so strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride, and it might be a bumpy ride for years.
Somebody says everyone that you have just named or has contracted COVID supposedly has been vaccinated, so get off your soapbox. I'm not on a soapbox, but you know what? Ike Diagu hit a 3, and so did Steph Curry. They are not equals. And I guess that would further the point that there is no getting this under control until everybody gets vaccinated. The unvaccinated continue to stir the pot of variants. And it's variants that are kicking everyone's ass right now. So please don't preach to me. Somebody says, enough talk. Can we talk sports talk? Sports talk is COVID. Sports, once again, is dripping with COVID cases. 47 NFL players have tested positive this week. In the last 24 hours, 48 hours. I mean, I understand you're sick and tired and bored of it, but if you aren't a child, take the medicine. I mean, understand that there are bigger things that adults need to be concerned of, and your ability to want nothing but sports talk, I think, doesn't matter as much as me saying, hey, if you got kids at home that are unvaccinated, you should probably be avoiding crowds right now. It would be a real good time to do that. And when it comes to bringing your kid into a crowd or an arena right now in the name of let's have a good fun day together, Billy, is probably not a good idea.
Games are being postponed. That's hard to ignore.
Right.
I mean, there was a Bulls game. No, wait a minute, there wasn't. And, hockey has had like 4 or 5 teams had to postpone games because of it.
There's 17 Calgary Flames have COVID right now?
I mean, it's, if you're bored with this, well, then I don't know what to tell you, but it's right there in front of your face. And no matter how many times you turn around and wish it to go away, it's not. And the fact is, the Warriors might be looking at that. Are we going to not talk about that either? I mean, stop it. Stop being 12.
There's a serious part of this country, Ray, that can't stop being 12. That is all about just, I want to say something so clever that I can hurt your feelings. That's how a lot of people get out of bed in the morning. Can I be more pithy than someone else in the name of being a prick?
And that's fine. Just don't tell us to ignore stuff that's right in front of our face.
It's unbelievable what is still happening.
Or just, when you have an opinion that you're burning to release to the world, why not keep it to yourself? Do yourself a favor. Keep it like a secret.
Rudy Gobert testing positive was a watershed moment on this topic. Now look at where we are, where there's like players going down left and right, dominoes falling. What's the difference between then and now? Why are we handling things different now than then? Well, it's because we do have some science behind it, helping. But all it does is help, man. This is crazy. It's crazy. We're seriously going to take this into year 3 of it, and then into year 4 of it, and then into what, year 5 of it? I mean, it's the movie that never ended. Totally sucks. Totally sucks. Totally sucks.
And might I add, it sucks.
Thank you. You're correct. You know what doesn't suck? BMW Fairfield. They're open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And oh, by the way, you will find them looking at all the COVID protocols and exercising all of them safe, very, very safe. Enjoy.
They must be delighted to know that they don't suck.
I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you. Damon and Ratto, we're going to have Eric Armstead of the 49ers locker room joining us just in a little bit. We're looking forward to that. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Hi, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And if you're in Napa or Solano County and you own a BMW, you got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield is the home to BMW sales, parts, service. They got an incredible service center for you. They're open and available for all of your BMW. Turnabout's fair play, Ray.
You suck.
I do. We got an awful lot of stuff to still get into, and due to the fact that we, when the Niners are in a meeting, they're really not worried about when can our guy join Damon and Ray. But if the Niners wrap up meetings quickly today, Eric Armstead will be joining us in just a little bit. If not now, a little bit later on. That's how time works. If not now, later. And in due time, Eric Armstead will be joining us here today, which is good because we got some big things to talk about, like the final 4 games of the season for the 49ers. Got the Falcons in Santa Clara on Sunday. And before you just dismiss that, let me show you, right by looking at the records, that the Falcons are a better road team than the 49ers have been home team this year. So before you start discounting that from happening, they're going to be at Tennessee next Thursday, so they're going to have a very short week after playing the Falcons. They're playing on Christmas Eve, December 23rd. Then they host the Texans on January 2nd. Then they're at the Rams on January 9th, and what the Rams are going to look like, not only due to COVID concerns, but the fact that the Rams might be in full shut-it-down mode in advance of the playoffs is kind of interesting. One more sort of kind of interesting note that's going to affect the playoffs is Arizona Cardinal wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins is now expected to miss the rest of the regular season with a knee sprain. That's rough. I mean, whatever great aspirations you might have had as the Arizona Cardinals, it feels like you got to dial it back just a little bit right there. That is a significant development.
It is indeed. I understand we have Eric Armstead on the phone, though.
Very nice. Your transition was so smooth. I'm so impressed.
Well, I thought you were looking at me for a compelling comment, and we have a guy on hold waiting for the meat delivery.
Has more to say about it than certainly we do. Eric Armstead, presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Eric, first of all, thank you very much for joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto. How you doing today?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing very, very well. Hey, awesome game on Sunday against the Bengals. It was a crazy game, to say the least. The way that you guys won it, coming off a painful loss up in Seattle the week before, that felt like a big one. It felt like a little bit of a turning point for a season that's had, a lot of turning points in it so far.
Yeah, it definitely was a huge win. For us, we're treating all these games like playoff games, must wins for us. And, to find a way to win the hard-fought, game like that was crucial for us. And, we're finding ways to win. And, we got to keep that going.
Eric, all the special teams miscues, which, have bitten the Niners a few weeks this season, Cincinnati could not hold on to the ball on special teams. It was like watching a high school JV game out there at times. What are you talking about on the sidelines as that's happening, and it's just muffed kick after muffed punt after weird development?
We'll take it, Any ways you can get turnovers, we'll take that. And, once those turnovers do happen, we got to capitalize. We got to get scores. Special teams did a great job of getting turnovers and putting us with good field position, both defensively and offensively, so we can get stops and so we can get scores. So that was definitely great to have throughout that game.
Is it easier as a team to create urgency now than maybe it was 3 or 4 weeks ago, and that's one of those things that now takes care of itself because you're in a playoff chase? You've played better football in the last month than you did the month before that. Is the sense of urgency that you talked about basically no longer a concern?
Yeah, like you just mentioned, there's really no have to worry about, sense of urgency. Like all these are must wins for us. We know the situation we're in. We know we're trying to get, and we know we just have to continue to get better and better throughout the season, like we have been. And the most important football is right now that we're playing, and the months of December and now January. We have 2 games in January, which is new for everyone this year. So it's really important football for us, and we're trying to go out there and stack wins.
Eric Armstead here on 95.7 The Game. It feels like you have been asked to wear more hats on this defensive line than in any other year of your career. You move inside, you move outside, you're a defensive end on one play, you're a defensive tackle on another play. We know that Bose has been moved around all over the place. Are you happier being asked to do more, or does that become, just a little bit too much of an ask week in, week out to wear so many different hats in a sport that has seen, specialization kind of take over the room?
Yeah, for sure. They came to me, asked me to switch positions and fill a void that we needed. And, anything we can do to win games, that's what I'm all about. And, wherever my coaches want to put me, I'm going to go out there and do my best. And I know I can be dominant wherever they put me at. So that's just my mindset. And, I'm here to help us win games. And, that's what I got to do.
As a more practical matter, how different is this defense, and not just what you're being asked to do, but in general, how different is this defense under DeMeco Ryans than it was a year ago under Robert Saleh?
I would say it's probably different, mainly for the back end, in terms of the different type of coverages we're playing. But up front, we're doing the same thing. We're playing similar alignments, same alignments, and we're attacking, we're getting off the ball, trying to get penetration, and so for us up front, it hasn't changed much. But I would say, that would be a good question, for the some of the back end guys in terms of schematically coverages and different things they're doing.
Well, Eric, like you said, your job up front is simply stop that run, put pressure on the quarterback. It gets a little different from them. But with as banged up as the secondary's been this year, have you, as an upfront group, felt more pressure upon yourselves to get to the quarterback than normally? Because it feels like the secondary, more than ever before, starts with a decent pass rush.
100%, and it goes hand in hand, rush and coverage. When we're getting to them quick and, forcing errant throws and putting pressure on them, that helps the backing guys. But also when the backing guys are being sticky in coverage and giving us a little time to get there on some plays, that helps us. So they definitely both go hand in hand, and, we all enjoy working together and, enjoy our roles. But definitely up front, we put a lot of onus on ourselves to go over there and take over games and get the job done. So that's just our mindset.
Is there a metric or metrics that you guys can look at early in a game that says, if we do X, Y will happen? Is there one thing that stands out that will tell you whether this is going to be a good day defensively, a mediocre day defensively, or a bad day defensively?
The most immediate metric is obviously turnovers. Turnovers is the biggest metric you can look at in determining wins and losses. Teams that win the turnover battle have a great probability of winning the game. And so for us defensively, if we're getting turnovers and they're getting negative plays, then it's going to be a good day for us. If we're stopping the run and keeping them in second and third and long, and we're playing ahead of the chains, then it's going to be a good day for us. So those are a few things that we definitely focus on trying to get done.
Eric Armstead, who is the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award nominee for the Niners for a second straight year, and that is one of the biggest awards in football. We'll get to all of that in just a second. What I can't believe, and you probably don't remember it, but I do, when you were a rookie, you came into studio and we met in person. That was 6 years ago, 6 years already in the NFL. Like, time flies, man.
Time does definitely fly, and you got to enjoy it while it's here, and appreciate all the moments and all the memories and all the experiences I've been able to have throughout my career, and still a lot more to do. But I'm definitely appreciative of the these years, and appreciative that I'm still here in the Bay Area, and still going. It's a lot of normalcy for me, a lot of familiarity. So it's been great.
What do you, if any one particular thing or handful of things, do you attribute to a 6-year career that has been, exemplary on the field, and you've been rarely injured. You are, you can pretty much set your watch by Eric Armstead playing today for the 49ers. You got a secret? Is there something that you've done that you think has allowed you to get out there almost every Sunday?
No secret, just God. God looking out and watching over and protecting me, and a lot of hard work, and sacrifice, and really just any moments I have away from here and away from practice and my downtime, doing my best to take care of my body, and spending money on my body, people to help me, people to train me, people to give me treatment, and so it's just sacrifice, and but the main thing is just God, watching over and protecting me when I take that field.
You say spending money on your body. Can you tell us about a few of the things that you do off the field, away from the team, to keep your body fresh? Like, are you sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber, or do you get the Antonio Brown froze his own feet treatment? Like, what are you doing beyond what the team asks you to do to keep your body so ready?
Yeah, we have a lot of resources actually with the team that I like to tap into. We have a great staff of our athletic training room, and also we have extra people that we hire. So I definitely take advantage of that, and anything I have here that's free. Free is me. So I definitely try to take advantage of that. But outside of here, anything from chiropractors to dry needling and acupuncture, and I do a lot away from here too, and I feel like that helps me.
All that said, how much worse is it to get out of bed on Monday morning than it was 3 or 4 years ago?
It's definitely getting tougher as the years are stacking on. And especially after a game, some games are tougher than others on the body, and so it depends on the Monday. But I'm not a spring chicken anymore by no means, and so that just means I have to do extra and do more to make sure I'm still staying fresh and ready to go.
Compared to you, Eric, Bosa is still in that spring chicken kind of category, but he obviously had to come off an ACL tear, and now here he is nearly leading the NFL in sacks in a season off of season-ending surgery. Like, that's some pretty impressive stuff. As you look down the line at your teammate, at Nick Bosa, what impresses you the most about him?
Oh man, he's a pro's pro, and his maturity coming in at a young age, figuring out his routine, to how to take care of his body and to recover, to keep his production going, and I'm really proud of him and everything he's accomplished in his young career, and especially this year, bouncing back and coming back from that injury. He's gotten stronger, and he's looked better, and so definitely proud of him, and you see the work day in and day out that he puts in, and it's paying off for him.
Is there anything about your year specifically that surprises you? I mean, you've played long enough now where there aren't a lot of new things under the sun, but is there anything about this season that you've done or not done that has sort of caught you by surprise?
No surprises really. Each season, brings its challenges, and each year, there's guys that stay and guys that go, and so no surprise really. I kind of been through this for a while now, and I know that each season has its ups and downs and brings its challenges, and the ones that remain and do well in the end are the people who remain relentless, the people who are able to, it's okay to get down sometimes and get in a little rut, but the people who are able to pick themselves up out of that and keep going and stay motivated and stay driven, are the guys who are successful in this league. So.
Eric Armstead with us here on 95.7 The Game. As we said earlier, it's your second season representing the 49ers is their Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. The Armstead Academic Project, based in your hometown of Sacramento, has done an awful lot to provide education for students in the public school system. The umbrella of at-risk youth is a huge umbrella that a lot of kids fit under. Can you tell us a little bit about what your foundation is doing and what just being a nominee for this award means to you?
Yeah, being a nominee and being honored amongst, the rest of, such amazing young men who are doing amazing work, it's super humbling for me. And, to talk a little bit more about, what we've been doing in Sacramento since I launched, my goal of launching the Armstead Academic Project was to do what you're talking about in terms of serving at-risk and disadvantaged youth and really providing a quality education for them. I didn't feel that it was fair that based on where you live, determine the type of education you receive, and I wanted to bring equity and opportunity for these students. And so I launched the Armstead Academy, which is an after-school program every day for these students, and they come, check in, they're able to get homework help, academic advisors who help them with college prep, and we also have mental health and trauma trained advisors as well who help them with all they're going through in their environment. And so, really, really proud of what we're doing, and definitely looking to continue and do more and more, and need everyone's support.
It's really awesome that you're doing that, man. I take my hat off to you. I do a lot of work around charity and with at-risk youth as well. And, there are diseases out there that you can throw so much money at and the disease remains, cancer. And these are worthwhile causes. But to me, charity that begins with changing one kid's life at a time is some of the single best charity work, some of the most rewarding charity work that I've ever been a part of. And I think that's spectacular that you continue to do this, man. I really do. It's a testament to who you are and the kid that your parents raised.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that we can all give back in our own ways, and that's the beauty of society. And we all have different life experiences and different viewpoints, and we tap into that, and we can all give back in our own unique, special way, and help people that with things that are important to us. And education is important for me, but there's a whole list of other issues that are important as well.
Being from Sacramento, does that make you a Kings fan?
Definitely a Kings supporter. I've been born and raised in Sac. They've been a big part of my life and our community. And there was a time that we almost lost the Kings, and they went to a different city. And definitely happy that they're still in Sacramento, and they're a big part of our community, and definitely a huge supporter.
Having said all that, does it hurt your heart a little bit every single time you watch Luka Doncic play?
That's a conversation I have with some people. Luka's a great player. It's easy to be look back and be like, I wish we would have did X, Y, and Z, but things happen for a reason, and Luka's a great player, but he's not with the Kings, so you just gotta support and love up on the players you do have.
You watch Curry knock down that 3-point record last night?
I didn't get to see it. I saw obviously the stuff on social media, and it's an awesome moment, and Steph is one of the greatest of all times, and that was pretty cool to see.
Would you have seen it if he was a king?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I think I was just busy yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to watch the game. So
as we were getting ready to say hello to you, Eric, we did a little research here. We worked very, very hard. We Googled you, and we couldn't help but notice that your brother, Armand, won a Grey Cup with the Toronto Argonauts. Does he try to lord that over you, or do you tell him like, hey, it's, the Canadian Football League is very, very nice. It's like the JV of professional football. Congratulations. Cute at best.
No, he doesn't, but, that was an awesome moment. and anybody who, you can Google my brother's story a little more. Him going up there, and he should have been in the NFL, but he had to play up there for 1 year, and that was a great moment for our family of him winning that. It was pretty cool too. I haven't been to Canada like once, so you don't really know like their culture and how important they take the Grey Cup, but going up there was cool, and it was definitely huge for our family. We really enjoyed it.
Did you see that video recently of Toronto Argonauts like going into the stand to go after a fan who was ridiculing them or something? Did you see that? And can you imagine if an NFL team ever tried to do that?
No, I didn't see that, but the Toronto Argonauts have I don't know how many they have like 7 former first-round NFL picks on their team, like a bunch of like really talented guys playing up there. So I think they have a really good team.
Well, they were.
I didn't see or hear that.
Oh, they were spicy. You can look it up. Like they were almost in front. They were like in the concourse going after the guy. Like they had walked up the entire staircase of the stadium and they're just after the dude. It's really, it's a little spicy. Check it out. But Eric, it was really great having you on today. Every single guy who joins us from the 49ers locker room gets some steaks from our friends at Harris Ranch Beef. You're going to get a dozen USDA Prime New York strips. 10.5 pounds of meat, man. Any interview that you've done this year send you home with delicious steaks, except for this one?
No, it's my first one. I can't wait to try them. That's awesome.
There you go. Well, speak of us kindly around the table when you're eating them. Thank you so much for joining us. Continued success and some health. We got COVID concerns popping up all around the NFL together again here. So, fingers crossed to finish these 4 games as healthy and as successfully as possible, man. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Eric Armstead. You're on 95.7 The Game. Good stuff, man. Good guy. He really does some really, really good work back in his hometown of Sacramento. His charity is a good charity, man. It really is. So, Walter Payton Man of the Year. It's a massive award. It's one that really, really matters. Not even Eugene Robinson could ruin that one for the NFL.
Wow.
Hey, it's true.
You went there.
Yeah, but how can you not go there?
I think it's one of those awards that actually does matter to players. I mean, all leagues throw out a bunch of awards with names attached to it, but that one matters, because it's Walter Payton. It's a little bit like the Roberto Clemente Award. If you're a baseball player, you know who Roberto Clemente was and what his devotion to charity was. So, yeah, I think it carries a weight that most non-playing awards don't.
A little bit more on what the Niners went through in Cincinnati, how they got out of it, and what is coming up for them when we come on back in our 5 o'clock hour. If you missed him, Steve Kerr talking all about the record that Steph Curry set just last night at Madison Square Garden, so stay tuned. We got an awful lot more happening this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, we'll urge everybody to stick around Mondays from 6 to 7. It's the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal, brought to you by Street Strider, the first 2-in-1 indoor-outdoor elliptical. Meanwhile, Ray and I are brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com, MIMECAST.com.
Congratulations to the greatest shooter of all time.
Curry, quick release, splash! There it is!
On becoming the NBA all-time three-point leader.
The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry.
thanks to Eric Armstead for joining us. Thought he was fantastic. Always a good interview coming out of that 49ers locker room. We do appreciate them setting us up with guys who respond well to 10.5 pounds of New York strip steaks, Ray. That's really the secret in life.
Oh, I'd sell out my family members for 10.5 pounds of meat.
There you go. Well, we can make that happen. We can get that.
Okay.
I mean, it'll be just like hamburger. You're not going to get good stuff.
No. Whatever they get, I want.
Nice marbled Harris Ranch.
Okay.
There it is. By the way, just so you know, the football hour is coming up a little bit later on tonight. We are going to get back to all the fun that was Steph Curry getting the record at Madison Square Garden, and now the Warriors can get back to the business of just winning basketball games, which is going to be a welcome sight, I think, for the team and a lot of the people covering the team, to say the least. But I think I got the Niners figured out, Ray. It took me over 14 weeks, but I think I got them figured out. You know, I was just recently asked to invite by a couple fans, guys who have a podcast called The Stick, and they're Niners fans. And I joined them, and we were just talking about the team, the win in Cincinnati, and they're very excited about the playoff aspirations this team can realistically have based on the fact that they're letting more teams in the playoffs than ever before. Now, to me, it's a diluted playoffs by just I'm all about inclusion. Unless you're talking about the playoffs. I think the playoffs should, in every sport, be hard to attain, hard to get to, and that's why, the NBA, God bless them, you can take the first couple of rounds of the playoffs, or certainly the first round of the playoffs, and just expect the chalk to talk, and normally does the whole way through. When you dilute the product, you don't get nearly the concentrated level of greatness that I grew up watching as a fan. But I guess that's an old man shaking a fist at a cloud problem that I absolutely have.
It very much is.
But you have it too.
Well, but I'm not troubled by the fact that I understand that the playoffs are, at their essence, a money grab. I mean, when was the last time that the NHL or the NBA didn't reward more than half its teams with a playoff spot?
Right, but I guess that's their model. I don't like other sports that didn't have that model adopting that model.
Well, look, the NBA, the NFL is going to go to 8 teams per conference, and soon. All they have to do is, blackjack the union into letting them do it. And baseball's already on that track. I mean, the extra money they pulled in during the COVID year put the bug in their ear. You go, you know what? We don't have to have 5 teams per league. We could have 8. We could have 10. Hell, we could put all 30 teams in. We just have to figure out how not to play at Thanksgiving. Because the one thing about the playoffs that keeps it from growing exponentially is the fact that you can't stuff so many things into a shoe that you start thinking about getting rid of regular season games. Because as much as they make during the playoffs, they make tons during the regular season with like local and regional televised games. So what they want is a full schedule plus all the playoff games they can cram in. And there doesn't seem to be any break on that. And the COVID year showed them that. The NBA is going to have 10 teams in the playoffs again this year from each conference. That's preposterous.
At least they don't put you through a full round for that 8-9 game, though.
Yeah, but they've got the foot in the door. That full round is coming.
Yeah.
It just is. Because they get to charge for all of those, and they can tack that onto the national television and media rights.
Not only are they making money from all the media rights, but they're not playing these players anymore, too. That's where
the playoffs are free.
Yeah.
At
what point is a player agent going to just say, hey, you want my guy to stick around for the playoffs, too? He needs to be paid for that.
That'll be coming in the next CBA, I would be assured. When the NBA and the NHL decide, let's expand these. Then you'll see some pushback, because what's the biggest issue in the baseball fight right now? Is it about pace of game? Is it about the way the game is played? No. It's about
money.
Lowering the number of years you have to play before you can become a free agent. It doesn't help the product at all, but it does redistribute some of the money. And I'm okay with that. But as a fan, people go, well, you're just fighting about money. You're not making the product any better. And you're kind of a drag. I mean, and baseball, of all of them, and I know I'm going far afield, they haven't been able to fix any of their baseball problems for forever. I mean, the last thing they got right was fixing something they got wrong, and that was the color line. And that was in the late 40s. Since then, anytime they've had a problem, they just go, I know, we'll put more games on it, and when that doesn't do it, we'll put more teams in play. I mean, there's going to be another expansion in baseball. They're going to go to 32. And it's going to be the two cities that don't care about baseball one way or another. And the only thing keeping them from doing that right now is they've got about 4 or 5 cities that are struggling to keep afloat now. So they have to find 4 new markets. And there aren't 4 new markets. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the playoffs, strap in. I mean, it's not going to be 5 teams per side in the NFL.
I mean, markets don't even really matter anymore, though. I mean, if there can be an NBA team in Oklahoma City, why can't there be a baseball team in Portland?
The reason why is because the national money in baseball is not nearly as great as the national money in basketball. So the market does matter some.
Well, that's just, but hey, you wanted a major league team, you can have one in Portland. So the answer is, do you want it? Yes or no? Someone's going to say yes.
Maybe, but
and their profit margins won't be the Chicago Cubs or the New York Yankees. But anyways, I didn't even want to talk about Major League Baseball or anything like that. But look at just.
Well, I just wanted you to remind you that it exists.
This is just the generic. This is the beauty of our chemistry, Ray.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about anything.
No, it's not that. It's I bring up something and you change the topic immediately. That's why it works.
Well, I have a short attention span.
Well, anyways, so here. Let me see if I can hold your attention.
In terms of your original point, the playoffs are going to grow because they just are.
All right.
I mean, it's an irresistible force meeting people who don't care anymore.
They've grown enough to allow very average football teams to, get to pretend they're playoff contenders. And I'm looking at the Niners, and the Niners are just so weird, man. It's a weird year in the NFL, and they're a weird team having a weird year in a weird NFL. I think I got it. I think I got the Niners. I think I figured it out. The best way to sum them up. Are you ready, Ray? Here we go. Feel free to use this at work or at home. They're decent.
Yeah.
The 49ers are a decent team. They're a decent football team. And in 2021, that gets you to the playoffs. Again, I don't like watered down playoffs, but here we are. The actual one of the many working definitions of the word decent, because you can also expand it to how do you treat a stranger? Are you decent to them or not? But I'm not here for that. Decent is an acceptable standard. Satisfactory. This is a Webster's working definition of the word decent. And given how volatile the NFL is this season, their list of never-ending injuries just in the Niners secondary alone almost, a quarterback who is good enough to keep his job but incomplete enough to make you dream of someone else taking over as quickly as possible at times, they do have 4 outstanding best among their position group players in football in terms of Bosa, Kittle, Trent Williams, and Debo. They've got a coach who's been, very disappointing over the long haul, yet nearly impossible to upgrade without taking a major risk in doing so. And all of that comes out as equals decent. They're a decent football team. The podcast, the Stick podcast that I was on, they were craving a 49er compliment. And this is what I came up with. And I actually have thought about it since hopping on that podcast, and I think I got it. They're decent. They're a decent football team. And decent is enough to get you a seat at an ever-expanding table that's got one too many Leafs in it.
Maybe. The only reason I say maybe is because a bunch of those, quote, decent teams aren't going to get in. I mean, it might be the last year that that's true, but of the 32 teams in the NFL, 14 are either 7-6, 6-1, or 6-7. Those are all, by your definition, decent teams. But decent is also another way of saying erratic, unpredictable, and unreliable. And I don't know if that's satisfactory or not for any of the fan bases. They all look at their teams as though they should be better than they are, when in fact, Bill Parcells said it a long time ago, and it's more true now than ever. You are what your record says you are.
Well, and
whether you want to call them decent or satisfactory or mediocre, some of those teams are going to get in, other teams aren't, and the teams that aren't, in some cases, might be better than the teams that are.
And I know no fan's going to want to hear this, but it's the truth because it affects your fantasy football numbers. We know people care all about that too. But there is no more swimsuit portion of this beauty pageant. Like, it just doesn't matter if you look terrible in a win. It doesn't anymore. Like, oh, did you have a terrible day on special teams? Did your quarterback suck or spend most of the day sucking before he got painted so deep into a corner he decided that he was going to throw his way out of it, like Garoppolo just happened to him in Cincinnati? Like, it doesn't matter what your team looks like, how it plays one week to the next, because I said earlier, about a month ago, any team in football that is capable of putting 6 solid weeks together, Ray, I was way off on that. I would like to redact that, please, and submit this instead. Any team in this league that can put 6 quarters together, forget about 6 weeks. If you can look good in all phases for a game and a half, you're lucky these days.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few teams that have won more than 3 in a row this year. Very few. And they're easy to find because they're at the top of the standings. The 49ers are simply who they are. And I know that sounds trite, but they're not a team that's going to throw for 400 yards. They don't do that. And people got frustrated because they didn't, when in fact, the template's always been there. They're not going to throw for 400 yards because they're not built that way right now. You have to take them as they are and hope that they can play, keeping their pants up every week. Does anybody want to, bet heavy money on what's going to happen Sunday? I mean, Atlanta's 6-7. So they're doing something that doesn't suck. Now Houston, if they lose to Houston, everybody should be fired and never be allowed to work again. But those other 3 games are arguments.
You're not worried about David Mills?
Davis Mills? Yeah,
that guy too.
I'm worried about none of. Oh, I don't care.
Worried about Olin Mills?
Yeah, all the Mills brothers. No, they have one game that they cannot lose the rest of the way. All the other games are arguments, and that's what you're looking at right now. Arguments.
No, luckily they're decent enough to maybe take 2 of those 4 arguments. If you say one is just built into the win column,
and if they do, they're 9-8,
and they're in.
And frankly, as I remember people talking at the beginning of the year, 9-8 was it was okay for them. It's 3 more wins than they had a year ago, and it puts them in a playoff conversation that they couldn't get within miles of a year ago. 49er fans are going to hate this, but they deserve to be miserable. This is a better year than last year.
Oh,
as much as they hate watching them and love to complain about them, it's a better team.
They're decent.
Yeah.
Last year, they really weren't a decent team.
They were indecent.
They were, yeah. But now that makes them sound naughty.
If only. No, they are on the good side of mediocre. That's what you can say about them. And that's how this season was playing out anyway.
So week 14 spits the 49ers out as the current reigning defending 6th seed in the NFC. The Packers, the Buccaneers, and the Cardinals are all at 10-3, so they stack up 1, 2, 3 when all the moving parts of what similar records come out at and who's on top. The Packers are now the 1 seed. Nice job, Bears. The Cowboys and the Rams are at 9-4. They are the 4th and 5th seeds. The Niners are now the 6th seed, and there is a jumble of 5 teams all sitting at 6 and 7. You got the Falcons next week. They're 6-7. The Vikings are sitting at 6-7. The Saints are 6-7 because they just won at the Jets. And the Cowboys beat Washington, which keeps Washington at 6-7. So, when I really am just measuring the Niners against these other, by mathematical definition, decent football teams, I'll give the Niners this. I think they're better than those teams. Ultimately, even though he might not be winning beauty pageants with his football IQ these days, Kyle Shanahan is a more decent coach putting together a game plan than just about any of these remaining coaches that we're talking about. It's getting to the point, Ray, where I might look at the playoffs and think that this very decent team has a decent shot at winning a game.
It could. I mean, I know that doesn't sound effusive, but you shouldn't sound effusive about this team. It's a team that's okay. Decent, to use your word.
Can be yours, too.
They have a decent chance of stealing a game on the road in the first round. That's it. They have a counterpuncher's chance. And that's more than anybody who follows this team religiously had any right to believe they were capable of a month ago.
So a texter from the 408 says, the Niners lost to Colt McCoy.
Yeah. And they beat Joe Burrow.
Right. But here's the thing. In so many football seasons and universes, that sentence alone would have been a very decent piece of evidence to suggest that you're going nowhere fast based on that alone. Like you lost at home to Colt McCoy. Right there in that one data point, I know you suck. In any other season, you might have been right. But this year, it doesn't matter nearly as much. And I don't know why. I can't quite explain it. But it's just a weird year. And the Niners, in a weird year, are one of the weirdest teams. Because a lot of these teams feel like, well, they're not very good, but this week they were okay enough to get into the win column. Where it feels like there are weeks where the Niners are very good, and then the next week you lose to frickin' Colt McCoy. And that right there should be enough to say, forget about it. But it's not. Because even though they lost to Colt McCoy, the very next week,
they beat Matthew Stafford.
They were decent.
Yeah, they beat Matthew Stafford, and they beat him convincingly. And then 2 weeks after that, they beat Kirk Cousins. And then 2 weeks after that, they beat Joe Burrow. They are the quintessential 7-6 team, which means you have no idea what they're going to give you from week to week.
I mean, there are way too many people in sports just in the prediction business. Like, again, this morning, the sun rises over the city of New York, and immediately the topic was, so who do you think the next guy to have the all-time 3-point record is going to be? Like, can't even marinate on Steph for a morning. Can't even. It's what's next? Who's next? What's this? What's that? Who's coming up next? What just happened today? Not nearly interesting. Tell me what's going to happen next. Who's the next free agent? Who's the next draft class? Who's the next coach? Who's the next quarterback? While all of those are entertaining and fun subjects to get into, the reality is the Niners are decent, even though we want to see those questions answered. And they might be a better team if they start answering the questions that we continue to repeat differently, but we don't know. And, you not that you say things that stay with me, Ray, but you did say something that I had thought about more than once when you said, look, all of who you want to be, that's the off season. Who you are is the regular season, and you got to play it as who you are, not who you want to be. You can only be who you are in the regular season. There's no more further player development at this particular time. And I think you're right about that. You're right. It's maddening. It drives people crazy, but you're right about that.
But people wanted the next thing. They wanted 2022 without playing 2021. And unless COVID hits and cancels the season, you have to take the years you have in order. I mean, don't forget, that this team, when Kyle Shanahan first got it, was beyond awful. I mean, you couldn't see awful from where they were. It took them 2 years to get out of that rut.
Just churn out that roster.
Yeah, and clean out the stables, and then they lucked into a third-year run to the Super Bowl. And by lucked in, I mean there's no reason why they should have gone from 6 wins to 13. But they did. And then the year after that, they had a billion injuries, and they fell out.
Right.
And now they're starting over again.
Well, in the year where you say they lucked their way onto the Super Bowl, they stayed healthy, which I guess, could be considered luck. I mean, we just talked to Eric Armstead.
Luck.
Right. Eric Armstead, just told you, we got a great staff that keeps us all healthy. We have ridiculous amounts of resources to keep our bodies tuned like Lamborghinis and ready to go. And, they had that in years past, but they've had it this year.
Every team has that. Fact is, injuries are entirely dumb luck or lack thereof. Because you don't know when you run the perfect, play through the A gap that somebody isn't going to roll up on your ankle and take 6 weeks away from you. Because football is barely contained madness. That's the whole thing. It's not about, are you the best? Are you the healthiest in January? That's who wins. I mean, everybody raves about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Last year they were 11-5. That's barely above decent. 5 losses for a Super Bowl team is relatively rare. It's a high number.
It is, but I've always
thought healthy. But they were healthy, and they had the quarterback. But other teams have very good quarterbacks too. But they were the ones that not only stayed healthy, they stayed so healthy that they could return the entire roster a year later because they weren't rehabbing guys the way other teams did.
I always thought the magic number in football was 10. Like, you get to 10 wins, you don't need to defend your losses anymore. 10 wins is 10 wins is 10 wins.
No, but to win a Super Bowl,
right?
That's a different thing.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they had a bad year by any means, but 11-5 is cutting a Super Bowl championship pretty close.
We got quite a bit more coming up in our final hour. It's Wednesday. We will ask what if before it's all said and done, so you've been warned about all that. Steve Kerr joining us in our 5 o'clock hour very early on, so stick around for that. We actually spoke to Steve earlier, had to do it early in the show because they're on the East Coast. They got to go to dinner, and hopefully at dinner nobody passes or sneezes anything that could get anybody sick. That is the crazy world that the NBA, that the NFL, that all of us are living in once again. Oh boy, oh boy. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, and it's a pleasure to have you along. We are brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on First Street in Livermore.
The Splash lives.
Odyssey station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is good to have you here in our third and final hour this afternoon. It's the first time we've had a third hour all week. We didn't even have a second hour at any point in time because the Warriors were out on the road. They finally got the job done at Madison Square Garden. Damon and Ray were brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And we're going to get to Steve Kerr, who joined us earlier today, and jog him past you once again because obviously there was history made last night at Madison Square Garden.
It was also like a reflection on, like you said, everybody that's been a part of this. Like, I've had amazing teammates. Sometimes I get open by myself, but most of the time I'm coming off of a screen and somebody's hit me with a pass, and there's so much chemistry out there. So everybody that's been a part of that, all the guys that have helped get me open, everybody who's bought into our system and understood how we play, and the good that's come out of it. So that was a moment for everybody to celebrate, because I hope everybody that's had a part in that could just crack a smile, shed a tear, whatever moved them in that moment, and just enjoy it, because it doesn't happen without everybody.
And that was Steph Curry talking to Tim Roy after the game last night, right here on 95.7 The Game. And then he basically went on into the locker room and said the exact same thing to every single one of you guys who set a screen for me, to the guys who aren't even in this room who set screens for me, passed me the ball, helped me get open, challenged me to be a better player. Like, I share this with all of you. The guy, Ray, any single time you're looking for the pockmark on the face of Steph Curry, or the scar that is going to indicate he might not be like one of the most perfectly crafted and groomed superstars sports has ever seen, it's hard to find, man. The guy continues to strike the right note time and time and time again, to the point where you might actually conclude this guy knows what he's doing.
Well, it might also be that he knows what he sees, and he knows what he does, and he knows that he, which is rare among players at this stature, aren't part of an ensemble. I mean, Stephen Curry, as great as he is, wins no titles without Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and he knows that. He doesn't become nearly as famous if he doesn't have a bunch of guys with him in different eras. He's played 11 years now. So he's had a lot of players around him. And the truth is, he gets that he's part of a greater whole, because otherwise he's just a guy who shoots a lot. And that's what that sounder was right there. It's a guy acknowledging all the people who helped make him him. Because if he gets drafted by the Knicks, no titles, and the fans would hate him within 5 years because he didn't give them titles. He's got rings because there are guys around him that made him better while he was making them better. And that's why the Warriors are special, because they did it that way. They didn't just say, let's find 3 really good guys and just build around them. They drafted really well. They were certainly lucky getting Green. They were probably, you could say they were probably lucky getting Curry to begin with, because by rights he should have gone to Minnesota.
You had 3 dudes drafted that nobody saw coming.
Exactly. But the point is, he knows what they're all worth. And he knows that pretending that they're not as much part of this as he is it's a fool's errand. He knows where he fits in the world, knows where he fits on this team. But he doesn't have to point at himself, because there are a bunch of guys around him who helped make this happen for him. And he's aware of that. And credit to him for figuring it out a lot earlier than most people have.
Sharing the spotlight matters. It really does. And Curry is as gracious when it comes to sharing the spotlight as, any NBA player has been in a really, really long time. I mean, Tim Duncan was never a look at me guy, but I never remembered him going on and on and on about what, teammates meant to him, how they unlocked his greatness as much as he might have helped unlock their greatness. And I'm not trying to disparage Tim Duncan in any way here, but Curry just continues to strike the right moment every single moment he gets. He really does. It's very, very special. There was one moment that I thought was just it's sad to me, only because I watched Sonia and Dell sitting next to each other right there. I knew where their seats were. They were in them all the time at Oracle Arena. And to watch Steph have to go in between two of them, like divorced parent Christmas, where you do one with one and then one with the other. It's sad. It really was. It made me a little. It was the Debbie Downer of the moment. That and the fact that Klay Thompson, unfortunately, was not there last night, that surprised me a little. Like, I thought Klay would have, even in the name of I want to rehab, I want to get better. I know I'm reassigned to the Santa Cruz Warriors right now, but I'm surprised that like a private plane wasn't rented for him to come and be a part of that, swoop in, swoop out, get right back to Santa Cruz. Maybe that's just a little bit too much taxing on a man's body who we're looking to untax, but
or maybe it's exposing him to the potentialities of COVID that he doesn't need either.
There could be that.
I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm untroubled by the fact that he wasn't there. I mean, it's a choice, and they all said they missed him not being there, which leads me to conclude that if he could have, he would have. But something, maybe the doctor said, nah, you sit tight here, you do your rehab, keep on schedule.
Just a shame.
Yeah,
it's just a shame that it happened.
Yeah, just
because he's such his fingerprints are all over it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why when they put the statue of this team out in front of that building, it should be one gigantic statue of all of them. All the impact players. No, not the championship. I'm talking about the statues of players. There's a bunch of players who should be there because the one thing that, and I'm changing topics here for a second, but for a reason. There's a great documentary on Australian television about Luke Longley and the fact that he was in The Last Dance for about 4 seconds out of 10 hours. And how that bothered him. And I think if you're going to tell the story of these Warrior teams, it can't just be a statue of one guy, and it can't just be a statue of 3. There should be like almost a massive bronze diorama of all the guys who made a difference in this town. Well, in Oakland, actually.
Or you could just put up one statue of Patrick McCaw and be like, this guy too.
Well, Patrick O'Brien, if you want to go there.
Not a part of the championship team.
No, but he saw them. He was waving on the tarmac as they flew off. No, the Warriors are different and they should be evaluated differently.
And they really do. It's a team that has complemented each other throughout the best of its times, and it's a team that right now feels like it's really built to complement, not only with the way that they play, but how they're constructed with the Sacred Cow veterans, the added veterans in free agency, the nucleus of their own energy guys that they've got, and the drafted young guys who seem to completely have signed up for what it is to be a Warrior. And what it is to be a Warrior for a young guy right now is less playing time and exposure at the NBA level you'd receive in other cities.
Yeah, sit and watch and pipe down because your time will come. It's not here yet. Don't be in a hurry. And I'm not suggesting that either of them are in a hurry. They get where they are, and they get the fact that they're on a team where one guy helps all the others and the others help him. And that's what Curry was alluding to, which is that there are a lot of handprints on this record because he wasn't just a spot-up shooter who waited for the ball to come to him. He ran to it. He ran around screens. He did a lot more to get what he got than most guys with his kind of numbers do.
The time for Steve Kerr to talk with us came earlier today than it usually does. He joined us right at the top of the show at 3 o'clock. And obviously, we didn't bury any headlines asking, so you getting ready for the Boston Celtics? What do you think of the back-to-back wins? No. We started right with the fact that it happened. It happened in a win. It happened at Madison Square Garden, the all-time three-point dignitaries were all assembled, and it was a hell of a show, Steve Kerr. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, it was an amazing night, very emotional, and it's great to win the game. You want to make sure you win the game that you're celebrating somebody's individual accomplishment, and so to be able to do that, as Steph basked in the glow of all that love from everyone in the crowd and all of his teammates and everyone, who was there for him, family, friends. It was an amazing night.
So did you and your team, Steve, know that the game was going to be paused for a little bit of an on-court ceremony and a moment to bask in it? Because it felt like, just as a viewer sitting at home and watching it, it was very organic, and it didn't seem overly planned. It didn't seem like anyone had the right stage directions. The moment allowed itself to actually breathe. Did you have any idea that the game would be stopped?
Well, we were planning on taking a foul, which we did, and then taking an immediate timeout. So what we didn't know was that the timeout would be a 3.5-minute timeout, and that's longer than normal. But given that it was a national TV game, TNT could control the length of the timeout a little bit. I wasn't aware of any of that before the game, but once the timeout was taken, I saw the clock went to 3.5, and they started with the music, and it was great. I mean, it was just a chance for Steph to soak it all in, for all of us to just appreciate him and to appreciate the scene, the moment itself. Just an incredible few minutes, following that amazing shot.
As a coach, when you sort of realize, okay, there's going to be a stoppage, I mean, you probably could have guessed there would have been one. Is there any part of you that worries, how long is this going to be? Or do you just go, it lasts as long as it lasts?
Yeah, you don't really worry too much about that. I mean, my only thing during the timeout was I asked Steph, do you want to come out? I mean, I saw him crying a little bit during the timeout. Everything was happening. He was kind of holding his head in his hands. Just taking the moment in. With his new rotation pattern, we take him out around the 6-minute mark anyway. And so I asked him. I said, "You want to come out now instead?" And he said, "No, I'm good. I want to go back out there." And he went out. It almost felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, because the first possession he was flying around on defense. He made a steal. He pushed the ball to the floor. So he looked great. After that shot went in, I think there was definitely a sense of relief.
Is that the most of that sort of combination of emotions that you've seen from him? That's the sense of joy you knew was going to happen, but the sense of relief. Did you get a sense that in some small way it was starting to wear on him?
I don't think it was wearing on him. There's not much that can get to Steph. I mean, it's part of his secret. It's just how even-keeled he is, and never lets too much bother him. So I think while he was, enjoying these last couple of weeks, there was some stress. I think our team has not played very well. Frankly, I think we haven't moved the ball as well. Our assists were down. I just think we were a little impatient as a group, and that was maybe wearing on Steph a little bit. So it's good, good that we've got it behind us. He's got it behind him. Now we can just focus on getting back to playing at a high level and continuing to try to win games.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Now, did you guys have a little side action in the locker room about how it would go down? And did anybody put any cash on Wiggins will kick it from the low post for the record assist?
I don't know. That maybe the players had some action going, but we didn't as a coaching staff. We were just preparing for the game. It was such a strange game too, given that we flew in that day. With the airplane troubles the night before, we didn't get much time for game planning and preparation. So we were all kind of trying to scramble and prepare for the game itself. And when it happened, it was quick. I mean, Steph came out of the gates firing, and 2 quick ones, and it was over. And so more than anything, it was just kind of nice to be able to settle in and focus on the game.
I know for a fact that you're always giving the spotlight to your players, and you have assumed very little credit for things that you have played a huge, huge part in. One of the things that bothered me about the coverage, Steve, is that as the NBA was sitting there, as all broadcasters were anointing the great three-point shooters, it felt like you got left out of that conversation. You retired and still do own, I believe, the single greatest three-point shooting percentage in NBA history. Should Steve Kerr gotten a little bit more attention in the last couple weeks?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Being the coach of the Warriors has given me plenty of recognition. So I appreciate the thought, but yeah, I'm doing fine.
Look, we're going to talk some basketball here and other things that are going on with you and the team and everything. But one more note, you rode with Jordan. You saw how a star can win over a Madison Square Garden crowd. It's a unique thing when that happens. Jordan, Kobe, the greats have been able to do it. Did Steph take that to a level that not even Jordan did last night? It feels like that is when we talk about measuring these two guys, I don't think there's ever been universal praise for a player like there is Steph Curry. Not Jordan, not no one.
Well, with Jordan, I mean, for me it was different because my experiences in the Garden with the Bulls and Jordan were usually, big, huge games.
Right, intense, it mattered.
Yeah, the games mattered. The Knicks were really good during the 90s. There were several playoff series. And, the fans in New York, what you love about them is they know the game, they appreciate the game, and they love their team. I mean, the Knicks are a huge part of the fabric of New York. And so back then, there was an appreciation for MJ, but there was also a rivalry, a big-time rivalry. And they were cheering for their team, but there was an anticipation, every time he caught the ball in the Garden that was very similar to, when Steph was catching the ball last night or any of the times that we've been here over the years. So I think Michael and Steph share that quality, not only in the Garden, but all over the league, where people are literally buying a ticket to see them play because they know how special those two guys are. You see more Steph and Jordan jerseys, in the stands than any other road player. Back in the day, there'd always be, a couple thousand red 23 jerseys sprinkled into the home crowd, and the same thing now. I was walking out of the Indiana arena the other night. A really nice guy, an usher, who was walking me out to the bus, and he. It's a good thing that our colors are blue and yellow, too, because there were about 10,000 Warriors jerseys in the stands tonight. But I don't think anybody could have noticed since we're blue and yellow, too. So that's the effect that Steph has. That's the effect that Michael has.
You said a minute ago that you don't think you've been playing very well lately. Are you talking mostly about offense? Because it looks like you've defended at a very high level for the last 6 or 7 games. In particular, even the one in Philadelphia where you lost. Is it offensive rhythm? Do you think that maybe the chase for Curry's record might have impacted the way other guys on the offensive end played a bit?
Yeah, I think it's rhythm. I mean, you always have to look at the process, and when you watch the tape, you can kind of determine, all right, was our process sound? Were we getting good shots? And for the most part, our intentions have been really good, but the ball has not been going in until late in that game last night, where we made a bunch of threes kind of over the last 6 minutes. The ball hasn't gone in, and when the ball doesn't go in, the game just gets a little clunky. But what holds up is defense. Defense always holds up, and that's why, over the previous 6-7 games, as we haven't shot well, we've still been able to win, I think, 4 of our last 7. Which for us this year isn't great, but if you shoot as poorly as we did over 7 games, you win 4 of them. That means your defense is doing pretty well. So that's the great thing with this year's team is the defense is there every night, and I'm confident now that we're going to find our offense. It'll come back around, and I do think the record has kind of been looming over us, and maybe that had an effect.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here with Damon and Ray on 95.7 The Game. So it has officially happened. We've counted. You have been Steph's head coach for 2,333 of his 2,974 three-pointers now. And being a three-point specialist yourself throughout your career, how perfectly matched are you and he as coach and player?
Well, yeah, it's been a great combo. I mean, clearly for me, I mean, any coach would love to be paired with Steph Curry because he makes it so easy to coach a team. You know, he just sets a culture with the way he carries himself day in and day out. And I think the pairing is good, you know, strategically too, because I really learned the game, you know, from people like Greg Popovich and Phil Jackson, who really valued ball movement. The triangle is all about a five-man game, ball movement and player movement. And, you know, Steph is what makes him so unique is his off-ball movement, you know, off-ball cutting and his ability to make threes in any fashion out on the floor. And so I think we've been a really good fit together in terms of the way we both see the game and the way we feel about how it should be played. And I know that there are a lot of coaches who would love to be in my shoes. So I've just been incredibly blessed to be Steph's coach here over the last 7.5 years.
Not to down the mood, but the NBA's biggest story, other than Curry this week, has been COVID. And are you really anxious to get off the road more than normal? And are you getting any indications that there are going to be different and more stringent protocols for all the teams now that it looks like we're having another spike?
I haven't heard anything from the league or through our training group in terms of extra precautions that the league is asking us to do. But we've talked to the players. We're asking them to be really careful. Tonight is a night where we had the day off. We're in New York. We know guys are going to be out, so we're just trying to make sure everyone is being smart, wearing a mask, and trying to avoid big gatherings in cramped spaces and all that. So that's all we can do, but it has been very alarming, the last week or so, just seeing all the cases across every sport. It seems like more and more players and teams are being affected every day.
And it just feels like, because of the testing that is so rampant in the NBA, it's a sample of maybe the American population that is about to now follow suit. And that's the scary thing. Like, the sports is the mirror or microcosm of society. Who knows what this spread is like and what it could actually do with the holidays coming up. So, yeah, getting back to San Francisco is certainly something we're looking forward to seeing all of you return. Because Steph played in Indianapolis and has not sat in back-to-backs, is that possibly a reality for Steph, for Draymond, maybe Porter, Iguodala, the likely suspects, as you're looking at another back-to-back this Friday in Boston and then Saturday in Toronto?
Yeah, it's always a possibility, and we have to be careful with all of our players. And as you guys well know, we have a lot more information these days. We've gotten a lot smarter than we were 20 years ago. If a player needs rest, then we're going to give it to him. And usually comes when a guy is banged up, when he's tired. You can feel it, but we have ways of measuring that too. So those are all things that we talk about with the training staff every day, pretty much. And good thing is, Steph, Draymond, all those guys who have played big minutes, played most of our games this year. They've, knock on wood, they've been healthy and they look great. They feel great. So we're in a pretty good place, but we definitely have to be mindful of getting them some rest.
Are those decisions that you make, say, closer to game time, maybe the day before, or do you say have what baseball managers have when they're writing out their rotations, which is sort of loosely penciled in. This guy's going to go this day. This guy's getting a day of rest here. How far ahead do you plan if you need a load maintenance day?
Well, it's really up to the training staff. They're going to make those decisions, and so I will meet with Rick Celebrini frequently, and we'll look at the schedule kind of every week and see how the week is going to map out, and then try to plan it from there. But then a lot can happen too. You never know how a game is going to go. We might not plan on giving a guy a rest, and then all of a sudden we play a triple overtime game and he plays 48 minutes. Like, you know what? Maybe we should give him a rest the next day. So plans can change, but you have to factor everything in, including the league about national TV games and resting on the road. There's a lot that goes into this, and we want to be great partners with the league. We're well aware that people buy tickets to see our guys play, and in some cases only see our guys play one time a year, and all these things are factors, but the overriding one is the players' health for sure, and the league understands that.
So Draymond got to watch. Andre got to watch. I heard there's one with Klay Thompson's name on it waiting for him when you're finally able to get him back into the mix. And that felt like the only incomplete of last night, that Klay could not be there. Is there a fancy timepiece with your name on it in your future, Steve?
I heard it's a Timex, but, or maybe a Swatch.
A Swatch watch with a nice plastic guard to keep it scratch-free?
Yes.
Nice.
That's what I've heard. I'm not sure. But, no, you just said it. I mean, what the missing piece of last night was Klay and his presence. I mean, what he has meant to the Warriors, what he's meant to Steph's career, what he's meant to the three-point shot in the evolution of the NBA game. Klay should have been there, and it was real. I thought about him a lot last night, and it bummed me out just thinking about how much he has lost the last couple of years, not just in terms of games played, but experiences with his teammates. And last night was a special moment, and I know he would have loved to have been there, and the fact that he missed it is painful for him. So we can't wait to get him back. That's going to be the next special moment in this season. Last night was unbelievably special. I think Klay's return will be even more so, when he comes back, whenever that is in the next few weeks. So can't wait for that to happen.
Yeah, no, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and we've missed Klay more than Steph misses threes. So that'll, that is going to be very, very special. Steve, thank you very much for joining us, and we would love to wish you the safest possible trip before you get home, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Talk to you guys.
Steve Kerr with us earlier today. Somebody says, could Steve get a less muffled phone? Look, we stopped wishing for a better cell phone a couple of years ago. I actually think we're getting the best version of a Steve Kerr cell phone than before. I did think we were going to get landline because he's in a hotel somewhere, but, you take what you can. And the man, probably up late last night, patting his team on his back. So it was good that we could talk to him at all today. He has got to be so sick and tired of media, this week in particular. There are a few weeks, Ray, where, there's less media around, you're happy to do this interview, happy to do that interview. I don't think any Golden State Warrior wants to see another microphone until they get home from this road trip.
This was a one-topic trip. This was one topic for the month before that. I think if you shot him full of sodium pentothal, he would tell you that he's sick to death of this record. He's delighted for Curry, but if you had to force an answer out of him, he'd say, don't ask me anymore. I really have stopped caring. I can't answer another question. Leave me alone. Get off my lawn and stop yelling at my dog.
To me, what happens from here on out with the Warriors is where things officially get interesting. I mean, we're about to watch. So, let's just call it kind of like it is. This season is containing 3 versions of this Warriors team. 1.0 is very much near its end. 2.0 will be, who would have ever thought, but it really does feel like Klay Thompson is going to be integrated to this roster before 3.0 can begin, and that's James Wiseman. The burden that will be placed on James Wiseman to come on in and play like Hakeem Olajuwon instantly is going to be ridiculous. So hopefully people can just let that happen. And then the Clay coming in, Jordan Poole having to eat a little slice of humble pie and be asked less of than he's been asked, because he's filled in the more of pretty damn well. Like, Jordan Poole might not be Mr. Efficiency, but God, he has done everything this team could have hoped he could do and more. He's been a huge part of 1.0 and can play a wildly interesting part of 2.0 and 3.0 in a much different role.
But this is the next phase of his career. He went through the phase where he didn't really know what he didn't know, ended up getting sent back down to the G League and then came back, put a footprint down. Then this year, when he was getting 30 minutes a night routinely, and you found out that, his need to shoot is a little greater than the team probably would like it to. And then the next phase will be, okay, now come off the bench, but be in the rotation.
Right. Less volume, more efficiency. Less volume in minutes, less volume in shots, more efficient with your minutes, more efficient with your time on the floor.
Do more in less time. It's the hardest thing in sports to do.
It is tough. It is tough to do. Now, it's funny because we've seen a little bit of Kuminga getting worked in here. I'm wondering what, if any, role Moody gets to play in 2.0 or 3.0.
I don't know, because I don't think the Warriors know. I think he's a harder fit for them because he's not got the one thing that Kuminga has, which is height. Kuminga fits a need now.
Right, bigger
he can't
body.
Fit a lot of a need now because he's clearly raw and he's clearly not ready, and they knew that going in. And having learned the lessons they learned with Weissman, they weren't going to sit there and load his plate with stuff that 19-year-olds don't get to do.
Right, just play defense and get breakaways.
Yeah, and that's it. And when you were referring to, all the people who are waiting for Weissman to come out and be Hakeem Olajuwon, dumbest thing that could possibly be said. Because he's not that. And not only is he not that, he has to show that he can do the things that Kuminga is being asked to do now, which is play defense, block shots, be a younger, healthier, more dynamic version of what Andrew Bogut was in 15 and 16, which is be down on the block, set a proper screen, defend a big guy, get rebounds. That's your job. It's not, we don't need you to pull up from 18 every chance you get the ball.
Right. Don't blow your switches.
Yeah. I mean, it's no more complicated than that. They said they were going to make the game simpler for him. Now let's see if they do.
408 says, coaches, they don't get a gold medal at the Olympics. Now he doesn't even get a Rolex. Poor guy. Let's be honest. Steve Kerr fits a Rolex watch as much as Ray fits a Lamborghini. It just doesn't add up. Steve is not a Rolex watch guy. He is not a gaudy jewelry dude. The same way you aren't a sleek Italian sports car kind of a dude.
No, well, the difference would be that Kerr would not have to buy said Rolex. He'd be given it as a gift, and he would wear it as a gift. If somebody wants to give me a Lamborghini, I will butter my hips and squeeze into that bad boy every day. I may look like an idiot, but at least I'll be able to say I got a car for free.
The amount of paint scratches thanks to our tight parking garage on your Lamborghini.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if you had the most scratched up Lamborghini in California, Ray.
Oh no, that would never I would never drive that into this garage, even if nobody else could park in it. Because I believe the pillars move and bite our cars when we're not looking.
They might. They've certainly bit yours.
Yeah. Oh no, mine looks like a golf pro did the painting.
By the way, we talked a little earlier today about how some people in sports just don't fit the job that they've been assigned. Urban Meyer, clearly one of them. Have you seen the very latest? So Urban Meyer, again, a couple of just the last time we were in here, I was talking about how I've never seen someone pass the buck where he didn't want to admit that he wasn't paying attention to his running back snaps, and he said, well, it's up to Bernie Parmalee, who is our running back coach, to determine snaps, and that was passing the buck, which means you don't know what you're doing. The amount of things that have come out about Urban Meyer since we had that conversation that I didn't even not know were coming, where he was basically he at a meeting called his team a group of losers, called the coaches that he hired on his staff a group of losers, made them stand up, talk about their resume and why his resume was better than theirs. And now we got a level of dissension running through the Jacksonville Jaguar locker room that means, I don't know if Urban Meyer, forget about coaching next year, I don't know if he lasts the season, Ray. He might get let go before this Sunday kickoff. Trevor Lawrence says that the drama needs to stop for this team to win, and Trevor Lawrence's voice has to be the one voice that Khan would listen to more than Urban Meyer, period and end of story. He is more important to that team's future than Urban Meyer could ever pretend to be. And now there's also this coming out, that former Jaguars kicker Josh Lambo had Urban Meyer come up to him as he was stretching before a game saying, hey, dip blank, make your blanking kicks, and then actually kicked him in the leg. Lambo characterized the kick as a 5 out of 10, and he then told Tampa Bay Times, don't you ever effing kick me again. That's what Lambo said he said to Urban Meyer. And then Urban Meyer said to him, I'm the head ball coach. I'll kick you whenever the blank I want. This is being reported. Tampa Bay Times, ESPN has picked up the story. How Urban Meyer wakes up tomorrow morning as coach of the Jaguars, I think becomes a legitimate question. They need to let him go.
It's been a legitimate question for a while, but there are two things that Urban Meyer is. He's a failed football coach, but he's also the hand-picked choice of the owner, Shad Khan. And if there's anything that you need to know about billionaires is they hate to be made to look ridiculous. And firing Urban Meyer would make him look ridiculous.
But is
it justified? Absolutely. But that's why it's not a football choice, it's an owner's choice.
At what point, though, does retaining the mistake make you look more ridiculous than admitting to it? There's got to be some math to do on that, and Khan has to be doing that math right now in his own head.
Oh, I think he is doing that math, but there was plenty of opportunity to fire him when he decided to go up to his restaurant after a loss to the Bengals and ask all the pretty women in his restaurant, so what do you think about how we lost? Which is what I assume he was doing if he was on team business. No, there's plenty of reasons to fire this guy. And the fact that he hasn't been fired yet and that the last thing Shad Khan said about it is he won't be fired tells me that the math he's done doesn't point to firing yet. It may point to it for the rest of society, but Shad Khan, his last great moment as a sports owner was when he took the statue of Michael Jackson down in front of Craven Cottage, which is where his English soccer team plays. That's the last thing they did well.
They had a statue of Michael Jackson?
Yeah, from the previous owner.
Okay.
He took that down. 6 months later, his team got relegated, and they haven't been back in the Premier League since. And now he's got the Jaguars, who are awful on awful, and basically making new mistakes every week.
Well, this is a new one, and even a level of the media can make fun of Urban Meyer that wasn't even available to them this morning, and they had many levels available to them this morning. Anyway, when we come on back, it's officially time to ask questions on a What If Wednesday that might not exist but for this ridiculous segment that we have coming up in just a moment. In the meantime, we're sponsored by AC Transit. Find your career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. This is a job that I would be terrible at. I am the least mechanically inclined inclined human being in the world. But if you are, consider joining the AC Transit team. You can apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learn from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons with cinematic.
than that. And I think the reason it was bigger than that is because you could tell Guru, it was big to Steph.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
Steph is what makes him so unique is his off-ball movement, off-ball cutting, and his ability to make threes in any fashion out on the floor.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. You can get vaccinated right now for free at any of the drop-in locations. Available evenings and weekends. Locations include San Jose, Gilroy, Sunnyvale, and more. Call 211 or visit scfreevax.org. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, stick around for the football hour. Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal come up next, normally on a Monday. Well, we had Warriors basketball on Monday and Tuesday. That's why the football hour comes up from 6 to 7, presented by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. Play responsibly after the football hour. Kolsky and Company is waiting there for you. And before we get into What If Wednesday, text line says, talking about the reason why Urban Meyer might not get fired is billionaires don't like to lose money. They might keep him to avoid losing millions. Look, millions of dollars is not to be concerned to, a guy like Shad Khan, and the amount of damage, PR damage, that Urban Meyer is costing his team is worth more than paying that guy off. And we're officially reaching the level of like firing Urban Meyer with cause. Like, that's how bad he's been. That's how derelict of duty he seems to be.
Cause is a high bar to clear. And I'm saying that this is a separate issue from the football. On a football basis, he should be chased out like a common pygmy. But in terms of the buyout, yeah, billionaires care about money more than they care about the products they're producing. And if he hasn't seen enough yet, it means he hasn't seen enough. I just have faith that Herbs will deliver even more in the 4 weeks to come.
4 glorious weeks of opportunity to deliver. And on that note, let's ask the questions.
What if I told you hindsight is always 20/20?
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Stephen Curry.
That everything happens for a reason.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback to California.
What if I told you it's time for What If Wednesday?
I'd be very excited about that. All right, Lucas. What if I told you it was time to ask us some questions? What do you got for us?
Lovely. Damon, you asked Frank Isola this yesterday, but I want to hear your guys' answer. What would have happened if the Warriors passed on Steph at number 7 in 2009 and the Knicks took him at 8? 13 years later, where would the Warriors franchise be without Steph? What would happen to Steph's career if he started it all in New York?
The Warriors would still be, their version of the Sacramento Kings. They'd be going on how many years of not being in the playoffs without him? I mean, that's how important he was. He changed this. And I think the question I asked Frank was, what would have been the greater gravitational pull? Would the Knicks have come to Curry's level, or would the Knicks pulled Curry into the hellish landscape that is the New York Knicks? Let me just look at this from a glass half full. Curry can work all miracles. Had Steph Curry done anything similar to what he did in Golden State, in New York, he would be hailed as a greater player than Michael Jordan right now. He'd be hailed as a greater player than LeBron James right now. The entire New York media market would have packaged and sold him in a way that would have made you officially hate him by now. Like, Curry imposing his greatness upon the New York Knicks would have been the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth story that you would get in the NBA at all times.
But his greatness came in part because of the other guys, because of Thompson, because of Green.
Right, I'm not worried about all the other moving parts.
No, but they do matter because they are part and parcel of Curry. If it's just Curry going to the Knicks and nothing else changes, he dies the death of 1,000 paper cuts because he would be playing with guys who can't figure out how to make him him. And he would die because he couldn't make them better versions of themselves. there is a gravitation about how bad the Knicks are that transcends mere, God, if they only had got this one draft pick right.
Right, but I mean, I'm just saying, Curry gets one off, right? He gets one title in New York because it was still Carmelo, it was Curry, and then Kristaps Porzingis was the pick, and that came together, and that it worked somehow around the three of them. One title in New York would have trumped 3 titles in Golden State because that's the level of we're so important New York thinks it actually has in this basketball world.
Yeah, but I can't get around the fact that Carmelo Anthony is a spot-up shooter who would want the ball all the time, and Stephen Curry would be running around screens all night long and basically weighing 120 pounds at the end of the year. The Knicks destroy all things.
You could have had, Frank Ntilikina? What if he turned into one of the greatest point guards of all time because he's just passing it to Curry? It goes like more playing like a 2 hybrid.
Part of what makes Curry, in addition to the players he played with, is the system under which he played. They were a better than average but not great team when Mark Jackson was, designing the offense. So it took a lot of things to make Stephen Curry who he is. The Knicks would have none of those other things. And I think he goes titleless there too. The happiest circumstance for him is what's happened in reality. He goes to the Knicks. He doesn't deliver a title in 5 years, and they are booing him unmercifully until he's traded to Indiana.
They would have loved that 3-point shooting in Indiana. Let me just say that for a fact. Ray, your inability to have fun with a hypothetical question is remarkable.
It's the Knicks. I've tried to tell you this. They are a level of suck that Jupiter cannot match.
Worst franchise today, right now. New York Knicks, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, Jacksonville's worse because they not only are awful to look at, they are also playing before about 30,000 empty seats. At least when the Knicks are bad, as they are this year, they're only playing before 1,500 empty seats.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't threaten me.
Yeah, no, we're going to see you tomorrow. It's going to be a full 3 hours. If you want to see more of Ray Ratto, just Twitch yourself. Twitch it real good. Thank you very much for tuning on in. Thanks to Steve Kerr and Eric Armstead for joining us today. Great stuff by the guys in the studio. Thank you very much, Grandy Maldonado and Lucas. Stick around, Football Hour, and then Kolsky and Company. All tonight here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Congratulations to the greatest shooter of all time.
Curry, quick release, splash! There it is!
On becoming the NBA all-time three-point leader.
The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. He might be setting a record that may never be broken.
It all happens here on 95.7 The Game.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one, okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots, being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
One of the season's best gifts doesn't go under the tree. It comes out of the oven. Because right now, Lucky California has beef ribeye roast bone-in, sold in the bag for just $5.99 a pound, limit 1. We'll cut out the bone and tie it back up. Or slice it as steaks for you, all for free. And 12 packs of Modelo, Corona, Heineken, and Stella Artois are only $11.99, limit 2. Be merry, be home for the holidays with Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet,
What? What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In the time after AT&T fiber internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house.
For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And if you're in Napa or Solano County and you own a BMW, you got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield is the home to BMW sales, parts, service. They got an incredible service center for you. They're open and available for all of your BMW